Reverend Insanity Chapter 1273 to Chapter 1329. Southern Border. It was drizzling, the green mountains stretched endlessly. Fang Yuan was dressed in blue clothes. He stood on a rock and looked at this beautiful river and mountains. His gaze finally focused on one of the mountains. This mountain was very special. The surrounding mountains were either tall or short, dangerous or flat. As for this mountain, it was round and had form. This was Mount Snail. Or rather, Mountain Snail. It was an immemorial desolate beast. A giant snail, its shell was as tall as a tower, it spiraled up layer by layer and was covered in green moss. When it was motionless, its soft limbs were all retracted into the shell, as if it was a mountain, standing tall and erect. But now, it had already awakened and was moving slowly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. When it moved, the ground within a radius of 100 miles would tremble slightly. Wherever it went, birds and beasts would scurry away. Fang Yuan stood on another mountain peak, looking at this immemorial desolate beast Mountain Snail's migration with a calm expression. Its speed was very slow. Although Mountain Snail was an immemorial desolate beast, it had a gentle nature, it was hard to anger it, it could be said to be harmless. Not only harmless, it was also beneficial. Because Mountain Snail's body contained rich enslavement path and earth path down marks, it formed a special environment around it that nurtured a vast amount of enslavement path and earth path resources. The ownership of Mountain Snail had always been an unresolved topic. Few Gua mortals could control Mountain Snail, even rank 8 enslavement path Gua mortals would have difficulty controlling it. Because Mountain Snail itself had extremely rich enslavement path down marks. In Southern Border, there were 7 known mountain snails. Long ago, Southern Border super forces made an agreement, as long as these mountain snails were not controlled by others, they would be wild mountain snails, whoever's territory it was in would be the property of that clan. This mountain snail was originally in Wu clan's territory, it naturally belonged to Wu clan. There was no doubt about this. But now, when Mountain Snail was migrating, it was moving away from Wu clan's territory. Mountain Snail's original location was at the border of Wu clan's territory. In fact, this was during Wu Du Shou's era. Wu clan specially expanded their territory and included Mountain Snail. Now the Mountain Snail was migrating, leaving the Wu family's territory, but there were no other righteous super forces in the place it was heading to. This also meant that this Mountain Snail would become a wild and ownerless object. Wu Yong naturally did not want to see such a situation happen, but he did not have enough manpower, so he could only give this task to his younger brother, Wu Yihai. Is it Wu Yihai? I am Qing Jingsheng, I have the nickname of Mountain Moving Old Monster. A Gua immortal flew over from another mountain peak. Fang Yuan looked at the newcomer. This old Gua immortal was wearing a green-gray stone armor, his hair was both black and white, it was messy like a pile of straw. The corners of his clothes were also tattered and unkempt. But his rank 7 aura was overflowing, his aura was oppressive, especially his eyes, they flickered with sharp light as he sized up Fang Yuan like a senior looking at a junior. Yes, I am Wu Yihai, greetings to Senior Mountain Moving Old Monster. Fang Yuan bowed slightly, showing the demeanor of a righteous path expert. This Mountain Moving Old Monster had the word old in his title, it naturally meant that he was an old veteran, over 2,000 years old. He had lifespan Gu and unique methods to extend his life. His battle strength was also extremely high, he was a famous expert among lone immortals, on the same level as old Treeman Ba De and Wu clan's Wu Yubo. A rank 7 Gu immortal like Xia Fei Kuai could not compare to Mountain Moving Old Monster. Thus, when Mountain Moving Old Monster sized up Fang Yuan, his attitude was not polite, he called himself an old senior, even though Fang Yuan came from Wu clan. Looking at the time, your Wu clan should have sent someone over already. Let's sit down and talk. Mountain Moving Old Monster smiled, he landed on a rock and sat down. Fang Yuan also sat down with a smile. Mountain Moving Old Monster saw that Fang Yuan did not look down on him, nor did he maintain the demeanor of an immortal, he had a good impression of him. I almost forgot, Wu Yihai, you are a lone cultivator, even though you joined Wu clan, you do not have the hypocritical demeanor of those righteous path members. Fang Yuan shook his head, the righteous path has its own demeanor. As for me, I spend most of my time cultivating in seclusion in Eastern Sea, this foundation cannot be changed. Ha ha ha. Mountain Moving Old Monster laughed heartily, I heard that even though you chased away the two Xia clan Gu immortals, you still looted Frosty Peak. Fang Yuan showed a surprised expression. Senior, this is groundless gossip, I have never admitted it. Mountain-moving old monster laughed heartily again. After laughing, he sighed deeply. Righteous Path Gu immortals do not understand you, but I do. How difficult is it for us lone cultivators to become immortals? Every cultivation resource was earned with his own two hands. If we miss this opportunity, there will not be another one, so we need to grasp the benefits we have now. Who knows what we will encounter in the future? As for those Righteous Path Gu immortals, even if they stay at home, they will have a lot of resources. How can they understand the suffering and difficulties of us lone cultivators? Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent. He did not agree, nor did he refute. He knew that mountain-moving old monster's words were not just to get close to him, but also to express his determination. He, mountain-moving old monster, was a lone cultivator, and the benefits he could obtain were Mount Snail. His determination could not be shaken. Wu Hai, who was once a lone cultivator, should be clear about this. I naturally understand Senior's intentions, but I hope Senior can understand me. I have my own difficulties in coming here. Fang Yuan said. Mountain-moving old monster chuckled. Everyone has their own difficulties. When one was old, their words carried deep meaning. Everyone had their own difficulties. Not only did he agree with Fang Yuan's words, he also expressed that he had his own difficulties, and most importantly, Wu clan was currently in a difficult situation. Fang Yuan did not speak. In a battle of words, sometimes silence was a method. Sure enough, mountain-moving old monster could not restrain himself. He handed an information path mortal Gu to Fang Yuan. Take a look. Fang Yuan took a look. This mortal Gu's contents were very valuable. If Fang Yuan obtained it, he could directly construct a coiling thread cave. Let's cooperate. I will obtain Mount Snail, and you will obtain these. How about it? Mountain-moving old monster smiled. He was actually thinking of bribing Fang Yuan, but this was not strange at all. On the contrary, it was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Mountain-moving old monster was a lone cultivator, and from his perspective, he naturally did not want to offend the number one Righteous Path force, Wu clan. Even though the Wu clan was currently in a difficult situation, such a colossus was not something that he, mountain-moving old monster, could deal with alone. More importantly, if mountain-moving old monster obtained this Mount Snail, he would no longer be someone who could freely advance and retreat. Mount Snail could not be stored in an immortal aperture, unless it was completely controlled. Mountain-moving old monster was an Earth Path Gu immortal. He clearly did not have such attainment. This way, he would become the owner of this Mount Snail, and if enemies attacked in the future, he would have to defend the mountain. If he offended Wu clan's Gu immortals would attack one after another. How could he resist them alone? Even if he could resist once, what about the second or third time? Even if he could resist them all, he would have to expend some energy in battle, right? Mountain-moving old monster was harassed repeatedly. Would he still have time to cultivate? Thus, there was only one path in front of mountain-moving old monster. That was to negotiate with Wu clan peacefully. Wu clan was not willing to let go of this Mount Snail, but the huge Wu clan was also made up of clan members. As long as it was an organization, it would not be an airtight fortress. There would definitely be a gap that could be monopolized. Wu Hai's appearance gave mountain-moving old monster even greater hope. Old Senior, do you want to use these to exchange for an immemorial desolate beast? Fang Yuan held the information path mortal Gu with a faint smile. These are already of extraordinary value. Although this Mount Snail is an immemorial desolate beast, who can control it? If I become the owner of this mountain, I will only be able to plunder the resources produced here. Of course, if you have any conditions, we can discuss them. Mountain-moving old monster's eyes shined. His attitude also became much more enthusiastic. Since Fang Yuan did not directly reject him, mountain-moving old monster felt that there was a way, and his hope doubled. The contents of this list need to be doubled at least. This was Fang Yuan's first sentence. Mountain-moving old monster immediately frowned. Mount Snail cannot be yours in name, it will still belong to Wu clan. This was Fang Yuan's second sentence. Mountain-moving old monster stared with wide eyes, his expression changing into anger. But in reality, Senior is the owner of this mountain. Most of the profits will belong to you, but you still need to hand over a portion to our Wu clan every year. This was Fang Yuan's third sentence. Mountain-moving old monster started to sneer, his expression was dark as water. Wu Hai, are you making fun of me? Of course not. Fang Yuan had a serious expression. He stood up and fearlessly looked at mountain-moving old monster. Dare I ask Senior 3 questions? Mountain-moving old monster suppressed the anger in his heart. Speak. First, Senior is alone, and does not belong to any super faction. How can my Wu clan leave Mount Snail in your hands? It is fine if it is a super faction, but letting a lone cultivator benefit is related to the reputation of my Wu clan. Second, even if Senior temporarily occupies this Mount Snail, how long can you guard it for? Even if my Wu clan does not touch you, what about the other super factions? Third, Senior thinks that just by bribing me, you can make the entire Wu clan sit back and do nothing? Mountain-moving old monster was silent. After a long while, he sighed and said with a hoarse voice, then according to your method, won't this old man become the mountain watchman of your Wu clan? Fang Yuan smiled faintly, it is just an empty reputation. How can everything be perfect? What I've mentioned isn't too much. I'm only doing it because we're all rogue cultivators. Do you want face, or do you want substance? Senior, please think about it. Mountain-moving old monster was silent again. Several days later. Looking at Mount Snail moving away with mountain-moving old monster standing at the peak with the attitude of a master, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and started to walk back. The matter of Mount Snail came to an end. With Fang Yuan as the representative, Wu clan reached an agreement with mountain-moving old monster. Mountain-moving old monster obtained most of the profits of Mount Snail, but this immemorial desolate beast still belonged to Wu clan in name. The mission that Wu Yong gave to Fang Yuan was to protect Mount Snail. Fang Yuan had already protected it, just a portion, but it could be said that he had completed this mission. Mountain-moving old monster agreed to my conditions because I was relying on Wu clan's power. As for Wu Yong, he is in a terrible situation right now. He is busy dealing with the difficulties of the other super forces. He can only reluctantly approve of my handling of Mount Snail. Wu clan is currently in a precarious situation. As Wu Yong's brother, I should not loiter outside, I should return as soon as possible. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with the result of this matter. He had an explanation to the Wu clan, and most importantly, he had obtained plenty of benefits from this mission. The coiling thread caves had already started construction. Because of this amount of resources, Fang Yuan had the spare energy to build a second large-scale resource cave. According to the previous speed of development, he would need to wait for at least half a year. During this period, he could not allow any accidents to happen. For example, intense battles would consume a lot of red date immortal essence. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture's time was slowed, the production of red date immortal essence was not as good as before. Fang Yuan had to use immortal yuan stones to convert them into red date immortal essence. Right now, he was no longer green grape immortal essence. 100 immortal yuan stones could be converted into 1 bead of red date immortal essence. To construct the coiling thread caves, I need to set up a goo formation. I also need the rank 6 immortal material, softine silk, and rank 7 immortal material, hate water stone. With this amount of resources, these can be completed, it is only a matter of time. The crucial thing is, when can I return to the dream realm? Wu Yong's attitude is the key. Fang Yuan pondered as he hurried along. On his way back, in Wu clan's headquarters, 2 Gu immortals were talking about Wu Hai. One was Wu clan's rank 8 Gu immortal, first supreme elder Wu Yong. The other was Wu Yong's trusted aide, Wu Fa. I didn't expect my younger brother to solve the problem of Mount Snail so quickly this time. Elder Wu Fa, according to the family rules, how should he be rewarded? Wu Yong asked. Wu Fa pondered for a moment. He knew that the meaning behind Wu Yong's question was not just the surface content, but his attitude towards Wu Hai. This was a test of martial punishment. Because Wu Hai's identity was special, he and Wu Yong were brothers from the same mother but different fathers. Wu Fa quickly thought and answered, Lord Wu Hai is ultimately a lone cultivator. Just one sentence. But Wu Yong laughed heartily, not bad, your evaluation is good. This Wu Hai is a lone cultivator after all, even after returning to the clan, he has not changed, he is still trying to make a fortune and is greedy for small gains. Wu Fa, however, said, Frosty Peak and Mount Snail, these two are not small gains. Wu Yong's laughter stopped, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he nodded. It is not good. If everyone is like this, how can Wu clan continue to exist? But his methods are quite appropriate. He did not leave behind any evidence that could be used against him. Saying so, Wu Yong sighed and evaluated. He is quite capable. How could Wu Fa not understand Wu Yong's intentions? Wu Yong naturally did not like Feng Yuan's way of making profits. But the situation was pressing, he lacked manpower, sometimes he had to mobilize Wu Yihai to deal with some matters. Feng Yuan had also displayed his abilities in these two incidents. This ability obtained Wu Yong's recognition, so Wu Yong would still use Feng Yuan next. But when the time came and Wu clan's situation eased, Feng Yuan would be placed aside by Wu Yong. In fact, if Feng Yuan left behind any evidence, Wu Yong would use it to teach Feng Yuan a lesson. After all, Feng Yuan was seeking personal benefits like this, any person in power would feel uncomfortable. Feng Yuan smoothly returned to Wu clan. He met with Wu Yong, and simply explained the entire situation. He received another reward from Wu clan. Feng Yuan exchanged for immortal Yuan stone. Of course, this immortal Yuan stone could not compare to what he obtained from mountain-moving old monster, it was much less. In the following days, Feng Yuan focused on cultivation. The construction of coiling thread cave was slowly carried out. This was the focus of his current cultivation. Every once in a while, Feng Yuan would place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth qi to stabilize the sovereign blessed land. After all, Reverse Flow River was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The burden on the immortal aperture was not light. This was slightly troublesome. Feng Yuan could not directly absorb heaven and earth qi, because each time he did so, the amount was huge, and the time interval between each absorption was short. This forced Feng Yuan to search for some immortal materials from the jewel yellow skies, then break them down into heaven and earth qi and infuse them into his body. This undoubtedly consumed a lot of Feng Yuan's energy and financial resources, but Feng Yuan would rather do so to complete the details. Only like this would he be able to persist for a long time and not expose his identity in a short period of time. As the days passed, Feng Yuan started to feel impatient. Over at the giant dream realm, the twists and turns have already calmed down. But Wu Yong does not seem to have any signs of transferring me back. It seems that what I was worried about still happened. Sigh. Feng Yuan sighed. In this world, one had no choice. Wu Yong was busy dealing with all sorts of problems, he had to be stable. If he transferred Feng Yuan back, and something happened to the Super Gu formation, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? And now, Wu Yong found that Feng Yuan was quite capable, he wanted him to continue dealing with some problems. As for Feng Yuan's corruption, Wu Yong turned a blind eye to it, he did not pursue it. He did not pursue it, but Feng Yuan was thinking. Feng Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and joined Wu clan, wasn't it for the dream realm? It seems that I need to take action. On this day, Feng Yuan took the initiative to leave his residence. There were policies from above, and countermeasures from below. Feng Yuan was an astute person, how could he not have a way to deal with this? More than 10 days later, in a pavilion on Yuhua Mountain, several Gu immortals sat around a stone table. The moonlight was like water, gently sprinkling down. Verdant green mountains, birds chirped in the night. A light breeze caressed their faces, it was a beautiful sight. Today is my southern border's annual moon festival, it is my honor to admire the moon with all of you tonight, it is an elegant occasion. Xiao Lu smiled. Her voice was very beautiful, like the babbling of a mountain spring, it gave people a clear and pure feeling. She was even more beautiful, her dress tonight was as white as snow, together with her beautiful appearance, she was like a fairy in the mortal world. It is my honor to be invited by Fairy Si Lu to admire the moon together, Luo Muzi. A young-looking Gu immortal spoke first. His smile was overflowing with passion, especially when he looked at Xiao Si Lu, there was a burning passion in his gaze. Xiao Si Lu was publicly recognized as one of the 3 great beauties in southern borders Gu immortal world, and even more eye-catching was her clan background. Xiao clan, although it was a vassal of Wu clan, was also a righteous path super force. There were 6 Gu immortals present, 2 women and 4 men, besides a pair of Dao companions, Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were both pursuers of Xiao Si Lu. Xiao Si Lu had many pursuers, but to be invited by her to admire the moon, these 2 were naturally not ordinary. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were naturally happy. The moment they received Xiao Lu's invitation, they immediately rushed over. But at this time, Xiao Lu said to another male Gu immortal, Hai, you said you want to integrate into southern border faster. Admiring the moon tonight is our southern border's custom. Our southern border has many mountains and villages, isolated from each other, but the moon festival is a common festival. Every year at this time, we usually admire the moon. When she said this, her eyes shone, her voice was soft and her red lips carried a smile. It was extraordinary. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei immediately frowned, staring at Feng Yuan with gazes that seemed to be spewing fire. Xiao Lu's different attitude could be sensed by anyone with discerning eyes, and today's seating arrangement had already made Luo Muzi and Luan Fei extremely unhappy. Because Xiao Lu was sitting on the main seat, on her right was Feng Yuan, and on her left was her best friend Fairy Tianlu. As for the other male Gu immortals, they were separated at a distance. Moon Festival? Feng Yuan's expression was indifferent as he sat on the main seat, asking despite knowing the answer, interesting, but besides admiring the moon, what else do we do? Drink tea, recite poems, and dissect rocks. Xiao Lu explained with a smile. Dissect rocks? Feng Yuan showed a puzzled expression. Xiao Lu did not reply, instead holding a cup of fragrant tea and handing it to Feng Yuan. Hai, please have a taste of the tea I personally made. Seeing this, Luo Muzi almost stood up. Luan Fei's eyelids twitched, he wished he could replace Feng Yuan's position. Feng Yuan took a sip and evaluated, this tea seems pretty good. Not just pretty, this is Fairy Lu's famous willow spiral tea. Luo Muzi almost shouted. What is so special about this? Feng Yuan looked at Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu first glanced at Feng Yuan, then her brows moved and her laughter was filled with a sense of gentleness. Luan Fei's heart beat wildly when he saw the fairy's charming smile. At this moment, Fairy Tianlu very appropriately interrupted, for this willow spiral tea, as long as you gently shake it, a willow leaf-like whirlpool will form on the surface of the tea. Drinking it now is truly tasting the tea, the taste will not be ordinary. Oh? Is that so? Feng Yuan followed the instructions and shook the cup in his hand. Instantly, the surface of the tea changed. When he drank it again, he felt the fragrance overflowing and lingering in his mouth, making him reminisce and enjoy it. Good tea. Feng Yuan praised. Of course it's good tea. Fairy Lu's personally brewed tea is not something ordinary people can drink. Luo Muzi said sourly. To be praised by Hai, my Lu's efforts were not in vain. You should know that to make this tea, it takes 6 hours, and there must be no negligence during the entire process. Fairy Tianlu said. Luan Fei was extremely moved, to be able to taste the willow spiral tea personally brewed by Fairy, it is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. Fairy Tianlu instantly raised her eyebrows, who said you can drink willow spiral tea? Lu took time out of her busy schedule to make one. Xiao Lu only made a portion of willow spiral tea and gave it to Feng Yuan. This method immediately changed the meaning of this willow spiral tea. Feng Yuan's expression slightly changed, revealing a flattered and overjoyed expression, but his mind was clear and calm. What a pity. No matter how beautiful you are, without eternal life, you will only be a pile of bones. Beauty is only bones, but people often forget about it. But this Fairy Tianlu is really Xiao Lu's best friend, their cooperation is outstanding. The only tea she made was given to Feng Yuan by Fairy Lu in public. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were still thinking of tasting it, but this was the answer. It was easy to imagine how stiff their expressions were at this moment. Xiao Lu smiled lightly, willow spiral tea is my original creation, it is just a token of my appreciation. This time, I have brought bewitching tea for everyone, please enjoy. She waved her long sleeves, and 5 cups of tea appeared on the stone table. This tea was different from the willow spiral tea, it was not a cup, but a small porcelain plate. At the center of this plate, there was a fist-sized dewdrop. This dewdrop was clear and smooth like jade, when the night wind blew, the surface trembled slightly, as if it could be broken. Bewitching tea is Chao clan's famous tea in southern border, to think I could taste it today. Luo Muzi tried to smooth things over, but in fact, his gaze was still fixed on the cup of tea in front of Feng Yuan. Lu Enfei's hands, which were placed under the stone table, were already clenched into fists. He gritted his teeth and took a sip of the small porcelain plate, immediately drinking the bewitching tea. Good tea. He opened his mouth, but his expression was still somewhat stiff. In fact, bewitching tea was indeed several grades higher than willow spiral tea. The latter was only created by Xiaoxi Lu herself, while the former was Qiao clan's signature tea. The signature tea of a super force was naturally much better than the original creation of a Gu immortal like Xiaoxi Lu. However, in Luo Muzi and Lu Enfei's hearts, they would rather give up 100 cups of bewitching tea and drink a mouthful of willow spiral tea. Bewitching tea is still so refreshing, it gives people endless aftertastes. See Lu, with this tea, how can my flowing color tea be presentable? Fairy Heavenly Dew said with a smile. However, Xiaoxi Lu was not polite to her best friend. Then don't take it out. To be honest, I'm tired of drinking your flowing color tea. I'm looking forward to Immortal Xing Lu's drunken flowers. I heard that this tea was created when he fell in love with you at first sight and was inspired to create it. I wonder if we're fated to have a taste today. I'm ashamed. Xing Lu rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. My drunken flowers is just a small doodle. It's not very elegant. Fairy Tian Lu also covered her mouth and chuckled. See Lu, you want to embarrass my Lu Lang, that won't do. Only I can drink drunken flowers, outsiders can forget about it. As she said this, her brows were filled with pride and charm. The Gu immortal beside her, Xing Lu, was looking at Fairy Tian Lu with deep emotions. The two were already holding hands under the stone table. Xiaoxi Lu sighed faintly. Sigh, I wonder when will I meet someone who can create a unique tea for me. She softly muttered, feeling perplexed and confused. At this moment, the moonlight was like water, shining into the pavilion. The beauty under the moonlight sighed softly, it was truly a pitiful sight. Luo Muzi and Lu Enfei immediately felt warmth in their hearts. Luo Muzi immediately stood up. Fairy Si Lu, I have a cup of tea called 9 Recollections Fragrance. It is my original creation, on such a beautiful occasion, I will offer it to you. Lu Enfei was not willing to fall behind, he also said, I also have preparations. This is yin yang tea, yin and yang are clearly separated, please have a taste, fairy. These two Gu immortals only offered tea to Xiaoxi Lu, just like how Xiaoxi Lu offered tea to Fang Yuan earlier. Xiaoxi Lu took a sip and smiled. 9 Recollections Fragrance's name is appropriate. When the tea enters the throat, the fragrance lingers on the tongue. Carefully tasting it, there are actually 9 times when the fragrance is concentrated. It is very peculiar. Haha, I don't deserve your praise. Luo Muzi laughed heartily. He swept away his previous dejection and laughed very happily. Xiaoxi Lu then said to Lu Enfei, yin yang tea, although it is not an original creation, but Si Lu heard that there are 3 levels to this tea. The first layer was a mass of chaos, where yin and yang were mixed up. The second level was the distinction between yin and yang. On the third level, there was yang within yin, and yin within yang. Yin and yang circulated. Lu Enfei was able to refine this tea to the second layer. It can be seen that there are less than 10 people who can do this in the whole of southern border, worthy of a food path Gu immortal. The tea, wine, and delicacies in this world were naturally not ordinary. There were all kinds of strange ways to make tea. Making tea was not as simple and shallow as pouring boiling water into a cup filled with tea leaves. Like the tea that the immortals were talking about, willow spiral tea, bewitching tea, intoxicated flowers, 9 return fragrance, yin yang tea, they could all be seen as incomplete Gu recipes. And after this Gu recipe is completed, when the Gu immortal makes tea, they can refine food path Gu worms. Food path was one of the many paths in the present age, but it had never been popular. Although it was very important and needed to be the foundation of prosperity, unfortunately, because of historical reasons, the inheritances left in the world were very few. This Lu Enfei is actually a Gu immortal who cultivates food path. Fang Yuan sized up Lu Enfei with a glance, feeling somewhat surprised. What is this Lu Enfei's origin? I have many immortal Gu on me, if I can obtain his food path inheritance, it might be of great help to me. Fang Yuan immediately had malicious intentions. The tiger harms the human heart, and the tiger harms the human heart. Fang Yuan was a little moved. His current strength had already reached one of the top below rank 8. After he activated the countercurrent protection seal, although his offensive power was still slightly weaker, he was already able to keep pace with Feng Jiuge. I will first investigate Luan Fei's background and see if I can make a move. If I really make a move, Wu Yihai's identity cannot be implicated. With Wu Yihai's identity, Feng Yuan could not openly kill Luan Fei. Because he was a righteous path Gu immortal, he could not do demonic things. The strength of a superpower was much stronger than that of a loose immortal. But these forces usually would not easily offend any Gu immortal. Wu clan was the same. A super force had a lot of assets. If a Gu immortal could not be killed and could roam around, destroying the super force's resources, it would be a huge headache for the super force. In the matter of Mount Snail, Wu Yong had accepted Feng Yuan's suggestion and made some concessions to mountain-moving old monster. This was also because of this consideration. I should first inquire about the value of Luan Fei's inheritance. If the value is not high, then forget it. If the value is high, I have to be careful and not let his soul self-destruct when I make a move. There was no need to think about immortal Gu, it was absolutely impossible to obtain. But Feng Yuan could assassinate Luan Fei and capture his soul, then obtain the food path inheritance through soul-searching methods. Feng Yuan had always been looking forward to the food path inheritance. Unfortunately, he did not have enough fortuitous encounters, there was nothing he could do. Since there was no fortuitous encounter, then he had to do it himself and snatch others' inheritance. Feng Yuan did not feel any guilt. Many Gu immortals paid particular attention to not offending others if they did not offend them. Feng Yuan was a human, even if he did not offend him, he would still want criminals. I have made this cup of tea for 7 days and 7 nights, it is all worth it to be able to obtain fairy's praise. Luan Fei's tone was slightly trembling, his face showing excitement. Next, his gaze drifted towards Feng Yuan and said with a provocative tone, I wonder what tea Lord Wu Yihai has to show me. He did not know that Feng Yuan was already planning to murder him. Eastern Sea is the richest in the 5 regions. Wu Yihai has lived in Eastern Sea for many years. If you take out 1 or 2 cups of tea, you will definitely surpass others and obtain first place. Luo Muzi sat down again, brimming with enthusiasm. Feng Yuan smiled. These two were Xiaoxi Lu's pursuers. After realizing Feng Yuan's strength, they had already tacitly allied to make things difficult for Feng Yuan. Their words of praise were elevating Feng Yuan's status, making it hard for him to deal with them. Xiaoxi Lu frowned slightly. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's intentions were somewhat sinister. If Wu Yihai could not take it out, it would be awkward. If he could, his reputation would not be good. Why? Because this moon appreciation gathering was hosted by Xiaoxi Lu. Xiao Clan's bewitching tea was the host. The tea of other Gu immortals was the guest. The guest should not oppress the host, this was the unwritten rule of the moon appreciation gathering. Xiao Clan might not care if the guest bullied the host, but Wu Yihai's reputation would be damaged. Those in the righteous path cared about their reputation. Feng Yuan, however, did not hesitate. He took out 5 cups of tea and gestured, everyone, please drink. Fairy Tian Lu's eyes brightened, she was the first to raise her cup. I am very curious, what is Lord Wu Yihai's tea like? But the first person to drink the tea was not her, but Luan Fei. He was somewhat eager. This was the best chance to strike down his love rival. As a food path Gu immortal, how could he not make use of this opportunity? But after drinking a mouthful, he immediately frowned and spat it out. Pa, what kind of lousy tea is this? Disgusting, too disgusting. Luo Muzi also drank a mouthful, directly putting down the cup. This is the most disgusting tea I have ever drunk in my life, it might even be worse than mortal tea. He spoke very impolitely, he could not be polite to a love rival. The two tightly grasped the opportunity to greatly embarrass Feng Yuan. Fairy Tian Lu wanted to help, but after drinking it, she smiled helplessly at the tea. This tea is salty, like seawater. Feng Yuan smiled lightly, actually admitting, this is seawater. What? You actually took out seawater? What do you think of Fairy Sea Lu? Luo Muzi and Luan Fei made things difficult for him. The smile on Feng Yuan's face disappeared, becoming solemn. I do not like drinking tea, if we count it, then this seawater is my tea. You are not clear. I was cultivating in seclusion in Eastern Sea. all alone, the pressure of calamities and tribulations shrouded my heart at all times. To guard against laziness, I would drink a bowl of salty seawater every morning to warn myself, to persevere and not slack off in the slightest. The pavilion was immediately silent. Xiaoxilu slowly raised her cup in silence, drinking a mouthful before putting it down again. She smiled, revealing her red lips and white teeth. For a moment, even the beautiful moonlight paled in comparison. This is the most special tea I have ever drunk in my life. Thank you, Yi. This tea is very good, it makes my heart move. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were speechless at their sweetheart's attitude. What the hell, are you kidding me? My 9 recollection fragrance can't even compare to a cup of seawater? Luo Muzi roared in his heart, but maintained his elegance on the surface. Damn it. This Wu Hai is so cunning, we are offering tea, but he is offering seawater. His skin is really thick. But Fairy Si Lu actually approves of him, this is too infuriating, too infuriating. Luan Fei's fists under the table were clenched so tightly his veins were bulging. Fairy Tian Lu quickly mediated, the moon is high in the sky, the tea has already been drunk, but there is no poem, it is not beautiful. Fang Yuan pretended to be puzzled, are we really going to recite a poem? He was completely unprepared, as if he was hearing it for the first time. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's eyes immediately brightened, this was another chance, another great chance to strike down their rival in love. Last time, I was fooled by you and got away with it. This time, I will definitely knock your limelight down, and then ruthlessly step on it a few times. Luo Muzi's mind was filled with this thought, but on the surface, he was smiling and elegant. Luan Fei was the same, having similar thoughts. But they did not know who Fang Yuan was, competing in poems? Heavens, this was worse than showing off in front of an expert. Fang Yuan came from Earth, he had a lot of ancient poems, there was no lack of excellent works that were recorded in history, and there were even great works that shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. He could casually toss out a copy, and the two of them would have no face left. We are indeed going to recite a poem, there is a reason behind it. Xiaoxilu replied to Fang Yuan. Oh? I would like to hear the details. Fang Yuan followed up. This is a story that has been passed down in southern border, and is also the origin of the Moon Festival. Xiaoxilu started to speak. A long time ago, in a certain village in southern border, a mortal lad fell in love with a Gu master's daughter, and this Gu master's daughter similarly fell in love with this mortal lad. The lad mustered his courage to propose, but was rejected by the Gu master. You are only a mortal, while my daughter is a Gu master with a bright future, how can you be worthy of my daughter? Get lost. The young man begged, but the old Gu master sneered, you want my daughter to marry you, you are dreaming. A mere mortal like you can't even brew a cup of tea? What use do you have? The young man replied, isn't it just a cup of tea? What's so difficult about it? If I do it, will you marry your daughter to me? The old Gu master felt a headache. He knew that his daughter loved the young man in front of him very much. If he forcefully separated them, his daughter would hate him as her father. The old Gu master said, if you can make a cup of tea that satisfies me, I will give you a chance. The young man was overjoyed and quickly agreed, sir, I can definitely do it. The Gu master daughter heard this and was very worried, my family has been famous for tea for generations, but you want to make a tea that satisfies my father? You are only a mortal without the abilities of a Gu master, how can you make a good cup of tea? The young man said, don't worry. Who said mortals couldn't make tea? Let me tell you 3 things. First, big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. Thus, the young man came to the stream and caught a big fish. He cut open the fish's stomach and took out the small fish. He then cut open the small fish's stomach and took out the small shrimps. Second, humans need to eat and also shit. Thus, the young man ate the small shrimps and took out a pile of feces. Third, feces can make flowers and plants flourish. Thus, the young man buried the feces in the soil, and sure enough, the flowers and plants flourished and grew taller. The young man picked out a type of flower and soaked it in the stream, turning the entire stream into tea. The old Gu master drank a mouthful of this tea and was speechless for a long time. His daughter called out, Father, you aren't going back on your word, are you? The old Gu master reluctantly nodded. Young man, you passed the first round. But you are immortal, it is impossible for you to marry my daughter. You are too crude and have no talent, you cannot recite poems. The young man scratched his head, troubled. Although I have never recited poems before, I can try. The old Gu master scoffed, with just you? The young man retorted, why can't I? The old Gu master said, young man, you are not just casually saying a few sentences and reciting poems. Us Gu masters recite poems that can change the color of heaven and earth and make people dance. Can you do it? The young man said in a muffled voice, how will I know if I don't try? Alright, then try, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you fail, get lost and never see my daughter again. The old Gu master said. The young man had no choice but to agree. He started to walk around, wanting to recite poems. But he had never recited poems before, so he had no clue. At this time, he saw the ants on the ground, and the birds and the setting sun outside the window, and suddenly patted his head. He called out, swallows fly low and snakes cross the path, ants move house and the rain arrives. Southern border had a lot of rain, and it was currently spring. The young man had just finished speaking when rain started to fall from the sky. The old Gu master's expression changed. The young man continued, a drop of spring rain is a drop of oil, we will be worried if it rains a few more times. The rain outside the house got heavier, and the sky became gloomy, no longer as bright as before. The old Gu master's expression turned ugly. The young man scratched his head and cheeks, when the elm money turns yellow, I'm busy farming, when the willow hair falls off, I'm randomly sowing rice. At this point, the young man was stuck, he only lacked the last sentence, but he couldn't say it no matter what. I'll give you one last bit of time. The old Gu master sneered. The young man's eyes immediately brightened, and he pointed at the old Gu master, saying, old master, you collected 10,000 buckets of grain, but we are still suffering from famine. The old Gu master immediately jumped in anger, standing up and knocking the teacup in his hand away. Then he pointed at the young man and shouted, you are just a mortal, you have such guts. But his daughter laughed and clapped, great, this poem changed the color of heaven and earth, and made you dance in joy. The old Gu master saw his daughter standing on her lover's side, and was furious, but he couldn't retort. Good, 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 you passed the second round, there is still the last round. You want to marry my daughter, where is the betrothal gift? Can you give me a satisfactory betrothal gift? The young man lowered his head dejectedly, he lived in a thatched hut, slept in straw sandals, and only had a set of patched clothes. I am willing to use all my assets as the betrothal gift. The young man was very serious. Take it out for me to see. The old Gu master said. The young man led the old Gu master to his residence, that old and broken thatched hut. The young man said to the old Gu master, these are all my assets. With this broken hut full of holes? The old Gu master pointed, showing disdain. With this yellow straw mat that is about to break in half? The old Gu master threw the straw mat away. With these broken stones that were used as stools? The old Gu master fiercely kicked the stone, breaking it. The young man lowered his head. With every sentence the old Gu master said, the young man lowered his head even more. By the time the old Gu master finished his 3 sentences, the young man's head was almost touching his chest. But right at this time, from the rock that was kicked by the old Gu master, a Gu worm that looked like a moon flew out shakily, shining brightly, and extremely beautiful. The old Gu master was stupefied. The young man was also stupefied, this stone was randomly picked up from the foot of the mountain. The old Gu master's daughter shouted happily, this Gu worm is definitely enough, it will be the betrothal gift. The old Gu master could not retort, he could not say anything. In the end he could only pinch his nose and marry his daughter to this mortal young man. Fang Yuan had heard of this story long ago, but it was indeed interesting. The whole story described a battle between a mortal and a Gu master, and it ended with the mortal's victory. The young man charged through 3 obstacles, and finally won the beauty, a female Gu master. The old Gu master actually did not use any martial strength from start to finish. This was not logical. But it showed the mortal's yearning for a better life, and the pursuit of happiness. The young man's image was worth investigating and analyzing. Regardless of whether it was the 3 principles or the poem he recited, they were all easy to understand, very simple, and even crude. But these were the summaries of the mortal's daily labor experience. Especially that poem, although the rhyme was not harmonious, it indirectly revealed the truth of the Gu master's exploitation of mortals. Old master collected 10,000 buckets of grain, but we are still suffering from famine. Gu masters were high above, while mortals worked like cows and horses. So in the hearts of mortals, they had the desire to fight with Gu masters. But Gu masters were too strong. How could mortals defeat Gu masters? So in the story, in the final third obstacle, the mortal young man's key to victory was actually a broken stone. A Gu worm appeared in the stone. This was rock dissection. Rock dissection was a popular activity in the southern border. More accurately speaking, among the 5 regions, southern border was number 1 in rock dissection, because there were many mountains in the southern border, and it had abundant natural resources. The mortal young man used rock dissection to defeat the old Gu master. Although this stone was picked up by him, he relied more on luck. This also showed the weakness and helplessness of mortals. From their point of view, Gu masters were too strong, they could not defeat Gu masters. If they could win, it would definitely be due to great luck. This folk tale had mortals as the main characters, and was very likely created by mortals. Because of this, it received strong resonance from mortals, and was widely spread in the relatively isolated southern border, not inferior to. But in the other 4 regions, its spread was limited, and few people knew about it. Because of this story, the Moon Festival was gradually formed in the southern border. On this day, be it mortals, Gu masters, or even Gu immortals, they would come to admire the moon, taste tea, recite poems, and dissect rocks, to celebrate this festival together. Note: wow, this chapter took a long time to write, and expended a lot of brain cells. I am in a good mood tonight. I am quite satisfied with this chapter, because I have been working hard to create a different and complete world. What do you think? Good poem, good poem. Fairy Tianlu smiled tenderly, especially the last line, under the moonlight flowers dream of a beautiful woman, truly beautiful. I think it must be referring to me, hee hee. She purposely jested, and the atmosphere in the pavilion suddenly eased up. Luan Fei helplessly smiled bitterly and sat back down. Everyone, please don't laugh at me, it's just a little clumsy work, it's hard to enter the grand hall. Daoist Luan Fei is too humble, I also have a poem. Luo Muzi said. Oh? We are all ears. Xiao Lu smiled and looked at Luo Muzi expectantly. Luo Muzi was silent for a moment before he spoke. A place to ascend the mountain in search of immortality. Every step was dangerous. The floating dust is like a stream of light. Dark goo was hidden in the heart groove. The golden jade was like a dream. 10,000 years of regret and loneliness. 5 regions 9 heavens technique. All in one breath. Once this 5-word poem was spoken, the atmosphere and concept made all of the Gu immortals present slightly moved. He savored it carefully. Ascending the mountain to seek immortals, it referred to Gu immortals' cultivation. Gu immortals cultivated and had to deal with calamities and tribulations, they needed to develop their immortal aperture. It was like climbing a mountain. Every step was filled with difficulties and obstacles. The floating dust was like a stream of light, which meant that the river of time flowed by. He was in the mortal world, and there was floating dust on his body, and his body was like floating dust. Dark goo hides in the heart groove. This was referring to Gu immortals storing immortal goo and mortal goo in their immortal aperture. But the Gu immortals present all had a deep foundation in literature, they could tell that this sentence had a deeper meaning. Dark goo meant darkness, frustration, failure, compromise, disappointment, and all sorts of other emotions. Mortals all say that immortals are good, but they don't know that immortals suffer. Look at the lives of all living things in the world. Who can truly be free and unfettered? When Gu immortals cultivate, they are under huge pressure. It is unavoidable for them to have all sorts of negative emotions. Even immortal venerables and demon venerables are the same. The path of ascending the mountain to seek immortality is fraught with danger. The floating dust is like a stream of light, the dark goo is hidden in the heart groove. These 2 sentences were simple but had deep meaning, they resonated strongly with the Gu immortals. After that, gold and jade are like a dream. 10,000 years of regret and loneliness referred to gold and jade, but they were nothingness. All kinds of wealth were like a dream. After a long time, love and hate had all dissipated. It revealed the transcendent state of mind of a poet who looked indifferently at the wind and clouds, untainted by the mortal world. The last sentence, the 5 regions and 9 heavens technique, all in one breath, was very imposing. It swept away the gloominess of the previous words, and the atmosphere was majestic. There were also a few other layers of meaning. As long as a person lived in this world, they would only have one breath left. Once he breathed his last, he would die. Humans lived to fight for their honor. If a Gu immortal's cultivation could compare to heaven and earth, to become an outstanding talent in the 5 regions and 9 heavens, it was all because of their hard work. The whole poem was first restrained and then uplifted. It was a magnificent scene that made one's heart tremble. For a moment, the immortals in the pavilion were silent, silently savoring the poem. Xiaoxi thought to herself, this is strange. Based on my understanding of Luo Muzi, how could he compose such poems with his temperament? Perhaps it was someone else's masterpiece that had been appropriated by him. He didn't say he did it himself. She looked at Luo Muzi. On the surface, Luo Muzi looked as stable as a pine tree. He sat upright and drank his tea quietly, but the smile on his face betrayed his inner feelings. Xiaoxi smiled to herself but did not expose him. She turned around and looked at Fang Yuan who was beside her. Fang Yuan's expression was a little strange. This is the 5 words Qiju poem? How can this be? Isn't Demon Immortal Qiju's Grotto Heaven supposed to appear after the 5 regions' chaotic war, when dream realms appear everywhere? Strange. 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 Demon Immortal Qiju was a great expert of the Olden Antiquity era. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal with extremely strong battle strength. He had once fought with Limitless Demon Venerable 3 times. He won 1, drew 1, and lost 1. Of course, in the first 2 battles, Limitless Demon Venerable did not advance to rank 9. But in the last battle, Limitless Demon Venerable surpassed Demon Immortal Qiju with rank 9 power. But both sides still fought for 9 days and 9 nights before the latter lost. Limitless Demon Venerable did not kill Demon Immortal Qiju, he let him go. Limitless Demon Venerable said this, you are my greatest enemy, but without you, I would not have fought so hard. For me to have my current cultivation, you have also contributed to it. To be able to gain such recognition from a Demon Venerable, Demon Immortal Qiju's name would go down in history. After he died, he left behind a grotto heaven that had existed until now. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, the 5 regions' chaotic war caused dream realms to appear, regional walls melted and the 5 regions became one. Such a huge change caused the heaven and earth chi to surge violently. Many blessed lands and grotto heavens that were hidden everywhere in the world were shaken to the point of showing themselves. They could be seen by everyone. Demon Immortal Qiju's Qiju Grotto Heaven was revealed to the world under such circumstances. Undeniably, its appearance caused a huge commotion in the 5 regions. That shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, this 5 words Qiju poem should be carved on the Qi Death Obelisk in Qiju Grotto Heaven. How did this Luo Muzi know about it in advance? Don't tell me he has already entered Qiju Grotto Heaven? At once, Fang Yuan's mind was in a mess. Qiju Grotto Heaven contained a demonic immortal's true inheritance. What level was this demonic immortal at? He was clearly on the same level as Sword Immortal Bo Qing, even He Fan was weaker than him. If I can obtain this true inheritance, kill this Luo Muzi and obtain Qiju's true inheritance. Thick killing intent rose in Fang Yuan's mind again. Luo Muzi did not know Fang Yuan's thoughts. He looked at Fang Yuan with a provocative gaze. I wonder what works friend Wu Yihai has, we are all looking forward to it. That is a must. Luan Fei immediately spoke, Lord Wu Yihai has an extraordinary background, he has rich experiences, Eastern Sea is even richer in resources, I cannot compare to Wu Yihai's knowledge. These two praised Fang Yuan highly, their words were beautiful, but their thoughts were filled with malicious intent. Xiaoxi Lu was well aware of this. She did not defend Fang Yuan at this moment. She stared at Fang Yuan without blinking, encouraging him. I also want to hear your poem, Yihai. I believe it will be extraordinary. That's right, that's right. Fairy Tian Lu quickly followed. At once, Fang Yuan was mocked. He rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. You all think too highly of me. I don't have any poems. I don't even know how to compose them. Wu Yihai is too humble. Too humble. Luo Muzi laughed loudly. Fang Yuan shrugged. I am speaking the truth. The truth is, I did not know there was a need to compose poems while admiring the moon. Even so, Lord Wui Hai, why don't you compose a poem now? I am sure it will be a profound one. It doesn't matter if it takes a long time, we are all willing to wait. Luan Fei said, not giving Fang Yuan any chance to back down. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. He naturally had many poems in his mind. Many of the poems on earth had been passed down for thousands of years, those famous sayings could be casually copied to fit the scene, it was enough to resolve the difficulties of these Gu immortals. But, so what? Fang Yuan's gaze swept through the surroundings. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were in love with Xiaoxi Lu, they naturally disliked Fang Yuan, they had a tacit understanding and worked together to push him away. What was there to compete with these ordinary people? Fairy Tian Lu was Xiaoxi Lu's best friend, she was a good helper, she did her best to help Xiaoxi Lu. As for her Dao companion, he did not speak much, he was silent most of the time, quietly drinking tea at the side. This was his wisdom. As for Xiaoxi Lu, this fairy had both beauty and family background, she was known as one of the 3 great fairies of southern border, she naturally had her own pride. Although Qiao clan had ordered her to get close to Fang Yuan, she had her own methods. She had put in a lot of effort in hosting this moon-admiring gathering today. Not only did she consider details like seating, she even brought her best friend to help, and even more ingeniously, she invited Luan Fei and Luo Muzi to participate. When 2 men competed against each other, even a sow would feel good. Only when one of them won and the other was completely eliminated, the victorious man would look at the sow and realize, oh, so this is a sow. These words were a bit exaggerated, but the logic was the same. When a competitor appeared, it would make the girl being pursued seem more precious, more worthy to be cherished. Xiaoxi Lu was well aware of this. With such a setup, she wanted to draw out Fang Yuan's thoughts, turning from passive to active. As long as Fang Yuan took the initiative to pursue, Xiaoxi Lu would be able to deal with him, and draw out Fang Yuan. If it was the real Wui Hai, he might have already fallen into this beautiful fairy's trap. Unfortunately, she was facing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had not been moved, because he knew the relationship between Wu clan and Qiao clan, and the schemes of Qiao clan's higher-ups. Occupying this point, Fang Yuan was in a commanding position, stable as a mountain. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were just 2 clowns. When Fang Yuan sized up the Gu immortals in the pavilion, the Gu immortals' gazes were also focused on him. The pavilion was silent. This silence was undoubtedly a form of pressure. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei want to deal with me and make things difficult for me. Xiaoxi Lu also wants to force me to accept the challenge, maybe she also feels some anger and humiliation. After all, the seawater tea from before was a form of disrespect towards such a beauty. As for Fairy Tian Lu, she is completely on Xiaoxi Lu's side, there is nothing to worry about. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved, he laughed inwardly and said, then I will play a song, don't laugh at me. I am all ears to listen to friend's masterpiece. We are all looking forward to it. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were full of smiles. But at the next moment, the immortals heard Fang Yuan recite, O great sea, you are full of water. O steed, you have 4 legs. O beauty, you have big eyes and a mouth. The poem ended. The whole place was silent, the other Gu immortals' expressions froze. Even Xiaoxi Lu and Fairy Tian Lu were no exception. This, what the hell? Is this a poem? This is simply nonsense. Boorish man, this Wui Hai is a complete boorish man. What is this? Admiring the moon and reciting poems, such an elegant scene, the atmosphere has been completely destroyed. The Gu immortals' thoughts seemed to be connected, they were all roaring in their minds. Fang Yuan smiled and looked at Xiaoxi Lu, I wonder if Fairy Qiao is satisfied? Satisfied my ass. You still have the nerve to ask such a question? Your skin is really thick. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei roared in their hearts, but due to their demeanor, they did not show it on the surface. The pavilion was still silent. Heh. Xiaoxi Lu laughed, it sounded very forced, this poem is really special, to speak the truth, I have never heard such a poem. As expected of Ihai's creation, now that I think about it carefully, it has a special sense of humor, I can't stop thinking about it. Luo Muzi, Luan Fei. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were speechless. They really wanted to criticize Fan Yuan, but Xiao Lu gave such an evaluation. If they criticized him again, wouldn't that make Xiao Lu look bad? Luo Muzi and Luan Fei felt like they had swallowed a fly. It was very uncomfortable, but they had no way to vent. Fan Yuan looked around and laughed in his heart. Xiao Lu forced a smile. Fairy Tianlu looked at Xiao Lu with concern, her gaze seemed to be filled with sympathy. How could Fairy Tianlu not know Xiao Lu's plan as her best friend? But Fan Yuan didn't fall for it, making her gnash her teeth in hatred, but there was nothing she could do. As for Luo Muzi and Luan Fei, their expressions were stiff, it was simply laughable. Fan Yuan looked at the two. How is it? My poem is not bad, right? Not bad? Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's eyes widened as they looked at Fan Yuan, as if wanting to see how shameless this person was. But immediately after, the two heard Fan Yuan say, although it was just a flash of inspiration, for things like essays and poems, they seem to be created like this. Silu really approves of my poem, but I still want to hear your appreciation of it. Appreciation? Can this thing of yours even be called a poem? What appreciation? Silu, why are you calling her so intimately? You bastard, hey! Who told you to call her so intimately? Luo Muzi and Luan Fei screamed and roared in their hearts. But on the surface, they couldn't do anything. They had to evaluate and say good things, following Xiao Lu's words, only then would they not embarrass Fairy Lu. This was even more uncomfortable than eating a fly. They were clearly rivals in love, and it was a lousy poem that couldn't even be considered a poem. But Luo Muzi and Luan Fei still had to think of ways to appreciate it and say good things about it. This poem, is easy to understand, and catchy. Luo Muzi stuttered. His expression became uglier and uglier, he felt like he was about to vomit. Fan Yuan smiled and nodded, then asked Luan Fei, what do you think, immortal Luan Fei? Luan Fei stared straight at Fan Yuan, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile, but it seemed to be twitching. Then, he said dryly, this is a good poem. Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows. How could he let this person go so easily? He continued to ask, what's good about it? Luan Fei was enraged, his face flushed red with anger as he roared in his heart, how would I know what's good about it? Which part of it was good? You wrote your own poem, yet you still want to praise yourself. You bastard. Seeing Fan Yuan's smiling face, a strong impulse rose in Luan Fei's heart. He picked up the cup in his hand and smashed it fiercely on Fan Yuan's face. This was the best way to vent one's anger, but he couldn't. Xiao Lu was sitting right in front of him. If Luan Fei were to do this, what would happen to Fairy Lu? Wasn't this directly humiliating the fairy? Moreover, he, Luan Fei, was not Luo Muzi, he was a lone immortal. In contrast, Wu Yihai had a noble status, he was the younger brother of Wu clan's Wu Yong. Luan Fei could only suppress the anger in his heart. He racked his brains and tried to think of some words to appreciate Fan Yuan's poem. Today's moon viewing is really a joyous occasion, I didn't think I had the talent to compose poems. Fan Yuan smiled at Xiao Lu with a profound gaze. Xiao Lu's heart shook slightly, then she smiled, next is to open the stones, Yihai, you might have a great harvest. Yes. I am also looking forward to this segment the most, let's open the stones. Fairy Tianlu quickly helped to change the topic. I have prepared a large portion of stones for everyone to choose from. Everyone, please. Xiao Lu naturally came prepared. She had Xiao clan behind her. With this super force, it was naturally not a difficult matter to collect some stones. The atmosphere in the pavilion eased up by a lot. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei also let out a sigh of relief, at least they did not have to praise Fan Yuan's lousy poem against their will. The stones Xiao Lu prepared were of different sizes, Gu immortals chose them in order and opened them on the spot to see if there were Gu worms inside. Mortal Gu were very easy to obtain for Gu immortals. Thus, the atmosphere was relaxed, unlike Gu masters who treated rock openings seriously. Of course, this was only mortal Gu, if immortal Gu were involved, then rock opening would also attract the attention of Gu immortals. Gu immortals had many methods to check if there were mortal Gu inside the stones. But in today's round, everyone naturally would not use any methods to cheat, they would only rely on their own insight and luck. As for the stones with immortal goo inside, they could only be found by chance. Goo immortals had very few investigative methods and were helpless. Wanting to open an immortal goo in tonight's rock was a fantasy, it was unrealistic. Nobody had such extravagant hopes, it was really just entertainment. But this entertainment, to Luo Muzi and Luan Fei, had a different meaning than usual. They were secretly competing with Fang Yuan, but the result almost made them vomit blood. Fang Yuan's rock opening result was at the top of the list, maintaining it from the start until the end. Rock opening was a test of a goo master's insight. Fang Yuan was not lacking in this aspect, he had even opened a rock gambling shop in his previous life. As for luck, could Fang Yuan's luck be bad, not to mention sharing his luck with other people with strong luck, he even had luck immortal goo to help him. But although Fang Yuan won, the process was rather thrilling. Although he maintained his advantage, it was not obvious at times. The one who gave him a strong impact was Luo Muzi. This person was not a lone immortal, but came from one of the super forces of southern border, Luo clan. His insight was very sharp, and most importantly, his luck was also good. The result was only slightly inferior to Fang Yuan. It seems his luck is really good. Otherwise, he would not know about the 5 words Jiju poem, right? Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. It was not difficult for him to move Luan Fei, but he had some misgivings about Luo Muzi because of Luo clan behind him. Of course, no matter how he killed him, Wu Yihai's identity could not be implicated. By the time the moon appreciation banquet ended, it was already late at night. Everyone said their goodbyes, and the scene was lively and cheerful. I'll send you off. Xiao Silu took the initiative to send Fang Yuan off. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's eyes turned red. Let's go. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were originally competitors and did not like each other, but after this matter, they instead reached a tacit understanding. The 4 goo immortals left the pavilion one after another, leaving behind Fairy Tianlu and her immortal companion. Sigh. Fairy Tianlu sighed, this moon appreciation banquet is really tiring. It can't be helped. Her immortal companion also sighed, his gaze clear. The two held hands and looked at each other, smiling as they stepped on the clouds and left. This Wu Yihai is a complete boorish fellow. What did he make? That thing can also be called a poem? Luo Muzi was flustered and exasperated. But Fairy Silu actually treats him favorably. Luan Fei gritted his teeth. Humph, what favorably? His greatest value is his identity. Luo Muzi's tone was somewhat sour. Luan Fei's expression was malevolent. I can't swallow this, no, I can't let Wu Yihai live so carefreely like this. Along the way, Luo Muzi and Luan Fei conversed intensely. Oh? Do you have any good ideas? Although Wu clan is facing difficulties from all sides, Wu Yong might not be aggressive enough, but he still has the ability to defend himself. If you want to make a move against Wu Yihai, you have to consider Wu clan. Be it public or private, Wu Yong will stand behind Wu Yihai. You have to control the scale of this. Luo Muzi reminded. He was a righteous path goo immortal, he understood the difficulty of this. If the scale was too low, it would be hard to harm Wu Yihai. But if the scale was too high, it would cause Wu clan to retaliate. Who could bear that? Luan Fei inwardly curled his lips, thinking, righteous path goo immortals are troublesome, they have to worry about this and that. In contrast, demonic path goo immortals act straightforwardly. But Luan Fei was not a demonic path goo immortal, he was a lone cultivator, he was more inclined towards the righteous path. Luan Fei chuckled, a sinister light flashing in his eyes, we don't need to act personally. Fairy Silu has many pursuers, how can there be only the 2 of us? When we told that person, he was very angry because Fairy Silu did not invite him this time. You are talking about that person from Ba clan? Luo Muzi's expression became somewhat complex. This goo immortal from Qi clan was Jiao, Silu's greatest pursuer. Before tonight, Luo Muzi was extremely disgusted with him. But now, he wanted to borrow his strength to teach Wu Yihai a lesson. Although Wu Yihai defeated Xia Fei Kuai, it was only because he knew his enemy well. If his battle strength was strong, why would he need to negotiate with that mountain-moving old monster? Wouldn't it be better if he directly took back Mount Snail? That person from Qi clan's battle strength definitely surpasses Wu Yihai. Moreover, he can't bear to see others having any designs on Fairy Si Lu. Luan Fei continued. Luo Muzi's gaze became resolute. Alright, let's inform Qi Shang about today's matters. Xiao Si Lu sent Fang Yuan off for over 10 li before she reluctantly parted with Fang Yuan. But she did not directly return to Qiao clan's headquarters, instead returning to the pavilion. In the pavilion, there was already a Gu immortal sitting on a stone bench, quietly tasting bewitchment tea. This person was Qiao clan's first supreme elder. He was the crucial person who had helped Fang Yuan return to Wu clan. Qiao clan's first supreme elder slowly put down his cup. Although Wu Yihai grew up in Eastern Sea, he is Wu Duxiu's son after all. What do you think? Xiao Si Lu's gaze dimmed slightly as she said softly, yes. Fang Yuan deliberately made things difficult for Luo Muzi and Luan Fei, forcing them to praise his poem, but his intention was actually to suppress Xiao Si Lu from afar. Xiao Si Lu was well aware that this was a confrontation of the righteous path. They were chatting and laughing on the surface, but undercurrents were surging underneath. Qiao clan's first supreme elder sighed. All along, although our Qiao clan has been attached to Wu clan, we have never come into contact with the core. Wu Yihai is an opportunity for the whole of Qiao clan, do you understand? The moon festival passed, but Fang Yuan was still roaming around outside. He took the initiative to get close to Xiao Si Lu, although the latter was angry at his disrespect during the moon festival. Due to the clan's orders, she could not reject Fang Yuan. Gradually, rumors started to spread. Wu clan's Wu Yihai and Qiao clan's Xiao Si Lu were very close, they often went sightseeing. Be it Wu Yong's brother Wu Yihai or Xiao Si Lu, one of the 3 great fairies of Southern Border, they were undeniably famous people in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. Their behavior soon formed some rumors and slanders. Xiao Si Lu's pursuers were indignant, but they had to admit that Wu Yihai was a very strong competitor. Ignoring everything else, just looking at the relationship between Wu clan and Qiao clan, Wu Yihai had a huge advantage. This made Fang Yuan feel somewhat helpless. He did not want to be famous. Wu Yihai's identity should be as low profile as possible. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. This time, with the help of Xiao Si Lu, Fang Yuan once again became famous in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. This situation soon affected Fang Yuan. The number of times he was deduced by others was decreasing earlier, but now it was increasing again, and very frequently. Just relying on Dark Limit Immortal Gu was very difficult to deal with this situation. Fang Yuan often placed his aperture and hid in sovereign blessed land. The immortal aperture was a world of its own, isolated from the outside world. As long as Fang Yuan did not leak any crucial clues and was grasped by others, deductions would be very difficult. Unless one had a clue like Connect Luck, it would be very difficult to deduce his exact location or other information. Thankfully, Fang Yuan himself had to place his aperture and absorb heaven and earth qi from time to time. With the addition of Reverse Flow River, the expenditure of heaven and earth qi was huge. Other than placing his aperture, Fang Yuan dealt with Xiao Si Lu while using Wu clan's channels to obtain information about Luo Muzi and Luan Fei. Now was not the time to make a move. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Gu immortals had countless methods, they were extremely mysterious. Sometimes, a little carelessness could lead to unexpected failure. For example, Fang Yuan could resist the attack of a rank 8 Gu immortal using Reverse Flow River. Before the Battle of the Great Snow Mountain, who could have imagined such an outcome? Fang Yuan had a cautious temperament. Even if he wanted to harm Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's lives, he still had to fully understand their information before starting to formulate a targeted plan. Once there was a good opportunity, he would suddenly attack and kill in one strike. This way, the risk would be minimal, and it would be most in line with his interests. Even a lion would use its full strength to capture a rabbit, not to mention that Luan Fei and Luo Muzi were able to enter Xiao Si Lu's eyes. Their own strengths were not bad. Another half a month passed. On this day, Wu Yong summoned Fang Yuan. "Little brother, I have a few missions here. You can choose one of them." Wu Yong went straight to the point. "Elder brother, please speak." "It is my duty to contribute to the family." Fang Yuan calmly replied. An information path Mortal Gu flew out of Wu Yong's sleeve. Fang Yuan took a look and saw that this Gu had 3 contents. The first item was related to Xianming Mountain. Recently, someone had discovered that there seemed to be the aura of a wild immortal Gu in the depths of Xianming Mountain. This news had already attracted many lone cultivator Gu immortals. More importantly, a super force, Yang clan, had also sent their men. If the situation was true, obtaining an immortal Gu was a joyous matter that could increase the foundation of any super force. Wu clan naturally did not want to miss this opportunity. Right now, Wu clan's situation was neither good nor bad. Under Wu Yong's leadership, they had already stabilized their footing. More importantly, Xianming Mountain was near Wu clan's territory. Although it was not Wu clan's territory, it was bordering Wu clan. If Wu clan did not send Gu immortals this time, other super forces might feel that Wu clan was weak. Thus, in this mission, Wu Yong had specially instructed, even if they could not seize the wild immortal Gu, they had to destroy it and not leave it to Yang clan. The second matter was that Red Dragon River's water level had been rising sharply recently. If it was not controlled, there was a high possibility of a flood disaster. Once the flood spread, it would pose a huge threat to all living beings along the way. It would cause a decrease in resources and even change the surrounding environment. The super forces along Red Dragon River paid great attention to it. Xiao clan and Wu clan's territories also bordered Red Dragon River. Thus, they had to send Gu immortals to monitor and try to control it to prevent a huge flood disaster. The third matter was Yi clan's second Supreme Elder's 1200th birthday. They were holding a birthday banquet. Wu clan needed to send a Gu immortal to represent Wu clan to attend the banquet and deliver Wu clan's gift. Yi clan had immense strength. This clan's headquarters was Lingyi Mountain. This mountain was located in the northeast of southern border. It was closest to Eastern Sea. As a matter of fact, the Yi family and East Ocean were closely connected. As for Wu clan, it was located in the southwest region of southern border. Although it was not at the southwest corner, it was the southernmost of all the super forces. Yi clan and Wu clan had such a relationship, it ensured that the two clans maintained a good relationship. Befriending the distant and attacking the nearby, this was one of the most basic principles of the political diplomacy of super forces. Even when many clans made things difficult for Wu clan, Yi clan had never participated. To maintain this relationship, Wu clan had to send a Gu immortal to attend Yi clan's Supreme Elder's birthday banquet. "How is it, have you made up your mind?" After a while, Wu Yong asked. Fang Yuan nodded, "I have thought about it, I will choose the second matter. My battle strength is not high. If I choose Xianming Mountain, I might have to fight with Yang clan's Gu immortals. Yang clan specializes in soul path, I am not proficient in dealing with this path. Then why not choose the third matter?" Wu Yong smiled, "Actually, your identity is most suitable for this task, because you are Wu Yong's younger brother, you will definitely receive a warm welcome at Yi clan." Fang Yuan shook his head, smiling bitterly, "Brother, please spare me. Even though it is a birthday banquet, there will definitely be representatives of other super forces. With Wu clan's current situation, if I attend the banquet, I will definitely be troubled by the Gu immortals of other forces. By then, I will be outnumbered. It is fine if I am embarrassed, but the problem is that I will lose the clan's face. That would be a huge crime." Wu Yong laughed heartily, "Brother, you have thought of this, it is your fault. Let's do this then. If brother has nothing else, I will take my leave. Go, go." Wu Yong waved his hand. Fang Yuan turned around. When he was about to walk out of the hall, Wu Yong asked, "Oh, right, when are you leaving?" Fang Yuan turned around and stood near the door. "If Red Dragon River floods, countless lives will be lost. This is a huge matter, I cannot be careless. I will go back and pack up, I will set off later." "Good, I am relieved that you know this. I will leave this matter to you, you will definitely handle it well." Wu Yong seemed to trust Fang Yuan a lot. "I will do my best." Fang Yuan promised solemnly before turning around and leaving. But he did not see that after he left, the smile and trust on Wu Yong's face disappeared. What replaced it was a gloomy look on his face. The matter is about to succeed. Fang Yuan was overjoyed internally, but he did not show it on the surface. Just like what he said to Wu Yong, after packing his things, he would leave for the north. He flew rapidly, but just as he flew past Yellow Dragon River, Gu Immortal Wu Fa called out, "Lord Wu Hai, wait, I have a new task from First Supreme Elder." Fang Yuan laughed internally, he came after all. On the surface, he had a surprised expression. He stopped in the air and asked Wu Fa, who was flying over, "Elder Wu Fa, why did you call me?" Sigh. Wu Fa sighed deeply, his old face was full of worry. When it rains, it pours. Something happened to the supergoo formation. Ba clan and my clan are in trouble. Elder Wu Bei, who is guarding there, is already injured. He cannot continue to control the situation. Lord, didn't you want to transfer him back? The chance is here. Because of this, the first Supreme Elder has decided to swap you with Elder Wu Bei, so that Elder Wu Bei can come back to recuperate from his injuries. Lord Wu Hai, you will be guarding the supergoo formation. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He was caught off guard. How can this be? He said as he subconsciously looked towards the northwest, saying hesitantly, but Red Dragon River's problem is also very serious, it needs to be resolved urgently. First Supreme Elder has already made arrangements for this matter, Lord Wu Hai does not need to worry about it. My lord, you'd better hurry up and leave. You're needed there urgently. This is a letter Gu from Lord Wu Yong, you can go to Etion Mountain directly, there is no need to return to Wu Clan. Wu Fa said as he stuffed an information path mortal Gu into Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan received the letter Gu and checked it with his consciousness. The content of this letter Gu was naturally in Wu Yong's tone. He said how serious the situation in the giant dream realm was and Fang Yuan needed to leave immediately, he could not waste any time. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. In that case, I can only go. Go quickly, Lord Wu Hai. Elder Wu Fa had an anxious expression. Fang Yuan shook his head, looking towards the northwest before changing his direction and flying towards the northeast. Elder Wu Fa sent Fang Yuan off with his gaze until he disappeared into the horizon. Elder Wu Fa sneered, also looking towards the northwest. Although they knew there was a mountain in the northwest, Great Ping Mountain, it was Chao Clan's headquarters. Elder Wu Fa returned to Wu Clan's Wui Mountain and reported to Wu Yong, First Supreme Elder, the matter has been settled, Lord Wu Hai has already gone to the supergoo formation. Wu Yong was in the study room, he stood up and waved his ink, writing on a piece of white paper. Hearing Wu Fa's words, he nodded slightly. What a great deal. On the white paper, there were 5 words, can be borrowed, unreliable. A long time ago, when I was still a youngster. Mother asked me what I thought about the Chao family, and I replied with those 5 words. I remember it very clearly, and Mother smiled on the spot. At this point, Wu Yong sighed. It's a pity that my brother doesn't quite understand this. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Southern border, Etion Mountain ruins, inside the supergoo formation. Wu Liao, greets Wu Hai. Inside the supergoo formation, Wu Clan's Gu immortals Wu Liao and Wuan respectfully greeted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, sit down, tell me, what is going on? Elder Wu Bei was actually so heavily injured. Wu Liao and Wuan looked at each other. Wu Liao kept quiet as Wuan, who was good with words, reported, Lord, it is like this, as it turned out, Ba Clan had been itching to make a move against Wu Clan. After Wu Clan faced many difficulties, Ba Clan's Gu immortal leader, Old Treeman Ba De, felt that the time was right and attacked Wu Clan. Ba De had already planned for a long time, it was fine if he did not make a move, but once he made a move, Wu Clan was in a passive position. Wu Clan naturally could not sit still and wait for death. Wu Bei made a move, but was tricked by Ba De and had no choice but to spar with Ba De. The result was naturally Ba Clan's victory and Wu Clan's defeat. But we did not expect Lord Wu Bei's injuries to be so severe. During the spar, the victor was decided. Even though Lord Wu Bei lost, he still had an intimidating demeanor. That's right, even though he lost to Ba De, Lord Wu Bei still had a secret discussion with Chao Clan and other clans' Gu immortals. We all thought his injuries were not serious. After Wuan finished, Wu Liao added a few more sentences. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly, but on the surface, he said with concern, I understand the situation, since Wu Bei is gone, I will take his place. Everything will be as before, if the enemy does not make a move, I will not make a move. Yes, Lord. Wu Liao and Wuan immediately responded. They were not surprised by this order. From an outsider's perspective, how could Wu Hai's battle strength compare to Ba De? Even though Wu Hai had been in the limelight recently, his victory over Xia Fei Kuai was only a spar, and the rules were set by him. Even though he settled the dispute on Mount Snail, he did not use force during the whole process, but negotiated with mountain-moving old monster. Finally, the scandal with Xiaoxi Lu was even more lustful. It would not make people respect him. If there's nothing else, you can all leave. I rushed all the way here, so I'm a little tired. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Wu Liao immediately took his leave, but Wu En hesitated and whispered, "Sir, there is something I need to report, then tell me." Fang Yuan already knew what Wu En wanted to report. As expected, Wu En's following words were not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. It was about the Wu clan leading the other clans to make use of the Dreamland to do business with the loose immortals. Right now, the situation is very tense, and the other families are also uneasy. Should we temporarily stop this business? Wu En asked worriedly. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Don't worry. I've already said that everything will go on as usual. If there's nothing else, you can leave." "Yes, my lord." A look of joy flashed across Wu En's face as he bowed and retreated. As long as this Dreamland business continued, Wu En would be able to profit from it. How could he not be happy? Even if things went bad and the business was exposed by the Ba clan, Wu En's responsibility would still be very small. This was because his immediate superior, Fang Yuan, had once said that the business would go on as usual. Fang Yuan naturally knew Wu En's thoughts like the back of his hand. He sneered in his heart, "This Wu En is short-sighted." It was true that the Wu clan's situation was not very good, but they were still the #1 clan in southern border. Bada was indeed smart. Although he had made a move, he did not make a move on this Dreamland business. This was very appropriate because this profit was not solely enjoyed by the Wu clan, but by the other clans. If he made a move on this aspect, it would instead incite the other clans to unite against a common enemy and ally with the Wu clan. The reason why he did not make a move on this was because he had a clear understanding of the entire southern border's situation. Although this was a big deal, if he made a move now, the effect would not be good. If there came a day when the Wu clan's reputation really fell, then when he made a move, it would definitely be like a wall being pushed by everyone. Bada was very clear on this point, and so was Fang Yuan. The world was like a game of chess. A good chess player would always plan before making a move. They would know when to use which chess moves and which chess pieces would be the most effective. Love go small say net chu therefore, the Dreamscape business only needed to continue. The real deciding factor of whether Bada would take action or not was not the business itself, but the Wu clan. Things in the world were often mysterious like this. For many things, the deciding factor was not the matter itself, but something outside of the matter. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan subconsciously looked towards Wu clan. Wu Yong, even though he was a rank 8 Gu immortal, he still fell for Fang Yuan's scheme. Because this was not a competition of cultivation level or battle strength, it was a competition of experience and methods. The reason why Fang Yuan got close to Xiaoxi Lu was naturally not because of Xiaoxi Lu herself, but because of something else. That was to return to the giant dream realm. Wu Yong could tolerate Wu Yihai's greed, but he was wary of Wu Yihai fighting for power with him. This was natural. The seed had been planted long before Wu Duxiu passed away. Before Wu Duxiu died, she had left behind her last words. She wanted to give her immortal Gu to Wu Yihai. Wu Yihai's bloodline was already recognized. Once he grasped a portion of power, he would definitely be a huge threat to Wu Yong's governance. Just like how when Wu Duxiu was in power, she was wary of Qiao clan and guarded against them, within Wu clan, Wu Yong had to be wary of two people. One was Qiao clan, the other was Wu Yihai. Right now, these two were very close to each other, as if they were going to work together. How could Wu Yong not be wary? Earlier, when Wu Yihai joined Wu clan, Qiao clan sent out a spy. It was actually Wu clan's third supreme elder. Many people who understood the situation were already breaking out in cold sweat. How could Wu Yong not be wary? Right now, Wu Yihai and Qiao clan seemed to be working together. How could Wu Yong not make a move? Wu Yong was also very powerful. He did not directly ask Fang Yuan if he wanted to return to the giant dream realm. He gave Fang Yuan 3 choices: Xianming Mountain, Red Dragon River, and Yi Clan's birthday banquet. Behind these 3 choices, there was naturally a deeper meaning. The first task, Xianming Mountain, was definitely the most intense one. It involved wild immortal Gu. There would definitely be conflicts. If Feng Yuan chose this, he would be loyal to Wu clan, he would not be afraid of danger, Wu Yong would have great use for him in the future. The third task, Yi clan's birthday banquet, was a test. Yi clan had a close relationship with Eastern Sea. If Feng Yuan chose this, it meant that he still had some attachment towards Eastern Sea. The second task, preventing Red Dragon River's flood, was a trap. Wu clan and Xiao clan both had territories that bordered Red Dragon River. If Wu clan wanted to prevent a flood, Xiao clan would do the same. This way, they would have a chance to cooperate with Xiao clan's Gu immortals. When Feng Yuan chose this task, Wu Yong's heart turned cold. Even though he was joking back then, he had already made up his mind to send Wu Yihai away as soon as possible. He could not give him any more time to interact with Xiao clan. Xiao Si Lu was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border. She was shockingly beautiful and could seduce people's souls. Even if Wu Yihai was not moved for now, what would happen after a long time? Even heroes had a weakness for beauties, not to mention a fairy like Xiao Si Lu. Furthermore, other than beauty, there were also immense benefits. Once Wu Yihai and Xiao Si Lu got together, it would be very beneficial to him and Xiao clan. Wu Yihai could use Xiao clan's relatives to greatly increase his authority in Wu clan. And Xiao clan would finally break through history, breaking their previous limits. With a son-in-law like Wu Yihai, Xiao clan would truly be able to penetrate deep into the heart of the tree that was Wu clan. How could Wu Yong make such a mistake, and to cut off the connection between the two and forcefully break it up was not feasible, it might even backfire. Moreover, the righteous path had to follow the rules. They could not do as they pleased like the demonic path. After Wu Yong thought about it, he found it hard to deal with Wu Yihai. Even though he had evidence of Wu Yihai's corruption, Wu Yihai was still his younger brother. After thinking about it, Wu Yihai thought of the giant dream realm. He could use this dream realm to exile Wu Yihai for as long as possible, just like how Wu Yihai stayed in the Gu formation. Wasn't it peaceful? His previous success made Wu Yong make up his mind. After he made up his mind, he immediately put it into action. Even though he gave Feng Yuan 3 choices, from start to finish, he did not give Feng Yuan the right to choose, he was only probing. The righteous path is like this. If you don't become the one at the top, you will not have freedom. But even if you become the one at the top, the entire organization will become your shackles instead. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. Soon, he sorted out his thoughts and focused on the current dream realm. He had returned to a familiar place. Here, there were 2 immortal Gu that belonged to him. But the dream realm was still expanding, it was circulating endlessly. This dream realm is not bad, it is a dream realm formed from true memories and experiences, it is not an absurd imagination. Soon, Feng Yuan finished his inspection and entered a dream realm that was flickering with blue light. His vision changed. On a hill, a middle-aged Gu immortal had his back facing Feng Yuan. My son, do you know what our 2 clan used to dominate this mountain range? Feng Yuan inspected himself, he had turned into a child. Father, I don't know. He thought about it before replying. Formation path. The middle-aged Gu immortal suddenly raised his voice, he had an intense pride in it. Formation path? Feng Yuan muttered. That's right. It is formation path. The middle-aged Gu immortal turned around, revealing his old face and firm eyes, he had the aura of someone at the top. Looking at all the paths, formation path is the most complicated path. My son, from today onwards, I will impart you the essence of formation path and guide your cultivation. The middle-aged Gu immortal had a fervent gaze. Yes, father, I will learn well. Feng Yuan replied. The middle-aged Gu immortal shook his head, not just learn well, you have to succeed and become the best, surpass all your peers, even those young Gu masters. Because you are my, Tu Shi Cheng's, son, because you will be the future master of the stronghold. To be continued. Tu Shi Cheng? I have never heard of it. Feng Yuan thought to himself. The boy Feng Yuan was acting as, since his father's surname was Tu, his surname was naturally Tu as well. Being able to leave behind a dream realm meant that he had some skill in formation path. But there was no formation path great expert with the surname Tu in the history of Gu masters. Feng Yuan tried to recall but did not find anything. Of course, his knowledge could not cover the entire history of Gu masters. Maybe this was the dream of a great expert who had concealed his identity in history. Come, sit beside me. The middle-aged Gu immortal Tu Shiqing sat on the ground and patted the soil beside him. Fang Yuan quickly walked to his side and sat down cross-legged. My son, do you know how many Gu master paths there are in this world? Tu Shiqing asked with a warm smile. Fang Yuan thought about it. There were many Gu master paths, but overall, they were becoming more and more prosperous. For example, when Gu masters had just risen, space path and time path were the main paths, then wisdom path, qi path, strength path, rule path, and others appeared one after another. Now, there were fire path, water path, metal path, bone path, poison path, and many more. 500 years later, dream path will rise again, innovation will not stop, there will be more and more Gu immortal paths. Fang Yuan thought as he answered, according to what I know, there are space path, time path, there are also qi path, wisdom path, and others. Tu Shiqing nodded, you are right, but it is not detailed. Let me tell you, during the immemorial antiquity era, during Renzu's era, there were space path and time path. These two paths researched and elaborated on the profundities of space and time. During the remote antiquity era, primordial origin immortal venerable created qi path and enslavement path, star constellation immortal venerable created wisdom path and star path, while our formation path was also created during the end of the remote antiquity era. But the true founder cannot be verified. Refinement path and fire path were also created during this era. In the ancient era, limitless demon venerable created the rule Tao, reckless savage demon venerable created the transformation Tao, strength Tao, wind Tao, light Tao, and dark Tao. During the medieval antiquity era, Genesis lotus immortal venerable created wood path, thieving heaven demon venerable created theft path, giant sun immortal created luck path, metal path, water path, ice and snow path, cloud path, earth path, lightning path, information path, and sound path all appeared one after another. This was an era of innovation. In the modern era, the bone Tao has already been created, as well as the void Tao and the restriction Tao. Of course, these are the major paths of Gu masters. We will not talk about small paths like enchantment path or illusion path for now. When Fang Yuan heard this, he immediately understood. So the era in the dream is the near ancient era. Right now, spectral soul demon venerable has not appeared yet, otherwise, Tu Shiqing would have mentioned it. Tu Shiqing continued, my son, after explaining so much, I want to tell you that the formation path that we cultivate is one of the more ancient sects in history. It could not compare to space path and time path, but it was created in the same era as qi path and wisdom path. In terms of seniority, it appeared even earlier than transformation path. Saying so, Tu Shiqing asked again, transformation path uses one path to reflect 10,000 paths. My son, do you know the essence of formation path? Although Fang Yuan's attainment in formation path were extremely ordinary, this question was very simple and common, he still knew about it. Thus, he answered, formation path uses one path to reflect 10,000 paths. Haha, good answer. Tu Shiqing was not stingy with his praise, and continued to explain in detail, when we set up a Gu formation and formation path, we might need to use space path or time path Gu worms, or we might also need to set up metal path, wood path, fire path, or water path Gu worms. Precisely because of this, formation path can be said to be the most complicated path among all the paths. It is not easy to set up a Gu formation, because we might need to use Gu worms of many other paths. Thus, to cultivate formation path, we need to have some understanding of other paths. Even if our understanding is not deep enough, we need to have a broad understanding of the Gu worms we are using. Fang Yuan listened and nodded continuously. This was one of the difficulties of formation path cultivation. Actually, every path had its strengths and weaknesses. For example, enslavement path, although it could be nurtured, it could fight against many enemies. However, it consumed a lot of resources. Formation path cultivation and learning was a high threshold, because it involved Gu worms of other paths. Gu worms that belonged to formation path were only the foundation or framework of a Gu formation, the other parts needed to be filled by large numbers of other Gu worms. Precisely because of this, formation path cultivation was difficult to learn and hard to master. It was not easy to nurture a formation path expert. Firstly, there was a high requirement for resources, time, and knowledge, and secondly, the goo master's own talent and hard work were needed. Thus, in the goo immortal world, there were very few goo immortals who specialized in formation path. Of course, this rarity was relative. At least, there were many more formation path goo immortals than wisdom path goo immortals. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan did not dabble in formation path in the 500 years of his previous life. The threshold was high and it was hard to learn. My son, since you have become a goo master today, I will give you your first goo worm. At this time, Tu Shiqing slowly opened his palm, revealing a small goo worm in his palm. This goo resembled a ladybug. Its shell was smooth and round, small like a thumb, and it had a yellow luster, giving off a cute aura. This is a formation heart goo. Come, refine it first. Tu Shiqing said. With Tu Shiqing's help, Fang Yuan directly refined this rank 1 goo worm. Formation heart goo's shell opened, the thin cicada wings inside continuously flapped, flying up and down around its new master, Fang Yuan, happily. This goo worm was not precious, it could even be said to be very ordinary. Because it was one of the most basic formation-setting goo worms for formation path goo masters, it was widely used in the 5 regions. Alright, next, let's play a game. Tu Shiqing smiled, taking out 4 goo worms. They are all rank 1 goo, I will lend them to you temporarily. Come, use your formation heart goo as the main goo, and choose any of the goo worms here, combine them, and see if you can form a goo formation. Tu Shiqing said. Fang Yuan's brows slightly rose, looking at Tu Shiqing in astonishment. This was a joke. In the dream realm, this child had just become a goo master, and he wanted him to construct a goo formation on the same day. Although Fang Yuan had not truly cultivated formation path, he still had some superficial knowledge of formation path. For example, constructing a goo formation, normally speaking, it would take at least 2 to 3 months to start. After all, when one first becomes a goo master, it is strenuous to control a goo worm, everything is foreign. The calculation of primeval essence, nurturing the aperture, feeding goo worms and so on, these all require the goo master to adapt and become familiar with them. Now, in the dream, this Tu Shiqing actually wanted his son, a child who had just become a goo master, to construct a goo formation? I have to say, this kind of teaching method is really unique. Fortunately, this is a dream realm and I am in charge. If it were a normal child, how could they complete this task? Or could it be, because it was not completed, the obsession was left behind, forming this dream realm? Fang Yuan guessed as he considered the 4 goo worms he had. He actually did not recognize all of these 4 goo worms. Based on his experience, he only recognized 3 of them, and could not recognize the last one. It was a little awkward. But thinking about it, it was not strange. This dream era was the late antiquity era in history. Spectral soul demon Venerable had yet to appear in the world, thus, the time and environment were quite different from the present. Moreover, there were countless unique and mystical goo worms, there were many newly created goo worms, and there were also many secret inheritance goo that people were not familiar with. How could Fang Yuan have some understanding of all the goo worms? Although he could not recognize all of them, Fang Yuan could still understand the paths of these 4 goo worms. They were earth path, water path, wind path, and fire path. Fang Yuan was not clear about the earth path goo worm. To construct a goo formation, I need to understand these goo worms first. The formation heart goo is not important, but what use does this earth path goo have? Fang Yuan was planning to use this goo to experiment and see its effect. But immediately, his actions were stopped by Tu Shiqing. Tu Shiqing said with a solemn expression, use your heart to sense, listen to your inner thoughts, and act according to your feelings. Do what you feel can be used to construct the goo formation. Remember, you only have one chance. Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. Although this Tu Shiqing and the boy Fang Yuan was acting as were father and son, this father was completely unreliable. What did it mean to rely on intuition? Innate talent could not be displayed like this. After all, if the goo formation's construction failed, the goo worms would be destroyed, and the goo master themselves would suffer backlash. If one could rely on intuition to construct a goo formation, there would not be so few formation path goo immortals in any of the 5 regions goo immortal worlds. Setting up a goo formation was a very meticulous matter. It was like deducing immortal goo recipes. Deducing and constructing a goo formation were the same, they needed a process and careful consideration, as well as continuous experimentation. But dream realms were like this. Fang Yuan calmed his thoughts and continued to ponder deeply. Facing this situation, it seemed like he really had to follow Tu Shicheng's instructions. What should he do? Fang Yuan thought about it and asked, do I need to use all of these 4 goo worms? Of course not. But to set up a goo formation, you need to choose at least 2 of these 4 goo worms. Tu Shicheng replied. I don't know about this earth path goo worm, I might as well give up on it. Fang Yuan continued to ponder. In this case, there were only 3 choices in front of him. Quickly, don't think too much, just rely on intuition. Fang Yuan thought for a long time. Tu Shicheng's expression sank as he urged, I'll give you 3 breaths of time. 3 breaths of time, and there was only one chance. Wasn't this deliberately making things difficult for him? A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Should I use Unravel Dream? His current accumulation was incomparable to before. The last time he explored the giant dream realm, he had a limited number of dream path mortal goo. Unravel Dream could only be used a limited number of times. Fang Yuan had to save as much as he could. But now was different. Fang Yuan was very confident. Because he had captured many nightmare demonic cults, using these natural dream path immortal materials and his persistent refinement, he had many dream path mortal goo. Thus, the number of times he could use Unravel Dream was the highest in history. Precisely so, Fang Yuan had an unprecedented amount of confidence. Forget it. This was only the first level of the dream. Even if I failed, I could still continue exploring. Even though Unravel Dream can be used many times, it cannot be wasted like this. Fang Yuan thought about it and gave up on using Unravel Dream. He began to activate his goo worm. First was Formation Heart Goo. This yellow ladybug had already been refined by him. As his true essence was consumed, it suddenly floated in front of Fang Yuan, motionless, flashing with a pale yellow radiance. Fire path, water path, wind path. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment. Since he had already given up on the earth path goo worm, there were only 3 choices left. He chose the rank 1 goo worm in the water path. The reason for this choice was very simple, because his fire path and wind path realms were very ordinary, but his water path was a grandmaster. The guru realm was not a joke. The water path goo worm was also successfully activated. It was bathed in yellow light as it flew around the formation heart goo, moving up and down at times. Fire path, wind path. Fang Yuan chose wind path. The wind path goo worm joined in, and like the water path goo, it flew around the formation heart goo. It was just that the wind path goo worm was at the outer ring, while the water path goo worm was closer to the formation heart goo. Fang Yuan waited for a while. Of these 3 goo worms, one was hovering in the air, while the other 2 were flying around. They were still very stable. Although they did not form a true goo formation, the progress is good. Fang Yuan felt gratified. For example, setting up a goo formation was like building blocks. All kinds of goo worms were all kinds of strangely shaped building blocks. The goo master had to build these building blocks into the shape they wanted. These scattered building blocks would form into towers, buildings, and other shapes, displaying different effects that far surpassed the individual goo worms. Although Fang Yuan did not successfully build these building blocks into a shape, at least these 3 goo worms did not collapse when they worked together. This was a very good development. But his father, Tu Shicheng, had a trace of gloominess and disappointment in his eyes. Fang Yuan, who had been concentrating on setting up the goo formation, did not notice it. Now, I need to adjust it. Will the formation heart goo remain at the center? Can the positions of the water path goo and wind path goo be swapped? The water path is at the inner ring, and the wind path is at the outer ring. Can it be adjusted so that the water path is at the outer ring, and the wind path is at the inner ring? Or in other words, the water path goo worms and wind path goo worms can work together, and let the wind path goo worm revolve around the water path goo worm, and not around the formation heart goo. Fang Yuan pondered deeply, and immediately had all kinds of plans. But he had no idea what kind of results these plans could produce, or what effect they had. His formation path attainment was too low. Follow your intuition, don't hesitate. Tu Shicheng urged again, his expression showing some impatience. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. In fact, even without his urging, Fang Yuan knew he had to act. There was no other reason, his primeval essence was about to dry up. There was no helping it, in the dream realm, he had just become a goo master, and although his aptitude was a grade, activating 3 goo worms at the same time consumed a lot of primeval essence. He did not have time to think. Then let's try it out. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth inwardly, activating the fire path goo worms and adding them to the newly constructed system. He did not make any adjustments to the foundation just now. Because he did not know what was the use of making adjustments, and did not know if there was a need to make adjustments. He was a pure beginner, he did not have any feelings, and all his attempts were blind. But my luck is good, maybe my luck is good, and I can run into a dead mouse this time? Fang Yuan still had some hope in his heart. But soon, his hope was dashed. The addition of the fire path goo worms immediately caused a chain reaction. The power of the fire path and the wind path goo worms interacted, and immediately increased in power. Shortly after, it collided with the water path goo worms in the inner ring, and as water and fire were incompatible, an explosion occurred. With a soft sound, the explosion was not intense, but it still caused Fang Yuan's face to turn black. His hair stood up, and white smoke rose in spirals. At the same time, the formation heart goo was directly destroyed, and the other 3 goo worms were injured to varying degrees. The water path and fire path goo worms were on the verge of death, and the wind path goo worm was also heavily injured. You failed. Tu Shicheng's expression immediately changed, turning frosty. You disappoint me. Puff. Fang Yuan's vision changed, and he was expelled out of the dream realm. The first exploration was declared a failure. His soul returned to his body, and his body shook slightly, and his healthy face suddenly turned pale. Fang Yuan immediately inspected his injuries, and found that the extent of his soul's injuries was beyond his expectations. But it did not matter. Guts goo. Fang Yuan took out the guts goo and directly crushed it, and the injuries on his soul were greatly alleviated. Fang Yuan took out another one and used it on himself. In an instant, his soul's injuries were completely healed. The feeling of dizziness also disappeared without a trace. Because of the guts goo, Fang Yuan was not afraid of the soul's injuries from failing to explore the dream realm. Right now, I should be the #1 person in the world in exploring dream realms. Even the remnants of Shadow Sect cannot compare to me. Fang Yuan inwardly estimated. This was all because he had 2 powerful tools in his hands to explore dreams. The first was Guts Goo, it could heal soul injuries. The second was Unravel Dream. Once used, the effect would reach the answer of the riddle. It was unreasonably useful. Guts Goo was produced on Danghun Mountain, and Fang Yuan had placed Danghun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land. Even the sale of Guts Goo was in cooperation with Langya Sect. The Guts Goo trade was a monopoly, there were no other stores, and the supply had always been insufficient to meet the demand. Recently, Fang Yuan did not use Guts Goo to earn profits, and instead kept the portion of Guts Goo that belonged to him. There was only one goal, to make sufficient preparations for exploring dream realms. Thus, he kept a large number of Guts Goo, his foundation was very deep. Precisely because of this, he was in a tight financial situation, and had to expand the production of some resources to improve his finances. It did not matter if he failed the first time. With Guts Goo, Fang Yuan's soul immediately healed, and he could start the second exploration now. But he was not anxious, he activated Connecting Heaven Goo and sent his consciousness into it. He started to gather information. First was that Earth Path Mortal Goo. Fang Yuan did not recognize it, he needed to understand it. A copy of, Fang Yuan quickly bought it from an Earth Path Goo Immortal. This was an information transaction, one of the transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies. Some were introductions and understandings of goo worms and paths, some were the sale of current political matters, and there were also Time Path and Wisdom Path Goo Immortals deductions of the past, present, and future. Fang Yuan could also do this, with his 500 years of experience. The information he produced would definitely be very attractive. But this information was usually very cheap, and could not be sold for long, it would even weaken Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage, so Fang Yuan did not care about it. After buying this written by a Goo Immortal, Fang Yuan was not satisfied, he bought some other similar information, and of course, some Formation Path Mortal inheritances. These cost him close to 10 Immortal Yuan stones. To Fang Yuan, it was like a drizzle. This goo recipe had very little practical value. Because many of the goo materials in the recipe had already gone extinct, they no longer existed in the world. If Fang Yuan wanted to refine this mortal goo, he could only modify the goo recipe. He naturally would not do such useless work. With this information, he had a deep understanding of this mortal goo. Next, Fang Yuan read through those mortal inheritances of formation path. This strengthened his foundation in the Array Dao. Even though he had never researched formation path, in the 500 years of experience in his previous life, he had more or less learned about formation path, or through some coincidences. Thus, the extent of enrichment was not much, it was very limited. But this time, he had a targeted understanding of the test in the dream realm. He had a goal in collecting formation path information. From some information, he learned that in the late antiquity era, there was a popular trend of thought in formation path. This trend of thought was called earth, water, wind, and fire. It believed that these four basic elements could make a goo formation extremely stable. They formed the most basic goo formation, and had the strongest tolerance. Of course, this trend of thought was only popular for a while. Decades later, it was abandoned by people. Compared to the entire history of formation path, decades were too short. This trend of thought was like a small wave, vanishing in the surging river of history. It is like the origin of humanity. People on Earth once thought that humans were created by gods, be it China's Nuwa or the West's God. This was a trend of thought. After dominating people's cognition for a long time, it was defeated by Darwin's theory of evolution. However, with the advancement of science, people have discovered that there are still flaws in Darwin's theory of evolution. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered for a while. This trend of thought of earth, water, wind, and fire was the same. Because with the development of formation path, people discovered that the goo formation formed by the four basic elements of earth, water, wind, and fire was not the goo formation with the greatest tolerance. People continued to discover and deepen their understanding, they continued to improve. Even if it was abandoned soon after, it was still a form of progress. This information was very valuable. It gave Fang Yuan the correct answer to pass the first stage of the dream realm. So, to truly form a goo formation, I need to use all the goo worms and mix them together. Fang Yuan realized in his heart. At the same time, he sighed, this Tu Shiqing is really sinister. He clearly wants to use all four goo worms and not leave out a single one, but he is still playing dumb, saying that at least 2 mortal goo must be used. Next, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Because even if they knew the correct answer, it was still unknown how to make the 4 goo worms revolve around the formation heart goo and form an effective goo formation. If these 4 mortal goo could be refined, Fang Yuan could try to deduce it outside the dream realm and in reality. This was also the method those laymen used to break the dream realm in the early stage of the dream realm. But now, that earth path goo worm was hard to refine. Even if the goo recipe was modified, would the earth path mortal goo refined be the same as the one in the dream realm? After all, this was a dream realm. Sometimes, there were deviations between dream realms and reality, and was not a copy. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to try it in the dream realm. The second attempt was the same as the first one. But this time, Fang Yuan chose to activate these 4 mortal goo at the same time, matching the formation heart goo. Failure. The 4 mortal goo detonated at the same time. Fang Yuan was injured and kicked out of the dream realm. The third attempt, Fang Yuan chose the earth path goo first, and the water path goo second, but failed again. The fourth attempt, the fifth attempt, until the 7th attempt, Fang Yuan finally succeeded. Surrounding the formation heart goo, the 4 mortal goo flew around each other. The water path and fire path goo flew in an oval shape, sometimes near and sometimes far away from the formation heart goo. As for the earth path and wind path goo, the former floated below the formation heart goo, while the latter floated above it, both motionless. Under the control of the formation heart goo, these 4 goo worms formed a mystical force, constantly emitting a hazy rainbow light. Being in this light, the goo master's primeval essence would recover at twice the speed. This is a very useful goo formation for goo masters. Fang Yuan evaluated in his heart. Ha ha ha, not bad, very good, as expected of my son, you really have talent in formation path. Tu Shiqing laughed heartily at Fang Yuan's success, showing a very happy expression. Fang Yuan, this world and hill slowly faded away in Fang Yuan's vision. The first stage of the dream realm passed, the second stage began. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. In the first stage, he did not use the killer move Unravel Dream, and in the end, he only used a dozen Guts Goo. The cost was still very low. Without carefully observing his formation path attainment and how much it had increased, Fang Yuan focused all his attention on what was in front of him. He found that he was in a cage right now. In the huge cage, there was a small cage. In this small cage, a pitch-black leopard was trapped. Its shriveled belly and hungry eyes showed how dangerous this leopard was. What's going on? Fang Yuan was puzzled. At this time, Tu Shiqing stood outside the cage and said to Fang Yuan, I will give you 10 minutes to arrange these goo worms into a goo formation. After 10 minutes, this leopard will regain its freedom. At that time I will not make a move, it will depend on whether you can use your goo formation to resist this leopard. What? Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes. This teaching method, hey, are you really a father? You are my son, you can definitely do it. If you can't, then you are not fit to be my son. Tu Shiqing said expressionlessly. What the hell? Fang Yuan grinned, looking at himself. He found that he had not grown much, about the same age as in the first stage, 14 at most. This Tu Shiqing seems to be a righteous path goo immortal, but he is so ruthless? Or maybe this is just a threat to force his son to display his full potential? Fang Yuan guessed in his heart. Whoever became this Tu Shiqing's son is really unfortunate. Time was limited, Fang Yuan quickly calmed his mind and began to inspect the goo worms in his hands. The leopard was only an ordinary fierce beast, but with just the body of a young man in his dream, he definitely could not resist it. He could only rely on the goo formation to resist it. There were only 5 goo worms, and they were still 5 rank 1 mortal goo. One of them was a formation heart goo, while the other 4 belonged to earth path, wind path, water path and fire path. It was not much different from the first stage. The difference was that although these 4 goo worms belonged to the same path, the specific goo worms were not the same. How should these goo worms be combined to form a goo formation? Fang Yuan began to experiment. With the precious experience of the first stage, Fang Yuan was very familiar with it. His first attempt quickly failed. Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood in the dream realm, the backlash was extremely severe. Fortunately, his goo worms were not damaged. He was also not expelled from the dream realm. It seems that as long as the time limit is not up, I can continue to try? Although there is still a chance to continue, the truth is that the chances are slim. Fang Yuan frowned. After being injured, although the goo worms were fine, his condition was not good, his primeval essence was limited, and he was injured. Fang Yuan soon found that because of his injuries, he was very unstable when he tried again. Although the goo worms flew up, they were on the verge of falling. The second attempt also failed. Although there was still time, Fang Yuan could not continue trying, because one of his goo worms had already died in the second failure. If it were those 4 mortal goo from other sects, so be it, but Fang Yuan's formation heart goo was destroyed. My goo worm was destroyed, father, can you give me a second formation heart goo? Fang Yuan quickly asked. But the answer he got was Tu Shiqing shaking his head mercilessly. Put yourself in my shoes, if you were in a battle, who would give you a second replacement goo worm? Son, you disappoint me, you no longer have a chance. Sure enough, once the time limit was up, the cage opened and the leopard pounced, biting Fang Yuan's throat. This dream realm was very realistic. Fang Yuan could clearly feel that his throat was bitten open, breathing became extremely difficult, his flesh was being torn off bit by the leopard's sharp teeth, the pain penetrated deep into his heart. Blood flowed freely from any of his wounds, the leopard drank it in satisfaction. Tu Shiqing slowly shook his head, sighing, you are not fit to be my son. Then, he turned around and left. There is really no saving me, is this Tu Shiqing from the righteous path or the demonic path? After being expelled from the dream realm, Fang Yuan's soul returned to his body, feeling depressed. After using Guts Goo to heal his injuries, he continued to explore. Second failure, third failure, fourth failure, every time he failed, Fang Yuan would be killed by the leopard, once again experiencing the painful and miserable experience of being devoured by a fierce beast. If it was someone else, their mind might have already collapsed. But Feng Yuan had no fear. The pain he was suffering was already many times greater than this. He treated it as a light breeze, his mind still focused on how to construct the goo formation. 10th failure, 11th, 12th, this second stage of the dream realm was much harder than the first stage. After Feng Yuan was expelled from the dream realm, his soul's injuries were even more severe than in the first stage. The first stage required 2 guts goo to recover, but the second stage required at least 3 guts goo, sometimes even 4. Feng Yuan calmly calculated the cost. At this rate, the cost is getting higher. Do I have to use the killer move Unravel Dream? Wait. While worrying, Feng Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He entered the dream realm and continued to try. A moment later, Feng Yuan successfully constructed a goo formation in the dream realm for the second time. This goo formation still used the formation heart goo as the core, but the earth path goo worm was above the formation heart goo, not moving. The other 3 goo worms, fire path and wind path, revolved around the water path goo worm. And the water path goo worm was below the formation heart goo, jumping around in the range of a palm. These few goo worms formed a goo formation, emitting a hazy white light that enveloped the leopard. That's right. This goo formation was a trapping goo formation, targeting the leopard and not protecting the goo master. The construction process was not easy. The leopard was constantly jumping, affecting the construction of the goo formation. From time to time, Feng Yuan had to stop the construction and wait for the leopard to move away from a certain position. This was also why Tu Shicheng left a few minutes for Feng Yuan to try setting up the formation. Ha ha ha, not bad, you are worthy of being my son. Very good, then in the following period of time, you will continue to learn from me. In a month, there will be an even more severe test that concerns your life and death. If you cannot pass it, then die. Tu Shicheng laughed, his laughter somewhat deranged. Feng Yuan's small body stood in the cage, glancing at the struggling leopard in the goo formation, then at Tu Shicheng, sighing faintly. The second stage of this formation path dream realm could be considered past. Next was the third stage. Feng Yuan followed Tu Shicheng, standing beside a surging river. The river water flowed east, scarlet like blood. Feng Yuan immediately understood, this was Southern Border's Red Dragon River. Southern Border had 3 great rivers, Red Dragon River, Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. They were all enormous rivers that passed through Southern Border. Feng Yuan looked at this river and immediately had a bad feeling. Sure enough, he heard Tu Shicheng say, the goo worms have been lent to you, you have to rely on yourself now. If you cannot construct the goo formation, you should know the consequences. Feng Yuan was about to reply to buy some time, but the next moment, Tu Shicheng patted his back. A great power surged forth, and Feng Yuan was unable to resist it at all. He was immediately pushed into Red Dragon River. F***ck. Feng Yuan cursed in his heart as he sank into the surging river. He was immediately swept away, his body involuntarily drifting down with the river. Feng Yuan struggled with all his might. He only had the body of a teenager. Fortunately, he had inherited Feng Yuan's profound swimming ability. After struggling for a while, he popped his head out of the river and panted heavily. Making the best use of his time, Feng Yuan inspected the goo worms in his hands. I'll cross again. Soon, he cursed inwardly, because this time it was not the 4 earth, water, fire, and wind mortal goo he had imagined, but 12 goo worms. How was he supposed to put them together in such a short time? There were too many ways to combine them, and in such a terrible environment, the chances were really slim. This time, Feng Yuan did not hesitate, he directly used Unravel Dream. Suddenly, an answer appeared in his mind. The first 3 steps of activating the goo worms and setting up the goo formation were clear to him. Only the first 3 steps? Feng Yuan had no choice but to continue using Unravel Dream. The 4th, 5th, and 6th steps appeared. The answer was accurate. But there was still a long way to go before the goo formation was completed. Feng Yuan was about to use it for the 3rd time when the river water changed, he was swept into a whirlpool. There was a dull thud. Feng Yuan crashed into a floating log in the fierce whirlpool, he knocked his head and fainted on the spot. At the next moment, Fang Yuan woke up and returned to reality. His soul was heavily injured, he was seeing stars. He quickly used Guts Gu, 1, 2, 6 guts in a row before he recovered. The third stage is even more difficult, the environment for setting up the formation has become so harsh. But, my formation path attainment level has already risen to Quasi-Master. After comprehending for a while, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a trace of joy flashing in his eyes. What was attainment level? Attainment level was the Gu Master's unique way of thinking, feelings, and experiences, as well as their experiences in raising Gu, using Gu, refining Gu, and so on. Summarizing and refining them into the essence, it was the understanding and comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Cultivation attainment levels were divided into ordinary, master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, and supreme grandmaster. Of course, there were also the minute levels of quasi-master, quasi-grandmaster, and quasi-great grandmaster. Ordinary attainment level was a level that most Gu masters could reach in their lifetime. Quasi-master attainment level was already very rare. Young Gu masters with outstanding talent or experienced Gu masters who were old and experienced could often reach this level. Master attainment level was when the use of Gu worms had reached an artistic level, breaking away from superficial craftsmanship. This was 1 in 10,000. For example, during the imperial court contest, there were only 5 enslavement path masters. They were Jiang Baoye, Yang Ping, Ma Zun, Chang Shanin, Fang Yuan, and New Air Tuesday. Of course, this was 1 in 10,000 for mortals. For rank 6 Gu immortals, their main cultivation path usually had such attainment level. Quasi-Grandmaster attainment level was usually the elite among rank 6 Gu immortals. Grandmaster attainment level was when one had a deep understanding of a path, they had a solid foundation and could comprehend other paths by analogy. Specifically, by using the Gu worms of their main path, they could imitate the advantages of other paths. He Fan's true inheritance had an immortal killer move called 100 Years Harmony. It was a classic example. It used time path Gu worms to achieve the effective information path. From this, it could be seen that He Fan's time path attainment level was at least at Grandmaster level. Normally speaking, Gu immortals who could reach Grandmaster level were even rarer. They often needed hundreds of years of accumulation, and also required the Gu immortal's talent and ability. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he only reached Grandmaster attainment level in Blood Path in 500 years. Those who could reach Grandmaster attainment level were basically rank 7 Gu immortals. Above Grandmaster were quasi-great Grandmasters, they were even rarer, they were usually rank 7 experts or rank 8s. As for Great Grandmaster attainment level, most rank 8 Gu immortals could only reach this level for their entire lives. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, this was a character that only appeared once in thousands of years. Supreme Grandmasters were even rarer. For example, in the long history of Refinement Path, there were only 3 Supreme Grandmasters. One of them was a hairy man, long-hair ancestor. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level could not even be considered ordinary. But now, it had risen to quasi-master level. Most Gu masters could not reach this level even if they worked hard for their entire lives. Fang Yuan had only used a few days to reach this level. He had explored 2 dream realms. This was the power of dream realms. They contain true meaning. Once a Gu immortal successfully explored them, they would obtain the true meaning and directly raise their attainment level, deepening their understanding of a certain great Tao. Just 2 scenes and he could reach quasi-master level formation path attainment level. This dream realm is not simple. No wonder it is so difficult. However, I have never heard of Tu Shiqing before. This guy's education method was truly unique. Fang Yuan did not dare to compliment him. But the person he taught was the source of this dream realm. Evidently, this boy was an important person. Fang Yuan could clearly sense that he was only a small step away from formation path master level. As long as I complete the 3rd scene of the dream realm, my formation path attainment level will rise to master level. Fang Yuan excitedly licked his lips. Successfully exploring the dream realm raised his foundation. This increase was so huge that it allowed Fang Yuan to walk on a shocking shortcut. He could not stop even if he wanted to. However, since he had already left the dream realm, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to go back in. He recalled the scenes of the 3rd scene of the dream realm, especially the Gu worms that he had. he found that he only recognized 60% of them. Thus, Fang Yuan started to search for information and understand these goo worms. These were all mortal goo, it was just that many of them had gone extinct due to the passage of time. Fang Yuan soon found what he wanted, he understood these mortal goo very clearly. Next, he started to read through the mortal formation path inheritances that he had. The feeling of reading this time was completely different from the experience he had before. In the past, most of the things in the inheritances, Fang Yuan could only see the surface, but now, he could see the essence with just one glance. They were things that he had read before, but when Fang Yuan looked at them this time, he had new discoveries. This feeling was very mystical, it was as if he was suddenly enlightened. However, there were some parts that Fang Yuan could not completely understand. After all, it was only quasi-master level. Some outstanding mortal goo masters could reach master level. The inheritances that they left behind naturally had some parts that Fang Yuan could not understand. Fang Yuan was immersed in the profundity of formation path, allowing time to flow around him. If he was thirsty, he would drink some water, if he was hungry, he would eat some fruits. In his mind, thoughts were rising and falling like waves. This was him using wisdom path methods to help himself speed up his formation path learning. Undeniably, the content of formation path was very broad, it was related to all paths. Thus, it was extremely complex and could be said to be the most complex path. Only when Wuan asked to see him, did Fang Yuan regain his senses. Unknowingly, 8 days have passed. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before his gaze became clear. In his mind, the chaotic thoughts gradually calmed down. In these 10 days, Fang Yuan could be said to have forgotten to eat and sleep. Not only did his formation path attainment level rise, Fang Yuan also did not let go of all the basic content of formation path, he had a solid understanding of it. What is he doing here? Fang Yuan frowned impatiently. But he thought about it and decided to meet this Wu Clan Gu immortal. It turned out that Wuan had brought Lady White Rabbit here. Lady White Rabbit reported the situation of the Dream Realm business, she gave the detailed accounts to Fang Yuan for him to check. Even though Fang Yuan did not care about this business, he was the leader of the entire business. Fang Yuan took a rough look at the accounts and gained a deeper understanding of the forces around him. He sent Wuan and Lady White Rabbit away. "My lord, there is one thing that this subordinate does not know if he should say." Before leaving, Wuan wanted to say something but hesitated. "Speak." Fang Yuan was straightforward. Wuan reported to Fang Yuan that there were rumors that Qi Clan's Gu immortal Qi Sheng was coming to the Super Gu formation to patrol. Fang Yuan understood Wuan's intention and waved him away. Xiaoxi Lu has many pursuers, this Qi Sheng is one of the most important ones. He has never come here to patrol, I am afraid he is here to find trouble with me. But righteous path Gu immortals would not fight to the death, they would at most lose face. At most, I will give up my reputation and avoid the battle. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin, but I need to prevent my secret from being exposed. After all, this Super Gu formation was constructed by Qi Clan. Among Southern Border super forces, Qi Clan is the #1 formation path force. Fang Yuan looked at the mortal formation path information, he could see through it at a glance, there were few things he could not understand. But when he looked at the Super Gu formation that he was in, it was still the same, his vision was blurred, he was like an ant facing a vast galaxy. This Super Gu formation was personally created by Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder, he was a formation path Great Grandmaster. Qi Sheng came very quickly, it was out of everyone's expectations. A welcoming banquet was necessary. Because Qi Sheng was representing Qi Clan, he had the responsibility of patrolling the Super Gu formation and checking if there were any flaws in the defense. The banquet was lively on the surface, but there were turbulent undercurrents. Everyone knew that this was not Qi Sheng's mission, but he took the initiative to do it. Qi Sheng was pursuing Xiaoxi Lu, everyone in Southern Border knew about it, but in recent months, there were rumors that Wu Yihai and Xiaoxi Lu were very close. Qi Sheng's objective was clear. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not join the banquet, he stayed inside the Gu formation, exploring the Dream Realm. This caused many people to feel disappointed that they couldn't watch the show. Ba De slowly put down his cup. "Nephew Qi Sheng, I have already introduced you to all the Gu immortals here, they are all outstanding talents. Unfortunately, there is still one person who hasn't arrived today. This person is even more extraordinary. He was born in the Eastern Sea, and then joined our southern border. Recently, he defeated Xia Feiguai and mountain-moving old monster one after another. He is the Wu clan's leader here. The Gu immortals in the banquet had a thought. Everyone knew who Ba De was talking about. Qishang was dressed in a white robe and had a handsome face. His eyes were deep and his nose was hooked like an eagle, giving him a bit of a sinister aura. He was already 160 years old. Old Treeman Bard was much older than him. The Qi family and the Ba family were connected by marriage, so Ba De didn't call Qishang nephew carelessly. Qishang heard this and smiled. I have also heard of a mortal friend Wu Yihai's name, it is like thunder in my ears. It was a pity that he couldn't meet her today. But I will be staying here for a long time. I need to inspect the Gu formations here. I will definitely meet a mortal friend Wu Yihai when the time comes. Qishang took the initiative. Everyone felt that Fang Yuan, who was hiding at the back, was much weaker than Qishang. After the banquet ended, Wuan and Wu Liao were indignant. They asked to see Fang Yuan. They did not have a good time during this banquet. They were mocked and mocked by others. They almost fought each other. Oh? In that case, I will hold a banquet here tomorrow and invite Qishang. Fang Yuan thought about it and said. Wuan and Wu Liao looked at each other. Their spirits were lifted as they left with Fang Yuan's orders. In the huge palace, only Fang Yuan was left. He walked towards the depths of the palace, looking at the dream realm. He had already explored most of this formation path dream realm. After using Unravel Dream, the third, fourth, and fifth scenes of this dream realm were all conquered by Fang Yuan. The main content of the dream realm was Tu Shiqing teaching his son formation path cultivation. His teaching method was extremely barbaric and harsh. He used life and death to stimulate the child's potential. Fang Yuan had been tricked many times. He could no longer complain about it. Unravel Dream was indeed very effective. These dream realms did not pose any obstruction to Fang Yuan, his formation path attainment. Level rose again. Not only did he reach master level, he even advanced to quasi-grandmaster level. But there is still a long way to go before I become a true formation path grandmaster. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of this aspect. The further one progressed, the harder it was to raise attainment level. There are still remnants of this dream realm. According to the size, there are at least 2 more scenes. This Tu Shiqing's son is truly amazing. His formation path attainment level was definitely above grandmaster level when he was alive. But recently, Qishang has been visiting the Gu formations. I should restrain myself and stop exploring the dream realm. After all, this super Gu formation was created by Qi clan. Fang Yuan could not see through this super Gu formation. He had to be careful. Fang Yuan knew that once the secret of his ability to explore dream realms was exposed, the impact would be huge. By then, not only would southern border be shaken, the other 4 regions might also mobilize their forces and attack him. Wu Yihai, you want to invite me to a banquet tomorrow? Qishang smiled as he looked at Wuan. Thank you, Wu Yihai, for your good intentions, but, forgive me, I have official business to attend to. After I inspect the Super Gu formation, I will go to Wu clan to disturb you. Qishang smiled as he rejected Fang Yuan's invitation. Wuan was helpless. He returned to report to Fang Yuan with an expression of anger and humiliation. Qishang's actions were too much. Wu clan lost face. This made Wu Liao and Wuan feel indignant. The other clan's Gu immortals covered their mouths and snickered. They were looking forward to a good show. Fang Yuan was calm from start to finish. He looked at Wuan and Wu Liao indifferently. In that case, let's wait. He did not look angry at all. But Wuan and Wu Liao were anxious. They felt like their faces had been ripped off by Qishang. But Fang Yuan was not anxious at all. They could only leave helplessly. Even though Fang Yuan did not continue exploring dream realms, he had many other things to do. For example, building coiling thread caves and producing large numbers of regretful spider goo. This was the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's second large-scale production resource. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had been making preparations. Everything was to create an environment suitable for ordinary spiders to evolve and grow into regretful spider goo. According to Dongfeng tribe's method, to build coiling thread caves, they needed a goo formation, rank 6 immortal material, softine silk, and rank 7 immortal material, hate water rock. Fang Yuan had already collected most of the softine silk and hate water rocks. For this, he used a large amount of immortal yuan stone and some other immortal materials. Next was to set up the gu formation. Evidently, this was a gu formation that involved immortal materials. Normally speaking, this gu formation that used immortal materials could only be deduced and created by Grandmaster Formation Path Gu Immortals. Great Grandmaster Formation Path Gu Immortals could use the natural Tao marks of heaven and earth as the foundation to set up the gu formation. Before exploring the formation path dream realm, Fang Yuan looked at this gu formation like it was a heavenly book. But now, he had a clear understanding of it. After all, he had quasi-grandmaster attainment level. Moreover, Fang Yuan had some inspiration. Maybe I can modify this gu formation and add Perseverance Immortal Gu. According to the principle of this gu formation, if Perseverance Immortal Gu is added, the production of regretful spiders will increase by 3 times. This idea made Fang Yuan's heart jump. If he could achieve this goal, then the trade of regretful spiders would surpass dragonfish. The benefits it would bring to Fang Yuan would surpass the trade of guts gu. This seemed a bit exaggerated, but if he thought about it, it was true. After all, the production of guts gu was restricted by the quality and quantity of souls. Currently, Xianxia sect was killing desolate beasts in Taichio and using their souls as production resources to produce guts gu. On the other hand, they also imported some souls from Jewel Yellow Skies and the Northern Icy Plain as supplements. Most importantly, there was Western Desert's Shao clan. No matter how many regretful spiders there were, this super force would take them all. Regretful spiders did not need to worry about sales. Moreover, Fang Yuan had a cooperative relationship with Shao clan. Fang Yuan started to deduce. But soon, he ran into a problem. He could not set up a part of the gu formation. This was beyond his limits, no matter how many wisdom path methods he used to help himself. I am only a quasi-grandmaster. If I was a grandmaster, I would have the foundation to modify this gu formation. Fang Yuan understood. But even though I am not a formation path grandmaster, there is someone in front of me who has reached this level. This person was none other than Xianxia. After rejecting Fang Yuan's invitation, Xianxia started to inspect the super gu formation. The gu immortals guarding each area also welcomed Xianxia. Xianxia was purposely delaying the progress. Everyone knew that the longer he delayed, the more Wu clan's reputation would be damaged. Of course, Xianxia was not hostile towards the Wu clan, but towards Wu Yihai. Love rival. Wu Yihai, you think too highly of yourself and look down on me. Do you think I'll run over just because you said you're inviting me to dinner? Humph. Now, I will make you come and find me. Xianxia had such a plan in his mind. But soon, he could not continue with this plan. Because Fang Yuan's letter of challenge was sent to him. In the letter, Fang Yuan said, I once toured the mountains and rivers with Fairy Si Lu. She mentioned you. Fairy Si Lu praised you as a formation path genius, but I, Wu Yihai, do not think so. I have a formation path problem here. Let's see if you can solve it. If you can, you win. If you can't, then you lose, and I'll inform Fairy Si Lu of the result later. Xianxia was furious. Wu Yihai, you could not hold back after all. But you want to use a formation path problem to make things difficult for me? You are a transformation path gu immortal, you want to use formation path to make things difficult for me? Who gave you the guts? Ah. Genius 1 second remember if you want to go? Speak net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Xianxia felt that he was humiliated. Yes, humiliated, who in southern borders gu immortal world did not know of Wu Yihai's identity. Everyone knew that he cultivated transformation path. But now, Fang Yuan did not use his specialty to make things difficult for Xianxia. Instead, he chose Xianxia's specialty. This was like saying, I am not using transformation path to make things difficult for you because you cannot compare to me. The disdain was clear in his words. He could not take it anymore, he could not take it anymore. Xianxia stared with wide-opened eyes. He held Fang Yuan's information path gu worm in his hand as he gritted his teeth. I want to see what problem you came up with. Eh? He has some skill. It didn't take long for Xianxia to reveal a wisp of a solemn expression. Fang Yuan's problem was a challenge to him. But soon, Xianxia felt relieved. No wonder Wu Yihai is competent in making things difficult for me in formation path. This problem is a bit difficult. Did he come up with this problem? That should not be possible. He cultivates transformation path, it should be Wu Clan's formation path Gu immortals behind him, right? Humph, with his identity as Wu Yang's brother, how could Wu Clan's Gu immortals not help him? Even though Wu Clan was not skilled in formation path, as long as it was a super clan, they would be involved in formation path. Because super forces guarded their resources, they needed Gu formations on a large scale. However, even if your Wu Clan's Gu immortals help, so what? In terms of overall strength, my Qi clan is slightly inferior. But in terms of formation path attainment, my Qi clan is the #1 clan in southern border. Qishang felt an intense sense of pride in his clan. He gathered his concentration and dove into Feng Yuan's problem without hesitation. The more he thought, the more he forgot about himself. All of the problems were gradually broken down into dozens of difficulties in his analysis. To solve the problem of water and fire being incompatible, ordinary methods cannot be used. The Gu formations requirement is a round formation, I have to give up the square formations things, how do I solve this problem? Hiss, this is a bit difficult. But this is not a problem for me. Qishang's fighting spirit soared as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He told himself that he must teach Feng Yuan a harsh lesson, I must let him know that I, Qishang, cannot be humiliated. Lord, Luo Clan's Gu immortals are inviting you to a banquet, it is about to begin. Love Go Small Say Netku at this time, a rank 6 Gu immortal from Qi clan, Qi Lu, reminded Qishang from outside the door. I'm not going. Qishang didn't even raise his head as he continued to deduce in his mind. But, we've already agreed. Qi Lu hesitated. I said I won't go, so I won't go. Go away, Qishang replied impatiently. Qi Lu had no choice but to leave. Qishang took a deep breath. Faced with Feng Yuan's question, his eyes lit up as he mumbled to himself, what's so good about the banquet? The most important thing now was to defeat him. He had to solve this problem as soon as possible. Kid! How dare you humiliate me? Just like that, the night passed by. Qishang did not sleep, his eyes were bloodshot and his hair was messy, he was very tired. With a Gu immortal's physique, staying up late was not a problem. But Qishang had expended a lot of energy, he did not rest at all during the night, he had been deducing and designing, he was working hard. This problem is quite difficult indeed. But I have already solved it. Ha ha ha, you dare to make things difficult for me. I will let you have a good taste of my power. Even though he was very tired, Qishang was very excited, he laughed loudly. He could not wait to see how Feng Yuan would respond. I will send it over now, I want to see your expression. Qishang walked to the door when he suddenly stopped. No. I am facing Wu Yihai now, I am like a general, how can I take the initiative to send it over? This is too embarrassing. I need to find a pawn to run errands. After a while, Qi clan's rank 6 Gu immortal Qi Lu arrived at Qishang's study room. Little Lu, I will leave this to you, send it to Wu Yihai, haha. I want to teach him a lesson. Qishang instructed. Qi Lu quickly agreed. His cultivation level was lower than Qishang, he knew that Qishang was Qi clan's formation path hope. Qi clan's first supreme elder Qi Chuyu had said many times that Qishang could inherit his legacy. Love Go Small Say Net could these words had great meaning. Qi Chuyu was a formation path great grandmaster, Qi Chuyu acknowledged Qishang and felt that he had a high chance of becoming a formation path great grandmaster in the future. Qishang did not let down his clansmen's expectations. From a young age, he started to show his talent in arrays. Under the intentional support of the clan's resources, he cultivated hard all year round, persevered, and was heavily nurtured by the Qi clan. Today, his array attainments were not to be underestimated. Comfortable. Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes, he woke up and stretched his body. Even though his soul had Gutsgu to protect him, he would feel restless if he used it too much. The Gutsgu could not solve this problem, but sleeping could allow the soul to calm down and settle down. As expected, after Feng Yuan slept, all of his fatigue was gone, he was full of energy and was in a good state. Qishang's information path Mortal Gu had been sent to him while he was asleep. Feng Yuan took it and looked, joy flashed in his eyes, oh? It's really solved. This is quite fast. Fang Yuan sighed, he immersed his mind into it and researched it. His eyes shined with bright light. Qishang's solution was a huge inspiration to him. So that's it. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. This was a brand new train of thought. It opened a new window for Fang Yuan. According to this train of thought, this answer is not suitable for my gu formation as a whole. I can make some adjustments. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He did not give the entire gu formation to Qishang. He only took a small part of it and gave it to Qishang. Even though Qishang's answer was correct, there was still some deviation from the overall design of the gu formation. But with Fang Yuan's attainment level, he was already a quasi-grandmaster in formation path. With the foundation of the answer, he could make some small modifications. Qishang was a grandmaster, while Fang Yuan was a quasi-grandmaster. The two were not far apart. If the difference was too great, it would be impossible to modify it. Just like how Fang Yuan was looking at the super gu formation that surrounded the dream realm, he was still confused and could not understand it. The problem that troubled Fang Yuan was solved. Fang Yuan had great gains. As expected of Southern Border's Qi clan. He muttered, praising Qishang's formation path attainment. After solving this problem, Fang Yuan's plan to modify the gu formation could continue. His mind was calm, he started to deduce again. A few days passed like this. This made Qishang anxious. After he sent the answer, he waited for Fang Yuan's response. But no matter how long he waited, he still did not reply. He could not even eat or drink anymore. What is this Wu Hai doing? Qishang mumbled. Qishang, what did you just say? At the banquet, Luo clan's Gu Immortal asked in confusion. Qishang came to his senses, only realizing he was still at the banquet. Earlier, he rejected Luo clan's invitation, but after solving Fang Yuan's problem, he still had to attend the banquet. He had to attend the banquet, otherwise, wouldn't he be disrespecting Luo clan? Gu Immortal Qi Gue quickly mediated the situation. Please forgive me, Qishang is like this. He often gets distracted, sometimes when thinking about a formation path problem, he even forgets to eat. Sometimes, he will suddenly freeze and stop moving, even when he is walking. Qi Gue had rank 7 cultivation level, he was the leader of Qi clan's guards here. Luo clan's Gu Immortal laughed, I have heard of Qishang's performance. He is truly a formation path seed. Sigh, if my Luo clan could produce 1 or 2 such talents, even if they were 20 to 30% as good as Qishang, I would be happy. At the other side, Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He was in trouble again. It seems that modifying this gu formation is beyond my abilities. Fang Yuan encountered a new problem, and the difficulty this time was much higher than the previous one. He could still try last time, but this time, even the thought of trying was not mature enough, it was not reliable. In that case, I will leave it to Qishang. Fang Yuan smiled. Coming. Qishang returned to Qi clan's territory, quickly obtaining Fang Yuan's information path mortal gu. Qishang was very excited, his eyes were shining. Do you think it was easy? But I'm getting impatient. Qishang smiled coldly, feeling very pleased internally. He was like a victor who was about to inspect his spoils of war. He sent his consciousness in. After learning about the information path mortal gu's contents, he stared with wide eyes. What the hell is this Wu Hai? He is so shameless? Qishang immediately scolded. In the letter, Fang Yuan did not mention the challenge letter, he just casually admitted that Qishang had some ability. Of course, he could have just guessed it. If you can solve this problem, I will admit that you have the qualifications to pursue Fairy Si Lu. These were the words in the letter. Once Xiao Si Lu was mentioned, Qishang could not hold it in anymore. What qualifications do I have? Is it up to you to decide? Wu Hai, I misjudged you. You shameless fellow. Qishang felt like he could see Fang Yuan standing in front of him, sneering in disdain, looking high and mighty. He had a strong impulse in his heart, he really wanted to tear Fang Yuan's face apart. He said he was sightseeing with Si Lu. I only had the chance to travel with Si Lu once. Damn it. This guy. Qishang paced around the study room, he gritted his teeth, feeling indignant. He just needed to exert some strength and crush the information path mortal gu. But after thinking about it, he resisted the urge. If I crush this goo, wouldn't that fulfill Wu Yihai's wish? Humph, he failed to make things difficult for me, he must be afraid of me, that's why he purposely said this. Right. If I give up, it might be the result he wants to see. No, I need to continue to win against him, to the point where he has nothing to say and cannot deny it. I need to let him know of my strength. Of course, to prevent him from acting shamelessly again, I need to spread this matter, the more people know, the better. Xianxia had learned from his mistakes. Originally, this matter was due to jealousy, Xianxia was slightly embarrassed, but now, for Feng Yuan, he went all out. Qi clan's territory, inside the study room. Qi Lu was summoned. After hearing Xianxia's words, he had a difficult expression. Lord, is this all right? Our Qi clan and Wu clan's relationship, it is quite good. At least in Wu clan's situation, our Qi clan has remained neutral and did not make a move. So what? Other clans can make a move, why can't our Qi clan? Xianxia was a little angry. Qi Lu gritted his teeth, thinking, this Lord Xianxia is really like the rumors say. What do I do now? While thinking, Qi Lu said, I understand Lord's feelings, but on our side, especially our business, we have been working closely with Wu clan. If we fall out with them. Xianxia realized at once. I was wondering. You are referring to the Dream Realm business? Qi Lu nodded, Lord is wise. Wu clan wanted to do the Dream Realm business and earn some income, how could they get past Qi clan? The immortal goo and the super goo formation were split among southern borders super clans, but the actual goo formation was personally set up by Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. Even though Qi clan contributed few immortal goo, they had a huge influence on this super goo formation. Thus, Wu clan's Dream Realm business had to involve Qi clan. Qi clan's goo immortals had a deeper understanding of goo formations. If they were not moved, this business could not continue. Xianxia sighed internally, no wonder First Supreme Elder had said that a person's heart was unfathomable. Sigh, for his own benefits, Qi Lu was a Qi clan goo immortal, but he did not stand on his side. His expression was grim, he could not find a way out. He wanted to fall out with Feng Yuan publicly, but he met with a setback at the first step. What to do? At once, Xianxia felt helpless. Because he had come here out of nowhere, he had always been cultivating in Qi clan, he rarely interacted with Qi clan's goo immortals, he focused on researching formation path, his influence in Qi clan was small, he could be said to be the weakest rank 7 goo immortal. Right now, he had just arrived in this super goo formation, this flaw was showing itself, he was a grand rank 7 goo immortal, but he could not mobilize Qi Lu. Qi Lu's mood was terrible, he disobeyed a rank 7 goo immortal, especially one who was being nurtured by his clan, he was naturally in a bad mood. However, the lower class naturally had their own way of survival. Qi Lu thought about it and said, Sir, it's not that I'm unwilling to do this for you. It's just that you have a high status. Once this matter is exposed, it will have a great impact. How about this, please allow me to report this matter to Lord Qi Gue. He's the leader here. We'll listen to him. What do you think? Qi Lu's tone was humble and courteous, secretly flattering Xianxia. Xianxia felt extremely comfortable when he heard this. He nodded and said, all right, let's see what Lord Qi Gue has to say. Hearing Qi Lu's report, Qi Gue frowned. No one would feel good about this kind of jealousy. Qi Gue felt very awkward. On one hand, he was on the same side as Xianxia. Even if he didn't give face to the monk, he had to give face to the Buddha. Behind Xianxia was the Qi clan's supreme grand elder. On the other hand, if this matter was really exposed, it wouldn't be a personal matter anymore. It would be a major political matter that could affect the diplomatic relations between the Wu and Qi clans. This world was a world where the strong were respected, and the combat strength of an individual was above that of an organization. Thus, politics was also personal politics. Xianxia and Wu Yihai had high status. If there was a conflict between them, it would be a conflict between the Qi and Wu clans. This was not an exaggeration. Especially the Wu clan, they are facing difficulties from all sides. If my Qi clan acts now, it will damage the neutral reputation of our Qi clan. Not only will we be labeled as adding insult to injury, we will also damage our relationship with the Wu clan, and harm the benefits of my clan. But I can't just ignore Xianxia, Qi racked his brains and finally came up with a solution. Thus, he secretly gave Xianxia an idea: we cannot make this a big deal. If we make a big deal, the impact will be bad. Even if our clan wins, others will laugh at us. This is a private matter. I suggest we handle it as a private matter. You can tell Fairy Silu about this. Wu Yihai is also interested in Xiao Silu. If you ask Fairy Silu to be the witness, Wu Yihai will not act shamelessly. Xianxia heard this and slapped his thigh, shouting, "Wonderful." Qi smiled, feeling a little pleased internally. To Qi, this matter could be handled perfectly, and to Xianxia, it was even more attractive. Who did not want to trample on their love rival in front of the woman they loved, and show off in front of him? This matter was settled like this. Soon, Xianxia transmitted the situation to Xiao Silu through an information path Guworm. Regardless of how Fang Yuan was doing, Xianxia immediately felt a huge pressure. Fairy Silu already knows now. This is a fight between gentlemen, and Wu Yihai is the one who started it. She won't be offended, right? I need to complete Wu Yihai's challenge as soon as possible. This is my forte, I cannot fail. The huge pressure gave Xianxia a huge motivation. He deduced the problem in front of him. Is this the other part? It has a slight connection with that Gu formation earlier. I'm afraid it is two parts of the Gu formation. Damn it, if I knew the whole Gu formation, it would be much easier. But now, I can only deduce it based on this part. Troublesome, Xianxia started to use his method. He was a formation path Gu immortal. He had a mystical Gu formation that First Supreme Elder had taught him. This Gu formation used wisdom path Gu worms as the core, while the supplementary Gu worm was an immortal Gu. Normally speaking, be it immortal killer moves or immortal Gu formations, they used immortal Gu as the core and mortal Gu as the supplementary. But this Gu formation did the exact opposite. The supplementary immortal Gu was a water path immortal Gu. It was called sweat. The Gu formation was called wisdom sweat formation. Under Xianxia's immortal essence, it started to activate. There was no dazzling light, instead, it formed a mystical smell that was between fragrant and smelly. The smell became thicker and thicker, enveloping Xianxia. Gradually, the smell condensed into smoke, shrouding Xianxia's face, making it hard to see. For 3 days and 3 nights, Xianxia did not rest, he continued to deduce. Finally, the smoke dissipated, the Gu formation stopped, some mortal Gu died, only about 10% were left, they were stored in Xianxia's immortal aperture, including sweat immortal Gu. Xianxia was sweating profusely, like he was drenched in a storm, his face was pale. But his eyes were frighteningly bright. Suddenly, he raised his head and laughed, "Ha ha ha, it's finally settled. This time, let's see what you have to say, Wu Yihai." A moment later, Fang Yuan received a reply. "Oh, you've learned, you're using Xiao Silu to attack me? Unfortunately, this is not my goal, this threat is only useful." Fang Yuan quickly applauded. Interesting, interesting. This is indeed a good way to solve the problem. But why did I not think of it? Even though Fang Yuan obtained the answer, he did not linger on it, he started to reflect. Xianxia's answer contained many aspects that Fang Yuan did not know. Formation path cultivation was the most extensive, Fang Yuan's inheritance was only from mortals, it was normal that he did not know about it. As for Qi clan, they did not lack formation path immortal inheritances. Moreover, through generations of development, they were able to innovate on their original foundation, they were the #1 formation path force in southern border. However, even if I do not have an immortal inheritance, as long as my attainment level reaches Grandmaster, I should be able to solve this problem. Attainment level was the understanding of the essence of the Great Tao. To use an easy-to-understand analogy, it was like solving a math problem. Fang Yuan wanted to modify the Gu formation to reach his goal, it was like getting a number, like 5. Even though he had Gu worms, he did not know how to get 5. At this time, Xianxia's answer was, 23 is equal to 5. Fang Yuan realized at once, he could achieve his goal by doing this. If his attainment level was high enough, even if he did not know, he could use his intuition to comprehend and draw inferences, obtaining 2. 3 is equal to 5, or such an answer. Of course, Gu formations were much more complex, the more Gu worms were involved, the harder it was to set up. The contents of goo formations were very complex. There were simple goo formations, compound goo formations, and formations within formations. According to the shape, there were square formations, circular formations, and so on. According to the type of activation, there were instant formations and delay formations. According to the paths, there were even more, such as fire formations, water formations, and so on. Some goo formations were like pagodas, layered on top of one another. Some goo formations were easy to modify. It was like a piece of clothing, modifying it was like patching a patch. Some goo formations could not be modified, like building blocks. Changing one piece would cause the whole goo formation to collapse. Subdividing it further, the goo worms involved were even more complex. For example, some goo worms needed to be united, while some goo worms needed to be separated and influence their own targets. On the second night, Xianxia, who was waiting eagerly, received Fang Yuan's reply. This time, with Fairy Silu as witness, I want to see how you deny it. Xianxia impatiently sent his consciousness into the information path mortal goo in his hand. Soon, he beamed with joy. Because Fang Yuan admitted his strength in the letter, he was indeed worthy of Fairy Silu's praise. However, it was not strange that his Wu clan had people who could do this. Xianxia saw this and frowned. But he could not refute it, because Wu clan's goo immortals had someone who could resolve this problem. At this time, he saw the end of the letter. Fang Yuan posed another problem. He even promised that if Xianxia could resolve this, Fang Yuan would admit that Xianxia was stronger than him. Even in front of Fairy Silu, he would admit his inferiority. Xianxia's breathing became rough. Just thinking about it, he and Wu Yihai appeared in front of Xiao Silu at the same time, and Wu Yihai cupped his fists and said, I am inferior to you. A love rival admitting his inferiority in front of a fairy. This scene made Xianxia feel more excited the more he thought about it. Wu Yihai has a high status, he is my most important opponent. If I can win this round, I will be able to defeat him. Most importantly, with Fairy Silu as witness, I am not afraid of Wu Yihai going back on his words. Author's note, today and tomorrow will be the first chapter. If you don't like this plot, you can skip it or not read the book. It is just that every plot was carefully designed by me to pave the way for the future. If you skip it, there will be some interference in your reading. If you don't want to read it, please leave, you are welcome to come again. Wisdom Sweat Formation. Xianxia once again set up this goo formation, using all his strength to deduce the formation. But this time, he encountered an unprecedented challenge, difficult, extremely difficult. Even if the previous two difficulties were added together and multiplied by 10, it would not be as difficult as this one. Xianxia felt like he was a baby trying to climb a tall mountain. This difficulty, no wonder that Wu Yihai was so confident. It is quite related to the previous two goo formations. No, I need to grasp this chance and humiliate Wu Yihai. I want him to admit that he is inferior to me in front of Fairy Silu. After a day and night, Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot, he exerted all his strength to overcome this difficulty. At the same time, Fang Yuan was also pondering. This difficulty is probably beyond Grandmaster attainment level? Not long ago, Fang Yuan obtained Xianxia's help again. His coiling thread caves goo formation modification plan took a huge step forward, he had a breakthrough. However, at the final juncture of success, Fang Yuan encountered an unprecedented obstacle. If the first problem was like a pit and the second was like a barren hill, then the obstacle this time was like a mountain. Only by climbing to the peak could he break through the obstacle and complete the modification of this goo formation. The appearance of this obstacle was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. I estimated that if the goo formation is modified according to my plan, the production of regretful spiders will increase by 3 times. Increasing by 3 times did not mean increasing by 3 times. It meant increasing by 7 times, that was the original production multiplied by 8. It was obvious that this kind of growth was extremely terrifying. It was like the goo formation was completed, there would be 7 additional coiling thread caves. Fang Yuan's plan was very good, but in practice, he encountered a huge problem. The first 2 times, he managed to resolve it, but this last time, he had no clue at all. He was only 1 step away from success, how could Fang Yuan give up? Thus, he turned his attention to Xianxia. Several days passed. The wisdom sweat formation stopped. Xianxia's face was pale, without any color. His eyes were devoid of any light. Damn it. His hair was disheveled like a pile of straw, and his expression was sinister as he gnashed his teeth. It was all because he had tried his best, yet he had not succeeded. In this way, he would not be able to defeat Feng Yuan. To make matters worse, Xiao Zilu already knew about the third challenge. Xianxia had already boasted in his letter that he would overcome this obstacle. If he failed, putting aside Wu Yihai, how would he face Xiao Zilu in the future? Xianxia felt an unprecedented pressure. He stuffed himself with food, and after a short rest, he threw himself back into the intense deduction work. Qi family. It was located in the western part of the southern border. To be more specific, it was located in the westernmost part of the southern border among all the great clans. Next to the Qi family was the Yang family. This clan was adjacent to Wu clan. They had been making things difficult for Wu clan recently. Because of a wild immortal goo, they had a conflict. Qi clan, Yang clan, Wu clan. Befriending the distant and attacking the nearby was a basic diplomatic strategy. Thus, the Qi clan and the Wu clan had always had a good relationship. A new report was sent to Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chiyu's table. Qi Chiyu opened it and frowned. This report was about nothing else. It was the challenge between Feng Yuan and Xianxia in the Super-Gu formation. Inside the Super-Gu formation, Qi clan's leader, Qi Gui, was afraid that the conflict between Feng Yuan and Xianxia would escalate. He had already reported this matter to Qi Chiyu. This way, even if the situation worsened in the future, Qi Gui's responsibility would be lessened. After all, he did not hide the information. Qi Chiyu would also pay attention to the progress of this conflict while dealing with complicated affairs. After all, both sides had unusual identities. If this matter was not handled properly, it might escalate into a diplomatic conflict. Xianxia is troubled. This Gu formation problem, it is beyond the abilities of a grandmaster. The report actually mentioned Feng Yuan's third formation path problem. Qi Chiyu was a great grandmaster. He only took a glance to see the details of this problem. Combining the first two problems, Wu Yihai should be trying to set up a Gu formation to manage his resources. But the person who thought of this Gu formation is too greedy, but his attainment level is too low, he cannot see through it. If I do not enlighten him, with Xianxia's stubborn nature, he might keep on researching it, and get injured or even die from thinking too much. Is this Wu clan's scheme? Seeing through Xianxia's foundation, they are purposely trying to get rid of our Qi clan's hope. With Wu clan's current situation, it is unlikely. But I cannot be careless. Qi Chiyu thought of this as a sharp light shined in his eyes. He muttered to himself, it seems that I need to make a move. A moment later, Qi Gui visited Xianxia, bringing an information path immortal Gu from Qi Chiyu. First Supreme Elder instructed me to hand this immortal Gu to you personally. Qi Gui said. Xianxia received this immortal Gu in a daze. After looking into it, his expression changed as he shouted in joy. This is the immortal inheritance of the secluded cultivator Tu Yuan back then. His earth, water, wind, fire, for elements formation is unique. There are no other inheritances. It is just that he is not famous, he is too low-key, very few people know of him. The first Supreme Elder actually gave this immortal Dao inheritance to me. I begged for it several times before, but I could not get it. In his excitement, Xianxia immersed himself in this immortal true inheritance, ignoring the outside world. When he came to his senses and raised his head, a day had passed. It was already late at night. Time passes so quickly, eh? When did Qi Gui leave? Forget it, forget it. Xianxia's eyes shined with bright light. He could not be looked at directly. Qi clan's first Supreme Elder's true inheritance came at the right time. It was the right medicine for Xianxia, giving him the best advice. Xianxia was filled with respect and love towards Qi Chiyu. So first Supreme Elder has been paying attention to my matters. He saw that I was in trouble and immediately helped me. Is this considered cheating? Probably not. First Supreme Elder did not give me any advice, he only gave me a true inheritance. I was the one who thought of the inspiration for the solution. That's it. I have spent enough time. I need to use this time to solve this problem and teach Wu Yihai a lesson. Xianxia was filled with excitement and motivation, activating the wisdom sweat formation again. Another 2 days passed, the goo formation was broken, but Xianxia walked out angrily. So this goo formation problem is unsolvable. Wui Hai, you tricked me like this. Too sinister, too crafty. Thankfully, I received First Supreme Elder's advice. I was able to see through this truth. Thinking of this, Xianxia gritted his teeth. He had suffered a lot these days. He researched without rest. But the result was that this problem was unsolvable. Xianxia felt that he was fooled by Wui Hai. He was furious. But soon, he smiled. That's right, this problem is unsolvable. As long as I expose this truth, it will be my win. I can even expose it to Fairy Si Lu and let her see the sinister side of this Wui Hai. Xianxia immediately sent out 2 information path mortal goo. Fang Yuan received 2 information path mortal goo. The first one was from Xiao Si Lu. Xiao Si Lu's information path mortal goo was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. He looked at it with his consciousness and was a little puzzled. Next, he thought of something. He put down Si Lu's letter and went to look at Xianxia's. Fang Yuan realized at once. This Xianxia improved again. He actually learned to complain first. He told Xiao Si Lu the result of this challenge before sending the letter goo to me. This is to prevent me from making a counterattack? He really improved a lot. Fang Yuan's smile gradually faded. The third result was out of his expectations. The goo formation he created was unsolvable. This situation was very common. Before the deduction succeeded, any goo recipe, killer move, or goo formation that was created could not be solved. They could not succeed. They were just illusions. There was no possibility of success in reality. Some problems were unsolvable, it was obvious. But some of them were not like this. Especially formation path. Formation path involved too many goo worms and paths. It was very complex. Some ideas were not deduced to the end, they were unsolvable problems. Tripling the production, this result is too perfect, it is too realistic. Since there is no solution, I can only give up on my original idea and modify it in other ways. But forget it for now. I lost this challenge. I will invite Xianxia to a banquet. This person is quite interesting. Regarding this banquet, Xianxia did not even think about it, he agreed. His attitude was completely different from before. Earlier, he felt that Fang Yuan was too arrogant, he did not want to go. But now, he was the victor. In his opinion, this banquet was an apology banquet. He had to show the attitude of a victor, to admire the face of the loser. Thus, when he saw Fang Yuan, his first sentence was, "Wui Hai, are you convinced?" Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, laughing, I am convinced, I am convinced. You are a genius, how can I not be convinced? Xianxia was stunned. He did not expect Fang Yuan to have such an attitude. He actually admitted defeat. He was at a loss as to what to do. Because before this, he had thought of many ways to deal with Fang Yuan's shamelessness or sophistry. But now, Fang Yuan directly admitted his defeat, saying he was convinced. The banquet began. In this small hall, there were only 3 goo immortals, Fang Yuan, Wuan, and Xianxia. Wuan was naturally a bystander. The main point was the interaction between Fang Yuan and Xianxia. Fang Yuan toasted Xianxia. He spoke politely and had a smile on his face. His words were full of praise for Xianxia's formation path attainment. One would not slap a smiling face. Xianxia was muddle-headed. He drank a lot of wine like this. He sized up Fang Yuan, looking at him from a different perspective. Wui Hai, this fellow, is actually quite friendly. What happened earlier? Was he purposely provoking me? Or does he have something to ask of me? Xianxia muttered. I won't hide it from you, Xianxia, I admire talented people like you the most in my life. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, toasting him. Xianxia mumbled as he raised his wine cup. Before Fang Yuan even drank, he drank a mouthful himself. It turned out that Fang Yuan's continuous toasts had become Xianxia's conditioned reflex. But Fang Yuan's words were really pleasing to the ears. Especially since he was Fang Yuan's love rival, such compliments gave Xianxia a huge sense of achievement. No. I need to be vigilant. Wui Hai might also be acting, he is very cunning. Xianxia did not lower his guard, but no matter how he looked at it, he felt that Fang Yuan's smile was sincere and sincere. Not mentioning Fang Yuan's acting skills, just his attitude goo was not a joke. Qishang, please take a look. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, handing an information path mortal goo to Qishang. What is this? Qishang muttered to himself. He took a look and his expression changed. It turned out that this information path mortal goo was the letter Fang Yuan was going to give to Xiao Lu. But in the letter, Fang Yuan was full of praise for Qishang. He was full of praises, he even admitted his own inadequacies. Previously, he challenged Qishang with a difficult problem of formations. He was purely overestimating himself, he was showing off in front of an expert, he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, he was not worthy of being a hero of the southern border. Of course, there was no such thing as displaying one's slight skill before an expert in this world. When Qishang read the letter, he felt a little embarrassed. Fang Yuan's words of praise were indeed a little exaggerated. Am I really that outstanding? The title of Southern Border's hero, I've never thought of it that way. I wonder what Fairy Lu will think when she sees this letter. All kinds of thoughts emerged in his mind. Qishang could not help but feel excited. When he looked at Fang Yuan again, his gaze changed again. Fang Yuan sat down beside Qishang. Qishang didn't feel disgusted by this intimate action. Qishang, in the entire southern border Gu immortal world, I'm afraid only your talent is worthy of Fairy Lu. I am convinced of this. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Oh? Qishang did not know what to say, he had joy on his face, but also suspicion. Fang Yuan continued, but I will not give up, a fair and graceful woman is a gentleman's dream, even though my talent is not as good as yours, I will work harder. You won me this time, we will compete fairly in the future. What do you think? Hearing this, the suspicion on Qishang's face melted, he raised his cup for the first time, toasting Fang Yuan, good, fair competition. Gentlemen should compete fairly. His meaning was that he was treating Fang Yuan as a gentleman. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting Qishang's shoulder. To speak the truth, I loathe other rivals in love, but you, Qishang, are different, you are talented and righteous, I admire you. If you gain Fairy Lu's favor in the future, I will definitely bless you too, because I know that if I lose to you, I will not feel wronged. As for the others, they are all clowns. Qishang felt embarrassed from the praise, he rubbed his nose and said, actually, there are some experts among the others. We won't get to know each other if we don't fight, come, let's drink. Fang Yuan raised his cup again. Qishang's actions were even more direct, drink. He raised his head and gulped, a large cup of wine went down his throat. Next, he burped, his face turned red. Straightforward. Fang Yuan gave a thumbs up, personally pouring another cup for Qishang. His smile was warm and passionate, it was very sincere. But the truth was, he was calm inside, he recalled the information regarding Qishang. Wu Clan's information network was trustworthy. Fang Yuan already knew, when Qishang was young, Qiqiu took a fancy to him due to an accident, recognizing his talent in formation path, he was heavily nurtured. Qishang had the title of formation fanatic in Qi clan. He was selected when he was young, and sent to the back cave of Myriad Snake Mountain to cultivate. This lasted for 30 years. When he was over 40 years old, he came out of seclusion with only rank 3 cultivation, but in the clan competition, he surpassed rank 4 and 5 Gu masters in setting up Gu formations, his formation path attainment shocking the Qi clansmen. Later on, the clansmen learned that the reason Qishang left the mountain was because he got lost and accidentally walked out. His performance in the competition earned him fame, wealth and beauties came one after another, but he rejected them all. His only request was to enter the cave again and continue his closed cultivation to research formation path. This matter alerted the Supreme Elders. Qiqiu allowed Qishang's request, he even created a cave for him, with servants serving him every day. Qishang continued to research, his diligence and obsession were shocking, it was as if his only joy in life was to research formation path. He immersed himself in it, ignoring the outside world's clamor, he lived in his cave without seeing the light of day, immersing himself in formation path cultivation. When his hair turned white and he was about to die, Qiqiu met him again and asked him, do you have any regrets in this life? What regrets do you have before you die? Qishang cried loudly, he said, life is short, 100 years is just a blink of an eye, I still have a lot of formation path research to do, how can I be satisfied? This is my greatest regret. Qi Qiyu sighed deeply. He actually gave a lifespan gu to Qi Shang. Qi Shang obtained it and regained his youth. He gained lifespan again. Qi Qiyu discussed formation path with him, guiding him for 3 days and 3 nights. He finally confirmed that Qi Shang was the clan's hope. His formation path attainment could reach Great Grandmaster in the future. Qi Qiyu did not just say it, he used the clan's resources to nurture Qi Shang. With the clan's help, Qi Shang's cultivation level rose rapidly. He became an immortal. In just a few decades, he became a rank 7 Gu immortal. But even after becoming an immortal, he did not break away from his previous habits. He was still immersed in the Array Dao and continued to study it. Day and night, he would cultivate in seclusion for years, even decades. The only shocking thing was that he pursued Xiaoxi Lu with a firm attitude. When this news got out, Qi clan's jaws dropped. They learned that other than formation path, Qi Shang also liked women. When he obtained Wu clan's information, Fang Yuan felt that Qi Shang was an interesting person. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan used a special method to deal with Qi Shang. Earlier, he did not meet Qi Shang, it was Fang Yuan's scheme. Purposely challenging Qi Shang with a formation path problem was the next step of Fang Yuan's plan. This banquet was also part of Fang Yuan's plan. Qi Shang's performance was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Not long ago, Xiaoxi Lu's letter was also within Fang Yuan's expectations. As one of the people involved, Xiaoxi Lu had to express her attitude. Even though she did not say it, she told Fang Yuan about the first time she met Qi Shang. According to Xiaoxi Lu, back then, she came to Qi clan with Qiao clan's mission. She was received by Qi clan's first supreme elder's son, Gu immortal Qi Bang. Who knew that Qi Bang's words were frivolous? He purposely used the beautiful scenery to recite poems to tease Xiaoxi Lu. Normally, Xiaoxi Lu would not get angry. But back then, Xiaoxi Lu was Qiao clan's envoy. Qi Bang's actions were disrespectful to Qiao clan. Xiaoxi Lu harbored hatred in her heart. To deal with it, Xiaoxi Lu purposely got close to Qi Shang. Qi Bang was Qi Qiyu's son. He was the next first supreme elder of Qi clan. He was second only to Qi Shang. No one dared to provoke him, except for the formation fanatic Qi Shang. Qi Shang did not know the details. He did not speak to Xiaoxi Lu at first, but Xiaoxi Lu purposely talked about formation path. She told him about some of Qiao clan's formation path records. Qi Shang was attracted. He was very interested. Xiaoxi Lu used Qi Shang to deal with Qi Bang. Qi Bang was helpless. He could only apologize to Xiaoxi Lu secretly. Xiaoxi Lu successfully completed the clan's mission. She returned with great rewards. She also gained her most passionate pursuer, Qi Shang. Xiaoxi Lu's letter gave Fang Yuan important information. He had a clear understanding of Qi clan's internal affairs. Qi clan's first supreme elder has a limited lifespan. He can no longer use lifespan Gu. But his son Qi Bang only became an immortal because of his protection. He is not talented enough. Qi Qiyu was well aware of his son's abilities, but he wanted him to become the future first supreme elder of Qi clan. So after realizing Qi Shang's personality and talent, he poured resources into him and groomed such a formation fanatic. As long as he has the formation fanatic's protection, Qi Bang has a high chance of becoming the next first supreme elder. And because of the formation fanatic's respect and admiration towards Qi Qiyu, he cannot escape from Qi Bang's control. Familial love, hee. Xiaoxi Lu's letter allowed Fang Yuan to see the internal politics of Qi clan. Because of these internal and external reasons, a talent like Qi Shang was created. At the same time, some of Fang Yuan's suspicions towards Qi Shang were resolved. Come. Wu Hai, let me toast you. At this time, Qi Shang raised his wine cup towards Fang Yuan, interrupting Fang Yuan's thoughts. Qi Shang drank a little too much, his face was red and he spoke a lot. It was as if after defeating Fang Yuan, his confidence was off the charts. He was sure that he could win the heart of the beauty. Gu immortals had all sorts of methods to sober up. But that way, they would lose the joy of drinking. It would also be disrespectful to their drinking buddies. Fang Yuan quickly raised his cup and drank the wine in his hand. He smiled. If that is the case, then I can only blame it on my bad luck. Who asked me to meet a competitor like you, Qi Shang? Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed. The meaning of "since there is a genius, there is also a genius" was expressed in his words. Qi Shang laughed heartily. He stretched out his hand and patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, consoling him. Fang Yuan laughed internally. Xianxia was too naive. This matter was already a foregone conclusion. As long as Fang Yuan agreed, Xiao Lu would definitely throw herself into his arms, this was almost certain. But Xiao Lu had not shown any clear intentions yet, it was just that this fairy had her own schemes and pride, she was just waiting for the right price. Actually, Fang Yuan had already seen through it. For example, Xiao Lu's letter was her way of expressing her attitude. Xiao Lu was very happy to see me competing with Xianxia. Before this, she had been watching from the sidelines, because this was what she wanted. After I failed, she stood up and told me about her relationship with Xianxia. Her goal was to appease me, to tell me that there was no love between her and Xianxia. At most, it was just a one-sided love from the formation addict. But this smart woman did not say her attitude directly, she described a past fact to prove her innocence, and also to prove that she had great value in pursuing him. Men pursuing women was an instinct and instinct. Whether a woman was pursued by a man, how many men pursued her, what kind of man pursued her, these aspects could more or less show her value. Xiao Lu wants to marry me, this is not her personal wish, it is Qiao clan's political scheme. Just because of this, I have already surpassed all her suitors. No matter how many times I fail, how many times I am a playboy, how shameless I am, and how mischievous I am on occasions like the Moon Festival, so what? I have already won. Even if I fall in love with someone else and stop pursuing Xiao Lu will also come after me. Of course, this is not love, but politics. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. He had already seen through everything. But he absolutely could not accept Xiao Lu's love. Once he accepted, he would sink into the turbulent and dangerous whirlpool of politics. He would no longer be a simple Wu Hai, he would be a pawn placed in Wu clan by Qiao clan to fight for the benefits of the entire clan. And Wu Yong would never give Fang Yuan such a relaxed environment as he was doing now. Instead, he would strictly monitor Fang Yuan, constantly suppress him, and always be on guard. If that was the case, would Fang Yuan still be able to absorb the essence of the dream world in peace? It was obviously impossible, and the truth might even be exposed. In that case, it would be even more troublesome. Once Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, Qiao clan would first attack him fiercely. Because as a righteous path force, they would definitely be the first to sever their relationship with Fang Yuan. In order to prove themselves and protect their reputation, Qiao clan and Wu clan would definitely attack Fang Yuan crazily, they would put in more effort than any other force. But even though I cannot accept it, and will not accept it, I can use this love. Using Xiao Lu's love, Fang Yuan successfully made Wu Yong vigilant, and indirectly made Wu Yong arrange for him to return to the Super Gu formation, achieving his goal. However, there was nothing perfect in this world. Although this method was ingenious, there were repercussions. Wu Yong's vigilance, Luo Muzi, Luan Fei, Xianxia, and the other pursuers of Xiao Lu were all repercussions. It was not that pure love did not exist, but it was very rare. People lived in this world and had to consider many things. Xiao Lu's beauty, wealth, cultivation, and so on were all attractive and enticing. Perhaps among her pursuers, Xianxia was the purest, but there was still the element of formation path mixed in. Not to mention the others. As for Fang Yuan, he was the most special one. Xianxia's arrival was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. In fact, he was already mentally prepared. Even without Xianxia, others would come to find trouble. Even if it was not now, it would be in the future. Because Fang Yuan touched the delicious cake of Xiao Lu, he angered many people. These people had pursuers, and also the interest groups behind them. As the saying goes, beautiful women are the source of trouble. A beauty was not so easy to pursue. Only a naive person would think of conquering a beauty with love and being touched. Actually, it was not just this. A woman's beauty was a natural dowry. This dowry was extremely generous, it was a huge amount of wealth. Who did not want such wealth, but not everyone had the ability to protect such wealth. If there was a beauty who was willing to give this wealth to her other half because of pure love, then the lucky one would treat her well. But in fact, such situations were too rare. If there was one, please cherish it. If there was none, do not hope for it. Do not say vulgar. because this was reality. When Fang Yuan returned to the supergoo formation, he started to think about how to deal with the repercussions of this matter. A truly brilliant Go player had to constantly calculate the path ahead of him before making a move. In fact, when Fang Yuan decided to use Xiao Lu's love to achieve his goal, he had already started to think about how to deal with the repercussions of this method. If he did not deal with it well, then Qishang would only be the first person to find trouble, there would be a second, a third, and even more. This was a huge disruption to Fang Yuan's dream realm exploration. At the same time, with Wu Yihai's identity, Fang Yuan's hands and feet were tied, he could not deal with these challenges, he might even expose himself in the process of dealing with them. Fang Yuan needed to deal with this carefully and correctly. How to deal with it, it was difficult, but also simple. That was to create a human target that could attract the firepower of those pursuers more than Fang Yuan, and attract more trouble. In Fang Yuan's heart, he was already looking forward to someone finding trouble with him. Qishang came to him on his own accord, and so quickly, Fang Yuan was secretly happy. When he read Qishang's information, his joy increased by several times, his opponent's stupidity was his fortune. Of course, this stupidity had nothing to do with IQ or EQ. There was a clear example of Fang Yuan's experience on Earth, it was Yufei. Yufei resisted the gold and was about to succeed, but was summoned back by the emperor with 12 golden tokens, and sentenced to death with a false accusation. Why, was it because of the emperor's stupidity? It was stupidity, but were the emperor and prime minister idiots? Of course not. If Yufei succeeded in resisting the gold, Yu clan army's reputation would rise, the emperor's authority was weaker than the commander's authority, it was a huge threat. And most importantly, if Yufei succeeded, he would be able to bring back the previous emperor. Then what would the current emperor do? Currently, Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu, purposely nurtured a Gu immortal like Qishang. Was it because he was stupid, did not know that Qishang, who was focused on formation path, would be powerless in political conflicts, and would be used as a tool? Of course he was not stupid, because he knew this, he nurtured Qishang. Because his son needed to inherit the position of first supreme elder, he needed a tool to assist his son, that was Qishang. Many people thought that Qishang's arrival was a problem for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had never thought so, he felt that this was an opportunity for him. As long as he dealt with this matter, he would be able to resolve the repercussions of this matter, and in the future, he would be able to explore dream realms in peace, secretly raising his foundation. Thus, Fang Yuan had to lose. If he did not lose, how could he create a stronger and more threatening Qishang? Without such a human target, how could he attract the attention of others? Qishang was easy to scheme against. Through information, Fang Yuan knew that Qishang liked to research formation path, he was most skilled at solving problems and designing Gu formations that fit the requirements. Fang Yuan used this to challenge him. A research maniac like Qishang had his own pride in his field of expertise. He did not care about other aspects, he did not care about his appearance, he did not care about wealth, but in this aspect, he had to care. Because this was the meaning of his entire life. Fang Yuan was a transformation path Gu immortal, using this to make things difficult for him was like slapping Qishang in the face. How could a person like Qishang endure it? Of course he could not. If he could not endure it, he would fall into the trap that Fang Yuan had set up, he would not be able to climb out. Not only could he not climb out, he even toasted Fang Yuan, he felt that Fang Yuan was a sincere person. Even though you are a competitor, but how should I put it? We truly did not get to know each other without fighting, haha. Qishang laughed, putting his arm around Fang Yuan's shoulder. Let's not talk anymore, let's drink. Fang Yuan drank another mouthful. Qishang stared with wide-opened eyes at Fang Yuan, he gave a thumbs up, brother, you are so cool. Come, let's drink. Both of them raised their necks and drank. Good wine. Qishang sighed, oh, to speak the truth, this is the first time I have drunk so much. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but there was still coldness deep in his eyes. The wine of the righteous path was not so easy to drink. The demonic path fought and killed, it was straightforward, if you retreated, I advanced, if you advanced, I retreated. In a banquet of the righteous path, behind a single rumor, there were often plots and schemes, all sorts of devious thoughts. The seemingly calm surface of the water was filled with turbulent undercurrents, they could devour people without spitting out their bones. Fang Yuan lost to Qi Shang, he was very happy, he would spread this news. So what if he lost? Sometimes, failure was a method to achieve one's goal. Qi Shang was also very happy, he felt that this banquet was the happiest one since he came here. A joyous banquet for both the host and the guests was not the end, but only the beginning. Fang Yuan and Qi Shang became good friends. In the following period of time, Fang Yuan frequently invited Qi Shang, while Qi Shang often came to Wu Clan's encampment to visit Fang Yuan. To get close to someone and build a good relationship with them, it was both difficult and easy. It was nothing more than condescending and complying with his heart. Fang Yuan was astute and had attitude Gu, how could Qi Shang be his match? Qi Shang was known as the formation fanatic, ordinary Gu immortals were not worthy of his attention. But Fang Yuan was already a formation path quasi-grandmaster, he had a lot of resonance with this formation path grandmaster. The two of them conversed on various aspects of the array Dao. Qi Shang was soon amazed by Fang Yuan's formation path attainment, he was puzzled. Because Fang Yuan's main cultivation path was transformation path. Fang Yuan told him, I have always been interested in formation path, when I was a mortal, I researched formation path and because of some fortuitous encounters, I cultivated formation path. But fate made a fool out of me, I could only become a Gu immortal through transformation path. But I am already very lucky, how many lone cultivators can become Gu immortals? This helplessness made Qi Shang sigh, he felt a sense of sympathy deep inside. If you change to formation path, I can help you. Qi clan has many formation path immortal Gu, I can help you negotiate and complete an immortal Gu transaction. Qi Shang suggested. It was not easy for him to suggest this. It was enough to prove the results of Fang Yuan's hard work. It was not impossible to change paths, but the vital Gu had to be changed. Fang Yuan was very moved, if I want to change paths in the future, I will definitely seek your help. Qi Shang nodded, when the time comes, you must tell me. He knew that it was not easy for a Gu immortal to change paths, it was not something that could be done on a whim. This was a huge matter, it had many implications. It often had a negative impact on the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had gained a lot from his conversation with Qi Shang. Although it was not an improvement in the realm, it was a great help to expand Fang Yuan's horizons and supplement some of the other foundations of the array Dao. Fang Yuan had a more comprehensive and profound understanding of the Dao of arrays. What was the difference between a Gu formation and a killer move? Qi Shang told Fang Yuan, Gu formations are a type of killer move. Killer moves used multiple Gu worms at the same time, the same was true for Gu formations. Gu formations were formation path killer moves, every different Gu formation was a different killer move. Therefore, it could be said that among all the sects, the formation Dao had the most killing moves. Of course, there were slight differences between Gu formations and other killer moves. For instance, Gu formations could last longer. After the Gu formation is set up, the Gu master's concentration and energy will be less. What is the essence of array Dao? Fang Yuan asked Qi Shang. Qi Shang shook his head, although I am an array grandmaster, I am still lacking when it comes to the essence of array Dao. But my clan's Lord Qichu had once told me that the essence of formation path is to create an environment. When Fang Yuan heard this answer, he immediately had a feeling of enlightenment. The coiling thread caves Gu formation, wasn't it to nurture more regretful spiders, to create an environment for them to live in? It is said that formation path great grandmasters can use the natural Dao marks of heaven and earth and use very few Gu worms to create a Gu formation. In some places with dense natural Dao marks, they can even use mortal Gu to create an immortal Gu formation. Is that so? Fang Yuan asked Qi Shang. Qi Shang nodded, explaining, that is indeed so. But actually, at our level, we can also use Dao marks. Some Gu formations are built on not only Gu worms but also Gu materials. But we can only use the Dao marks in the immortal materials to create the formation. As time passes, these immortal materials will slowly get destroyed. Formation path great grandmasters go one step further, not only can they use mortal and immortal materials, they can also use the natural Dao marks of heaven and earth. These conversations and explanations gave Fang Yuan a lot of inspiration. This made him treat Qi Shang even more warmly. Fang Yuan soon found that holding banquets did not have much effect on getting closer to Qi Shang, it was better to have a discussion on formation path with Qi Shang. Sometimes, a heated debate could even arouse Xianxia's appreciation for the heroes in his heart. Fang Yuan had another trump card, that was to write letters to Xiaoxi Lu. Every time he wrote letters, he would praise Xianxia, praising his astonishing formation path attainment and his amazing talent. Xianxia felt embarrassed from the praise. He had a whole new level of respect for Fang Yuan. He felt that he was a gentleman, he was magnanimous and had a broad mind. To return the favor, he also wrote letters to Xiaoxi Lu, praising Fang Yuan, expressing his shock and admiration towards Fang Yuan for cultivating transformation path and formation path as well as having such deep attainment. Xiaoxi Lu, she looked at the letters and felt that these two pursuers of hers were praising each other and had almost forgotten about her, the main character. She had never expected this kind of situation. While rolling her eyes in her heart, she still had to express her appreciation in her reply, especially for their broad-mindedness. Undeniably, Fang Yuan and Xianxia had turned from enemies to friends. This change made the spectators who wanted to watch a show feel their jaws drop. Southern Border, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. This was a famous earth trench in Southern Border. It was famous because of the endless dark path ferocious beasts, especially shadow monsters. At the same time, this was also one of the most dangerous places in Southern Border. Right now, in the depths of this Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, in an inconspicuous underground cave. Ow ow ow. An old lunatic with purple hair, ragged clothes, and bare feet, kept howling in the cave while running around in all directions. Plop. Suddenly, he fell to the ground, his body twisted as he walked like an earthworm. After walking for a while, he suddenly stood up with a silly smile on his face. But after a moment, his silly laughter gradually disappeared, and his cloudy eyes once again shone with a clear luster. Lord Purple, you are finally awake. Xianxia appeared at the entrance of the cave. He sighed with a complex expression. It turned out that this old man who had gone mad was the former Purple. The group of 4 from Shadow Sect had vanished after the Battle of Northern Plains Reverse Flow River. It was unknown when they had returned to Southern Border. And why did they come to the depths of Plunder Shadow Earth Trench? Purple also sighed deeply. He patted the soil off his body shrunk as he turned back into a winged mini-man. Call me Zishan Makoto. This will be beneficial for our next operation. Zishan Makoto said, what news did you bring this time? Xianxia answered, according to our plan, Southern Border's political situation is slowly developing according to our plan. But it is a pity that Xianxia and Wu Yihai did not have an intense conflict, they became good friends instead. Oh? Zishan Makoto was slightly surprised. After looking at the information, he nodded, this Wu Yihai is quite interesting. Not only does he cultivate transformation path, his formation path attainment was even acknowledged by Xianxia. This undoubtedly helped him, but he could not beat Wu Yong. He was sent to the Super Gu formation by Wu Yong for the second time. Xianxia nodded, Wu Yong is a rank 8 Gu immortal after all, he has great authority now. Wu Yihai has just returned to the clan, he has not reached an agreement with Chao clan yet, he cannot get their help. But this proves that even though Wu Yihai is a lone cultivator, he has huge ambitions. Because he took the initiative to get close to Xiaoxi Lu, but they did not get together, this means that he has not reached an agreement with Chao clan yet. Can we make use of his ambitions? Zishan Makoto thought about it, we might be able to make use of this, but we know too little about this person. Currently, we still need to plot against Wu clan, we need to focus our efforts on Wu Yong. Wu clan is the #1 force in Southern Border, they are the pillar of the righteous path. If they fall, Southern Border's political situation will definitely go into a huge turmoil. At that time, we can take advantage of the situation to break the Super Gu formation and save our main body. It turned out that Wu clan's turmoil was not so simple, Shadow Sect was adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. Even if Southern Border's political situation is in turmoil, so what? Bai Ningbing also appeared at the cave entrance, she had a cold expression, with just the 4 of us, even if the Super Gu formation only has 4 Gu immortals defending it, it will be a huge problem. Furthermore, our main battle strength is not stable. Bai Ningbing spoke very bluntly. Even against the rank 8 existence Zishan Makoto, she was not afraid. But she was fearless, because before she was chased by Fang Yuan, she had already set up an alliance agreement with Xianxia and the rest, both sides were equal. Moreover, Zishan Makoto's occasional craziness reduced her reverence towards him. Zishan Makoto was not bothered, he smiled. Just causing turmoil in the political situation is not enough. After all, these righteous path forces are not fools. This is only to reduce their strength in the supergoo formation as much as possible. Just the four of us are not enough, our battle strength is too weak. So, we need to recruit people. Recruit people? Xianxia was surprised. Is there a hidden force in southern border that I do not know about? Because he knew that the shadow sect forces in southern border had been dealt a heavy blow. And to attack the supergoo formation, one had to have strength at their level. Ordinary rank 6 goo immortals were not enough. But if there was such a person, Xianxia would have recruited them long before Feng Yuan chased after them. Even further back, if there was such a person, Spectral Soul would have gone through heaven-defying tribulation and refined sovereign immortal fetus goo. He would have arranged for them to fight against Central Continent's goo immortals. Zishan Makoto nodded before shaking his head. Do you know why I am crazy? Zishan Makoto changed the topic. Bai Ningbing did not speak. Xianxia said, wasn't it because of Providence's interference? Zishan Makoto nodded. It was Providence, but I took the initiative. What do you mean? Bai Ningbing could not help but show a surprised expression. Hearing Zishan Makoto's words, it sounded like his insanity was a deliberate action. Zishan Makoto sighed faintly. The dust of the past seemed to appear in his eyes. Back then, when we were still the first-generation split souls, we discovered the enemy Providence. We naturally had to think of a way to deal with it. I cultivated wisdom path. I was the leader of the split souls. I naturally had to find a way to deal with Providence. By probing a portion of star constellation Immortal Venerable's true inheritance and combining it with my own wisdom path attainment, I researched a method that was to assimilate with Providence. Assimilate with Providence? Bai Ningbing and Xianxia looked at each other, frowning. That's right. Providence is vast and omnipresent. We had only just discovered it back then. We did not know many of Providence's secrets and weaknesses like now. Back then, we were restricted everywhere. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. More and more members were targeted by Providence and killed. The hope was extremely slim. Zishan Makoto continued, with no other choice, I thought of this method that was not really a solution. Since the enemy was so strong, I pretended to surrender and infiltrated the enemy's inner circle to obtain information. After all, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Bai Ningbing and Xianxia's eyes shined. Even now, they could understand the novelty of this method. Providence was formless. Zishan Makoto actually wanted to infiltrate Providence's inner circle. It was truly a brilliant idea. Zishan Makoto did not just think of it, he actually did it. Zishan Makoto continued to explain, Providence, you should all be very clear about it. If a grotto heaven devoured a 9 heavens fragment, Providence would be mixed in. If it had a heavenly spirit, it would become a fool. Heavenly spirits were like this, goo immortals were the same. Every time I assimilate with heaven's will, I become crazy and foolish, losing all rationality. However, it is also because of this that I was able to greatly reduce Providence's intention to eliminate me and survive to this day. There's another big advantage to doing this. You will be able to temporarily become one with heaven's will. You will be able to clearly sense heaven's will and understand its strengths and weaknesses. When I learned about Providence's thoughts, I was able to stand above Providence's structure and lay out a plan for myself and my shadow sect. The heavenly Tao is heartless and treats all things as dogs. In the eyes of Providence, all things in the world are pawns. And in the chessboard of fate, there will always be some pawns in some crucial positions that attract my attention. Zishan Makoto described slowly, be it by Ningbing or Xianxia, they were getting more and more engrossed as they listened. Because they could vaguely feel that Zishan Makoto's next words were going to be extremely important. As expected, Zishan Makoto continued, after I assimilated with Providence, I found that there are many crucial pawns in Providence's structure. So, every time I went crazy, I would borrow the will of the heavens to get close to these chess pieces. Then, when I regained my senses, I would work hard to instigate them and use my own strength to make these chess pieces work for me. In the Battle of Reverse Flow River not long ago, I believe you have already seen the effect of one of these pawns. Bai Ningbing's body shook. Xianxia came to a realization. He blurted out, Lord Zishan Makoto is talking about Tai Baiyunxing? Zishan Makoto nodded. That's right, Tai Baiyunxing is a crucial pawn in the chessboard of fate. Although he was arranged by Providence, I successfully influenced him and used his strength to help you escape. Tai Baiyunxing had once met Zishan Makoto when he was a Gu master. He obtained Zishan Makoto's true inheritance. He not only had Providence's arrangement, but also Zishan Makoto's influence. Thus, when Fang Yuan carried Providence's final attack and returned to the past to overthrow Spectral Soul's plan, during this process, Fang Yuan obtained Tai Baiyunxing's help. Tai Baiyunxing was able to submit to Fang Yuan. Part of the reason was Fang Yuan's intelligence. But the other part was because of Providence. But later, Tai Baiyunxing separated from Fang Yuan and helped Shadow Sect instead. This was because Fang Yuan betrayed Providence. At the crucial moment, he did not destroy sovereign immortal fetus Gu, instead, he used it himself. Tai Baiyunxing, under Zishan Makoto's influence, helped Shadow Sect greatly. Tai Baiyunxing died in battle. On the surface, it was because of Fang Yuan. But from another perspective, he was a sacrifice in the contest between Providence and Shadow Sect. Wuxia heard this and finally understood Zishan Makoto's intentions. He called out, I get it, after so many years, Lord Zishan Makoto has traveled all over the world, he has influenced many pawns in crucial positions, they will be our new strength to break the Super Gu formation and save our main body. Zishan Makoto smiled, precisely. Southern border, Super Gu formation. Sovereign immortal aperture, mini central continent. A strong emerald light with a fragrant aroma soared into the sky. Countless Gu worms danced around in the green light. Just a glance was enough to dazzle one's eyes. Fang Yuan maintained a high level of concentration. As time passed, a portion of the Gu worms stopped flying, they fell into the ground. More and more Gu worms fell into the ground, they resonated with the previous Gu worms, forming a mystical force. The jade green light pillar became smaller and weaker. Fang Yuan willed, an immortal Gu flew over. This immortal Gu was crimson like blood, it was round like a pearl, it was the size of a goose egg. There were countless markings on the pearl, they moved around and changed, it was like a myriad of lotuses blooming, or clouds moving. It was the rank 6 immortal Gu blood asset. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, this Gu formation setup had reached the most crucial moment. Blood asset immortal Gu floated into the jade green light. Almost instantly, the green light was dyed by the immortal Gu blood asset, turning into a bright red color. The red light became brighter and brighter. After a few breaths of time, it was as bright and dazzling as the green light earlier. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, the most crucial step was over, the next step was to go according to plan. The bright red light became weaker and weaker, eventually vanishing. However, the fragrance still lingered in the cavern, lingering faintly in the air. This cave was extremely wide, it was 300 square kilometers in size. It was deep underground, several li from the surface. The cavern was not completely sealed off. There were over 100 passageways that were like air vents. One of them was connected to the cavern, while the other was connected to the outside world. There were countless pitch-black, bottomless pits on the ground, yet they emitted a fragrant aroma. The coiling thread Gu formation is set up successfully. The coiling thread cave plan is more than half done. The next step is to move those regretful spiders here and nurture them. During this process, I will need to adjust the Gu formation, it will be complete in about a month or two. Fang Yuan's heart was filled with joy. After Qi Shang left and returned to Qi clan, Fang Yuan continued to explore the dream realm. There were still 2 scenes left in the formation path dream realm, but they were resolved by Fang Yuan's Unravel Dream Killer move. As expected, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level had reached Grandmaster. Using his Grandmaster formation path attainment level, as well as his gains from interacting with Qi Shang, Fang Yuan easily deduced a brand new coiling thread Gu formation. This coiling thread Gu formation still used blood asset immortal Gu, but the effect was only doubled. Fang Yuan's Gu formation could have the effect of multiplying by 3 times, but it was an unsolvable problem, there was no chance of success. Being able to double it, Fang Yuan was satisfied. He still had a lot of savings, Unravel Dream could be used many times, and with Qi Shang's departure, he could secretly explore the dream realm in peace. Fang Yuan cherished this rare opportunity. In the following days, he used closed cultivation as an excuse to immerse himself in the dream realm. Just as he was exploring the dream realm, an earth-shattering news spread, shocking almost all the Gu immortals in the 5 regions. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects and celestial court had lost. They sent a powerful group to northern plains, but they did not succeed in saving Ma Hongyun. They lost miserably. Of the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, Wei Lingyang, Myriad Tidal Dragon, and Bai Chen Tian, 2 died, 1 was missing. The one who killed the rank 8 Gu immortal was Giant Sun Immortal's former mount, the legendary immemorial desolate beast dog tail life extending ferret. But it was not like there were no survivors in Central Continent. Zhao Lianyun, Yue Yizi, Shi Jingyi, and the rest were escorted by Wei Lingyang, and with the help of Central Continent's reinforcements, they barely escaped with their lives. This news caused a huge commotion in the world. Central Continent's strength and foundation was publicly recognized as the #1 in the 5 regions. The 10 great ancient sects were the super forces that controlled Central Continent. Any one of them could surpass most of the super clans in the 5 regions. And Celestial Court was the superior sect of the 10 great ancient sects. Not only did it rule Central Continent, its influence had already spread to the other 4 regions. In the hearts of Central Continent's people, it was high and mighty, unshakable. In the minds of the other 4 regions, it was the #1 force in the world. After all, it had 3 immortal venerables, which force in the world could compare to it, but such a powerful celestial court actually lost in northern plains. However, after the shock, the people of the world understood more of the inside story and expressed their understanding. Because northern plains was tough, it had the highest battle strength, and this time, it was a descendant of Giant Sun Immortal. It was Longevity Heaven. As for Celestial Court's defeat, it was because of the expedition. It did not display its true strength. In fact, Celestial Court did not send a group to northern plains to fight Longevity Heaven, but to find trouble with old ancestor Shuihu. Wei Lingyang and Bai Chen Tian died in battle. Myriad Tidal Dragon escaped, Fang Yuan muttered. When the news reached him, in this Super Gu formation, he was the one who had the clearest understanding of the situation. Looking at the days, it should be over. Celestial Court's expedition, Longevity Heaven represented Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, dealt a huge blow to Central Continent. Dog-tail life extending ferret, worthy of being Giant Sun Immortal's mount, it has great battle strength. But even though this boosted Northern Plains morale, it is not a huge blow to Celestial Court. With the 500 years of experience in his previous life, he had gone through the initial 5 regions' chaotic war. Fang Yuan knew that Celestial Court's foundation was as deep as the sea. In comparison, Longevity Heaven was only Giant Sun Immortal's immortal Aperture Grotto Heaven. Its foundation was much weaker. This incident is a monumental event that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. In my previous life, it had never happened before. After this battle, Northern Plains and Central Continent have become enemies, or rather, Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court have already fallen out. Will Celestial Court take revenge now? If that is the case, it will be quite a commotion. Fang Yuan thought in his mind. He was constantly thinking about the possible political situations that could occur in the future. Longevity Heaven originated from Giant Sun Immortal. Celestial Court had 3 immortal venerables in it. They were all righteous path forces. To think that they would fight so fiercely. Right now, all the Gu immortals and forces of all sizes in the 5 regions were paying close attention to this matter. They were paying attention to Celestial Court's reaction. According to common sense, Celestial Court would definitely retaliate, because they had always been the #1 Gu immortal organization in the 5 regions. If they did not retaliate, their reputation would fall. But the 5 regional walls prevented large-scale Gu immortal battles. There was also the obstruction of Giant Sun Immortal's luck suppression heavenly palace that people did not know about. It would be very difficult for the Celestial Court to take action. Therefore, regardless of whether they took action or not, the Celestial Court had its reasons. No matter what the Celestial Court chose, its next step would determine the direction of the 5 regions Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan sighed. This news was actually within his expectations. The Celestial Court would send Gu immortals to save Ma Hongyun. They would definitely be obstructed by Northern Plains Gu immortals. After Central Continent's Gu immortals failed in their rescue, they escaped back to Central Continent. This battle had lasted for a long time. The result was finally out. But when he really received the news, he had a bad feeling. He felt that something was amiss. But Fang Yuan couldn't tell what was wrong. Could it be that because everything has changed too much because of me, the chain of changes is getting bigger and bigger, and the advantage of being reborn is getting smaller and smaller? Is that why I'm feeling more and more uneasy? The dazzling radiance of the dream shone on Fang Yuan's face, causing his expression to become even more uncertain. No matter what, increasing my strength is the most important thing. Dream realm, here I come. Regardless of the changes in the outside world, how unpredictable it was, or how dangerous it was, as long as he got stronger, Fang Yuan would naturally feel safer. His soul entered the dream. After coming back to his senses, Fang Yuan found that he was in a desolate wilderness. Night time. The crescent moon emitted a cold light. Wild dogs were barking. Fang Yuan was being carried by two people, one at the front and one at the back. What is going on? After realizing that he could not move, Fang Yuan quickly assessed his surroundings. Grunt grunt, a sound similar to a pig eating entered Fang Yuan's ears. He soon discovered that this strange sound came from the two people who were carrying him. These two strange people carried Fang Yuan all the way to the waist of the mountain. The dark clouds in the night sky finally dispersed, and with the help of the cold moonlight, Fang Yuan suddenly realized that the two strange people carrying him were not pure humans, but two pig-headed orcs. In today's world, orcs have long been extinct. Orcs have appeared in this dream realm. What era is this? A question mark suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan felt that something was wrong and began to struggle, but he soon realized that he was extremely weak and seriously injured. He struggled with all his might, but the end result was that his body only swayed slightly. Roar roar. The pig-headed orc who was carrying his feet noticed Fang Yuan's movement and shouted loudly. Not good. Fang Yuan cried out in his heart. But the two orcs were faster. They suddenly let go and threw Fang Yuan to the ground. The intense pain almost caused Fang Yuan to faint on the spot. Relying on his strong willpower, Fang Yuan stubbornly opened his eyes. Next, he saw that the pig-headed orc in front of him had raised his hoof. The hoof cast a large shadow on Fang Yuan's face, and under Fang Yuan's gaze, the shadow rapidly expanded. Bam! At the next moment, the pig hoof stomped down, crushing Fang Yuan's entire head. Blood mixed with his white brain, it was like tofu that was smashed, splattering everywhere. Damn it! The dream realm was interrupted. Fang Yuan's soul was injured and expelled. This means that I have to wait for the right time and not act rashly? Fang Yuan thought as he crushed Guts Gu to heal his injuries. Unravel Dream had a limited number of uses. That batch of nightmare demonic cult immortal materials had already been used up by Fang Yuan. But Guts Gu were different. As long as Danghun Mountain existed, Guts Gu could be said to be endless. Thus, Fang Yuan would rather expend Guts Gu and suffer some soul injuries than use Unravel Dream. Soon, Fang Yuan's soul healed. He entered the dream realm again. This time, Fang Yuan did not move. He allowed the two pig-headed orcs to carry him up the mountain. Gore gore. At a certain place, the pig-headed orc stopped. One of them snorted. The other carried Fang Yuan's legs and walked forward. Using the moonlight, Fang Yuan saw that he and the two pig-headed orcs were at the edge of a cliff. Oh no! Fang Yuan was about to struggle when the two pig-headed orcs suddenly swung their arms and threw Fang Yuan down. Fang Yuan rapidly fell from the sky. This is? His eyes were wide open. He saw that there was a mass grave at the bottom of the cliff. Countless corpses were casually piled up. The stench of rotting corpses was so thick that it formed a fog. Before Fang Yuan could think further. Bam! With a muffled sound, Fang Yuan fell into the valley. His whole body was smashed into meat paste, completely smashed into pieces. Fang Yuan was expelled from the dream realm again. What in the world is this dream realm? While Fang Yuan was exploring the dream realm, Central Continent, Celestial Court. Lord Duke Long, please. An old woman with a hunched back was bowing deeply. Her hair was dry and yellow like straw, her face was full of wrinkles and her eyes were blurry. She wore an earthy yellow robe, there was a ring of fine yellow sand around her waist. She was standing respectfully in front of Duke Long. As for Duke Long, after absorbing Di Zongxing's life force, he was no longer in his weak and withered state. He had become majestic and mighty, showing the aura of a peak legend. At this moment, he sized up the tall tower in front of him, nodding. Granny Xia, you did well. This tower was heaven overseeing tower. Rank 9 Immortal Goo House, it was famous in history. Although it was destroyed in the Battle of Southern Border, most of the main Immortal Goo were preserved. After being sent back to Celestial Court's Goo Immortal Granny Xia woke up. She had been refining goo worms and repairing heaven overseeing tower. Now, she finally succeeded. The complete heaven overseeing tower reappeared in Celestial Court. Lord Duke Long, please enter. Granny Xia led the way. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle followed behind, entering heaven overseeing tower. White jade stairs spiraled upwards. It was no different from the previous heaven overseeing tower. But heaven overseeing tower was not activated yet. Duke Long and the others did not see any abnormalities as they went up. When they reached the top of heaven overseeing tower, the three Goo Immortals saw an Immortal Goo. This Immortal Goo gave off an intense rank 9 aura. It was shaped like a spider, black and white. There was a red wound on the Goo worm's body, almost covering its entire body. If it was not rank 9 Fate Immortal Goo, what else could it be? This Fate Immortal Goo was damaged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable using Love Immortal Goo's power. But after generations of hard work by Celestial Court, until the last Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, this Immortal Goo had already recovered to 50%. After reaching a qualitative change, Fate Immortal Goo's recovery speed was many times faster than before. Right now, even without success Dow marks, it had already recovered to 60% under Granny Xia's hard work. Good, very good. Granny Xia, you have contributed to Celestial Court, you have contributed to the world. I think when Celestial Court rules over the 5 regions, your contributions will be recorded in history for future generations to look up to. Duke Long praised with a gratified tone. Granny Xia nodded with a smile. Lord Duke Long is too kind, I was only doing my meager effort. Moreover, restoring heaven overseeing tower was also that old fogey's wish. He. Granny Xia continued to laugh, and as she laughed, her body gradually turned into sand. A cool breeze appeared out of nowhere, causing the sand to dissipate in the air. Rank 8 Goo Immortal Granny Xia, a Refinement Path Great Grandmaster, died at this moment. She had little lifespan to begin with. After the previous heaven overseeing tower lord died, she woke up in anger and contributed the last bit of her life to Celestial Court. Silence. Another rank 8 Goo Immortal of Celestial Court was sacrificed. During this period, Celestial Court had lost many members. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were slightly red. But Duke Long's expression did not change. His body was still straight like a mountain. He spoke slowly. In the long river of time, generations after generations of Goo Immortals of Celestial Court have sacrificed themselves like this, to shine on their descendants. Wei Ling Yang, Bai Chen Tian, Granny Xia, and in the future, you and I will also be like this. Why has Celestial Court always been the #1 Goo Immortal force in the world? Other than the 3 Immortal Venerables, the most important reason is that our Celestial Court's Goo Immortals never fear sacrifice. Because we know that humanity needs us, the world needs us, heaven and earth needs us. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply, trying to calm her mind. Then, Lord Duke Long, what do we do now? Duke Long closed his eyes before opening them again. The great era is about to begin. Some people cannot be left alive. But Feng Yuan, Yingwu Xia, Purple, and the rest are all crafty. Their whereabouts are unknown now. It is difficult to find their locations through the regional walls. Fairy Myrtle had a worried expression. No worries. Duke Long waved his hand. No matter where they are now, you and I know that they will definitely go to one place, that is Southern Border's giant dream realm. Ignore Northern Plains and Longevity Heaven. These are small problems. Let's get rid of these hidden threats first. Cold Moon Desolate Mountain. 2 pig-headed beast men carried Feng Yuan up the mountain, one in front and one behind. Feng Yuan looked around but did not act rashly. My current body is that of a rank 4 Goo Master. I still have my aperture and primeval essence, but I have no Goo worms. Moreover, I am heavily injured and extremely weak. Even if I am in perfect condition, without Goo worms, I am not these 2 pig-headed beastmen's match. But once I reach the cliff, these 2 pig-headed beastmen will throw me down. At this height, without Goo worms, I will definitely die. Unless I have the sovereign immortal body. So, my only hope of survival lies on this path up the mountain? Immortal Killer Move, Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan analyzed this and started to use his trump card. Once Unravel Dream was activated, Fang Yuan immediately saw its effect. He felt that he had regained some strength at this moment. To make an analogy, he was like a traveler in a desert who was on the verge of death, about to die of thirst. But now, a few drops of water suddenly dripped into his mouth. The effect is immediate, but isn't the recovery of strength a little too little? Fang Yuan had no choice but to use Unravel Dream again. This time, he found that some of the small wounds on his body instantly turned into scabs. The pain all over his body was reduced by a lot. However, there were several large wounds on his chest and back that were so deep that bones could be seen, and there were no signs of improvement. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan had to use this immortal killer move continuously. The large wounds also turned for the better, but they did not turn into scabs. But the bleeding had stopped. His strength had recovered by a lot. His body had also recovered a trace of warmth from the bone-chilling cold earlier. But these could not provide Fang Yuan with great battle strength. He was still immortal now, he only had primeval essence. If he fought alone, he would not be a match for any pig-headed beastman. And now, there was not just one pig-headed beastman, but two. What's going on? Immortal Killer Move Unravel Dream's effect has become so bad? I had to use it 5 times in a row to achieve this result? Fang Yuan saw that he was about to be carried to the edge of the cliff again. He had to make up his mind. Forget it, I will attack first. His body shot up like a lobster. The 2 pig-headed beastmen were caught off guard. He broke free. Fang Yuan fell to the ground. The hard rocks touched his wounds, almost causing him to faint from the pain. At this time, the 2 pig-headed beastmen reacted, growling as they pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used his outstanding battle prowess to dodge, turning around and running down the mountain. The 2 pig-headed beastmen roared as they chased after him. Soon, the beastman caught up to Fang Yuan. Slash. 2 eerie white wild boar tusks pierced into the wound on Fang Yuan's back, before piercing out a little in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes, his eyes flashed, and said. He stopped. And. Fang Yuan stopped. And his body. From. His eyes. Next, his vision fell into darkness. When Fang Yuan opened his eyes again, he saw a hall. He returned to reality, expelled from the dream realm. His face was pale, his soul was injured. But what made Fang Yuan more concerned was the strange dream realm. I'm afraid this is the most difficult dream I've ever encountered here. Even though it is a realistic dream realm, the difficulty is very high. So far, I have not even gotten to the bottom of the first stage. I have died many times on this path up the mountain. Unravel Dream's effect is also very bad. What is going on? Fang Yuan could not understand this. He thought about it but could not deduce anything. He could only take a step back and think about how to deal with the 2 beastmen, how to escape successfully. The pig-headed beastmen are huge. If I could enter the forest, it would be much easier. It's a pity that this barren mountain is completely barren. There's no forest at all. There's not even a pile of jagged rocks. Unravel Dream can be used 5 times at most. It has no effect after that. Even though it can help me recover more strength and stabilize my injuries, the effect is not great. It is not as effective as a goo worm. And even if there are goo worms in forests, my stamina is limited. I cannot run far. After analyzing it, Fang Yuan finally understood a little. Don't tell me this dream realm wants me to fall to the bottom of the valley? He entered the dream realm again. This time, Fang Yuan did not act rashly. He secretly used Unravel Dream to preserve his stamina and mental strength. When he reached the edge of the cliff, he was thrown into the valley by the 2 pig-headed beastmen. But the difference was, in the air, Fang Yuan started to adjust his body, sticking close to the mountain wall. After falling for a few breaths of time, some strange rocks started to appear on the mountain wall. They protruded outwards. There were also some trees that showed their tenacious vitality. Bam! With a muffled sound, Fang Yuan landed on a strange rock. His bones were fractured. He died on the spot. I fell too quickly. My injuries are too severe. I will die if I land on a rock mountain. It seems I can only choose those trees. He entered the dream realm again. With this experience, Fang Yuan landed on a tree. Crack, crack, crack. After a series of tree branches breaking, Fang Yuan used his body to break most of the tree branches before falling again. But this time, the speed of his descent was much slower. He used his toes or arms to tap on the mountain wall, adjusting his direction. The second tree. Crack, Fang Yuan landed on the tree trunk. He was pierced by countless arm-sized thorns, turning into a flesh hedgehog. He died on the spot. What the hell, what tree is this? Fang Yuan was driven out of the dream realm again. He tried again and again, using Guts Goo and Unravel Dream to complement himself. After dying 17 or 18 times in the dream realm, Fang Yuan finally reached the bottom of the valley. But his injuries were even more severe. His 4 limbs were basically crippled, only his right arm still had some feeling. At the same time, his whole body was bathed in blood, the wounds all over his body opened up again, his blood carried the heat of his life as it flowed out. And his bones, most of his bones were fractured, intense pain burned like fire, roasting Fang Yuan's nerves. But this was the best result that Fang Yuan could achieve after countless attempts. Unravel Dream, Unravel Dream, Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan used Unravel Dream continuously. When Fang Yuan reached the bottom of the valley, it worked again. Fang Yuan's injuries were slightly better, he could use strength in his right arm, his left leg also regained feeling. As for his back leg, it was completely broken, it was bent at a strange angle from the knee. Fang Yuan quickly checked his own situation, and then quickly looked around. Corpses were piled up like a mountain, flesh and blood were rotting, the stench of corpses was thick like fog, assaulting his nose. What do I do now? Just as Fang Yuan was at a loss, a cold Goo Immortal aura appeared above him. 2 variant human rank 7 Goo Immortals appeared in the sky. These 2 were beast men, one had a pig head and human body, the other a snake body and human head. Be careful, it is a big guy down there. The Goo Immortal with a human upper body and snake lower body spoke. Ha ha ha, big guy, what are you sleeping for, wake up. The pig-head Goo Immortal laughed loudly. The 2 were not soft, they purposely made their voices louder, it was like rumbling thunder, echoing in the valley. Stimulated by this voice, an extremely powerful aura burst out from the fog filled with the stench of corpses. Rumble, a fierce aura swept in all directions, blowing away the stench of corpses in the valley. A huge figure appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. This was a giant. It was 7 to 8 floors tall. Its entire body was pitch black, and its strange, jet-black hair was like a cloak, hanging all the way to its waist. From the gaps of its hair, 2 red lights shined. It was awake. The 2 Beastman Goo Immortals were shocked by this black giant's aura, they lost their arrogance, they were nervous and solemn. Fang Yuan was the same. Because from this monster's aura, he made a clear judgment, peak rank 8 Goo Immortal aura. But it does not seem human, it is an immemorial desolate beast instead. Big guy, eat quickly. That's right. My clan didn't hesitate to go to war to get these blood food for you. The 2 Beastman Goo Immortals urged. How many times have I said it, I have a name, I am Zui Yi Hui. The black giant could actually speak human language, but it only said one sentence before falling silent and starting to eat. It stretched out its hands, and one by one, the corpses were stuffed into its bloody mouth by its huge claws. This is bad. Fang Yuan thought, at this rate, he would be eaten sooner or later. Southern Border, Black Demon Pit. There were many mountains in Southern Border, but there were also pits. Black Demon Pit was not eye-catching among all the pits, it was small and did not have a lot of Dao marks. It produced some resources of the Dark Path, it was not rare for super forces, but for ordinary clans, it was hard to mine. Thus, almost no one cared about it. But at this time, Zishan Makoto and the rest arrived at the bottom of Black Demon Pit. What are we doing here? Bai Ningbing looked around, she used the investigative method of Bai Xiang's true inheritance, she could not see anything strange. Zishan Makoto ignored her question, he spoke to the air, I am here, let's go according to our agreement. Back then, I taught you my true inheritance, you owe me a favor. Favor? What is a favor? Suddenly, a buzzing voice came from the pit. Following it was an aura that grew from weak to strong, in the blink of an eye, Bai Ningbing and Ing Wuxia's expressions changed. Only Zishan Makoto remained calm, didn't you want to be human? Zui Yi Hui. Human? Oh, I remember, you are that guy from back then. Right, I helped you back then, you owe me a favor. Sui Hui wants to be human, it needs to return favors. Tell me, what do you need my help with? You are best at eating humans. Ha ha ha, I am sick of ordinary humans. Don't worry, they are immortals, there might even be rank 8 Gu immortals. Zishan Makoto smiled. Southern border, giant dream realm. Sui Hui? Hearing this huge monster's name, Fang Yuan's heart shook. This was an immemorial desolate beast, it had a mysterious origin and was very old, it had appeared 1,000,000 years ago, during the Olden Antiquity era. Each time it appeared, it would be accompanied by intense slaughter, it had immense battle strength. In terms of seniority, that dog-tail life-extending ferret that appeared in northern plains was only a junior talent that rose up 300,000 years ago. Sui Hui, Yu Tianguang, these two names were once the same, they were embedded in the history of humanity, they were the nightmares of Olden Antiquity era, Medieval Antiquity era, and Recent Antiquity era. They were immemorial desolate beasts that had human forms, few people knew of their origins. Each time they appeared, they would cause intense slaughter, no matter which region they were in, there would be bloodshed. Even Central Continent's celestial court could not kill them. They were very crafty, they often worked together, whenever a demon venerable or immortal venerable appeared, they would hide, it was hard to find them. Fortunately, during Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era, this most benevolent immortal venerable in history was determined to rid the world of evil. After spending a lot of time and effort, he finally found the hiding place of these two legendary immemorial desolate beasts. After a huge battle, Yu Tianguang died, while Sui Hui was heavily injured, it managed to escape and disappear, its fate was unknown. Sui Hui. I actually encountered this legendary immemorial desolate beast in the dream realm. Fang Yuan suppressed his shock as he climbed out. Sui Hui devoured the corpses of the Gu masters around it, with it as the center, the surrounding corpse mountains and blood seas flowed into its mouth. Immortal killer move, evidently, this was an immortal killer move. Just by chewing, it could not consume at such a terrifying speed. This made Fang Yuan suffer. He was heavily injured, he could not move freely, his climbing speed could not compare to Sui Hui's devouring speed, he was dragged towards the center by the corpses. Suddenly, Sui Hui breathed in deeply. Suddenly, a strong wind blew and Fang Yuan was caught off guard. He was swept away by the wind and landed in Sui Hui's mouth. Sui Hui chewed hard and Fang Yuan was instantly turned into meat paste by his sharp teeth. I died again. Fang Yuan returned to reality with an injury on his soul. How do I break this dream? This question was like a huge boulder, blocking Fang Yuan's path. He sank into deep distress. Fang Yuan tried all sorts of methods as he was being carried by the two pig-headed orcs, but he was unable to escape. Now, he already knew that the development of this dreamland was for him to enter this valley. But in this valley, it was even more dangerous than falling into the hands of the pig-headed beastmen. This was because there was a legendary primordial desolate beast hidden here. Immemorial desolate beasts could match rank 8 Gu immortals, but most of them had low intelligence and were not feared by rank 8 Gu immortals. But there were exceptions to everything. Among these immemorial desolate beasts, there was a small group that was extraordinary. Because of their fortuitous encounters, they had intelligence no lower than humans. They learned Gu immortal cultivation methods, they had immortal apertures and knew how to control immortal Gu, they could even use all sorts of immortal killer moves with great proficiency. They were a huge threat. Every legendary immemorial desolate beast had a name. Like the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Qiu, Central Continent's evil dragon Dizongxing and Huakong, as well as Sui Hui and Yu Tianguang. These were all legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Such existences often had battle strength that surpassed most rank 8 Gu immortals. This could be seen from how the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Qiu killed 2 rank 8 Gu immortals from Celestial Court. Humans were the spirits of all living beings, but their bodies were weak. If they did not use Gu worms, they could not compare to other living beings. Be it speed, strength, lifespan, recovery, vision, hearing, or others, they were not the strong points of humans. Immemorial desolate beasts had dense Dao marks to begin with, their lifespan was much higher than humans, their recovery, speed, strength, and others were all above humans. Once they could use immortal goo and immortal killer moves, control the immortal aperture, they would have human-like intelligence, they would be stronger than rank 8 goo immortals. Does this dream realm want me to escape from Sui Hui's devouring? Fang Yuan entered the dream again. Along the way, he landed on the corpse mountain at the bottom of the valley. He was still on his last breath. Good. Fang Yuan used all his strength. Before Sui Hui breathed in, he pushed the corpse away and went down. Sui Hui breathed in deeply, intense winds blew. The corpses on the surface of the corpse mountain were all swept away. Fang Yuan survived because he went into the corpse. But good times did not last, the winds continued, he was swept away again, entering Sui Hui's mouth. Fuck. Fang Yuan's final scene was layers of sharp teeth stabbing into his body. He entered the dream again. Crawl, crawl, crawl. Fang Yuan continued to drill downwards. During this process, he used Unravel Dream to look for loose cracks, allowing him to progress quickly. Sui Hui breathed in deeply. After a long time, the wind stopped. Fang Yuan was on his last breath, he curled up in the corpse. I finally made it. Just as he was rejoicing inwardly, one of the two Beastman Gu immortals above the valley spoke. Sui Hui, you have a good appetite. The jet-black giant replied, too little, too little. I want to eat more humans. After eating more humans, I can get closer to humans. Don't worry, there are more here. The Beastman Gu immortal smiled as he opened his immortal aperture. A large number of human Gu master corpses fell down like a storm. What the hell? Fang Yuan's expression changed, he could not help but curse. Then, he was crushed to death by a huge pile of corpses. He entered the dream again. Fang Yuan crawled into the corpses, but this time, he did not use his full strength anymore. After the wind stopped, he was at the outermost layer of corpses. The corpses fell like a storm. Fang Yuan quickly crawled out and got close to the wall. He found a protruding rock and used it as a protective umbrella. After the corpses fell, he was unharmed. What should I do now? Fang Yuan looked at the sea of corpses as he thought rapidly. Right now, he was buried in the mountain of corpses. He was at least 6 meters away from the highest layer of corpses. But at this time, he felt a numbness in his chest. Fang Yuan was stuck in the mountain of corpses, he could not see clearly, he quickly touched it. Next, he felt a smooth tail, it looked like a snake or a centipede. Soon after, the tail retracted back into his chest. Am I going to die again? This question had just appeared in his mind when at the next moment, he was expelled from the dream realm. That just now, it seemed to be a Gu worm? Fang Yuan pondered in reality. There are so many human Gu master corpses. There seems to have been a huge battle. It is normal that some mortal Gu were not found. Even if Gu immortals find them, they would not be interested in these small gains. Of course, in this extreme environment of corpses and blood, wild Gu worms can also be produced, it is not strange. Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this Gu worm was his opportunity. After healing, he entered the dream realm again. Gu worm refinement, failure, death. I refined again. Both sides were in a deadlock. At this time, Sui Hui started to eat again. Fang Yuan was disrupted, he failed and died. He finally succeeded in refining the Gu worm, but discovered it was a rank 2 Gu used for attacking. Fang Yuan could not help but curse, and then, he died. Death again. Death again. Death again. What kind of F***king dream is this? There was a series of accidents and failures. Once, because he was jumping around too much, he attracted the attention of 2 Beastman Gu immortals. The other party pressed their pinky finger and Fang Yuan was shot by a strange light, causing him to explode. Despair. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan was too weak. Any accident or even the slightest sign of trouble would be fatal to him. Do I have to give up on this dream realm? Thinking of this, the thought of giving up persisted. Fang Yuan had invested far more into this dream realm than before, but there was little hope, he could not even see the direction of the future. This dream realm's difficulty was unimaginable. Let's see. I'll persevere one more time. I died again, should I stop? Another series of deaths. Fang Yuan wanted to give up but he was unwilling. After all, he had invested so much, and most importantly, he had never seen such a dream realm before. if he succeeded, it would be a huge accumulation of experience for him. If he gave up this time, what if he encountered such a dream realm again in the future? He gritted his teeth and persevered. Until the final time. On the ground of the valley, there were only 50 to 60 Gu master corpses left. Fang Yuan struggled for a long time before staying alive. He was among them. The Gu formation appeared. Fang Yuan realized that Zui Yihui was trapped by a super Gu formation. Its lower body was buried in the ground, only its upper body could move. Damn 4 elements formation, let me break it. After eating and drinking, Zui Yihui roared at the sky, and a dark light erupted from its body. The dark light covered the entire valley. Oh no, this is the immortal killer move Grey Knight. We need to retreat. The 2 Beastman Gu immortals flew into the sky. The 4 elements formation activated, earth, water, wind, and fire. 4 mystical lights burst out, resisting the dark light and restricting it to the entire valley. Zui Yihui roared in anger and indignation, but it was useless. What the hell, how can I dodge this? The grey light was everywhere, covering the entire valley. The Beastman Gu immortals could dodge it, but Fang Yuan could not. He could only watch helplessly as the rocks and plants around him evaporated and dissipated in the grey light. As for himself, he was no exception. Fang Yuan fell into deep despair. Don't tell me this is an unsolvable dream realm? I cannot dodge this grey light. If I knew this, I would have given up earlier. That would have been a wise decision. Feeling frustrated, Fang Yuan returned to reality. His soul had been injured. This injury was several times more severe than any of the previous ones. However, to Fang Yuan's surprise, he found that his dark path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster. What's going on? Fang Yuan quickly inspected himself. He was shocked to find that the dream realm he was exploring had vanished. As long as I can last until the final moment, I will pass this dream realm. I succeeded. This should be a survival type of dream realm, I just need to last until the end. This dreamland only had a short scene, but after I passed it, my ordinary dark path realm suddenly soared to the Grandmaster level. Could it be because of Zui Yihui? All of his questions could not be answered. Fang Yuan knew very little about dream realms. After all, in the 500 years of his previous life, he did not put much effort into exploring dream realms. Almost at the same time, Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were also filled with doubts. Where is this? He Lulan asked as he looked at this world shrouded in mist and birdsong. This is Mushroom Man Paradise. A variant human Gu immortal appeared from the mist. Mushroom Man Gu immortal? Bai Ningbing's dragon pupils shrunk. Mushroom men were a type of variant humans. They looked like humans, but their most distinct characteristic was their mushroom-like head. It was like a natural hat that covered their heads. Under the mushroom hat were the eyebrows and eyes of the mushroom man. As for the nose and ears, they were all there. Before He Lulan finished speaking, Zishan Makoto interrupted. That's right, this blessed land has already been modified by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. There are no more calamities and tribulations. It has turned from a mushroom man blessed land to a mushroom man paradise. Of course, there are many paradises in the world, but this place is very special, because before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became a venerable, he cultivated here. Sigh. The Mushroom Man Gu Immortal heaved a long sigh. Ever since I inherited that true inheritance, I knew that one day, I would pay the heaviest price for it. But if you want me to come out and help you commit evil, that is impossible. You might as well kill me. I won't kill you. Zishan Makoto showed a crafty smile. I want you to bring the 2 of them into the Melon Cave, which is where Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had stayed before, and cultivate there for some time. You won't refuse this request, right? The Mushroom Man Gu Immortal's expression became even more bitter. He was silent for a while before nodding heavily. All right, I agree. Mushroom Man Paradise, Melon Cave. This cave was guarded by this Mushroom Man Gu Immortal. Zishan Makoto assimilated with Providence. He sensed the layout of Providence. Using this Mushroom Man Gu Immortal, he successfully sent Bai Ningbing and He Lulan into this legendary place. This is where my tribe raises the chakra melons. You can cultivate here secretly, do not damage any of the melons. The Mushroom Man Gu Immortal said. Chakra melons. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This chakra melon was a rank 7 immortal material. it contained refinement path Dao marks. It could be used in any goo refinement process. Thus, this immortal material had a wide range of uses. Right now, the black and white immortals looked at this melon cave. It was simply too huge. How many chakra melons were left here? On the side, Zishan Makoto explained in a timely manner, you don't have to guess anymore. This is the largest production area of Jewel Yellow Skies' chakra melon. It occupies almost 60% of the market. Of course, I brought you here not for the chakra melon, nor is it the main point, but for the super goo formation here. This super goo formation uses rule path immortal goo ripe as the core, with rank 7 immortal dew as the supplementary goo. If you practice your immortal killer moves here, your efficiency will be greatly increased and you will be more familiar with them. Moreover, because of immortal dew immortal goo, your immortal essence recovery speed will be extremely fast when you are inside the goo formation. When He Lulan and Bai Ningbing heard this, their faces lit up with joy. Such a cultivation paradise was simply tailor-made for the two of them. He Lulan cultivated strength path and fire path as a secondary path. Strength path immortal goo were rare, but she had a lot of fire path immortal goo. She even had the fire path true inheritance left by her great aunt, as well as countless fire path immortal killer moves. Bai Ningbing had just inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance. She was not weak either. She had no lack of immortal goo and immortal killer moves. Right now, what restricted their battle strength was that they had just come into contact with inheritances. They did not have the time to convert their outstanding true inheritances into actual battle strength. In the regional wall, when they fought against Fang Yuan, this flaw was clearly exposed to them. After Zishan Makoto woke up and gained authority, in order to raise his side's battle strength, he brought the two of them here and used this paradise to train the two immortals. The ripe melon cave was very spacious. The mushroom mango immortals easily carved out a large area for Bai Ningbing and He Lulan to cultivate. After settling these two down, Zishan Makoto left the mushroom man paradise. Days passed. Fang Yuan was still inside the super goo formation, secretly exploring dream realms. On the surface, he used closed cultivation as an excuse to hide it from everyone. Nobody knew that he was actually exploring dream realms. His gains were already huge. Comparing it to Qi Shang, it was clear. Qi Shang was known as the formation fanatic. He had over 100 years of life, researching formation path painstakingly before reaching formation path grandmaster attainment level. This age, talent, and achievement were already rare among goo immortals. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan only spent a month or two to unravel a dream realm containing formation path true meaning, becoming a formation path grandmaster. Precisely because dream realms were so powerful, they greatly reduced the time needed to accumulate. During the 5 regions chaotic war, all sorts of goo immortal experts emerged, shining like stars in the sky. It was a dazzling sight. Right now, Fang Yuan was not only a formation path grandmaster, he had also advanced to dark path grandmaster. With such attainment level, Fang Yuan had a new idea about the use of dark limit immortal goo. I can use dark limit immortal goo as the core to form an immortal killer move that targets myself and defends against the deductions of other wisdom path goo immortals. Combined with my dark path Dao marks, this immortal killer move's power will definitely be shocking. I can also use dark limit immortal goo as the core to form an immortal killer move that has the same offensive effect as dark arrow immortal goo. I have another idea, that is to add dark limit immortal goo into other immortal killer moves. It should be able to conceal the aura fluctuations of these killer moves. In the future, when I activate them, I can catch people off guard and have an unexpected effect. Actually, for Fang Yuan, what he needed the most were food path and information path dream realms. Food path could allow him to feed immortal goo more conveniently and at a lower cost. The saved resources could be used for his cultivation or resource management. Information path was even more important. Fang Yuan had a lot of information path alliance agreements with him now. This made him lose a lot of freedom. When he did things, his hands and feet were tied. It was very inconvenient. Furthermore, if his information path attainment level rose, Fang Yuan would be able to see through many information path traps and methods. He might really be able to cooperate with Shadow Sect. But things in this world were not things that could be obtained just because one wanted them. The place that Fang Yuan was guarding was like a window. After he explored it, the dream realm related to Zui Hui dissipated. The dream realms that filled in were all strange and absurd. Fang Yuan did not want to try these types of dream realms casually. Even with Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan waited patiently. Dream realms were constantly changing. But after so many absurd dream realms, Fang Yuan had to divert his attention to other aspects. The development of his immortal aperture was the main focus. Next was to use his newly advanced dark path attainment level to try and deduce some useful immortal killer moves, and finally, to gather information. Celestial Court failed. After losing 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, there had been no movement. The 5 regions were still in a peaceful and stable state. But Wu Clan's problems had not subsided. Even though Wu Yong was in charge and mobilized troops to resolve all sorts of conflicts, the other super clans continued to take action. Wu Clan was struggling to deal with them. Recently, there was another troublesome matter. The cause was an immortal Gu recipe related to bathing fire immortal Gu. It was accidentally discovered by Immortal Gu Master. Once this news spread, it immediately attracted the attention of the 2 great clans, the Yao clan and the Wu clan. This immortal Gu recipe was part of the fire path true inheritance left behind by Stunning Immortal. Over 1,000 years ago, Wu clan and Yao clan fought over this fire path true inheritance. There was enmity between them. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses, but neither obtained this fire path true inheritance. It was said that the fire path true inheritance was destroyed, but the sudden appearance of bathing fire immortal Gu recipe gave everyone a new hope. Especially Wu clan and Yao clan, these 2 super forces had to fight for this immortal Gu recipe due to historical reasons. Even if they could not take it away, they could not let them have it. For this, Wu Yong didn't hesitate to send out Wu Yishan and give up guarding the resource point Blood-Tide Sinkhole. Wu Yiran had rank 7 cultivation level and outstanding battle strength. He acted on orders to end the battle quickly. He soon found out that there was no Stunning Immortal's true inheritance, only bathing fire immortal Gu's immortal Gu recipe was left. This way, many Gu immortals retreated. They did not want to offend the 2 super forces for an immortal Gu recipe. Yao clan naturally would not give up. They sent their heavyweight Yao Gung. Wu Yiran and Yao Gung had fought 4 times. They won 2 and lost 2. There was only the final and most crucial match left. At this crucial moment, Zishan Makoto secretly came to the location of the battle. In a nameless valley, he saw a mysterious Gu immortal. The mysterious Gu immortal was covered in rainbow light. His appearance was concealed. "You called me here?" Zishan Makoto nodded. "That's right. No matter how you obtained the complete 7 illusions true inheritance, we have already made an agreement. According to the agreement, you need to do 7 things for me." "Alright, which 7? The mysterious Gu immortal agreed quickly. Zishan Makoto's lips curled up. "The first thing is to kill that Wu Yiran." The mysterious Gu immortal was stunned. "Are you sure?" Zishan Makoto's smile widened. He continued, "The second thing is to take Yao Gung's life." The mysterious Gu immortal became vigilant. "What do you want to do?" "You don't need to know what I want to do. You just need to kill these 2 first." Zishan Makoto chuckled. The mysterious Gu immortal snorted coldly. His body vanished on the spot without a trace. Zishan Makoto's smile gradually vanished. His hands were behind his back as he looked at the distant mountain range with a deep and eerie gaze. "Time waits for no man. I do not have much time left. I need to make a move," he muttered to himself. A few days later, a shocking piece of news spread. Wu Yiran and Yao Gung were missing. The result of the battle was unknown. Wu clan and Yao clan were shaken, because from Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu, they obtained information that Wu Yiran and Yao Gung were already dead. Who was so ruthless? Wu Yong was furious. Just as he was about to send Gu immortals to investigate this matter, Blood Tide Pit erupted, forming a huge wave of blood that harmed the surroundings. Wu clan quickly sent Gu immortals to suppress it, but they did not expect to find traces of the immortal killer move Collapse Art from the traces at the scene. Collapse Art was a unique immortal killer move created by Yao Gung. The traces at the scene were very clear. The situation became complicated. Is Yao Gung dead or not? Is this Yao clan's scheme? Other than Yao clan, are there any other clans? Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The sound of the waves was endless. There was an overwhelming stench of blood, assaulting everyone's noses. Wu clan's 2 Gu immortals, Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao, were flying in the sky, looking at the blood sea below them. The former had a solemn expression, while the latter had a bitter expression. The blood flood is spreading, it has already spread over 100,000 li, more than 10 mountains have been submerged. If we do not suppress it, the losses from this calamity will become even more severe. Wu Yuanju said solemnly. Blood Tide Pit was originally guarded by Wu Yiran, but after Wu Yiran died, Blood Tide Pit was destroyed by others. The goo formation inside was also destroyed, causing an endless blood tide to surge out and spread everywhere, causing this disaster. Ronghao was worried, but it will not be easy for us to set up a goo formation to seal the blood tide again. If we add another rank 6, with the combined strength of 3 goo immortals, we will barely be able to deal with it. These two had rank 6 cultivation level. It was not hard for them to deal with this blood tide, but Wu Yong had a time limit in his orders. If they wanted to complete it within the time limit, they would not be able to do so. But there was no choice. Wu Yong could not spare any more manpower to deal with this situation. During Wu Du Shou's era, Wu clan's territory continued to expand. Nobody objected to it, because Wu Du Shou alone could suppress the entire situation. Once Wu Du Shou died and Wu Yong took over, Wu clan only had one rank 8 left. Even though Wu Yong showed great ability and methods, Wu clan's territory was too huge. Under Zishan Makoto's scheme, he made use of the unwillingness of the other super clans. Wu clan was troubled by several super clans. Wu Yong stayed at the core. He had been mobilizing troops to maintain the situation. But this time, something happened to Wu Yishan. Once he was sacrificed, the Wu clan's defensive line that was in imminent danger immediately had a huge hole. Sending Wu Yuanju and Ronghao was already Wu clan's limit. Let's give it our all. Even if we have exceeded the time limit, we have done our best. Wu Yuanju sighed and began to attack. Ronghao quickly cooperated. His surname wasn't Wu, and he was an external supreme clan elder recruited by the Wu clan. Southern Borders clans were very xenophobic. It was not easy for Wu clan to break the rules and recruit an outsider goo immortal. Under the two goo immortals' methods, the blood tide continued to retreat. Blood Tide Pit was like the mouth of a giant monster, devouring the blood tide outside. The disaster was under control. The situation was getting better. Wu Yuanju sighed. After suppressing the blood tide and rebuilding the goo formation, Ronghao, you will have to replace Wu Yiran and guard this place. I hope you'll be more careful. Things aren't looking good these days. Ronghao nodded. I understand. I heard that this blood tide sinkhole wasn't formed naturally, but was deliberately created by Patriarch Blood Sea? Wu Yuanju nodded. Blood Sea ancestor left behind 7 true inheritances. This is one of the 7 true inheritances that he meticulously arranged to be buried. Originally, it was inconspicuous, no different from an ordinary sinkhole, but later, a goo master from Shang clan accidentally entered and obtained the Blood Sea true inheritance, obtaining blood handprint goo. This person was Shang clan's previous leader, Shang Yanfei. He has already died on Etian Mountain. After Shang Yanfei took away the Blood Sea true inheritance, countless blood tides appeared in the sinkhole, flowing endlessly. Wu Du Shou sent goo immortals to annex this place, turning it into Wu clan's territory. Blood Tide Pit was managed by Wu clan. It quickly became a blood path resource point. Wu clan developed blood path. This resource point contributed a lot. You guys are having a good time. Right at this time, a voice resounded in Ronghao's mind. Who is it? Ronghao was shocked. He was about to stop his method and protect himself, but he found that he could not move anymore. He quickly looked at Wu Yuanju with an anxious gaze, hoping that he could help him. But he found out in despair that Wu Yuanju was also immobilized, in the same situation as him. A small figure had unknowingly appeared on Ronghao's shoulder. He was only the size of a finger. He had wings on his back that resembled cicada wings. His purple hair was very eye-catching. It was none other than the rank 8 wisdom path goo immortal Zishan Makoto. Mini-man goo immortal? Wu Yuanju was extremely shocked, his heart sank. Zishan Makoto's aura was concealed, he did not show his rank 8 aura. Ronghao quickly spoke, as a variant human, you should know that this is the world of humans. Be it because of someone's instigation or your own actions, I advise you not to act rashly. Because we are not only human goo immortals, we also belong to Wu clan. Wu clan is the #1 righteous path force in southern border. If you take our lives, the consequences will be unimaginable. Actually, there is no enmity between us. Our Wu clan does not bully others. If you have any requests, Wu clan might be able to fulfill them for you. We can still be friends. Wu Yuanju added. He cooperated with Rong Hao, using both hard and soft tactics. They had great teamwork. Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, he started to speak incoherently, his gaze turned dull. Rong Hao was shocked. He blurted out, "You are a wisdom path Gu immortal?" Saying so, he also started to speak incoherently. Zishan Makoto's wisdom path methods heavily disrupted Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao's thoughts. They could not even speak, they were in a terrible state. Gu immortals needed thoughts to control Gu worms. Every action had to be thought before their bodies moved. Zishan Makoto directly disrupted their thoughts. He suppressed them from the start. These two rank 6 Gu immortals did not even have a chance to retaliate. After easily controlling the situation, Zishan Makoto looked at the blood-tide pit, smiling. Next, his rank 8 aura burst out. In an instant, it pierced through heaven and earth, sweeping in all directions. The surging blood tide below him seemed to have quietened down. After a moment of preparation, Zishan Makoto suddenly opened his mouth, letting out a breath of eerie air. The eerie air floated lightly, slowly falling into the blood tide pit. It was not eye-catching, it was soon engulfed by the blood tide, vanishing without a trace. At this point, Zishan Makoto turned his body slightly, looking far away. He said plainly, "It is your turn." A lump of rainbow light appeared. The person inside spoke with a trembling voice, "You are a rank 8 great expert. With your strength, you can do whatever you want in Southern Border. Why make things difficult for a minor character like me? I have my own plans. When you obtain something, you have to pay a price. When you first inherited the 7 illusions true inheritance, you should have thought of this day." Zishan Makoto said. "But the inheritors before me had never received any orders. Why me?" The mysterious Gu immortal wrapped in rainbow light said in an unwilling tone. Zishan Makoto sighed, looking towards the direction of Celestial Court. "Maybe, this is your fate. Alright, use Xiao Ji Kai's method to kill these two." Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao were still dazed, unable to move. Zishan Makoto wanted this mysterious Gu immortal to capture these two alive. The mysterious Gu immortal did not dare to disobey Zishan Makoto's orders. Profound light burst out and transformed, landing on the two Wu clan Gu immortals. Their souls dissipated and their bodies turned into wooden statues. Zishan Makoto gave up on controlling them, letting these two wooden statues fall into the blood tide. "Follow me," Zishan Makoto said plainly. How could the mysterious Gu immortal dare to disobey Zishan Makoto? Even if he was not a rank 8 great expert, just the Information Path Alliance agreement in the True Inheritance was enough to restrict the mysterious Gu immortal. The two left immediately. They retreated without hesitation. Of course, Zishan Makoto would not forget to get rid of their traces. In just a short moment, a gale suddenly swept up high in the sky, and countless clouds were completely blown away, revealing a clear sky for thousands of kilometers. The aura of rank 8 was grand and vast, it enveloped the entire area. Wu Yong had an angry expression, his eyes were slightly red as he descended. Who was it? Who was the one who attacked? Wu Yiran was dead, and now, Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao were also dead. With Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu, Wu clan knew of their deaths immediately. Wu Yong was furious, he moved out personally. Wu clan lost 3 Gu immortals, 1 rank 7 and 2 rank 6, this made Wu Yong's heart ache. He was even more furious. He wanted to see who dared to cross the line and anger Wu clan, but at the next moment, when he saw Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao's corpses, Wu Yong was stunned. Wooden statue killer? His pupils shrunk to pin size. Xiao Ji Kai? A moment later, Qiao clan's Gu immortal Xiao Ji Kai rushed to the scene. Blood tide pit had been suppressed again. On the ground that was corroded by the blood tide, there were 2 Wu clan Gu immortal corpses. Qiao clan's first supreme elder, what do you say? Wu Yong had a plain expression, he spoke calmly. But the calmer he was, the more fearful Xiao Ji Kai was. He was Qiao clan's first supreme elder, and his signature immortal killer move was Wooden Statue Killer. If ordinary Gu immortals were hit by this move, their souls would dissipate and they would lose their lives, their bodies would turn into wooden statues, but some vitality would be left, they could be planted into trees. Ignoring the cold sweat on his forehead, Xiao Ji Kai immediately clarified, Lord Wu Yong, please allow me to explain. This was definitely not done by me. Someone deliberately framed me. Xiao clan and Wu clan have been allies for a long time, it can be traced back to. Before Qiao Zhikai could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Wu Yong. His eyes shined with bright light as he stared at Xiao Zhikai. I am more willing to believe you. Xiao clan and Wu clan have been connected through marriage for generations, how can our alliance be destroyed by such a thing? Xiao Zhikai let out a breath of air, he bowed, Lord Wu Yong is wise. Southern border, Tai clan, Wanqing mountain. Rumble, a series of muffled sounds engulfed this unremarkable small valley. At the bottom of the valley, a young girl stood. She was tall, her long legs took up almost half of her body, giving her a strong and heroic appearance. At this moment, under her straight brows, her eyes were shining with starlight as she looked at the sky above her head. Huge rocks the size of houses were smashing down on her along the mountain wall. The young girl breathed in deeply. At this moment of life and death, she actually closed her eyes. Hundreds of huge rocks were about to hit her, but at this moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. In an instant, golden light blossomed, it was extremely dazzling, as if a small sun was buried in the whole valley. The light lasted for a moment before vanishing. The rumbling sounds also disappeared shortly after. Countless amounts of gray-white powder scattered and floated down. The young girl bathed in the flying stone powder, and a hint of joy flashed across her determined face. Very good, Tai Ruanan, you have learned the killer move I taught you, you have passed the final test. From today onwards, you will cultivate with me, I will teach you the method to become an immortal. A grand voice resounded in the whole valley. The young girl immediately knelt down, thank you Lord Supreme Elder for your guidance. You abhor evil and have great talent. You are suitable for my lineage's iron mask. Your father was one of the seeds I had chosen, but to think that his daughter's talent is 100 times more outstanding than his, The grand voice suddenly paused. But soon, Tai Ruanan heard, there is an unexpected matter, you should cultivate here for now. Although you have learned the killer move I taught you, you are not familiar with it. During this period of time, you should practice more, wait for my return before making any plans. Yes, Ruanan understands. The young girl respectfully kowtowed, unable to conceal her excitement. Finally, I have finally done it, Lord Father, I have surpassed you. Watch carefully from heaven, I will cultivate to become an immortal, I will possess the strength of a Gu immortal. This world is too dark and chaotic. Only with greater strength can the wicked be severely punished, the kind be rewarded, the righteous be supported, and the world be peaceful. Zhongli, you despicable woman who murdered your own husband. My pitiful brother treated you wholeheartedly, but in the end, you were so heartless that you actually killed him. Today, I will cut you into pieces, I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. A young Gu immortal shouted furiously, his rank 7 aura surged out of his body. Fang Yuan, ever since he survived the dream related to Zui Yi Hui, his dark path realm had skyrocketed to the master level. But what followed was an absurd dream. Fang Yuan was cautious and did not want to explore this strange dream. After patiently waiting for a period of time, he finally saw a realistic dream. But in this dream realm, he became a female Gu immortal, and he was very unrestrained. The reason for that was because this female immortal cultivated the Tao of Charm. This path was a small sect, it was a small branch that branched out from Wisdom Path. It was all about fighting with emotions and charming people. Right now, Fang Yuan had turned into a female Gu immortal, she wore a pink dress with a voluptuous neckline and a slit that reached her thighs. Her every frown and smile was extremely alluring. Regarding this, Fang Yuan was helpless. After all, if he wanted to explore other people's dreams, he would need to be the source of the dream. Of course, becoming a female did not affect Fang Yuan's cold mental state. He was wary of the enemy in front of him while putting his attention into his immortal aperture. What made Fang Yuan happy was that this female Gu immortal had many immortal Gu. Let's try this Gu first. Fang Yuan injected his immortal essence as he let out a baby's voice. This voice was not under Fang Yuan's control, it was filled with the allure and gentleness of a woman. That young Gu immortal had an imposing aura, but after hearing this voice, his body went soft, his killing intent fell. His momentum faltered as he gritted his teeth, clarity returned to his eyes. Demoness, you dare to play tricks on me. Take my killer move. Saying so, he pushed with both hands, intense winds blew, the world turned dark as countless wind blades flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly retreated, he dodged while trying to activate his second immortal goo. Immediately, Fang Yuan's pink dress turned into a lump of pink fog that coiled around his body, bringing Fang Yuan along as he flew. The speed made Fang Yuan gasp in admiration, it was not inferior to Sword Escape immortal goo. The only thing that made Fang Yuan feel regretful was that as he flew further and further, the pink fog around his body decreased. It could originally cover his entire body, but now, it was forced to reveal his snow-white thighs and arms. Fang Yuan was not afraid of running around naked, this sort of shame had long since left him, not to mention this was a dream. His regret was that this immortal goo's effect could not last long, otherwise, with just this speed, he would be invincible against the enemy in front of him. Slut, you run quite fast. But you will definitely die in my hands today. To kill you and take revenge for my brother, I am willing to pay any price. The young goo immortal's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. At the same time, he activated an immortal killer move. The emerald green wind condensed into a small dagger in his palm. The dagger flickered with an eerie jade light. Fang Yuan took a look and felt a chill down his spine. Oh no! Fang Yuan's heart sank. With just one or two immortal goo, I cannot block this immortal killer move. But what immortal killer move does this Zhongli have? I do not know how to use it. While feeling troubled, Fang Yuan quickly activated Unravel Dream. Immediately, a mystical force flowed in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. One immortal goo and dozens of mortal goo were activated under this mystical force. This is? Fang Yuan sensed this and was overjoyed. He quickly activated Unravel Dream. Under the influence of this immortal killer move, the mystical force continued to flow and became more abundant. Many goo worms in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture were gathered together. Next, an immortal killer move that Fang Yuan was completely unfamiliar with was formed. Fang Yuan did not know what effect this immortal killer move had. Time waited for no man. At this moment, the young goo immortal had already used his lips to blow on his palm. That jade wind dagger shot out like an arrow, shooting towards Fang Yuan. It was swift and fierce. Fang Yuan sighed internally. At this moment, he could only resign himself to fate. What effect did the immortal killer move that he used using Unravel Dream have? Whether it could block this jade wind dagger, Fang Yuan had no idea. But under the effect of this killer move, Fang Yuan could not help but move his fingers, pointing at the young goo immortal as he said with a coquettish voice, "Ghost, come quickly." This voice was extremely alluring and seductive, even Fang Yuan himself shuddered when he heard it. Then, a dead ghost really did come. This was a goo immortal soul with rank 7 battle strength. It flew out fearlessly towards the jade wind dagger. The young goo immortal's expression changed when he saw this ghost. He shouted in shock, "Brother!" It turned out that this female immortal, Zhongli, had actually killed her husband and refined his soul into an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan saw this and had a flash of inspiration. He shouted, "As long as I cancel the killer move, your brother's soul can still be saved. If you have the guts, destroy it too." The young goo immortal was furious, but he was afraid of harming his brother's life. He was restrained in the battle. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He quickly made a move and quickly turned the situation around. A moment later, he used a flaw in his opponent to kill him. Dream realm passed. Huff. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He returned to reality. This dream realm only has one scene. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. This was a very small dream realm. Fang Yuan passed it in one go. After thinking about it, he found that his attainment levels increased not only in Wisdom Path, but also in Soul Path. Enchantment Emotion Path has never truly broken away from Wisdom Path. There are no Enchantment Emotion Dao marks in this world, only Wisdom Path Dao marks. Thus, my Wisdom Path attainment level increased. As for Soul Path, this Zhongli probably cultivates Soul Path as well. Especially her immortal killer move, Ghost, come quickly, it has a dense Soul Path component. Fang Yuan analyzed and organized his attainment levels. Right now, he had Grandmaster attainment level of 8 paths. They were Blood Path, Strength Path, Transformation Path, Star Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Dark Path, and Formation Path. Refinement Path was Quasi-Grandmaster, Luck Path was Master, Phantom Path was still blank. His sword path attainment level was ordinary, his soul path attainment level was ordinary, but after Zhang Li's dream realm, it rose to quasi-master level. That immortal killer move, Ghost, Come Quickly, is quite interesting. Even though my soul path attainment level is low, I am a grandmaster in wisdom path. The dream realm is realistic, there is a high chance that I can recreate a portion of its power. Even though I cannot recreate it completely, I can replicate a similar immortal killer move. But even if I replicate this immortal killer move, it will not be as good as my modified Vajra back. Ordinary Gu immortals would be happy to have some hope, they would start to deduce and modify immortal killer moves. But Feng Yuan was not like that. Recently, his attainment level had risen by a lot, he had countless inspirations and possibilities, he needed to choose the most cost-effective immortal killer move and modify it. Undeniably, this was a happy problem. His dark path attainment level rose to Grandmaster, he had the idea of using Dark Limit Immortal Gu and Perseverance Immortal Gu as the core killer moves. This immortal killer move could conceal him even better. His formation path attainment level rose, he had a new idea about immortal killer move Vajra back. This idea made him quite excited. Originally, Vajra back used Vajra thought and perseverance as the cores, but in his imagination, if he could add precaution immortal Gu and some formation path mortal Gu, its power would increase by several times. Coincidentally, after Zhang Li's dream realm, the dream realms that appeared in front of Feng Yuan were not suitable for exploration. Feng Yuan started to shift his focus, modifying the immortal killer move Vajra back. Right when Feng Yuan was rapidly increasing his strength, Xiao Kai and Wu Yong arrived. This rank 7 Gu immortal was wearing a warrior attire, his chest and legs were covered in light armor, his face was covered in a thick layer of iron. This was not because he was wearing a mask, but because he cultivated the iron mask true inheritance. The Gu immortals who cultivated this true inheritance had to be righteous people, at the same time, they were the most skilled in investigating the truth in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. After inspecting the scene and the two corpses, Tai Mianshan said with certainty, Xiao Kai did not do it. Xiao Kai let out a breath of air. Then who? Wu Yong asked. Someone imitated his immortal killer move, wooden statue kill. This situation is recorded in history. Tai Mianshan replied, I wonder if Lord Wu Yong has heard of the 7 illusions demon immortal. Wu Yong frowned, you mean the inheritor of the 7 illusions true inheritance? It is said that the Gu immortals who inherit the true inheritance have the ability to imitate any Gu immortal's methods in the world. Tai Mianshan, are you sure? Tai Mianshan nodded, my clan had once imprisoned a 7 illusions demon immortal in Demon Suppression Tower. Even though we could not find out the contents of the 7 illusions true inheritance, we know some secrets. For example, this 7 illusions true inheritance has 7 layers. The inheritor can choose, they can choose not to inherit any layer of the true inheritance, or they can inherit all 7 layers of the true inheritance. But every time they inherit a layer of the true inheritance, they have to fulfill an agreement, they have to do something for someone at an uncertain time in the future. The 7 layers of the true inheritance are 7 tasks. To identify the inheritors of the 7 illusions, my clan has already developed a method to distinguish the truth. I used it earlier, it is definitely the 7 illusions demon immortal. Interesting. Wu Yong nodded slightly. His brows furrowed even deeper. Even though he knew the truth, so what, who was the 7 illusions demon immortal? Who was the person or force behind them? Wu Yong did not know about these questions. I can track the 7 illusions demon immortal. Tai Mianshan's words eased Wu Yong's frown. It turned out that after Tai clan captured the 7 illusions demon immortal, they started to make arrangements for the 7 illusions true inheritance. Among the southern border super clans, Tai clan was the force that dealt the harshest damage to the demonic path. Especially after Tai clan Demon Suppression Tower was created, Tai clan became the pillar of the righteous path to hunt down demonic path Gu immortals. Immediately, Tai Mianshan used an immortal killer move to investigate the traces here. This way. After confirming the direction, Tai Mianshan flew towards the east. Wu Yong and Xiao Kai looked at each other as they followed behind. The clues were intermittent, but with the experienced Tai Mianshan, the 3 immortals made good progress. An hour later, they actually returned to the blood-tide sinkhole. Xiao Kai was surprised, why are we back here? Tai Mianshan smiled coldly. The most dangerous place is the safest place, huh? Qiao Zhikai came to his senses and couldn't help but praise in his heart, good guts. Wu Yong's gaze swept around with cold light. After a few breaths of time, his gaze fixed on Blood Tide Pit. Roar! The calm surface of the blood tide suddenly surged as countless blood beasts charged out. A large number of desolate-level blood beasts, along with a small number of ancient blood beasts, there were thousands of them, they charged towards Wu Yong and the other two immortals fiercely. Blood beasts were a type of Dao beast. They were not born from reproduction, they were nurtured by heaven and earth, formed from blood path Dao marks. Similar to blood beasts were snow monsters, mud monsters, cloud beasts, soul beasts, year beasts, and rock dragons. Blood Tide Pit has such a mystical ability? This is a place to incubate blood beasts? Tai Mianshan called out as he looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong also showed a surprised expression. Blood Tide Pit had one of Blood Sea ancestors' true inheritances. It was obtained by immortal Gu master, Shang Yan Fei, before being taken over by Wu clan. After the Wu clan incorporated the Blood Tide Pit into their territory, they had also explored this place, but they didn't find anything strange. In the following days, they treated this place as an ordinary resource point. With so many blood fiends lying in ambush, no wonder the 7 Illusions demon immortal was hiding here. Qiao Zhikai suddenly realized. The blood fiends formed an army and surged forward. They had all kinds of strange appearances. Some had the heads of tigers and the bodies of horses, some had the bodies of snakes and the heads of rabbits, some had the backs of turtles and tails of dragons, and some were like trees with fruits that looked like monkey heads. The stench of blood assaulted his nostrils, and his ears were filled with the sinister and terrifying roars of the blood fiends. With such a sudden burst of power, even a great family clan would be caught unprepared. However, Qiao Zhicai and Tai Mianshan remained calm and had no intention of retreating. Because at this moment, Wu Yong was already standing in front of him. A bunch of trash. Wu Yong snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with anger. He was very angry. Recently, he had been stationed in Wu clan, mobilizing his troops and dealing with all sorts of situations. He was feeling extremely stifled. Now, this 7 Illusions demon immortal appeared. He had evil intentions. He actually caused the deaths of Wu clan's 2 Gu immortals, Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao. Wisps and wisps of breeze were brewing around him. The green wind had unknowingly started to move around the charging blood fiends. The blood fiends were still surging, their speed did not decrease at all. Just as they were about to reach the 3 immortals, at this time a blood fiend self-detonated. This kind of self-detonation was not thunderous, it was very gentle, it was like soap bubbles popping one by one. Blood fiends self-detonated one after another, they were right in front of the 3 immortals, but they had no power. They could not harm the 3 immortals at all. The roars and attacks earlier were like a joke. Hundreds of rank 6 battle strength and dozens of rank 7 battle strength were destroyed in front of Wu Yong. They were as fragile as toys made of paper. This was the power of a rank 8. What immortal killer move is this? The aura is completely concealed, I cannot sense it at all. Qiao Zhikai was shocked. Tai Mianshan had a deep gaze as he looked at Wu Yong's back. Wu Yong's expression was grim, his gaze was locked onto the blood tide below. The blood fiends did not form without a price. The blood tide dried up, the overflowing blood tide in the pit had already dried up. Qiao Zhikai sighed, feeling it was a pity. He sensed that the dense blood path Dao marks had dissipated into nothingness. From now on, the blood tide pit no longer existed, only an ordinary pit was left. Wu Yong did not care about this. In the eyes of ordinary people, the bottomless sinkhole was as clear as day in his eyes. A figure covered in 7-colored profound light appeared in Wu Yong's detection range. So you are the daring one, daring to challenge Wu clan's authority. Wu Yong said plainly, but anyone could hear the anger and killing intent in his tone. The mysterious Gu immortal who was at the bottom of the pit smiled bitterly. Lord Wu Yong, I was forced to do this. Now, sorry for the offense. Wu Yong's expression changed slightly. At the next moment, his surroundings changed, the originally azure sky and mountains had all disappeared. Everywhere, up and down, left and right, had been transformed into a purplish-red color. The 3 immortals could not tell if they were close or far, their sense of distance was greatly affected. Swoosh swoosh, The sound of waves entered their ears, the corpses of the destroyed blood beasts turned into blood water, forming into a river that flowed below the three immortals. Blood-red splashes blossomed on top of the waves, countless purple thoughts rained down on the three immortals like a storm. Damn it! Those blood beasts were just a prelude and a trap. So insidious. Xiao Zhikai scolded. Tai Mianshan looked around nervously. Is this an immortal battlefield killer move or a super goo formation? Even with his investigative attainment, he could not see through this environment. Wu Yong had an unhappy expression. He snorted coldly as he waved his sleeves. Boom! A strong wind blew, and a huge tornado enveloped the surrounding 500 meters, including the three immortals, Wu Qiao and Tai Xian. The purple thoughts rained down on the tornado, creating crackling sounds as they landed on the tornado. They could not break the defense of the tornado. Wu Yong did not move. He had a cold expression as he raised his right hand and flicked his finger. There was a crisp ding-dong. A dark jade worm flew out of his fingertip. The worm flew out of the tornado, flying towards the blood river at an extremely fast speed. While flying, it grew in size. Its body expanded rapidly, 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In a few breaths of time, it turned into a fierce wind dragon that was 220 feet long, bearing its fangs and claws as it charged through the rain of purple thoughts, crashing into the blood river. The blood river surged and formed a whirlpool. It was like a giant beast opening its mouth to devour the wind dragon. Green light flashed in Wu Yong's eyes. The wind dragon roared as it turned into countless jade wind blades that flew everywhere. The blood river whirlpool was directly destroyed by the wind blades, as the wind blades flew out and cut the entire blood river in half. Xiao Zhikai and Tai Mianshan stared with wide eyes. They were filled with anticipation, shock, and shock. Wu Yong's every attack was an immortal killer move. It was extremely powerful, far beyond rank 7. If they were his opponent, they would not be able to last even half a move. Wu Yong was actually able to use such a powerful immortal killer move easily. It was like it was an instinct. It was as easy as breathing. Lord Wu Yong's every killer move has its aura concealed to the extreme. It is truly unfathomable. Xiao Zhikai's heart shook. This wind dragon killer move actually has a second variation move. It turns into countless wind blades. Wu Yong is not as useless as the rumors say. Such immense battle strength. He actually concealed it so deeply. Tai Mianshan's eyes shined with bright light. He looked at Wu Yong's back. He suddenly felt glad that Tai clan and Wu clan had always been allies. They did not fall out. Wu Duxiu and Wu Yong were mother and son. The former was like the wind on the peak of a mountain. The latter was like the wind in the valley. Their styles and personalities were different, but they had the same ferocious battle strength. However, even under Wu Yong's fierce attacks, the surroundings did not change. The broken blood river split into two. It expanded and formed two blood rivers. Each of them was of the same size as before. Xiao Zhikai's expression changed slightly. To be able to remain unmoved under the attacks of a rank 8 Gu immortal and trap the three of them, what method was this? His doubts did not last long. A figure appeared in the blood river and spoke, giving the answer. This is the purple blood river formation. Wu Yong, if you do not use the 2 rank 8 immortal goo that your mother left for you, with just that rank 8 light wind goo, you will not be able to break this formation. Zishan Makoto said. He was not in his mini-man form. He had grown to look like a normal person. As he spoke, his body rose up as an island floated under his feet. Xiao Zhikai and Tai Mianshan's expressions changed. Even Wu Yong was moved. Because Zishan Makoto did not conceal his aura, his rank 8 identity was exposed. Who are you? What do you want? Wu Yong asked in a low voice. Zishan Makoto smiled as he looked at Wu Yong. His purple pupils were like glass. To kill you, of course. Once you die, Wu clan will be shaken. We will be attacked by other clans. We will definitely fall apart. Wu Yong was stunned. He raised his head and laughed loudly. This was the laughter of extreme anger. After laughing for a while, he lowered his head as a fierce light shined in his eyes. Such guts. In that case, I will kill you and establish my prestige as a rank 8. As he spoke, a powerful aura rose from his body. Countless goo worms were activated in his immortal aperture. Xiao Zhikai and Tai Mianshan quickly retreated. They felt an immense threat from Wu Yong. Zishan Makoto's smile disappeared. Wu Yong's previous immortal killer moves were silent, his aura was concealed to the limit. But now, he was preparing an immortal killer move, the aura was surging like a tsunami. From this perspective, Wu Yong was fighting with all his strength. What immortal killer move could make Wu Yong unable to conceal his aura? No matter what killer move it was, once it was used, it would be earth-shattering, it would have immense power. How could I let you succeed? Purple Mountain True Monarch's thoughts moved, and countless purple thoughts surged up like a rainstorm. Wu Clan. Ancestral Hall. This. The Wu Clan Gu immortal guarding the Ancestral Hall had a change of expression, cold sweat rolled down his forehead, his face was pale as a corpse. He cried out in shock, Lord Wu Yong's life tablet Gu is broken, Soul Lantern Gu is destroyed. Lord Wu Yong, is he dead? Note, this situation will last until July 24th, I will update on July 25th, to repay my friends who have been supporting me. Recently, I have been in trouble internally and externally. It is not easy to be a professional writer, the pressure is huge, I even suspected that I was suffering from depression. But recently, I have adjusted slightly, it is like a person who is dying of thirst in the desert, drinking a cup of cold water. Now, I am starting to balance the material needs of the outside world, and the spiritual pursuit of my heart. Professionalization requires a process of adaptation, I am starting to understand how to treat this profession, my readers, myself, and life. Thank you, friends, for your silent support and understanding. There is a saying. When you want to be a god, you are not far from becoming a demon. I do not welcome gods and demons, I welcome friends and confidants. Clan Ancestral Hall. The Clan Ancestral Hall on Wui Mountain was a mortal Gu house. It used a large number of rank 5 mortal Gu, although it could not compare to an immortal Gu house, its significance to Wu clan was extraordinary. Basically, be it a super force or an ordinary clan, they would build an ancestral hall. It stored life tablet Gu, soul lantern Gu, or blood rope Gu. The first two were common, while blood rope Gu was rarer, after all, it involved blood path. Even the sects of Central Continent had facilities similar to ancestral halls, they stored life tablet Gu, soul lantern Gu, and others. At this moment, Wu Bachong was standing in the ancestral hall, staring at the Gu worm fragments on the table. After life tablet Gu shattered, it was like pieces of wood, while after soul lantern Gu was destroyed, it was like a broken ladybug, no longer emitting a dim blue candle light. Although Wu Bachong was old, his body was strong like a bear, his hair was white, his nose was wide, his eyebrows were thick, his eyes were fierce, and he was a steady person who dared to take on responsibilities. He was the second supreme elder of Wu clan, he had weathered many storms and was usually as steady as Mount Tai. But now, his forehead was full of cold sweat, his breathing was irregular, and his firm gaze was in a mess. Lord Wu Yong died? Wu Bachong stared at the two mortal Gu fragments, he had been standing here for a while, but his mind was still in chaos. How can this be? A grand rank 8 existence, the pillar of our Wu clan, died just like this? Wu Bachong could not believe it, he could not believe it. Lord Wu Yong, did he die or not? He kept asking himself. After all, life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu were mortal Gu, it was not difficult to use some methods. But Wu Yong was currently uncontactable, no matter how Wu clan tried to contact him, it was like a rock sinking into the ocean. This was an indisputable fact, regardless of whether Wu Yong died or not, his situation was definitely not good. To be able to make a rank 8 Gu immortal end up like this, who could be so ruthless? A rank 8 existence of the demonic path or lone cultivator? It's also the righteous path super clans. Could it be that they are working together to deal with my Wu clan? Wu Bachong continued to speculate. The more he thought about it, the more unfocused his gaze became. Wu Duxiu died, Wu Yong went missing, the huge Wu clan, the number 1 super clan in southern border, actually did not have a rank 8 expert guarding it. This situation was extremely serious, and the Wu clan was already in a precarious situation. What was even more frightening was that the mastermind behind the scenes had yet to reveal himself. Wu Bachong slowly calmed down from the shock, but confusion and fear once again overwhelmed his heart. Usually, when Wu Duxiu and Wu Yong were above him, he did not feel anything. Now that the two rank 8s were gone, Wu Bachong realized that his supposedly broad shoulders could not carry the burden of Wu clan. During Wu Duxiu's era, he was the second supreme elder. When Wu Yong ascended, he continued to assist him. In terms of qualifications, he could be said to be the oldest and most qualified Gu immortal in all of Southern Border's righteous path. But it was useless. His cultivation level was only rank 7, his battle strength was not outstanding. If he fought old Treeman Ba De, he would definitely not be Ba De's match. Even in Wu clan, there were many rank 7 Gu immortals who could fight evenly with him. However, he was the first Wu clan higher-up to return after the incident. This gave him the upper hand. What do I do? Even if Lord Wu Yong is not dead, he has lost contact, his life token and soul path Gu are destroyed. Once this news spreads, it will definitely cause a huge commotion, people's hearts will be shaken. Should I suppress the news? Wu Bachong quickly shook his head. Furthermore, this shocking news had already been spread to most of the Wu clan Gu immortals by the rank 6 Gu immortals guarding this place. If Wu Yong died, the mastermind who ambushed Wu clan would not let go of this chance to strike Wu clan's morale. Thus, even if Wu Bachong tried to suppress the news, he could not. Then, the urgent matter now is to search for the missing Lord Wu Yong, or to shrink the defensive line and gather the supreme elders outside to defend our headquarters? Wu Bachong frowned. Both choices were dangerous. Searching for Wu Yong was filled with danger. To be able to make Wu Yong go missing and destroy his life token and soul path Gu, the mastermind was definitely very strong. Wu clan sending rank 7 Gu immortals to search for him would be like sending sheep into a tiger's den. And shrinking the defensive line and summoning the supreme elders back would be a huge change in the clan, a large number of resource points would be lost. If the surrounding superforces took the chance to invade them, Wu clan's losses would be disastrous. What should he do? Wu Bachong hesitated, he was in a dilemma. After a while, he licked his dry lips, deciding to postpone these two actions for now. He would first gather the Wu clan Gu immortals with his status as the second supreme elder to discuss. After coming to a conclusion, he would carry it out. Wu Yong went missing and could not be contacted. A huge storm started to form around Wu clan. Southern Border, Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan sat on his bed, cultivating with his eyes closed while multitasking, listening to Lady White Rabbit's report. Lady White Rabbit had inherited White Rabbit's true inheritance. This true inheritance was very famous in Southern Border. The inheritor had to have a pure heart. And in the following cultivation process, they had to maintain this pure heart. Otherwise, most of the true inheritance methods could not be used. If they were forcefully used, they would suffer backlash. Precisely so, Lady White Rabbit was naturally trusted. She had good relations with lone cultivators and demonic immortals. Wuan saw this and convinced Lady White Rabbit to be the middleman to manage the immortal opportunity business. Once in a while, Lady White Rabbit would enter the Super Gu formation and report to Fang Yuan about the situation of the immortal opportunity business. Even though Fang Yuan had never gained any benefits from the immortal opportunity business, listening to the business could help him understand the changes in the giant dream realm. Lady White Rabbit spoke softly, her voice was soft like water. As she reported, she looked at Fang Yuan's face with a gentle gaze. Fang Yuan had Wu Yihai's appearance now. He had a handsome face, his nose bridge was tall and his nose was wide, he had a strong masculine aura. Lady White Rabbit was already in love with him. She purposely spoke slowly. She treasured this time when she was alone with Fang Yuan. But every time Fang Yuan met her, he spoke very little. He would only greet her with 2 sentences. One was for Lady White Rabbit to sit down and report, the second was for her to leave. But even so, Lady White Rabbit was very satisfied. She knew that Wu Yihai had a high status. She felt that she was of low birth and could not match up to Fang Yuan. Being able to interact with Fang Yuan like this every once in a while, she felt very happy, she felt extremely blessed. At this time, Lady White Rabbit's voice paused. Because she saw that Fang Yuan's expression changed. This was a rare situation. Lady White Rabbit became worried, thinking, what happened to Wu Yihai? Did he encounter a problem in his cultivation? Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. With a thought, he opened the door to the palace. Yihai, it's already like this, yet you actually still have the mood to be carefree and leisurely. Are you going out with someone? A female immortal rushed into the palace. Lady White Rabbit turned around. She saw that it was a young girl about 16 years old. She wore a green dress, her sleeves fluttered in the wind. Her skin was as white as snow, her figure was slim, she moved like a willow in the wind. Her features were exquisite, especially her eyes, they were the most eye-catching. Under the cover of her thick eyelashes, they were like ripples on a clear lake. She is Chao Clan's fairy Lu. Lady White Rabbit recognized her, she panicked and lowered her gaze. She knew this person's relationship with Feng Yuan. In reality, a while ago, Feng Yuan and Xiao Lu's scandal had spread far and wide. Fairy Lu is so beautiful, as expected of one of the 3 fairies of southern border. Only a person like this is worthy of Lord Wu Hai. Lady White Rabbit thought to herself, a sour feeling brewed in her heart. Xiao Lu glanced at Lady White Rabbit who had her head lowered, she seemed unintentional, but she placed great importance on her. Xiao Clan wanted to use a honey trap to make Wu Hai their son-in-law, how could Xiao Lu not pay attention to Feng Yuan's information? And in Feng Yuan's information, Xiao Lu was already familiar with Lady White Rabbit. This time, it was the first time Xiao Lu met Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit was like a jade statue, her eyes were like rubies, her rabbit ears were fluffy and drooped down, she looked very pitiful. Even though looking closely, her looks were not as good as Xiao Lu, but men usually liked such cute and voluptuous beauties. But now is not the time to bicker with her. Xiao Lu snorted coldly in her heart, she walked past Lady White Rabbit and quickly arrived in front of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had already opened his eyes, he got up from the bed and looked at Xiao Lu with a smile, fairy's sudden visit is truly a pleasant surprise. Lady White Rabbit stood far away, she looked at Feng Yuan in a daze, thinking, Wu Hai smiled again, I have not seen him smile for a long time. When he smiles, it is like the sun in spring. If he could smile at me like this, how good would it be? Xiao Lu inspected Feng Yuan and interrupted Feng Yuan's pleasantries, it seems like you really don't know. Sigh, what I am going to say next will only be shock and no joy. Feng Yuan's expression changed, what happened? Xiao Lu did not answer directly, she turned slightly and said to Lady White Rabbit, young lady, you can leave first, I have something to discuss with your lord. Ah? Lady White Rabbit was slightly stunned. Feng Yuan waved his hand, White Rabbit, leave. Lady White Rabbit did not dare to disobey Feng Yuan's order, she quickly replied and left the hall. The door closed, Xiao Lu said, Wu Yong is missing, his life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu have both shattered, the outside world does not know about this, but Wu clan is in chaos now. What? Feng Yuan shook intensely. This news was too shocking. Life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu shattered, it meant that Wu Yong might have died already. He was the pillar of Wu clan, if he really died now, how could Wu clan's huge assets be protected? Genius 1 second remember if you want to go? Shuanet provides you with wonderful novels to read. Take over the Wu clan, Xiao Lu's words immediately made Feng Yuan's heart palpitate. How could he not be tempted? One had to know that the Wu clan was a great clan, and it wasn't an ordinary great clan. It had always been very powerful and had always been the #1 clan in the southern border's history. The Wu clan was a huge clan with a huge business. They had all kinds of resource points, deep foundations, and abundant treasures. If he could take control of such a superpower and become the #1 person, then Feng Yuan would not have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Now, Feng Yuan's assets were not small. Danghun Mountains Gutsgu trade, dragonfish trade, regretful spider trade, eerie fire dragon python trade, as well as star fragment grass, star dart goo, star river goo, star fire goo, meteorite goo, spirit snake trade was also developing. It was not an exaggeration to say that Feng Yuan was making a fortune every day. If the assets in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture were included, he had the foundation of an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal. If he added Wisdom Gu and Danghun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land, and City Well in Eastern Sea's turbulent flow sea area, Feng Yuan had already surpassed ordinary rank 8s, however, compared to a superpower, Zero Wings capital paled in comparison. Any super force, even if they did not have a rank 8 grade expert now, they had appeared in history before, their foundation was extremely deep. Coupled with the various resource points that the superpowers controlled in the 5 regions, they could easily leave an asset like Feng Yuan in the dust. For example, the Blood Tide Pit that was once controlled by the Wu clan had a higher output than Feng Yuan's Arowana trade. The Wu clan had 20 to 30 resource points similar to the Blood Tide Pit. Compared to Blood Tide Pit, there were even more resource points like Northern Plains Lu Tribe's Bone Burial Ground and Jade Light Pit. There were close to 10 peak resource points that were better than the Blood Tide Sinkhole. Don't forget, there were the resources in the immortal apertures of Wu clan's Gu Immortals, as well as the blessed lands and grotto heavens left behind by Wu clan's ancestors. Of course, superpowers often had high income, but they also had high expenses. Love Go Small Say Netku. The Wu clan was currently in a situation where their assets were greater than their strength. When Wu Yong was around, they could only barely hold on. Now that Wu Yong was gone, they definitely wouldn't be able to defend it. They would have to spit out some of it. Even so, if Fang Yuan was able to take control of the Wu clan, his benefits would definitely be immense, and it would far exceed the standard of working alone. Fang Yuan quickly calmed down. He glanced at Xiao Lu and immediately understood her intentions. Just as Xiao Lu said, once Wu Yong left, Fang Yuan's Wu Yihai identity would be the first choice to take over as Wu clan's first supreme elder. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fang Yuan did not doubt the veracity of Xiao Lu's words because it was too easy to verify. Xiao Lu had come in a hurry, showing her sincerity. Fang Yuan frowned and smiled bitterly. Such a big thing happened. I didn't even know about it. The urgent matter now is to return to Wu clan as soon as possible. Wu Bachong has already gathered the supreme elders to discuss. Many Gu Immortals have returned. Even if they could not return in time, their wills would be present, but they left you out. Their intentions are obvious. Xiao Lu said anxiously. Using Wu Yihai, this was the best opportunity for Qiao clan to interfere with Wu clan. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. I have only been in Wu clan for a short period of time. I have no foundation or connections. It is not easy to gain authority and inherit the position of first supreme elder. They purposely left me out. This is enough to prove that my chances of succeeding are very slim. No, you have a high chance. Yihai, don't forget that you still have me. My Qiao clan is behind you. Xiao Lu looked at Fang Yuan with deep emotions. Fang Yuan blinked. How will your Qiao clan help me? How will Lord Qiao Zhikai take care of me? Xiao Lu's expression froze. She hesitated but did not dare to hide it from Fang Yuan, saying the truth. My clan's first supreme elder also disappeared mysteriously with Lord Wu Yong. We can't contact him. His life tablet Gu was destroyed. Other than the two of them, there is also Tai clan's Gu Immortal Tai Mianshin. They were investigating Wu Yuanju and Ronghao's deaths. We lost contact with them. We don't know if they are dead or alive. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. What is going on? Xiao Lu smiled bitterly. Trust me, I only know this much. Fang Yuan had a hesitant expression. Such a huge change cannot be hidden from the outside world for long. Who did it? Lord Qiao Zhikai is not here. How will Qiao clan help me? Don't worry about this. Qiao clan has already come to an agreement. I am their representative. Xiao Lu said. Fang Yuan was slightly astonished in his heart. Qiao clan was the weakest clan among southern border's super forces. But they were united. Even though Qiao Zhikai was missing, they could still develop according to their previous strategy. Undoubtedly, any super clan had their own strengths. But Fang Yuan did not want to go. He could acutely sense that this was a huge whirlpool. The mastermind had a huge force. Even if he succeeded and became Wu clan's first supreme elder, so what? No matter how many resources he had, they could not compare to the gains from exploring dream realms. Fang Yuan did not need resources. He needed the attainment level that the dream realms could bring. The latter was an extremely rare fortuitous encounter. Despite the temptation of becoming the number one person in Wu clan, and the benefits were huge, Fang Yuan knew that life was filled with countless choices. If he wanted to walk further, he could not be blinded by benefits. He had to be clear on what was the most important thing. Once I become the first supreme elder, I need to guard the core and return to Wuyi Mountain. How can I leave the giant dream realm? It was not easy for me to get in. But it is not wise to reject Xiao Lu. If I offend Qiao clan, the relationship will break. It will not benefit me at all. More importantly, in the eyes of ordinary people, if I stay here and do not fight for the power of the clan, it will be very strange. It will cause serious suspicion. After all, I have shown some political ambitions before. Fang Yuan kept thinking, pacing in the hall. Xiao Lu was so anxious she wanted to stamp her feet. Hi, what are you hesitating for? This news is too shocking, I cannot accept it immediately, let me think first. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Time is pressing, let's go now, think on the way. Xiao Lu said. No, it is not as simple as you think. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression solemn. Do you know that you have fallen into a trap? Xiao Lu was stunned. What do you mean? Fang Yuan said, if we go back like this, what will Wu Clan's supreme elders think? They are not idiots. Wu Yihai, led Qiao clan to take over the position of first supreme elder, but I ignored brother Wu Yong's life, and led outsiders to steal the clan's benefits. This way, there will be more discord. I do not have enough martial strength, my reputation is lacking, how can I take over the position of first supreme elder? Xiao Lu blinked her eyes, thinking, Wu Yihai's words seem to be reasonable. Then are we going to bide our time and let Wu Bachong lead the situation and take over the position of first supreme elder? Xiao Lu asked. Fang Yuan thought, as expected, he could not easily dismiss Xiao Lu, but he had a smile on his face. We can wait, there is no rush. No rush? Xiao Lu stared with wide eyes. Fang Yuan had a profound smile, he looked at Xiao Lu with a burning gaze. I believe that even if I do not go, Wu Bachong cannot lead the situation, right? Xiao Lu was stunned again. Wu Clan, discussion hall. Bam, Wu Bachong slammed the table, causing it to shatter into pieces, causing dust to fly. He shouted angrily, Wu Qiao, what is the meaning of this? No matter what I suggest, you refute it, are you purposely trying to ruin my plan? Wu Qiao smiled coldly, standing at the center of the hall with his head held high, he looked at Wu Bachong, second supreme elder, you are too impatient. We do not know if Lord Wu Yong is alive or dead, just the destruction of life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu cannot represent the truth. Look at you, you are sitting at the main seat. I am reminding you now, you should sit at your rightful seat. Supreme Elder Wu Qiao, Wu Clan is facing a huge crisis, we should be discussing the important matters now, not these minor details. I feel that Lord Wu Bachong should lead this situation, he is the second supreme elder to begin with. In the current situation, Wu Clan needs a leader. Wu Qiao, do you think we do not know what you are plotting? I just want to say, your surname is Wu, not Qiao. In the hall, several Gu immortals immediately spoke up for Wu Bachong, attacking Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao smiled coldly, in terms of seniority, the one most qualified to take over the position of first supreme elder is Lord Wu Yihai. Should the second supreme elder take up the position? Do you think this is a central continent sect? There was silence. That makes sense. Our clan prioritizes bloodline. Why is Wu Yihai not here? Did you inform Wu Bachong? Several Gu immortals spoke up, most of their main bodies were guarding outside, the ones who came were basically Gu immortal wills. Wu Bachong observed their expressions, he showed anger on his face, but his heart was as calm as ice. It is not time yet. He sighed internally. On the surface, he stood up and patted his forehead, sighing, I was rash, I was worried about the clan. You are right, we should let Lord Wu Yihai lead the way. I welcome Lord Wu Yihai's return. I am also willing to listen to him. Once he said that, the Gu immortals were stunned. Even Wu Qiao was surprised. What was this Wu Bachong trying to do? The result of Wu Clan's discussion soon reached Fang Yuan. Xiao Lu looked at Fang Yuan with joy, this is great, we did not rush back, but we can still lead Wu Clan. Fang Yuan's expression was grim, everything was developing in a direction he did not want to see. Wu Qiao's performance was within his expectations. After all, this former third supreme elder of Wu Clan had already been bribed by Qiao Clan. But Wu Bachong's move of advancing by retreating was truly amazing, it made Fang Yuan's eyes brighten. The situation is not good. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. To be continued. Genius. 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Speak net, providing you with exciting novels to read. What is it? Xiao Lu did not understand. Fang Yuan did not answer, he walked around, using wisdom path methods as he fell into deep thought. The situation was very complex, the mastermind did not show up, Wu Yong's fate was unknown, everything was shrouded in mystery. But Fang Yuan was being held back, he had no choice but to react. He had no choice. Fang Yuan felt deeply that he had no choice. Wu Clan's Gu Immortals, Xiao Clan's Gu Immortals beside him, Southern Border's situation, and the mastermind, they made it hard for him to stay in the Super Gu formation. This was the helplessness of the righteous path. Fang Yuan was facing a difficult test. He did not want to become a pawn of Xiao Clan and Wu Clan, he wanted to protect his own benefits in this complex situation. But how should he do it? Fang Yuan had already guessed Wu Bachang's intention and scheme. Maybe I can make use of this? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided to go with the flow. He stopped and looked at Xiao Lu. Since I am in charge, I will give the orders. Hai, this is the decisiveness of a man. Xiao Lu's eyes shined as she praised. Fang Yuan continued, right now, the mastermind is still unknown, the most important thing now is to defend. I will order Wu Clan's Gu Immortals to give up on the resource points and return to Wui Mountain, activating their immortal Gu houses to guard against any mishaps. Xiao Lu was very satisfied with Fang Yuan's actions. Fang Yuan told her his thoughts regarding Wu Clan's internal affairs, he did not treat her as an outsider. Xiao Lu was overjoyed, she said, this is the safest method. But it is also a wise decision to give up on so many resource points, the surrounding super forces might take over them. There is no other way. Wu Clan's strength has always been too scattered. The situation is unclear now, we can only hold back and guard against any mishaps or challenges. Fang Yuan sighed. Alright. Let's go. Let's leave this place and return to Wui Mountain. Xiao Lu agreed with Fang Yuan's response. Fang Yuan shook his head. No, I'm not going. This trip is too dangerous. Even my brother Wu Yong was ambushed, we are merely rank 7s, won't the mastermind capture us easily? If the mastermind wants to deal with the Wu clan, then their next target is likely to be me. How can I go out as I please? The journey back to the Wu clan is too dangerous. Fang Yuan's excuse was sufficient. Xiao Lu's gaze turned solemn as she nodded slightly, that makes sense. He should indeed be more cautious. If we can get help from an immortal Gu house, it will be safer. Fang Yuan finally managed to calm Xiao Lu after much effort. He heaved a sigh of relief. However, his brows were still furrowed. They had finally managed to stay in the Super Gu formation, but how long could this situation last? Wu Yong's fate was unknown, even Fang Yuan, who was familiar with history, was caught unprepared. Inside the Purple Blood River formation. The Blood River was raging, it had already split into more than 10 parts. In the dimly lit environment, countless purple thoughts gushed out endlessly. Tai Mianshan shouted, the iron sand around him moved like smoke, forming into a huge veil that protected him. But the purple thoughts turned from solid to phantom, they shot into the smoke veil and attacked Tai Mianshan without any obstruction. Damn it! Tai Mianshan gritted his teeth, he was helpless against this phantom path method. But right at the moment of danger, a cool breeze blew. The purple thoughts that had already dissipated burst one by one like bubbles. So close. Tai Mianshan turned around, looking at Wu Yong with a grateful gaze. Wu Yong was surrounded by a storm of purple thoughts, there were also countless blood beasts mixed within. Even though the battle was intense, Wu Yong was unharmed, he still had the energy to take care of Tai Mianshan and Xiao Zhikai. This Purple Blood River formation actually contains phantom path transformations. If we do not get rid of these ruined bat corpses, the phantom path transformations will not stop. Xiao Zhikai shouted. He needed to shout. He could not transmit his voice here. Thoughts and other wisdom path methods were even more useless. Tai Mianshan's gaze was cold like a blade. He scanned his surroundings and saw that there were 3 to 4 ruined bat corpses in the Blood River. Most of them were at the desolate beast level, but there were a few ancient desolate beasts. There was even a primordial ruined bat corpse that was supported by 2 blood rivers. In fact, even now, Tai Mianshan could see some clues. These ruined bat corpses were melting in the Blood River. Especially every time the purple thought changed, the speed at which the ruined bat corpses melted would increase by a bit. But so what if he knew the importance of the ruined bat corpses? Not long after the battle, that rank 8 Gu immortal, Zishan Makoto, vanished. Why did Wu Yong hesitate? Wasn't it to defend against Zishan Makoto's sneak attack? It is not wise to let Lord Wu Yong get rid of the ruined bat corpses. The purple-haired rank 8 will gain the upper hand. Thus, in this situation, Xiao Ji Kai and I need to work together to get rid of these ruined bat corpses. If the purple-haired enemy attacks, Lord Wu Yong will be able to deal with it, we will be able to survive. But what if they could not, or rather, even if they could survive, they would lose the chance to attack this Gu formation. What would Wu Yong choose? Tai Mianshan did not make a decision, because the three of them did not trust each other much. Right at this moment, a huge and complicated aura suddenly rose from the center of the battlefield. Winds blew, Wu Yong's sleeves fluttered in the wind, he was like the king of the wind. At this moment, his ordinary appearance was actually set off to the extreme. Since you want to see the rank 8 immortal Gu that my mother left for me, I will show you. Wu Yong said coldly. A vast number of purple thoughts were pushed away, the blood river was raging, several of them were cut off by the wind. Xiao Ji Kai was shocked and joyful. Tai Mianshan's iron mask was also shaken to the point that metal shards fell off, he cried out in shock, "This is an immortal Gu house?" Wu Yong did not make a move, but once he did, it was an earth-shattering move. He did not use any immortal killer moves, he took out an immortal Gu house from his immortal aperture. This immortal Gu house was not grand at all, from the outside, it looked like a bamboo building. This building was very common in southern border, it was not unheard of in the other 4 regions, but they usually only existed in mountainous terrain. This bamboo building only had 2 floors, it was almost entirely made of bamboo, there were green bamboo leaves growing on the bamboos, drops of dew were stuck to the leaves, it was extremely green. Wu Yong's sleeves fluttered as he flew to the 2nd floor of the bamboo building. He sat by the window and flicked his finger, the bamboo building shook, more than 10 drops of dew fell from the roof. In an instant, these verdant dewdrops fell off from the bamboo house and shot out like lightning. Wherever they went, a cool breeze calmed everything down. Be it the purple thoughts or the blood river, they were all turned into nothingness by the cool breeze. So powerful. Xiao Zhizai couldn't help but praise. The verdant dew flew over and easily helped him out. Wu clan had 3 immortal Gu houses to begin with, now they have a 4th. And this immortal Gu house is leaking the aura of 2 rank 8 wind path immortal Gu. Wu Yong really hit it deeply. Tai Mianshan was deeply shaken. The 2 Gu immortals were saved, they flew into the bamboo building and arrived beside Wu Yong. This is the immortal Gu house that my mother created, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Wu Yong was still sitting by the window, he looked at the Gu formation outside as he explained. This is great. With this clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, we are invincible. It is only a matter of time before we escape. Xiao Ji Kai was overjoyed. If Wu Yong used Wu Du Shou's 2 rank 8 immortal Gu to activate an immortal killer move, Xiao Ji Kai would be very worried. Because there was a chance of failure when activating an immortal killer move. The stronger the killer move, the more terrifying the backlash would be if it failed to be activated. And with Wu Du Shou's death, Wu Yong had not been inheriting the 2 rank 8 immortal Gu for long. Especially when Wu Yong was the first supreme elder of Wu clan, he had a high status, how much time did he have to practice? This was a huge problem. But now, these 2 rank 8 wind path immortal Gu were combined with other Gu worms to form an immortal Gu house. Everyone knew that even though immortal Gu houses had fixed methods, they were easy to control and did not have to worry about backlash. Tai Mianshan's emotions were more complex than his, he thought, Wu clan actually has a 4th immortal Gu house, and it is a rank 8 immortal Gu house, it is far stronger than the other 3. Each immortal Gu house can greatly raise a clan's overall strength. With a rank 8 immortal Gu house and some Gu immortals, as long as they have enough immortal essence, they can be Wu clan's 2nd rank 8 Gu immortal. This Wu Yong has truly concealed himself deeply. He couldn't help but look at Wu Yong in a new light. Wu clan had not had an easy time recently, they were facing difficulties from all directions. As the only remaining rank 8 Gu immortal in Wu clan, Wu Yong had to deal with all sorts of obstacles, he had to mobilize his forces, his situation was quite awkward. But as long as he took out this immortal Gu house, he would be able to resolve the awkwardness and restore Wu clan's prestige, allowing Wu clan to sit firmly on the throne of the number 1 super force in southern border, suppressing all the other restless thoughts. However, Wu Yong did not do so. He had been using his own strength to deal with Wu clan's crisis. He hid this immortal Gu house very deeply, even Wu Clan's Gu immortals did not know about it. If he was not trapped in the Purple Blood River formation, nobody would know that Wu Yong had a fourth immortal Gu house, and it was a rank 8 immortal Gu house at that. Just with this, Wu Yong is not inferior to his mother, Wu Du Xiu. Thankfully, my Tai clan is at the northeast of southern border, while Wu clan is at the southwest. The two are far apart. And my Tai clan did not participate in the previous operation. We did not make things difficult for Wu clan. Tai Mianshan let out a breath of air, feeling fortunate. All the super forces had their own territories. They had been in southern border for so many years. They had already understood each other a lot, and they were very thorough. Their strength and territories were maintained at a balance. They were in a stalemate. Once Wu Du Xiu died, this balance was broken. The other super forces cooperated to find trouble with Wu clan. But as long as this clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building appeared, it could replace Wu Du Xiu and suppress southern border. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. The morning sun rose. It was still early in the morning, but it was still wet. Love Go Small Say Net Kutu Ho Clan Gu Immortals stood on the clouds, looking down at the canyon below them. Golden Cloud Canyon. This canyon was filled with a special fog. At night, the fog was dense and had no special characteristics. When the morning sun shone on the canyon, the fog would shine with dazzling golden light. These scattered golden lights were not dazzling. The fog seemed to have covered the entire golden peak. The huge canyon was dazzling and magnificent. This is Golden Cloud Canyon. It produces metal path and cloud path resources. Once upon a time, Wu clan snatched it from us. A Ho clan Gu immortal sighed, but now, it is time to take back this lost foundation. The other Ho clan Gu immortal nodded. His body started to shine with a weak light. The light lasted for a few breaths of time. After it faded, his appearance changed. He turned into a famous demonic path Gu immortal. He nodded to the Ho clan Gu immortal beside him, before diving down towards Golden Cloud Canyon without saying a word. Golden Cloud Canyon was originally guarded by Wu clan Gu immortals, but because of Wu Yong, Fang Yuan ordered them to retreat to Wu clan's headquarters. This news was concealed for a while, but it was discovered by other super forces. However, Ho clan was a righteous path force. They could not attack here directly. The rules of the righteous path were set. Ho clan had to be flexible. In this trip, they used the excuse of chasing demonic path Gu immortals to enter Golden Cloud Canyon openly. Once they annexed Golden Cloud Canyon, it would be a fact. It would not be easy for Wu clan to take back Golden Cloud Canyon. By then, Ho clan would have many excuses, like we helped your Wu clan defend Golden Cloud Canyon, we need some compensation. That would be a headache for Wu clan. Glib talk was what the forces of the righteous Tao were good at. Unless Wu clan had stronger battle strength, to the point where Ho clan had to retreat. Ho clan's Gu immortal turned into a demonic path expert, flying towards the golden fog like a huge bird. Love Go Small Say Netku sensing his aura, the mist in the golden firmament canyon suddenly changed, and a sonorous sound came from it, shaking the eardrums. Xiao xiao xiao. In the next moment, countless golden shadows in the shape of sabers, spears, swords, and halberds suddenly shot out as if there was no end to them. Even though Wu clan's Gu immortals left, the Gu formation guarding this resource point was still there. At this moment, it began to move on its own, attempting to defend itself from the ground. Ho clan's Gu immortal's gaze was grim. He shouted as a majestic blade chi slashed down from above. Wherever it went, space would shatter, and wind and waves would surge. Evidently, Ho tribe came prepared. They used blade chi immortal Gu. Wu clan's Gu formation was only a mortal Gu formation. How could it match a rank 7 immortal Gu? Not only were the countless golden silhouettes shattered, the Gu formation itself was also completely destroyed. All of a sudden, the golden mist that had originally filled the valley suddenly broke apart from the middle. Most of the golden mist was gone, revealing the true appearance of the valley. The two Ho clan Gu immortals had heated gazes. Demonic path scoundrel, where do you think you're going? A Ho clan Gu immortal shouted as he flew down. A purple waterfall that resembled smoke hung down from above. It was 180 feet tall. Poison waterfall. On another mountain near this waterfall, there was a Wu clan's mortal mountain village that was specially set up. Kill, kill. A large group of mortal Gu masters charged over from outside the mountain. Wu clan's Gu immortals were forced to retreat. they were already at the final line of defense. Wu clan's leader, a rank 4 Gu master, was at a strategic location. He shouted at the enemies, "Your Yang clan is truly despicable, you dare to sneak attack my Wu clan. Humph. Our Yang clan has tolerated you for a long time. You have occupied this place for so many years, you have been too domineering. My father and mother only wanted an antidote Gu worm, but they both died on this mountain. Today, we will settle our old and new grudges." Yang clan's Gu immortal leader was young. He charged up the mountain with hatred and anger. Damn it! Wu clan's Gu masters were defending themselves, but Yang clan came prepared. They had the advantage in numbers. Wu clan's Gu masters lost, they could only retreat from the secret cave. Yang clan's Gu masters defeated Wu clan, they cheered on the ruins of the village. On the cloud, the Yang clan Gu immortals who were holding the fort nodded silently, they had joyful expressions. This was the border between Yang clan and Wu clan's territory. Yang clan had planned for a long time. They had already split off a group of Yang clan mortals and moved nearby, letting them do as they pleased, causing conflict with Wu clan. It was exactly because of this excuse that the Yang family could launch a large-scale attack and invade the Wu family's territory. According to the rules of the righteous path, these were small conflicts between mortals. Unless they lost Gu immortal seeds, it would not affect the overall situation of the clan. Poison Waterfall was only an ordinary mortal resource point. It produced some poison path mortal Gu. Gu immortals did not care about it. But once this gap was opened, Yang clan only needed to charge in and they would be able to get their hands on the true treasure land. Fake Corpse Mountain. Rumble. The sound of river water was like thunder. It resounded in the ears of Yao clan's Gu immortals. He stood at the highest point of Corpse. Emperor Yuding Tian, looking at the red river surface. Not far from here was the intersection of the two rivers. Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River, these two rivers intersected, forming a huge whirlpool at the center of the river. Waves were rumbling, it was very dangerous. Southern Border's three rivers were not simple. Be it Red Dragon, Yellow Dragon, or Jade Dragon River, spirit springs would form in the river water from time to time. These spirit springs would mix with the surging river water and flow out, causing the riverside to be filled with spiritual energy. It was good for producing Gu cultivation resources. Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, this was a very special mountain. In ancient times, a southern border rank 8 Gu immortal turned into a zombie. He was attacked by super forces here. The rank 8 immortal zombie died in battle. This place became a battlefield. It was worthless. But who could have thought that as time passed, the rank 8 immortal zombie's corpse, under the nourishment of the river's spiritual energy, along with the water plants that came ashore, it started to sprout and grow into a corpse mountain. This corpse mountain was hundreds of meters tall. There were large numbers of zombies living on it. It produced transformation path zombie Gu and chi path zombie chi Gu. Before Southern Border's Zombie Alliance headquarters was exposed, they had wanted this treasure land. They offered a high price to purchase it from Wu clan, to make it their headquarters, but Wu clan rejected them. Zombie Alliance did not succeed, but now, this place belongs to my Yao clan. Yao clan's Gu immortal was excited. He looked into the distance, past the wide river surface, towards the other shore. That was Wu clan's territory. After taking over this corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, Wu clan's territories to the east of the Red Dragon and north of the Yellow Dragon were completely lost. Yao clan occupied corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. It was like a bridgehead. They were eyeing Wu clan's territory. News of Wu Yang's death came from an unknown source. After learning of this, several super forces started to conspire. This time, they were not fighting alone. Yao clan, Yang clan, and Ho clan were just three of them. In Wu clan's headquarters, there was a commotion. Damn it! These three clans are really daring. They actually dared to provoke our Wu clan. We lost 3 territories, especially corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. It is truly painful. Back then, Wu clan spent so much effort and paid such a huge price to obtain this place. Counterattack, we need to counterattack. We have an immortal Gu house, why are we afraid of them? Wu clan's Gu immortals shouted anxiously, some argued endlessly, some raised their arms and cheered, while some remained silent. At this time, more than 10 days had passed since Wu Yong went missing, his fate unknown. Wu clan had been concealing this information, but just like Wu Bachong had expected, the mastermind had already spread this information. Initially, those super forces did not believe it. Because Fang Yuan had already expected this situation, he purposely gave out fake information to mislead them. However, this action itself defied common sense. The super forces were not stupid. After these days of research and observation, they finally made their move. Once they made their move, Wu clan was surrounded by enemies. They lost a large amount of territory. In the discussion hall, because of Wu Yang's disappearance, the main seat was empty. As Wu clan's second supreme elder, Wu Bachong, sat on the other side. He was silent as he observed the expressions of the surrounding Wu clan Gu immortals. His heart was heavy, but he also felt a trace of smugness. Especially when he looked at Wu Qiao, his lips could not help but curl up. Because Wu Qiao was the Wu clan Gu immortal who had been guarding Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian. The sudden loss of this resource point was a huge blow to Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao was silent as steel, his expression was cold. Even though he felt Wu Bachong's provocative gaze, he pretended not to notice. He was like a steel statue. "Stop arguing, keep quiet." Wu Bachong spoke. This time, nobody rebuked him. The discussion hall quickly quietened down. Wu Bachong was very satisfied. Under the gazes of the immortals, he sighed and said, "Wu clan is in such a huge situation, we are unable to make a decision. Lord Wu Yihai should make a decision." Wu Qiao frowned. Wu clan's Gu immortals looked at each other. Some were already dissatisfied with Fang Yuan. They grumbled, "Our clan is in such a huge situation, but Lord Wu Yihai is still staying at the Super Gu formation. I heard that Fairy Qiao Si Lu went there more than 10 days ago. I also heard that there is a Lady White Rabbit." The Gu immortal who said this had even more sinister intentions. Wu Qiao frowned even more. He wanted to speak up for Fang Yuan, but when he thought of his own predicament, he hesitated and did not say anything. Wu clan's letter soon reached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not the least bit surprised by this situation. He had already expected it. "It seems that the situation does not allow me to stay here." Fang Yuan looked at the moving dream realms, sighing deeply. These last few days, he had wanted to continue exploring dream realms. But his luck was not good. The windows here were all showing absurd dream realms. Fang Yuan could not do anything about them. To be continued. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? SpeakNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Of course, these last days, Fang Yuan was not doing nothing. He had just sold the largest batch of regretful spiders. Fang Yuan's red data mortal essence storage was no longer in dire straits. As for Vajra Bat Killer move, Fang Yuan had already modified it, he only needed to test it. Because his dark path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster, he successfully created an immortal killer move, Eternal Dark Concealment. This move used rank 6 Immortal Gu Dark Limit and rank 7 Immortal Gu Perseverance as the cores, with hundreds of supplementary Mortal Gu to amplify and extend the effect of Dark Limit Immortal Gu. At this time, Qiao Si Lu asked for an audience from outside the hall. Fang Yuan willed as the door opened. Qiao Si Lu's expression was grim. She had an anxious and worried expression on her face. She brought bad news. Other than Yao clan, Ho clan, and Yang clan invading Wu clan's territory, Ba clan and Xia clan also attacked Qiao clan at almost the same time. Opening the map of southern border, Ba clan and Xia clan were to the north of Qiao clan. They had territories that bordered Qiao clan. Qiao clan lost Wedding Dress Lake and Empty Return Pit. They were annexed by Ba clan and Xia clan respectively. After Qiao clan's first supreme elder Qiao Ji Kai mysteriously disappeared, Qiao clan gathered their Gu immortals and defended their headquarters, observing the situation. This way, Ba clan and Xia clan's invasion went smoothly. Qiao clan's losses were severe. The Wedding Dress Lake and the returning Sky Pit were resource points that surpassed the Blood Tide Pit. Qiao clan was at the bottom of the Righteous Path super forces. This time, they had lost 2 great resources. The Qiao family was filled with grief and anger. Fang Yuan had heard of these 2 resource points. Wedding Dress Lake had a southern border folk tale. In the legends, a fairy in heaven weaved her own wedding dress. Whoever could obtain it would become the fairy's husband. After the fairy finished weaving the wedding dress, she threw it into this lake and was picked up by a fisherman who lived near the lake. The fairy and mortal fell in love and lived in seclusion in the middle of the lake, living a beautiful life. This tale was mostly fake. But Wedding Dress Lake produced all sorts of Clothing goo. For example, fire cloak goo, water cloak goo, wood armor goo and so on. In the history of Qiao clan's control, it had produced 3 wild immortal goo. As for the sky-returning sinkhole, it was called by the villagers as the ultimate hiding place. It could connect to the immortal world. After the ignorant mountain people died, they threw their corpses into the pit. Usually, before these corpses landed on the ground, they would be crushed by the space path down marks in the sinkhole, leaving nothing behind. The foolish mortals believed that this was the reason why they ascended to the immortal realm after they died. In truth, this was the best place for space path resources. The Xia clan had been coveting it for a long time. The Qiao clan wasn't a match for the Xia clan, but it was a pity that the Qiao clan had the support of the Wu clan. Now that both Wu Yong and Qiao Zhizai had gone missing, how could the Xia family let go of such a great opportunity? The Qiao clan and the Wu clan had been allies for a long time. The invasion of the Qiao clan by the Ba clan and the Xia clan was equivalent to an attack on the Wu clan. This way, including the Yao clan, Ho clan, and Yang clan, a total of 5 great factions surrounded the Wu clan. The situation had worsened to the extreme. If they were not stopped in time, Wu clan and Qiao clan would have more and more territories occupied by others. I will arrange for Wu Qiao to come with the immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan said to Qiao Silu. Qiao Silu nodded. This was the reason why she came. Qiao clan's situation forced Qiao Silu to seek Fang Yuan's help. In fact, Fang Yuan had been delaying for the past few days. Qiao Silu was already unhappy with him. If not for the fact that Qiao clan only had one immortal Gu house, they would have sent one to bring Fang Yuan away already. Make arrangements to gather the Qiao clan Gu immortals, we will leave together this time, Fang Yuan said. Qiao Silu was stunned. Together? What about here? We can only give up for now. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He did not hesitate anymore. Then what about the immortal Gu that we used to set up the formation? Qiao Silu frowned. Take them all away. If we leave them here, some Gu immortals with ulterior motives might forcefully refine them or even destroy them. You should know what kind of people they are. And it is too easy to find such an excuse, Fang Yuan said plainly. Also, don't forget, my formation path attainment is not high. I am confident in removing some immortal Gu, Fang Yuan added. Qiao Silu thought of Fang Yuan and Qi Shang's fight. She nodded as she thought, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment is not weak. Qi Shang had also praised him greatly. In fact, she had underestimated Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was Grandmaster. He was on par with Qi Shang. In the past, when Fang Yuan looked at the Super Gu formation, he could not understand it at all. Now that he was a formation path Grandmaster and had lived here for so long, Fang Yuan's understanding of this Super Gu formation was very deep. Modifying this Gu formation was beyond his abilities, but he could take away some immortal Gu from it. After making the decision, Qiao Silu called Qiao clan's Gu immortal Qiao Bo. Pack up, when Wu clan's immortal Gu house arrives, we will retreat and return to our headquarters. Qiao Bo quickly accepted the order, before stammering, I wonder when they will arrive? I can make arrangements for them. Qiao Silu looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan waved his hand, no need to rush. I have just contacted them, there is still some time. Qiao Bo showed joy on his face as he left respectfully. Even though Wu clan's headquarters is close to Yitian Mountain, with an immortal Gu house, they will need at least 4 to 5 days to get here. This way, I can complete my final business. After Qiao Bo left, he started to think. The business he was talking about was none other than the immortal opportunity business. Wu clan and Qiao clan's situation was getting worse. The Gu immortals of Qiao clan and Wu clan were panicking. The immortal opportunity business was also affected. Qiao clan had 2 Gu immortals guarding the Super Gu formation. Qiao Bo was one of them. He had rank 6 cultivation level. When he was sent here, he had some complaints, but the immortal opportunity business changed his mind. If I return now, the immortal opportunity business will not work, there might be battles later. Since I am leaving anyway, I might as well do something big. Qiao Bo gritted his teeth, making up his mind. A day later, Qiao Bo met with the demonic path Gu immortal fairy Miaoyin. Fairy, we meet again. Qiao Bo had an excited expression, his eyes darted around as he sized up fairy Miaoyin. Even though Fairy Miaoyin was in the demonic path, her strength and beauty were both top tier. She was one of the 3 great fairies of Southern Border. She was on par with Xiao Lu. All along, Fairy Miaoyin had been entering the Super Gu formation to search for opportunities in the dream realms. Even though her soul was injured from time to time, she had collected a lot of dream path Gu materials as well. Even though Wu Clan, Qiao Clan, and other super forces wanted to purchase these dream path Gu materials from her, Fairy Miaoyin tactfully and firmly rejected them. "Let's go in first," Xiao Bo said as he looked at the 2 Gu immortals behind Fairy Miaoyin. According to the usual practice, every time a business was conducted, a demonic immortal or lone cultivator would be brought in. But this time, because Xiao Bo was about to leave this place, he made a huge move and directly brought in 3 Gu immortals. At the same time, in Wu Clan's encampment, Lady White Rabbit stared at Wuan. "Lord Wuan, are all of you really going to retreat? And in such a hurry?" Wuan nodded. "The situation is not good, you must have heard some rumors. But it doesn't matter, and there is no need to worry. My Wu Clan will not fall. Just stay here and manage the immortal opportunity business, wait for us to return." Lady White Rabbit was silent for a while before saying weakly, "Before leaving, I want to meet Lord Wui Hai, can I?" "This?" Wuan showed a troubled expression. "Lord Wui Hai is currently in closed cultivation, deducing an immortal killer move, he might not have time to meet you." Lady White Rabbit showed a sad expression. "I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. I want to meet Lord Wui Hai, just once." "Isn't he leaving too?" "I will stay here for the next few days and wait for him to come out, is that okay?" Wuan sighed deeply. Lady White Rabbit's feelings towards Wui Hai could be seen clearly by anyone with eyes. It is a pity that Lady White Rabbit is just a tool in Lord Wui Hai's eyes. It is a pity. Wuan felt a sense of pity. He nodded. "All right, stay here. When Lord Wui Hai comes out of closed cultivation, he will meet you." Thank you, thank you." Lady White Rabbit was overjoyed, she thanked him profusely. In the cultivation secret room, Fang Yuan held a rank 7 immortal Gu in his hand. Immortal Gu precaution, this Gu worm was the size of 2 adult palms, it looked like a longhorn beetle, it had a black carapace and was extremely heavy. Even with Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body's ability, it could not be entrusted to him. But Fang Yuan had already refined it, it was floating in the air on its own, allowing Fang Yuan to observe it. This immortal Gu was one of the 2 immortal Gu that Fang Yuan received after joining Wu Clan as Wui Hai. As the name implied, this immortal Gu's effect was to provide protection for the Gu immortal. It was rule path, it had a flaw, it needed a certain amount of time to activate by itself. It needed at least 10 breaths of time before it could display its power. 10 breaths of time was not a short period of time for Gu immortals. Especially in those intense battles, 10 breaths of time could be used for more than 10 rounds, the process was full of twists and turns. And most importantly, if a Gu immortal sneak attacked, life and death would be decided in an instant. At this time, there was no time to activate Precaution Immortal Gu. However, once Precaution Immortal Gu was activated, after 10 breaths of time, its defensive effect would be quite outstanding, it was one of the best among rank 7 defensive Immortal Gu. It was similar to Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had an idea, he wanted to add Precaution Immortal Gu into the immortal killer move Vetra. Right now, he had already thought of the killer move, he only needed to test it. To be continued genius in 1 second. Remember love, go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. It began. The first step, Fang Yuan turned into a divination tortoise. The second step, he activated a large number of mortal Gu, followed by Vitra thought immortal Gu, before adding more mortal Gu. The third step, which was also the most crucial step, activated Precaution Immortal Gu. GUH, the divination tortoise that Fang Yuan turned into spat out a large amount of blood. Inside the immortal aperture, a large number of mortal Gu were destroyed, but Precaution Immortal Gu was sturdy and did not suffer any damage. Fang Yuan felt dizzy, the failure of the immortal killer move caused his organs to suffer severe internal injuries. Thankfully, he had turned into a divination tortoise, an ancient desolate beast with thick skin and thick flesh, its recovery speed was shocking. If a human body were to experience this kind of damage, their internal organs might completely collapse into a bloody powder in an instant. How can this be? Fang Yuan was dazed. This was completely different from what he had imagined. In fact, before Precaution Immortal Goo could activate its power, the entire Immortal Killer move had already broken apart. This was unexpected to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had used Affection Immortal Goo and other Wisdom Path Immortal Goo to deduce this modified Immortal Killer move many times. There should not have been such a serious mistake. This was a huge blow to his head. After healing his injuries, Fang Yuan calmed down and inspected the killer move. After several deductions, Fang Yuan was even more perplexed. There was no mistake? Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. I understand. Fang Yuan immediately realized where he was wrong. His mistake was on Precaution Immortal Goo. Once Precaution Immortal Goo was activated, it would expend Red Date Immortal Essence, but it would only activate after 10 breaths of time. It was not at the 10th breath of time, but at the 11th breath of time. Precisely because of this small difference in time, Fang Yuan's entire Immortal Killer move broke apart. There was actually a mistake here. It is truly dark around here. It seems that I need to add some time path goo worms to make up for the difference in time. Fang Yuan's time path attainment level was very ordinary, it had not risen much. Because he had never encountered a dream realm related to time path. However, he had He Fan's true inheritance and wisdom path deduction methods, he could more or less make up for this shortcoming. However, this was not something that could be completed in a short period of time, or the time it took to brew a cup of tea, or even an incense stick. A day passed, and Fang Yuan did not sleep or rest. The next day, Fang Yuan continued to deduce. The third day passed, Wu Clan's Immortal Goo house was already more than halfway through the journey. For the first time, Fang Yuan's calculations had some clues. After the qualitative change, the following deductions were smooth sailing. Southern border, human mountain range. In this place, lived the most mortals in the southern border. There were many villages on every mountain. On some of the mountain peaks, there were even a few villages living next to each other. It could be said to be a flourishing scene. The population had multiplied to the extreme, and there was a sea of mortals. Of course, in terms of battle strength, a single Goo Immortal could take care of this place, and the mortals could not resist them at all. And at the center of this mountain range, it was also the political center of all the villages, Human Smoke Mountain. One of the super clans, Chai Clan's headquarters, the ancestor who created Chai Clan was named Chai Fu. He had left behind a record in human history. In his era, he was the #1 person in Southern Border's Goo Immortal world. He cultivated Fire Path and Earth Path. Because he had gained a lot from reading, he also had human path killer moves. In his later years, he chose this place to create Chai Clan, and after modifying the mountain range, Human Smoke Mountain was created. In fact, Goo Immortal experts and great experts would all read. Contained the human path true inheritance of humans. This true inheritance could be said to be the #1 true inheritance in the Goo Master world. Its inheritance method was also very special. Normally speaking, inheritances were like He Fan's true inheritance or Bai Xiang's true inheritance. But Ren Zhu's human path true inheritance was only a portion of information in. The profundity of human path was contained in this information, which Goo Immortals could obtain depended on their fate and talent. Everyone's harvest was different. The benevolent saw benevolence, and the wise saw wisdom. But every immortal venerable and demon venerable had gains, and their gains were not small. For example, Giant Sun Immortal, because he read, he could successfully create all living beings luck and heaven and earth luck. Chai Fu had success in reading. After he died, he left behind the human path methods he comprehended, to Chai Clan's bloodline, his descendants. Precisely because of this, Chai Clan's management strategy was different from other super clans. Chai Clan greatly expanded their population, increasing the number of mortals. As for other super forces, they only focused on a portion of their clansmen, placing them in the 5 regions, allowing them to develop and nurture them. The bloodline of these branch clansmen came from the most authoritative Goo Immortals of the super forces. They were the main clan bloodline. There was also a portion of people who lived in seclusion in grotto heavens and blessed lands, not coming out. These people were often of branch bloodlines. Only when an accident occurred, such as the main clan bloodline being completely destroyed, or when the leader died and there was no successor, would the branch bloodlines take over. Chai clan greatly expanded their population, but it was not the Chai bloodline. If other clans did this, they would be asking for trouble. They spent a lot of effort to nurture mortals with other surnames. Once the population grew, more and more Gu masters would appear. These Gu masters did not have the main clan bloodline, their loyalty would be greatly reduced, there was no value in nurturing them into Gu immortals. If they cultivated themselves to become Gu immortals, there would be an impact on the main clan, there would be conflicts. But Chai clan's situation was different. They nurtured more and more mortals, but these mortals did not have high aptitude, there were very few Gu masters, not to mention Gu immortals. In contrast, Chai clan's own descendants were continuously producing outstanding talents. It was not uncommon to see seeds that could be nurtured into Gu immortals. This formed a clear contrast with other superforces. According to the conjectures of other superforces, Chai clan's abnormal situation should be due to the human path methods left behind by Chai Fu. However, even though Chai clan could produce large numbers of talented descendants in every generation, because of the lack of resources, most of these Gu immortal seeds could only stay at rank 5 or rank 4. Here, it was time to talk about Southern Border's geographical structure. Southern Border's most distinct feature, other than the mountains, were the three great rivers. Jade Dragon River, Red Dragon River, Yellow Dragon River, each river almost ran through Southern Border, dividing it into several parts. Red Dragon River started from the most northwestern position, it sloped downwards to the right, all the way to the southeast of Southern Border. Jade Dragon River was at the top, looking from the map of Southern Border, the entire river was like a gentle slope. Yellow Dragon River was in the shape of a few words, it suddenly protruded in the middle, it was much steeper than Jade Dragon River. Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River did not intersect, but Red Dragon River intersected with Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. The intersection of Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River was in Wu clan's territory, it formed a whirlpool in the center of the river, on the northeastern shore was Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. And at the intersection of Red Dragon River and Jade Dragon River, the whirlpool in the center of the river was dozens of times larger than the whirlpool in the center of Red Dragon River. The spiritual energy was vast, at the center of the whirlpool, there were large numbers of spirit springs, numbering in the tens of thousands. These spirit springs were not stable, every breath of time, more than 10 spirit springs would be born and destroyed. Thus, the vast amount of spiritual energy was instilled in the river. When Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable traveled to this place, he had once commented that in all of Southern Border, this was the most beautiful place. Here, the air was filled with primeval energy, large amounts of resources were produced, it was comparable to an outstanding grotto heaven or blessed land. This was also the place where the headquarters of three superforces were gathered, for example, Red Dragon River and Jade Dragon River intersected, forming the shape of a Buddha, the intersection was the whirlpool in the center of the river. Chai clan's Human Smoke Mountain was at the top, Ba clan's Mansion Mountain was below, and Xia clan's Life Extension Mountain was to the right. In the last 3 days, Chai clan's discussion hall had been filled with arguments. At this moment, it was no exception. Chai clan's first supreme elder was sitting on his seat, his gaze was flickering with hesitation. Not long ago, he had received a letter from Feng Yuan. In the letter, Feng Yuan represented Wu clan as Wu Yihai, expressing his willingness to ally with Chai clan to attack Xia clan and Ba clan. This matter was extremely important, Chai clan's first supreme elder had no choice but to gather the clan's Gu immortals to discuss it. The argument in the discussion hall revolved around this matter. I don't think we can attack Ba clan and Xia clan. Wu clan's intention is clear, they want us to take action and relieve their external pressure. Once we attack, our Chai clan will have to face 2 superforces at the same time. If these two let go of Wu clan and attack us together, we will definitely be at a disadvantage, we will not be able to retaliate. A Chai clan Gu immortal shouted loudly from the center of the discussion hall. He had just finished shouting when a Gu immortal stood up from a corner and suggested, we can choose one of them to fight. Even though Wu clan requested to fight both clans at the same time, these conditions were negotiated. This is not the principle of our actions. Sai, this is a huge matter. Our Chai clan has been reproducing for so many years, we have raised countless mortals. Once the battle starts, the other side only needs one Gu immortal to slaughter all of these mortals, causing our clan to suffer huge losses. An old Chai clan Gu immortal shook his head and sighed. He was very wary of the possibility of harming the innocent. Because of the limitations of human path methods, these mortals could not move out of human smoke mountain range. This way, they needed an immortal Gu formation or immortal Gu house to defend themselves. Precisely because of this, we need to fight for more resources. That's right. Our Chai clan's advantage is that we have human path methods. Our descendants can produce geniuses. It is just that we do not have enough resources to nurture them. Once we get rid of one or even two of them, we will obtain a huge amount of resources. Becoming the #1 force in southern border is just around the corner. This was the opinion of the clan's pro-war faction. Chai clan's first supreme elder was silent. After listening for a while, he looked at a Gu immortal in the hall. Yu Yan, tell us your opinion. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. The discussion hall became silent. Everyone's gazes gathered on a Gu immortal. This Gu immortal was young and had an ordinary appearance, but he was an important person in Chai clan, the trusted aide and capable subordinate of Chai clan's first supreme elder. As an information path Gu immortal, Chai Yuyan pondered for a while before saying, my thoughts might be different from everyone else. These last few days, I have been thinking about Wu Yihai. Wu Yong went missing. News of his death spread. Regardless of whether it is true or not, or who did it, Wu clan is currently led by Wu Yihai. How his personality is, how sincere he is, these are all questions in my heart. Everyone knows Wu Yihai's origin. We really don't know much about him. After all, he is not a Gu immortal born and raised in southern border. Continue. Chai clan's first supreme elder's eyes shined with interest. Chai Yuyan smiled before continuing, actually, everyone knows about Wu Yihai's previous information, there is no need for me to explain it here. From this information, everyone can more or less understand this person's nature and mentality. Let me talk about something that everyone might have overlooked. Oh? Something that we all overlooked? Chai Yuyan rubbed his nose. It's that letter. In the letter, Wu Yihai expressed his desire to ally with our clan, to attack Ba clan and Xia clan together. He did not choose Ba clan or Xia clan alone, but listed both as his enemies. Wu clan's style has always been domineering, isn't this their usual style? A Chai clan Gu immortal was puzzled. No. Wu Yihai is different. Chai Yuyan shook his head. This can be seen from how he handled Frosty Peak, as well as the agreement with mountain-moving old monster. His way of doing things is closer to a lone cultivator. After all, how long has it been since he joined Wu clan? Wu Yihai lacks Wu clan's domineering aura, but has the shrewdness of a lone cultivator. He is good at compromising, and in my opinion, he has great talent in the righteous path. Why did he list Ba clan and Xia clan as his targets? Just like what someone said just now, why not choose one of them and compromise with the other? Because if we really joined hands with the Wu clan and chose one of the clans to fight, how could the other clan watch from the sidelines? They will definitely form an alliance to resist the alliance between our clan and the Wu clan. Chai clan's Gu immortals heard this and nodded, agreeing with Chai Yuyan. Love go small say Netku the Chai clan, Ba clan, and Xia clan were all gathered at the heart of the Scarlet Jade River. Their relationships were very complicated. If one family was strong, the other two families would definitely join forces to resist the enemy. The three of them formed a balance of power that restrained each other. This was also the reason why the Chai family had not been able to fight their way out after so many years of development. If the Chai clan were to ally with the Wu clan, it would definitely break this partial balance. How could the Ba clan and the Xia clan not ally? Therefore, in Fang Yuan's letter, he simply listed both of them as his targets. Because he knew that this was bound to happen. This means that Wu Yihai has a very mature eye. Since he was able to propose an alliance with my Chai family, he must have made a lot of preparations. There seems to be no need to worry about Wu clan fooling us. Someone said. Chai Yuyan nodded. What I want to say is that Wu Yihai has deep attainments in politics. From these actions and details, I can see that he is very sincere in cooperating with us. The truth is, our Chai clan will definitely make a move. It was not easy for our clan to suppress the Ba clan and the Xia clan until now. It was the hard work of several generations. There was also luck in this process. Once Ba clan and Xia clan devour more resources, our foundation will increase. Our Chai clan's advantage will be lost. Of course, we need to be careful in cooperating with the Wu clan. How should we start the battle, and to what extent should we restrict this battle? First Supreme Elder, you have to make a decision. However, we should at least send a portion of the Gu immortals to feign an attack. At least, we cannot let the Ba clan and Xia clan expand their territories too easily, right? Once he said this, the Chai clan Gu immortals in the hall nodded. Almost at the same time. Southern border, Myriad Snake Mountain, Qi clan's headquarters. Qi clan's first Supreme Elder held a letter Gu in his hand as he pondered. Qi clan was at the westernmost part of southern border, to the lower right was Yang clan, while to the right was Chao clan. Qi clan and these two clans had territories bordering each other, but Yang clan was closer and had the most territories bordering each other. Befriending the distant and attacking the nearby had always been a common diplomatic choice. Thus, Qi clan and Yang clan did not have a good relationship. Yang clan's Ghost Hand Mountain was at the source of the Yellow Dragon River. It had abundant resources and dangerous terrain. Yang clan's Gu immortals cultivated soul path and had outstanding battle strength. They had always been a threat to Qi clan. In the past, Yang clan and Qi clan had many conflicts. They had a long history. To the right of Yang clan, along the Yellow Dragon River to the east, was Wu clan's territory. Actually, Wu clan and Qi clan were neighbors. Even though they did not share a border, Chao clan and Qi clan did. Chao clan was supported by a certain generation's first Supreme Elder of Wu clan. Chao clan was at the center of southern border's western region. They resisted Ba clan and Xia clan to the north, Qi clan to the west. They could even restrain Yang clan in the southwest of southern border. Qi clan and Chao clan had conflicts from time to time. Everyone knew that Chao clan was Wu clan's watchdog. Thus, Qi clan and Wu clan's relationship had always been good and bad, changing according to the situation. If one word was used to describe Qi clan and Wu clan's relationship, it would be ambiguous. Not long ago, Qi clan had made things difficult for Wu clan. But in the Super Gu formation on Etian Mountain, Qi clan cooperated with Wu clan and started the Immortal Opportunity business. Wu Hai, you have given me a difficult problem. In the study room, Qi clan's first Supreme Elder, Qi Chuyu, sighed deeply. In the letter, Fang Yuan requested to ally with Qi clan to deal with Yang clan. Qi Chuyu was naturally moved, because he knew this was a good opportunity. This kind of opportunity was rare even in his lifetime. Any force needed to grow stronger. Even if they could not devour the Yang family's resources, they would still be able to weaken the Yang family's strength. This was all beneficial to the Qi family. Qi clan had plenty of resources to spare. Not only because Qi clan's headquarters were located in a remote area, but more importantly, Qi clan was proficient in Gu formations. Set after set of immortal Gu formations were set up. Qi clan's headquarters and the various resource points had outstanding defense. The Qi family didn't have much to worry about. Qi clan also had 2 immortal Gu houses. And don't forget, there was also the rank 8 Gu immortal Qi Chuyu. Wu Yang's death had spread, half of southern border was in chaos. In such a chaotic situation, Qi clan needed Qi Chuyu to make a quick decision. Several days later, inside the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan came out of his closed cultivation. He had a faint look of joy on his face. His closed cultivation was very fruitful. He had already modified Vajra back killer move. He had even practiced it several times. And in these few days, southern border situation had undergone a huge change. Chai clan sent Gu immortals to the center of the river, posing as a threat. Ba clan and Xia clan had to restrain their strength and defend against them. Qi clan's Gu immortals directly invaded Yang clan's territory. The two clans had been neighbors for many years. It was easy for them to find an excuse. Both sides had already started fighting in 9 Phantom Mountain range. Qi clan's old man was very decisive. He brought an immortal Gu house and moved out personally. This caused Yang clan to be very nervous. They had to send an immortal Gu house and a large number of Gu immortals. Yang clan did not have a rank 8 Gu immortal. They were in a passive state. Other than that, Luo clan, Tai clan, and Yi clan were also making strange movements. Because of these clans, Fang Yuan sent letters to them. Of course, the contents of the letters were different from Qi clan and Chai clan. After all, these 4 clans were too far away, they were all in the eastern part of southern border. Even so, the strange movements of these clans drew some of Ho clan's and Yao clan's attention. Even though they knew that these clans were unlikely to make a move, they had to be on guard against such situations. As for Shang clan, this clan had always been neutral. Even though Feng Yuan sent a letter, Shang clan immediately replied and rejected Wu clan's proposal. Suddenly, a spring breeze came, and the tense situation of the Wu and Qiao families suddenly eased up. Wu clan and Qiao clan's Gu immortals were greatly shocked at this result. Even though Feng Yuan only sent a few letters, it was not easy to convince the other super forces with just one letter. Especially in the letters, how much resources Wu clan was willing to give up and how much sincerity they were expressing was a problem worth considering. Feng Yuan handled the situation very well, beyond the limits of many people's imagination. Few people knew the contents of his letters, but they knew that these letters moved the Gu immortals of many super forces. This gave Wu clan and Qiao clan a chance to turn from defense to offense. It seems that my foundation in this aspect has not fallen. In the 500 years of his previous life, Feng Yuan had been the leader of a force. At that time, the 5 regions were in a chaotic war, the political situation was even more chaotic, there were alliances within the 5 regions, deceit, schemes, betrayals, and so on outside the 5 regions. Right now, the political chaos only revolved around Wu clan and Qiao clan, it was only in the western part of southern border. From Feng Yuan's perspective, it was not complicated. He did not need to think about it, he could directly attack it. Wu clan's immortal Gu house is finally here? Feng Yuan received another piece of information. The immortal Gu house had set off long ago, but something happened along the way, it was delayed for some time. No matter who it was, or if it was an accident, Feng Yuan had to wait for a day before he could receive this immortal Gu house. It seems that I need to leave this place. This dream realm had given Feng Yuan too much improvement, many things had happened during this period. Towards such a treasure land, Feng Yuan was reluctant to leave. Genius 1 second, remember if you want to go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Feng Yuan continued to deal with the matters that had accumulated during his closed cultivation. Lady White Rabbit wants to meet me? What is it? Feng Yuan used information path methods to ask Wu. Soon, Feng Yuan understood Lady White Rabbit's intention. No, tell her to go back. Feng Yuan rejected her mercilessly. A day later, Wu clan's immortal Gu house would arrive. But Feng Yuan would not take Lady White Rabbit away, he needed a pawn here. Even if it was not inside the Super Gu formation, it would be good to place it outside. There was a huge risk in this. After all, Lady White Rabbit and Wu Yihai's relationship was very close, everyone knew about it. But a pawn needed to be used properly. Feng Yuan took in Lady White Rabbit back then not because of her beauty or friendship, he wanted to make use of her and squeeze out her value. Even though there is only 1 day left, I cannot waste it, I might be able to find something from the dream realms. But unfortunately, in Wu clan, Feng Yuan only saw absurd dream realms. This made him feel disappointed. In this final period of time, he only encountered absurd dreams, his luck was not very good. If he had a realistic dream realm, he would have improved a lot. I heard that Qiao clan has realistic dream realms. It is a pity, those demonic path Gu immortals have no methods, they all encountered realistic dream realms. Feng Yuan could not go to Qiao clan's territory. After all, it was their territory, if he exposed his dream realm exploration methods, it would be detrimental to Feng Yuan. At this time, Qiao clan's territory. There is 1 more day before we leave, your dream realm exploration will end as well. Let's hurry up. Also, our Qiao clan is willing to pay a high price to purchase your dream path Gu materials. Xiao Bo came to Fairy Miao Yin and the other 2 demonic path Gu immortals. There is no need to explore anymore, we can end it now. Fairy Miao Yin smiled at Xiao Bo. Xiao Bo was stunned. He had invited Goddess Miao Yin to explore the immortal serendipity many times, but this was the first time he saw Goddess Miao Yin smile at him like this. For a moment, his heart skipped a beat, and his eyes were filled with infatuation. But immediately after, his body trembled slightly. There was a soft sound. Xiao Bo's pupils contracted to the size of a needle as he slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest. There was a white hand with sharp nails that pierced through Xiaobo's chest. Not only did it pierce through Xiaobo's heart, but there was also a cold frost spreading from the wound. "You, how dare you?" Xiaobo didn't even finish his last words before he lost his life and turned into an ice sculpture. Xiaobo was dead. Behind him, Bai Ningbing was expressionless as she slowly retracted her hand. In midair, sparkling and translucent ice shards rained down. Her hands were snow-white and delicate, and the blood on them was stripped away along with the frost. "The time is here, let's begin." The third Gu immortal walked over, her appearance gradually changed, revealing her original appearance. If it was not He Lulan, who else could it be? Is Lord Wuihai really not willing to see me again? Lady White Rabbit's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Wu and sighed, shaking his head. "Let's go, there is no rush, you will meet again if there is a chance in the future. As long as you manage the immortal opportunity business properly. Maybe, Lord Wuihai will reward you in the future." Manage it properly? Hee hee. Lady White Rabbit's eyes turned completely black, a cold light flashed in her pupils. Seeing this, Wuan became vigilant, retreating. "Lady White Rabbit, what's wrong with you? Don't do anything stupid." Lady White Rabbit's voice also changed. "Don't talk about White Rabbit. I am not that weak fool who is in love with a heartless man. Remember, I am Black Tigress." "Humph, what Black Tigress? It is time to teach you a lesson. My Wu clan is in a predicament. But small fries like you, don't even think about, ugh." Before Wuan finished his words, his angry expression turned into extreme shock. He found that he could not move. Not just that, his body and soul started to melt, turning into a pool of black water. "Love go small say netku what killer move is this? When did I get hit by it?" At this time, Black Tigress's gloomy voice entered Wuan's ears. "Enjoy it, this was meant for Wuihai. It is a pity that I did not get to see him." The moment he said that, Wuan completely melted, turning into a pool of black water. Boom! 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 Wuan had just died under Black Tigress's domineering killer move, when the Super Gu formation shook intensely. The Super Gu formation was attacked. What is it? The Righteous Path Gu immortals stationed here reacted. Someone is attacking the Gu formation, they are inside the Gu formation. Soon, Qi clan's leader, Qi Gue, found the problem. He informed the Righteous Path Gu immortals. The immortals' hearts sank. The Super Gu formation had strong defense, but it was divided into inside and outside. Attacking the Super Gu formation from the outside and attacking from the inside were two different things. Undeniably, an attack from the inside was much more destructive. Xiao clan is in trouble. A Righteous Path Gu immortal who was close to Xiao clan's base transmitted. Damn it, I said that this immortal opportunity business would have problems sooner or later. Xiao clan is playing with fire. Look! Ba Quanfeng screamed. Ba clan had not participated in the immortal opportunity business. Once he said that, many of the participating Righteous Path Gu immortals went silent. Don't worry, even so, our Qi clan ancestor is prepared. This Super Gu formation has a hidden formation within the formation, it has 4 layers. These demonic Path Gu immortals alone cannot even break through the surface layer. Qi Gue raised the morale, he also wanted to relieve his embarrassment. After all, Qi clan was one of the main parties in the immortal opportunity business. That's right, just a few rats. The Righteous Path Gu immortals calmed down. But at this time, boom, with a huge explosion, the entire Gu formation shook again, and the intensity was several times greater than before. Large numbers of Gu worms died, several immortal Gu were destroyed. What's going on? What's going on? Qi Gue was shocked, they actually found the formation core? Oh no, the other party came prepared, they did not attack rashly. They are working together. Earlier, the Gu formation also suffered an intense attack. Stop them. Quickly activate the Gu formation. Send some people to the location and kill those 3 demonic path scoundrels. Wu clan and Xiao clan's Gu immortals are all dead? Are there still people around? The Righteous Path Gu immortals transmitted to each other, they were in chaos. What's going on? In the hall of Wu clan's base, Fang Yuan was frowning, he was using the Gu formation to investigate the situation. He had been deducing a killer move earlier, this happened too suddenly, he was caught unprepared. Information was transmitted from the goo formation to Feng Yuan's mind. Lady White Rabbit's transformation and the scene of her killing Wuan were all seen by Feng Yuan. Lady White Rabbit is actually a traitor, she seems to be a different person. She wants to deal with me. Feng Yuan's frown deepened. He immediately decided to go personally and kill White Rabbit to take revenge for Wuan. Be it Wu Yihai's identity or Feng Yuan's need to maintain the stability of the super goo formation, Feng Yuan had to kill Lady White Rabbit. To think that there would be such a huge mistake. Yihai, my goo formation has gone out of control, come and help me. Xiao Lu sent a request for help. She also sent the scene of Bai Ningbing killing Qiao Bo. Receiving this information, Feng Yuan's intention to go was immediately dispelled. Bai Ningbing? Hey Lulan. Why are they here? I understand, this is Shadow Sect's doing. Feng Yuan's heart shook. He stood on the spot, his eyes shining with bright light. After discovering Shadow Sect, even though his killing intent surged, he also dispelled the thought of going out. What a joke, Shadow Sect had rank 8 existences. Feng Yuan had seen this during the Battle of Reverse Flow River. Who knew where that Zishan Makoto was hiding? He might even be hiding nearby, waiting for Wu Yihai to come out and launch a sneak attack. Even though I have the Immortal Killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal that can block the attacks of rank 8 existences. But once I use it, my identity will be exposed. Even though Shadow Sect sent Lady White Rabbit to kill me, they did not find out that I am impersonating Wu Yihai. Otherwise, it would not be Lady White Rabbit who came to kill me. What do I do? Feng Yuan fell into rapid thinking. Wisdom path methods were used, all sorts of thoughts surged in his mind like surging tides. Shadow Sect's intention is clear, they are here to save Spectral Soul's main body. Shadow Sect definitely has a backup plan, I should wait and see. This super goo formation is not a joke. With this goo formation, it can block the attacks of rank 8 goo immortals. It is best if I do not show myself. Feng Yuan quickly decided on a strategy to deal with it. As for Xiao Lu, I don't care if you die. Yihai, come quickly. Xiao Lu urged. Feng Yuan had a cold expression as he rejected, take it easy. I have some problems here. Wuan was actually assassinated by Lady White Rabbit, I cannot let this murderer off. What? Then be careful. Xiao Lu was shocked, she did not forget to care about Feng Yuan, not knowing that Feng Yuan had already abandoned her. Xiao Lu faced Fairy Miaoyin, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing alone. She was a rank 7 goo immortal, Fairy Miaoyin had similar cultivation level, while He Lulan and Bai Ningbing were rank 6. Thus, in Xiao Lu's opinion, the situation had not gone out of control. Her gaze was focused on Fairy Miaoyin, you are finished, at this moment, the super goo formation has been activated. You are all trapped, surrender and become my slave goo immortals, you still have a chance to live. He. Fairy Miaoyin smiled sweetly, is that so? Right at this time, a powerful aura rose outside the super goo formation. Soon, it was discovered by the Righteous Path goo immortals controlling the goo formation. There is a powerful aura ahead. The aura is rising, so strong. A rank 8 goo immortal? The Righteous Path goo immortals gasped in shock. Is it Zishan Makoto? Feng Yuan, who was holed up in the hall, had a sharp gaze. No, it is not a goo immortal, it is an immemorial desolate beast, it is? Before he could finish his sentence. Boom, the entire super goo formation suffered the fiercest blow in history. The entire goo formation was shaking intensely, the hall formed by the goo formation crumbled and broke apart. At once, heaven and earth collapsed, it was as if the apocalypse had arrived. A huge hole was created in the goo formation, but the Righteous Path goo immortals did not suffer heavy casualties. This was the difference between goo formations and killer moves. Even though goo formations were killer moves in formation path, after the goo formation was set up, it paid more attention to the environment and the goo worm's movement. When the goo formation was destroyed, the goo immortals did not suffer much backlash. Of course, the ancient battle formation was not included. Once the ancient battle formation was destroyed, the goo immortals would suffer severe backlash. Especially the goo immortals controlling the formation. Cough, cough. smoke and dust rose. The hall that Fang Yuan was in was completely destroyed, mortal goo were constantly being restored at the edges, goo worm corpses were raining down. A huge hole was torn in the super goo formation, the dream realm that was completely covered and concealed was now exposed. Many righteous path goo immortals stood at the hole, looking at it in a daze. There, a huge figure was standing between heaven and earth. It was a humanoid immemorial desolate beast, it stood on 2 legs and had 2 monstrous claws, its hair was disheveled and its body was pitch black. Goo immortals, so many goo immortals, I want to eat all of you. After eating all of you, I will be closer to a human. This humanoid immemorial desolate beast growled, it was extremely excited. It is. A righteous path goo immortal pointed at this immemorial desolate beast, stammering in shock. Zui Yi Hui. Fang Yuan subconsciously gritted his teeth, feeling great pressure. The moment he saw this immemorial desolate beast, Fang Yuan thought he was dreaming. But the goo immortal's cries, the broken walls of the hall, and the collapsing super goo formation reminded him that this was not a dream. Fang Yuan didn't expect Zui Yi Hui to show up. This legendary primordial desolate beast had brought too much suffering and death to the southern border. None of these southern border righteous path goo immortals did not know him. Zui Yi Hui's appearance shook the righteous path and their morale fell. This was an existence stronger than ordinary rank 8 goo immortals. Especially when the super goo formation was destroyed, the righteous path only had rank 7 and 6 goo immortals. What could they use to resist? Flesh and blood. In the 5 regions, only 2 rank 7 goo immortals could resist rank 8 existences, Feng Jioga and Lu Guanyi. Hold on. Don't panic, our goo formation has 4 layers. Just now, the outermost layer was only destroyed. Move, enter the next layer. At the crucial moment, Qi Gui stood up. He was the leader arranged by Qi clan. This super goo formation was created by Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. Qi Gui naturally knew some secrets that others did not. As expected, there was a change in the goo formation, it shined brightly. The goo formation's disintegration stopped, the outer goo formation was abandoned, and the inner defense reappeared. The 3rd layer of the goo formation appeared in front of Zui Yi Hui. Even though it did not cover the entire dream realm, most of it was still concealed by the goo formation. The righteous path goo immortals quickly retreated into the goo formation. Fang Yuan was no exception. This was the only way now. Wu Yihai's true identity should not be known by Shadow Sect. If not, Shadow Sect, which had a wisdom path rank 8 goo immortal, would not have sent Lady White Rabbit to assassinate Fang Yuan. The enemy was in the open while he was in the dark, this was a clear advantage. At the same time, Fang Yuan had another advantage, immortal goo houses. Wu clan's immortal goo house was on the way. Most goo formations could not be moved, but immortal goo houses could. Moreover, the power of immortal goo houses could increase according to the amount and quality of immortal essence. They could resist the attacks of rank 8 existences. With an immortal goo house, Fang Yuan's chances of escaping would increase greatly. But earlier, Wu clan's immortal goo house was delayed due to an unexpected situation. Was this done by Shadow Sect? Fang Yuan thought of this as he felt a dark shadow. Tisk, so troublesome. Bai Ningbing looked at the well-defended 3rd layer of the goo formation as she frowned. This is hard to deal with. He Lulan sighed. At this time, Ying Wuxia's cold laughter entered their ears. No worries, just dodge. Fairy Miaoyin, Bai Ningbing, and He Lulan shuddered, they quickly retreated. Roar, at the next moment, Zui Yi Hui roared, emitting a thunderous sound. The roar echoed in the sky, creating a huge sound wave that spread through the air. The trees and rocks around Zui Yi Hui were all uprooted, it was like a storm was brewing. Next, Zui Yi Hui breathed in deeply, its stomach and cheeks bulged. His entire body had doubled in size, then, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a huge beam of light shot out from between its sharp teeth. The pillar of light was dark gray, it was extremely fast, in the blink of an eye, it crashed into the 3rd layer of the goo formation. Everything was eerily silent. The 3rd layer of the goo formation was hit by the dark gray pillar of light, it quickly turned gray. Earlier, Zui Yi Hui had attacked the super goo formation as well. The first few times, it was just a test, it was a calibration. Previously, it used the same killer move Grey Knight, with He Lulan, by Ning Bing, and Fairy Miaoyin's cooperation, the fourth layer of the Gu formation was destroyed. Most of the Righteous Path Gu immortals did not see these attacks clearly. But this time, they had all witnessed Sui Yi Hui's terror. Heaven and earth seemed to have stopped, endless darkness engulfed them, time seemed to have slowed down. It only lasted for a breath of time. Boom, another thunderous sound resounded in the world, it almost broke the immortals' eardrums. Heaven and earth shook, the third layer of the Gu formation was torn apart and attacked. It seemed like the previous scene was going to happen again. The Righteous Path Gu immortals had pale expressions, they injected immortal essence into the Gu formation desperately. After the tremors passed, the third layer of the Gu formation was only half destroyed, it was still intact. This Super Gu formation was created by rank 8 Gu immortal Chichuyu himself. It was made with a large number of immortal Gu and mortal Gu from Southern Border's Righteous Path forces. It was finally displaying its power. It resisted the signature attack of the legendary immemorial desolate beast Sui Yi Hui. The Righteous Path Gu immortals did not suffer any casualties. I am still alive. Someone almost cried from joy. This is Sui Yi Hui's signature method, immortal killer move, Grey Knight. We actually defended against it. Someone cheered. Chi Gue was covered in cold sweat. He said, "This is the Super Gu formation created by our first Supreme Elder, how could we not defend against it? If not for the ambush earlier, the fourth layer might still be intact." Immortal killer move Grey Knight, it is different from what I encountered in the dream realm. Did it change its form? After so many years, Grey Knight has been modified. Did Sui Yi Hui modify it? Or did someone else help? Was this person from Shadow Sect? Strange. If they had a pawn like Sui Yi Hui, why did Shadow Sect not use it when they refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu? Was it because they did not have enough control? Or was it because of that rank 8 Gu Immortals edition? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Fairy Miaoyin, Bai Ning Bing, and He Lulan arrived before the Super Gu formation again. They saw the damaged third layer Super Gu formation but were not shocked or discouraged. Because they were not the only ones who returned this time, Xianxia, as well as many demonic path Gu immortals and lone cultivators. Shadow Sect lacked manpower, but they did not lack resources. Normally, demonic path Gu immortals and lone cultivators lacked resources, they spent their entire lives searching for them. Zishan Makoto did not hesitate to spend a huge amount of resources to recruit a group of demonic path Gu immortals and lone immortals. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food, wealth moves people's hearts. Of course, these southern border Gu immortals were not fools, they waited for Sui Yi Hui to activate Grey Knight before showing up with Xianxia. On the other hand, it also proved that Shadow Sect had a good grasp of timing and people's hearts. In the eyes of these demonic path and lone immortals, not only did they have the wisdom path rank 8 grade expert Zishan Makoto, they also had a legendary immemorial desolate beast like Sui Yi Hui. The outcome of this battle was already set, they were the victors. Everything is as Zishan Makoto predicted, attack the Gu formation's gap separately. Whoever kills the enemies and expands the gap will obtain multiple rewards. Xianxia shouted. Shadow Sect's side roared as they attacked the Super Gu formation fiercely. The Righteous Path quickly responded. Quick, block those gaps. We cannot let them in. I need time to activate the second layer of the Gu formation, buy time for me. Chi Gue shouted. Sui Yi Hui has already used Grey Knight twice, it is already at its limit. It needs to rest for a while, it is time to teach these demonic path scoundrels a lesson. Ba De shouted. Fang Yuan squinted, he had been observing Sui Yi Hui, he saw that after Sui Yi Hui used Grey Knight, it fell into a weakened state, it breathed roughly and stayed on the spot, not moving. This made Fang Yuan rest assured. There were many southern border Gu immortals here, many of them were familiar with history, they had a good understanding of Sui Yi Hui. After all, whenever Sui Yi Hui appeared and caused chaos in southern border's Righteous Path Gu immortals would work together to resist and fight against it. These southern border Righteous Path super clans had clear historical records and detailed information about Sui Yi Hui. Author's note, 4th update. Kill. Charge. Block them and stall for time. Don't be afraid, so what if it is Sui Yi Hui, the Gu formation is still here, we can hold on until reinforcements arrive. Shadow Sect attacked fiercely while southern border's Righteous Path defended with all their might. The third layer of the goo formation was already half destroyed, there were holes everywhere, it provided little help to the righteous path goo immortals. A chaotic battle ensued. Rumble, continuous explosions occurred, wind, fire, water, and lightning collided like fireworks. There were no four paths, they used immortal goo and even immortal killer moves from the start, the entire battlefield was in a heated state. You cannot hold on. Fairy Miaoyin had a beautiful figure, she smiled as she floated in the air. In front of her was Xiao Lu. Xiao Clan's fairy was silent, the situation had changed too quickly, earlier, the righteous path had the advantage, but now, they were at a disadvantage. Even with the super goo formation, they could only defend passively, they could not take the initiative. For the righteous path goo immortals, their only way out was to defend and wait for reinforcements. Who are you? You can mobilize the legendary immemorial desolate beast Sui Yi Hui. Xiao Lu asked with concentration. Fairy Miaoyin smiled, we are here to kill you. Her killing intent suddenly surged, and a pair of pink moon-shaped shadows appeared in her eyes. Immortal killer move, curved moon, this was a side attack technique, the aura was completely concealed, once it was used, the enemy would not have time to react, it was hard to defend against. Xiao Lu was hit immediately. But soon, her dress and skin started to shine with layers of jade green light. In the faint radiance, slender willow branches condensed and formed. They were like dancing ribbons, surrounding her body from head to toe, floating like a fairy. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The green willow branches were not just for defense, they quickly flew towards Fairy Miaoyin with great agility. Fairy Miaoyin was stunned, she quickly retreated. She dodged all the willow branches, but she could not defend against the shadows below them. One of the shadows shot up from the ground, like a venomous snake, it attacked Fairy Miaoyin. This is an additional move? Fairy Miaoyin could not conceal her shock on her beautiful face. Supplementary moves were similar to consecutive moves, split moves, and variation moves. They were also special techniques that goo immortals used to activate killer moves. It was hard for ordinary people to grasp. What was a supplementary move? Under normal circumstances, it referred to two different immortal killer moves, one main and one supplementary. For example, Xiao Lu's willow twig attack was her main attack. And the shadow under the willow branch was the secondary move, attached to the main move. Once the main move was activated, there was a certain chance that the secondary move would also be activated and explode with power. Fairy Miaoyin did not expect Xiao Lu to have mastered such a difficult technique. She was not careful and was hit in the face by the shadow of the willow branch. A long and thin wound gradually appeared, and a drop of bright red blood was soaked in it. It was extremely obvious on Fairy Miaoyin's beautiful face. Xiao Lu laughed out loud, I wasn't careful and made you disfigured, Sister Miaoyin. If we continue to fight, you won't be able to share the same fame as me. Fairy Miaoyin snorted. Xiao Lu took the initiative to attack, her whole body was covered in green willow branches. These rootless willow branches were the manifestation of killer moves, they were extremely agile, they were like dozens of whips that lashed at Fairy Miaoyin. The frequency of their attacks was very high, it was like a green storm had been created. Fairy Miaoyin was surrounded, not only did she have to defend against the willow branches, she also had to pay attention to the shadows on the ground. One of the willow branches might suddenly attack Fairy Miaoyin. Crack crack crack, crisp sounds could be heard continuously, even though Fairy Miaoyin put up her defenses, her clothes were still torn by the willow branches. Fairy Miaoyin retreated while using her hands to block the willow branches' attacks. A moment later, her clothes were in tatters, her snow-white skin was exposed, it was an enchanting sight that could make any man's blood boil. Xiao Lu chased after her. Good times did not last long, her opponent suddenly shouted as a pair of slender arms appeared behind her back. Fairy Miaoyin had 4 arms now. With 4 arms protecting her, Fairy Miaoyin immediately stabilized herself, it was more than enough to defend against the willow branch's attacks. Xiao Lu could not help but sigh internally. This was an immortal killer move, Wondrous Hand, Fairy Miaoyin's signature killer move, Xiao Lu knew about it clearly. The reason why she attacked first was to catch Fairy Miaoyin off guard, to maintain the pressure and make it hard for her to have a rhythm. But in the end, Xiao Lu's strategy failed. In the end, Goddess Miaoyin was forced to use this move. Even though Fairy Miaoyin was facing strong external pressure, she was not a newbie like Zhao Lianyun. Fairy Miaoyin did not make a mistake, she withstood the pressure and successfully used her killer move. The success of this move immediately changed the situation of the battle. Xiaoxi Lu slowly flew backwards, she stopped her attacks and retreated, using the incomplete Gu formation to fight a long battle. She had chased Fairy Miaoyin earlier, she had already left the Super Gu formation, it was a wise move to return now. It is my turn now, Sister Si Lu, you have to endure it. Fairy Miaoyin smiled, but her gaze was dark. His 4 hands began to weave hand seals. Her slender, white fingers shone with a dazzling light. Clank clank clank, thud 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 thud, as he moved his fingers, every time his fingers collided, a melodious sound could be heard. The crisp sound spread around, creating translucent sound waves that could be seen by the naked eye. The sound waves spread rapidly, with Fairy Miaoyin as the center, they quickly spread to the surroundings. The incomplete third layer of the Gu formation was being destroyed by the small sound waves, the speed of its collapse increased by several times. The sound waves quickly appeared and dissipated. Xiaoxi Lu had a solemn expression, she strengthened her defenses, the willow branches coiled around her body. Both sides fell into a deadlock. And in another gap. Shang Clan Gu Immortal Shang Guili crossed his arms, blocking the gap as he looked at He Lulan. He had an arrogant and disdainful expression, a mere rank 6 Gu Immortal dares to attack, you are truly courting death. Forget it, I will kill you first before going to reinforce my comrades. Saying so, he vanished on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared behind He Lulan. Next, he stretched out his right hand turned into a white bone claw as he clawed at He Lulan's back. Swoosh! A soft sound echoed. The white bone claw tore through He Lulan's defenses, stabbing into her back as blood splattered. He Lulan growled, she turned around and retaliated. Shang Guili vanished on the spot again, at the next moment, he appeared in the incomplete formation. He Lulan's counterattack did not land, she growled in pain, her expression was distorted. On her back, there were 5 deep wounds that exposed her bones. Shang Guili showed a look of disdain and mockery, that's all you have, my next attack will take your life, why? Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. On the white bone claw, He Lulan's flesh and blood started burning. The fire was very peculiar, it burned brighter and brighter, in the blink of an eye, it covered Shang Guili's entire right hand. You fell for it so easily. He Lulan laughed. Immortal killer move, flesh blood fire, Dragon Man? A middle-aged Gu immortal with a large nose, Chai Huixiong's upper body was exposed, he had a strong build, his muscles were red like they were on fire. Every time he breathed, sparks flew out of his nostrils. He was muscular and bold, he stood on the spot, blocking the huge hole in the Gu formation behind him. You are quite knowledgeable. Bai Ningbing's expression was calm as water, she stretched out her right arm, frost energy spread out from her jade-like hand as snowflakes fell. Bam! Chai Huixiong stopped abruptly, there was a loud sound as the ground sank, his entire body shot out like a cannonball, crashing towards Bai Ningbing. Take this! Chai Huixiong roared in the air, large amounts of fire burst out of his nose, mouth, and even his pores. In the blink of an eye, the blazing fire filled Bai Ningbing's vision. Bai Ningbing's gaze was cold, she did not dodge, she stared at the approaching Chai Huixiong without blinking. Her lips curled up, she called out in excitement, good timing. Before she finished speaking, she actually charged forward, her figure was much smaller compared to Chai Huixiong, now that they collided, she was like a moth flying into a flame. Boom, an intense explosion occurred. The attacks from both sides were in a stalemate in midair, directly splitting the small battlefield into 2. Half was fire, half was ice, they were completely different, opposing each other. The fire was burning, it had the power to burn all living beings, while the ice on the other side was freezing, it seemed like it was going to freeze countless living beings to death. The fire could not melt the ice, while the ice could not freeze the fire, the 2 sides were evenly matched. Shortly after, the fire dissipated and the ice condensed, revealing 2 figures wrapped in ice. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot, her dragon eyes shining with excitement and concentration. On the other side, the imposing Chai Clan Gu immortal staggered back, staring at Bai Ningbing in disbelief. Impossible, you are only a rank 6 Gu immortal. Bai Ningbing grinned, showing her white teeth. I was praising you for being knowledgeable earlier. It seems you are really not worthy of praise. When she said the word you, Bai Ningbing charged forward. By the time she finished speaking, she had already arrived in front of Chai Huixiong. She jumped into the air, raising her right arm high. She was like a snow goddess descending to the world, bringing with her boundless wind and snow. Her divine might was awe-inspiring and inviolable. Next, Bai Ningbing's right arm was like a giant blade, chopping down on Chai Huixiong. White rabbit, you slut, hand over your life. Wu Liao shouted, his eyes were bloodshot, filled with anger and hatred. Although he and Wuan did not get along normally, they were both Wu Clan Gu immortals. Now that White Rabbit killed Wuan, Wu Liao charged out with hatred, wanting to take revenge for Wuan. Unfortunately, the changed Lady White Rabbit, no, Black Tigress, her cultivation level had broken through to rank 7, her battle strength had risen greatly. Wu Liao was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, he could not do anything to Lady White Rabbit, he was in danger instead. Back down, Wu Liao, you are not her match. Fang Yuan blocked Wu Liao, who was about to attack again. His gaze was filled with cold killing intent as he stood in front of Lady White Rabbit. Author's note, he. Black Tigress laughed strangely, her cute face became twisted and sinister. Her pure and clear eyes were now filled with a sinister light, her eye bags were heavy, as if she had stayed up for half a month. Her eyeshadow was like 2 black butterfly wings, extending from the corners of her eyes to her temples. Even though her appearance did not change much, she was sinister and ruthless. Her aura had changed, she was completely different from her previous cute and innocent self. White Rabbit true inheritance, interesting. Fang Yuan's body shined with light. After the light faded, Fang Yuan had turned into a giant tortoise. Immortal Killer Move, Divination Tortoise Transformation, GUH. Rank 7 Formation Path Gu Immortal Chi Gue coughed out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. He cursed endlessly, his eyes staring at the corpse fragments of the immortal Gu floating in front of him. This immortal Gu had been injured by Zui Hui's attack. Earlier, when Chi Gue wanted to activate the second layer of the Super Gu formation, this immortal Gu finally reached its limit and broke apart. The activation of the Gu formation failed, it would cause a chain reaction and cause damage to the other immortal Gu. Chi Gue quickly used his own body to bear the backlash of the Gu formation's collapse. He managed to preserve this Gu formation. But he was already heavily injured. Is it serious? Bada quickly went to check. Chi Gue swallowed the blood in his mouth, his face was pale like a corpse, very serious. This destroyed immortal Gu is one of the pillars. The second layer has over 300,000 Gu worms, but there are only 4 immortal Gu of such status. We need to find a substitute and activate the second layer of the Gu formation. This Gu formation has many layers, without the second layer, the first Gu formation at the center cannot be established. After pausing for a while, Chi Gue shouted anxiously, who has Earth Path Immortal Gu, give them to me. This is a crucial moment of life and death. Beside him, Ba Quanfeng and Ba De looked at each other helplessly. The former was a Wind Path Gu immortal, while the latter cultivated Wood Path, they did not have any Earth Path Immortal Gu. As Chi Gue healed himself, Ba De and Ba Quanfeng went to ask them one by one. The reason why he asked them one by one was naturally because he wanted to hide the bad news as much as possible. After all, one's mentality would also affect one's combat power. At this moment, the fewer people who knew about the situation, the better. Thankfully, among the 5 regions, Southern Border had the most Earth Path Gu immortals. Soon, many people expressed their willingness to contribute their Earth Path Immortal Gu. Chi Gue took a look, none of these Earth Path Immortal Gu were good choices, but he could only choose the best among them. He reluctantly chose one that was the closest to the original Earth Path Immortal Gu. Chi Gue's injuries had not yet healed, but he did not care. Next, I need to deduce and think of a way to add this Earth Path Immortal Gu into the Gu formation as soon as possible. My safety is in your hands. This action was undoubtedly very risky. It was equivalent to placing one's life in the hands of others. However, Chi Gue's face was filled with determination, without any hesitation. He knew that he had no way out, and he had to race against time. He had to take a gamble. Bard's expression was grave as he nodded slowly. I promise you that I will protect you with my life. Even if Sui Yihui comes, he will have to step over my dead body first. This was the truth, he was not hypocritical. In this situation, even though Bard had great battle strength, he could not resist Sui Yihui, he could not change the situation. He was not Feng Jioge, nor did he have reverse flow protection seal like Feng Yuan. Bard did not know that an immortal Gu house of Wu clan was on the way. But ever since Shadow Sect attacked, he had used information path methods to inform Ba clan. The other Gu immortals did the same. Defending and waiting for reinforcements was the only way for Ba De and the rest to survive. Like this, Chi Gue focused all his attention on the Gu formation. Bard, who was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest in terms of combat power, was in charge of the defense. Right now, Wu clan and Xiao clan were in trouble, their reputation was at rock bottom, Ba clan's Bard was the most suitable leader. Towards this opportunity, Bard did not give up. As the strongest person to protect Chi Gue, he was at the back, observing the battlefield. All in all, the Righteous Path's defense was still stable. The elite Righteous Path Gu Immortals used the incomplete Gu formation to retreat in time. And the Demonic Path Gu Immortals came with great momentum, but they did not have many true experts. It was not that Southern Border did not have any Demonic Path or Lone Cultivator experts, but they had already lost a lot in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. Even though the Righteous Path also suffered great losses in that battle. Compared to the Demonic Path, the Righteous Path was more stable, they had a lot of resources and could easily nurture Gu Immortal experts. One could imagine that unless something special happened, according to this trend, Southern Border's Righteous Path would suppress the Demonic Path and Lone Cultivators in the near future. Bard's gaze paused on Fairy Miaoyin, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing's battlefield for a while, he looked at the rest before stopping on Feng Yuan. Wu Yihai. He murmured this name in his mind, and sighed deeply. He had once wanted to suppress Wu Yihai and teach Wu clan a lesson. But now, they were in the same boat. Even though Bard had great ambitions and wanted to replace Wu clan and make Ba clan flourish. But now, he did not mind fighting alongside Wu Yihai, he still had this bit of magnanimity. Of course, this was only for the time being, when the danger was over, Bard would definitely settle the score. With this happening, Ba De could be said to have grasped Feng Yuan's weakness. Before this, when Wu clan and Xiao clan met with mishaps, Bard had been enduring and did not use the immortal opportunity business as leverage. He had kept this leverage until now, and there was finally a happy result. Black Tigress continued to jump around, she was extremely agile. As countless Vajra thoughts flashed by. After her personality changed, this former Lady White Rabbit actually used a dark path method. Not only that, her rank 6 cultivation level suddenly rose to rank 7, this was simply unreasonable, but no matter how fast she dodged, she was only slightly faster than Feng Yuan's thoughts. Today was different from the past. If Feng Yuan had just obtained Vajra Thought Immortal Gu, he might not be able to do anything to this Black Tigress. But at this moment, Feng Yuan was already familiar with it, thoughts rained down like rain, they cooperated with each other and formed a dense net of firepower. Black Tigress could dodge for a while, but she would still be trapped by Feng Yuan's countless thoughts. Immortal Killer Move, Corner Tiger, realizing that she was at a disadvantage, Black Tigress's aura burst out as she tapped on the ground lightly. The black liquid quickly spread on the ground. A breath of time later, the black water became the size of a pond. 2 breaths of time later, the black water boiled and bubbled. 3 breaths of time later, a horse-sized gecko jumped out of the black water. This gecko was dark in color, its eyes were shimmering with light, it was not real, it was purely formed from a dark path killer move. The gecko was extremely fast, it moved like the wind as it landed on Black Tigress's feet, carrying her as they escaped. Compared to Black Tigress, Feng Yuan, who had turned into a divination tortoise, was very cumbersome. Ever since he transformed, he had not moved, he was blocking the hole in the Gu formation behind him. But even though Feng Yuan's main body did not move, the thoughts that he sent out were like small tortoise shell Vajra thoughts, they were extremely agile, they surrounded the divination tortoise's huge body, flying up and down, moving left and right. After the battle started, Feng Yuan had been using Vajra back killer move with all his might. The small tortoise shell thoughts expanded rapidly, Feng Yuan was very cautious, he first used these thoughts to protect this area, before using more and more tortoise shell thoughts to expand outwards. Black Tigress stood on the black gecko. She could advance and retreat freely, but she was gritting her teeth. On the surface, she had a huge advantage in speed, she had the initiative in the battle. But the truth was, she had to get past Fang Yuan's obstruction and attack the hole in the remnant formation. Fang Yuan, however, firmly blocked her path of attack. Black Tigress moved left and right, she tried to charge at Fang Yuan's main body. She actively manipulated these small tortoise-shell thoughts, she purposely exposed a flaw several times, but Fang Yuan did not fall for it, he defended himself well, chasing Black Tigress away. Fang Yuan was wary of Black Tigress' killer move. Although Fang Yuan did not know the name of that move, he had witnessed the scene of Wu Wen's body turning into a puddle of black water after being hit by the move without a sound. Black Tigress' move was prepared for me. She asked to meet me, but I rejected her, so it was worth using it on Wu Wen. This means that this move's attack range is small, it is very limited. Like Dark Assassination, even though its aura is concealed and it has great destructive power, its weakness is also very obvious. More and more thoughts appeared around Fang Yuan, the small tortoise shell continued to spin, it was a scene that made people's eyelids go numb. Black Tigress had no choice but to retreat. Seeing so many small tortoise shells, her chest heaved up and down in anger. The old tortoise's transformation is really suitable for you, Lord Wui Hai. She suddenly laughed, revealing cruel killing intent. However, don't think that this is the extent of my abilities. Have a taste of this move. Saying so, Black Tigress opened her cherry mouth, aiming at Fang Yuan and stuck out her tongue. Her tongue was very cute, it was bright red. But her lips were black as ink, black lips and red tongue formed a sharp contrast. Her tongue flicked out and retracted, it was extremely fast. It was like a playful girl next door, making a cute face. But Fang Yuan felt his back go numb, as if he had received a strong injury. He quickly turned his tortoise neck, turning around to look behind him. He found that there was a small hole on his shell. This small hole was only the size of a wash basin, compared to the size of the tortoise shell, it was not even worth mentioning. However, it was very deep, and the wound was constantly expanding outwards. The entire hole was emitting black smoke in spirals, and it was making sizzling sounds. P.S. 6th update, so tired, I can't move anymore, my eyes are blurry. Fang Yuan's heart shook. What killer move is this? The toughest part of the divination tortoise is its shell, but it could not endure this move's damage. Even though my sovereign immortal body has the characteristic of non-conflicting Dao marks. An immemorial desolate beast's skin and flesh are thick, but it still ended up like this? Black Tigress' battle strength was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Her method was very strange, even the divination tortoise's defense could not withstand it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not dare to hold back, he quickly used rank 7 Immortal Goo precaution. This rule path Immortal Goo had already been successfully added by Fang Yuan into the killer move Vajra Shell. Immediately, the original Vajra Shell killer move stopped, and a brand new Vajra Shell killer move was activated. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, the divination tortoise's aura changed. The brand new Vajra Shell killer move used a large number of time path Mortal Goo. The effect of these goo worms was to get rid of the 10 breaths of time weakness when precaution Immortal Goo was used alone. Thus, once Vajra Shell killer move was activated, precaution Immortal Goo would take effect immediately. The small tortoise shell thought expanded, becoming even bigger. At the same time, the divination tortoise's main body started to shine with a metallic light, its color also became darker. Black Tigress' expression changed, she stuck out her tongue and licked again. The two were far apart, but even at such a distance, Fang Yuan was still attacked. Another hole appeared on the tortoise shell, but this time, the hole was only the size of an adult's fist, the wound was shallow, there was no black smoke coming out of it. Moreover, the black smoke from the previous wound had already dissipated, the spread of the wound was much slower. Black Tigress snorted, she was unwilling to give up, she muttered, in that case, I will attack this place. At the next moment, Fang Yuan felt his body go numb. Next, intense pain assaulted him, there was also a feeling of numbness mixed in. The injury was not light. Fang Yuan quickly went back into the shell. Damn it! Black Tigress saw this, her eyes were spewing fire. Fang Yuan was very shameless. Not only that, but he also retracted his limbs and tail into his shell. All that was left behind were the thoughts of the turtle shell, which continued to spin and grow in number, increasing the strength and range of the defense. Ting continued to lick the turtle shell, but to no avail. She had fallen into a predicament, and there was nothing she could do about Feng Yuan. Wu Liao was healing himself as he watched the battle. When he saw this scene, he sweated profusely. He could not help but think, just like this, how long will Lord Wu Yihai have to wait to take revenge for Wuan? Bard snorted coldly. He was also a little dissatisfied. The other openings were in dire straits, but on Feng Yuan's side, things were slow and unhurried. Feng Yuan curled up in a comfortable manner. He quickly thought about Black Tigress' killer move. Any killer move would usually have a specific target. For example, a fireball killer move. After the fireball is activated, it would condense in the palm and fly out, only then would it have any killing effect. But where to fly, which direction, which target, the killer move would need to contain the ability to point towards the target. Wherever the killer move pointed, the fireball would fly. If the ability to point was ordinary, the fireball would fly in a straight line. Once it was out of his hand, he could no longer control or change its flight direction. If the ability to point was stronger, the fireball could fly in a curved trajectory. After leaving the palm, it could even slightly adjust its flying angle. Even stronger, the fireball could track its target. Ting's killer move definitely has a directional ability. Although it is not as obvious as the fireball, and is formless and formless. But without a directional ability, it is impossible. Because it is not an AoE attack, but a concentrated attack. Then how does it point towards the target? Is it through sight? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan diverted his attention and activated a goo worm. A thick fog appeared around the divination tortoise, enveloping it. What is this Wu Yihai trying to do? Ting suspected that Feng Yuan was going to use another immortal killer move. She stretched out her tongue and licked Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was hit again. Not sight? Is it smell? Feng Yuan used another method. The fog suddenly became extremely smelly. Wu Liao, who was closer, smelled the stench and his expression twisted. He quickly activated his goo worm and breathed internally. The stench wafted in the air and quickly spread, attracting the gazes of the other groups. This Wu Yihai is actually trying to break the enemy's killer move. Bada's eyes shined. He saw through Feng Yuan's intention. He snorted coldly, feeling even more dissatisfied. Normally, the possibility of breaking the enemy's killer move on the spot was very low. They needed to experiment continuously. Even if they understood the principle, they might not have the corresponding immortal goo or methods to use it. Trying to break the killer move was usually a one-on-one battle. In this urgent situation, he still has the time to break the killer move. If he has methods, he should directly kill the enemy. Ba Quanfeng expressed his dissatisfaction. Bada turned a deaf ear. This was not the time for internal conflict. Ting hesitated for a moment. She stretched out her tongue again and licked Feng Yuan. A hole appeared on Feng Yuan's shell again. Feng Yuan had a flash of inspiration. I get it, it might be her sense of taste. Normally speaking, the sense of taste required close contact with the tongue. But goo immortals' tongues, under the effect of immortal goo or killer moves, it was not hard for them to taste things remotely. Every time I use it, Ting will need to stick out her tongue. She is with Shadow Sect, and Shadow Sect has a food path true inheritance. Only such an unorthodox path can have such an effect on my divination tortoise transformation, which has deep defense. Let me test it. The divination tortoise's body slowly turned red, especially its shell. It was like the bottom of a burning pot. Ting licked it. She took in a deep breath. Gasp, so hot. The divination tortoise's red color faded. A strange smell appeared in the air. Ting licked it. She almost vomited. She frowned. So salty. The divination tortoise changed again. Ting stopped trying. She could tell what Feng Yuan was trying to do. This guy. He is trying to break my killer move. He is not trying to use an immortal killer move. Damn it. Ting had felt that the divination tortoise's changes were the prelude to Feng Yuan's immortal killer move. Thus, she attacked repeatedly, trying to disrupt Feng Yuan's killer move. If she succeeded, the backlash would definitely injure Feng Yuan. Then she would have hope of getting past this tortoise shell obstacle. In this situation, he actually has the time to try and break my killer move. Fang Yuan's actions were illogical. After all, the battlefield was a race against time. Who would have the time to do so? But precisely because of this, He Ting fell for it. After realizing this, He Ting stopped using this killer move. She used other methods to attack from afar. She swung her fists left and right, and the black and green fist force shuttled through the messy little tortoiseshell thoughts. Some of them were destroyed by the little tortoiseshell thoughts, and some of them broke through the little tortoiseshell thoughts along the way and hit the back of the divination tortoise. Even though the damage was negligible, every time the fist force landed, Fang Yuan's body shook uncontrollably. Evidently, this immortal killer move had rule path goo worms mixed in. He Ting was interfering with Fang Yuan to prevent him from using an immortal killer move. It was a good method. It really is the sense of taste. Fang Yuan's was still in his shell. Even though he had some results, he was still far from unraveling He Ting's killer move. Fang Yuan was not anxious. He Ting was no longer using this move. Pure fist force interference had no effect on Fang Yuan. Because of Wu Yihai's identity and methods, he was weak in offense but strong in defense. He Ting's defense against Fang Yuan's killer move was unfounded. Fang Yuan had a powerful offensive method, but because of his identity, he could not use it. Once he used it, he would attract huge suspicion. His identity would be exposed. Thus, the rhythm of the battle slowed down again. Fang Yuan did not want to attack, or rather, he could not use any effective methods to attack, while He Ting could not break through the cowardly Fang Yuan. After some time, the number of small tortoise shells around Fang Yuan had increased to 100,000. He Ting felt that she had no way to attack. The huge number of small tortoise shells was shocking. It was an eye-catching sight in the battlefield. Ba De looked at Fang Yuan with a cold gaze. He could not help but transmit, "Wu Yihai, I heard you have 2 other transformations. At this moment, why are you still holding back? Quickly kill your opponent and reinforce the others. Or rather, do you really have some relationship with this white rabbit? You can't do it?" Fang Yuan heard Ba De's transmission but ignored him, acting like he did not hear it. Ba De did not get a response. He gritted his teeth in anger. His gaze towards Fang Yuan became colder and colder. Fang Yuan was thinking about his situation. Shadow Sect definitely wants to save Spectral Soul's main body. They are attacking this place. They controlled Cui Yi Hui, but their control should be limited. There is also a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Zishan Makoto, who is yet to show up. The Righteous Path has a Super Gu formation. It can defend for some time. As long as we stall for some time, reinforcements will come from all directions. And I have reverse flow protection seal. I can resist rank 8s. My strength is neither too high nor too low. Zishan Makoto is a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. How can he not have a backup plan? These Righteous Path Gu Immortals are not at their wits' end yet. I should conceal my identity and wait for a chance to fish in troubled waters. Who knows, I might really get a big fish this time. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that he had a great chance. He had the strength, but he needed to wait for the right time. Shadow Sect was a huge threat to him. He had always wanted to kill them and exterminate them. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had chased after them many times without success. It was not that he did not work hard or was not resolute, but the Shadow Sect members were truly dragons and phoenixes among men. They were all elites. But now, there was no doubt that it was an excellent opportunity. First, I changed a B. Black Tigress was wrong, it was B. Now, I changed Black Tigress to Black Tigress. Black Tigress was the name I wanted to give Lady White Rabbit's other personality. Tigress was a plant, it meant tiger. Everyone should be familiar with Lubu's Red Rabbit horse. Why did such a powerful mount have to be named Scarlet Rabbit? Actually, there was a saying that it was not called Red Rabbit Horse, but Red Daughter Horse. Rabbit meant rabbit, and daughter meant tiger. Lubu's mount should have been Red Tigress, which meant red tiger. Because of the fake characters or other reasons, it gradually became Red Rabbit Horse. Personally, I am more inclined to this saying. Therefore, the meaning of He Ting was Black Tiger, which formed a sharp contrast with the previous White Rabbit. Everyone saw her signature killer move, Daughter Lick. Honestly speaking, this is a food path killer move. Why did she choose this name? Daughter Lick was the opposite of Tiger Bite, but it did not have the aggressiveness of the latter. instead, it was small and sinister. It suited the character of Black Tigress very well. Next, I will talk about the reason for the sudden increase in chapters today. Why the sudden increase in chapters? To repay the readers who have always supported me. Ever since I became a full-time writer last month, I fell into a predicament. It was mental fatigue and irritation. Because I locked myself at home every day, thinking about plots and whatnot, from morning to night, after a long time I became depressed and depressed. My condition became worse and worse. I realized that I could not continue like this, I would only destroy myself. Thus, I worked hard to adjust myself, interacting more with society, going out more and gradually adjusting. During this period of time, some people doubted me, denied me, mocked me. Actually, I did not care. After so many years, I was already used to it. But scolding my friends who had always supported me, I could not bear it. In one of my book reviews, I used this analogy: some of the readers are like my schoolmates from primary school. We have known each other for 4 to 5 years, some for 2 to 3 years. No matter what the book is like, we have always supported each other. No matter how bad my condition is, no matter how bad Gudao Master's writing is, we are always together. It was just like the first elementary school I attended. Although it had been abandoned and torn down, we, as schoolmates, would always take a look when we passed by. It was a purely subconscious action. Perhaps he would even lie down in front of the iron gate of the elementary school and look at the desolation inside. Yes, I am talking about feelings. Some people might be disgusted by this phrase. Did it have to be so vulgar? What I want to say is that you don't understand our feelings. They don't understand that we have faced all kinds of censure, ridicule, and struggle. Of course, I welcome new friends to join us. I am very willing to make our harmonious and united group even stronger. Today's update is dedicated to you, my friends. I know. You guys have always been here. Fang Yuan had thought that there was no hope of pursuing him, but to think that Shadow Sect would actually give this precious opportunity to Fang Yuan, because of sovereign immortal fetus Gu, Shadow Sect would definitely not let Fang Yuan off. If I do not get rid of Shadow Sect and give them a chance to grow, Fang Yuan might end up like Ma Hongyan. If I get rid of Shadow Sect, who would know Fang Yuan's identity? Getting rid of this problem while it was still growing was Fang Yuan's best choice, and he could also get rid of the weakness of Connect Luck. Next, he could slowly grow and secretly use dream realms to cultivate. With the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan had the best foundation in the world. After 500 years, Fang Yuan's strength would definitely be incomparable to before, be it cultivation level, battle strength, or wealth, they would all be unimaginable. Fang Yuan did not know that the world was changing, the great era was right in front of him. In the 5 regions' chaotic war, he could take advantage of the situation, or even forcefully attack. The celestial court might not be able to do anything to Fang Yuan. If the situation went well, after he cultivated to rank 9, he would be one step closer to eternal life. This was Fang Yuan's cultivation plan. It was very practical. Right now, the best opportunity to get rid of Shadow Sect was right in front of Fang Yuan. How could Fang Yuan let it go? Most importantly, Shadow Sect did not know that Fang Yuan was here. Fang Yuan was in the dark. Who knew that Wu Yihai was him? No one in the righteous path knew, even his brother Wu Yong in name was kept in the dark. Needless to say, getting rid of Wu Yihai and impersonating him to join Wu clan was a brilliant move. Even though there was a risk, without this step, how could Fang Yuan get such an opportunity? Fang Yuan had to grasp it. Maybe this time, I can even capture Spectral Soul's main body. With Spectral Soul's main body, after soul searching and interrogating, I can obtain all of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's cultivation memories and experiences. His various soul path experiences, his experiences and horizons, his various experiences in the door of life and death. Countless Gu recipes, killer moves, secrets. Disregarding everything else, the thing that moved Fang Yuan the most was lead soul into dream. With this killer move, together with his own unravel dream method and guts Gu, in terms of dream realm exploration, Fang Yuan would firmly occupy the #1 position in the world. He would have a huge first mover advantage. All the Gu immortals and forces in the world would be left behind. Even the celestial court would have to eat dust behind Fang Yuan. Ding ding ding, the sound waves were like dense ripples, floating around Xiao Si Lu. Fairy Miao Yan's arms had increased to 6. Her fingers moved, creating a beautiful light shadow. Compared to before, her attacks had doubled. Xiaoxilu's defense was also stable. Her pupils had turned jade-like, her long black hair had turned into thin willow branches that hung down to her waist. The two famous fairies of southern border were still in a deadlock. Damn it, I can't block it anymore. Escape. A demonic path Gu Immortal's eyes flashed with a trace of shock, he turned around and retreated. Boom, a powerful aura descended from behind him. Cowardly mouse, die. A righteous path Gu Immortal shouted, stretching out his hand and grabbing the demonic path Gu Immortal's head. Next, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, dark blue lightning enveloped this battlefield. The lightning lasted for a while before fading. The righteous path Gu Immortal's opponent had already turned into a charred skeleton, his human form could barely be seen. Humph, overconfident mouse, you actually dare to act arrogantly in front of me, Yi Ting. The righteous path Gu Immortal let go of his hand, the demonic path Gu Immortal's corpse fell to the ground, turning into a pile of black fragments. Everyone, is this all you can do? A tall and slender righteous path Gu Immortal with a high-nose bridge and wearing battle armor said with a cold and disappointed expression. Don't talk big. Tai Clan's Tai Xianxia, haven't you been suppressed by us all along? You still have the cheek to, ugh. The three Gu Immortals attacking Tai Junjian were about to ridicule him, when their expression suddenly changed. A soaring aura, fierce and sharp to the extreme, burst out of Tai Xianxian's body. The three Gu Immortals retreated quickly, fully on guard. Wind blew around them, causing their clothes to flutter, but Tai Xianxian was very calm, he even slowly closed his eyes and said. It's no use, I have already seen your moves, your weaknesses are completely exposed to me without any concealment. F***CKU. A Gu Immortal cursed, but before he finished, his body shook fiercely. Puff puff puff. With three soft sounds, three sword chi flashed, it was so fast that people thought they were hallucinating. Heads flew, the three Gu Immortals who were attacking Tai Xianxian earlier were all killed, their life force extinguished. Ha ha ha. Hei Lulan laughed wildly, the injuries on her body were terrifying. Shang Guili had rank 7 cultivation level, but right now, he looked at Hei Lulan with a shocked expression, he no longer had the carefree and disdainful expression from before. As expected of a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, they are truly addicted to battle. Even though Shang Guili was unwilling, the injuries on his body were already close to his bottom line. Retreat. This thought had just appeared in his mind. Hei Lulan seemed to sense it, she showed a mocking smile, where do you think you can escape to? What do you mean? Shang Guili felt something amiss, an intense sense of danger shrouded his mind. Whoosh. Flames burst out of his mouth, spreading out from his eyes, ears, nose, and other orifices. They burned fiercely, in an instant, Shang Guili turned into a human torch. His screams resounded in the battlefield, it was extremely mournful. Hei Lulan's gaze was cold, so what if you are rank 7? I need more reinforcements. Chai Huixiong retreated as he shouted. Compared to his earlier dominance, he had lost all his fighting spirit, his eyes were filled with fear. In front of him, Dragon Lady by Ningbing was slowly moving closer. She was extremely beautiful, but from Chai Huixiong's point of view, she was extremely dangerous, he wanted to leave the battlefield immediately. But now, in this situation, if he left the battlefield alone, wouldn't he be feeding himself to Zui Yi Hui? Chai Huixiong could only fight. Bai Ningbing's battle strength was even higher than Hei Lulan. Because she had Bai Xiang's true inheritance, all of her ice and snow path immortal Gu were compatible with her northern dark ice soul physique. And even though Hei Lulan had the great strength true martial physique, she used fire path immortal Gu. Her great aunt's fire path methods did not have many Dao marks. Chai Huixiong had already asked for reinforcements, but they were all killed by Bai Ningbing. Of course, Bai Ningbing paid a price. Ba De was in charge of the situation, when he heard Chai Huixiong shout, he was already paying attention to this battlefield. Tai Xianxian, please go and reinforce Chai Huixiong. Ba De thought about it before transmitting. Okay. Tai Xianxian immediately flew into the sky, moving towards Bai Ningbing. His aura was shocking, Bai Ningbing immediately paid attention to him. Her dragon pupils shrunk to pin size, an immortal killer move was prepared. A strong reinforcement has arrived. Seeing Tai Xianxian, Chai Huixiong was overjoyed. But right at this moment, Bai Ningbing found a flaw in his relaxed state of mind. She unleashed her immortal killer move. I want you to die. Tai Xianjian, who arrived late, was furious. He could only watch as Chai Huixiong was frozen into a stick, before shattering into countless ice shards. Bai Ningbing smiled, her expression was still calm. She looked at Tai Xianjian and said calmly, this move of mine is called Ice Collapse Kill. Do you want to give it a try? Chai Huixiong sacrificed himself. This dragon lady might only have rank 6 cultivation level, but her battle strength is definitely top tier among rank 7s. Bada's heart sank. He quickly looked at the battlefield. The defensive line was still there. The righteous path had the advantage, even though they were relying on the incomplete third-layer Gu formation. Even though there were sacrifices, Shadow Sect's side suffered even more Gu immortals. Their morale was also greatly reduced. They were showing signs of wavering. The enemy only has 4 true experts. They are Lady White Rabbit, Demoness Miaoyin, Dragon Lady, and that Fire Path rank 6, Hei Lulan. As long as I get rid of any one of them, their morale will be greatly affected. Thinking of this, Bada focused his gaze on Feng Yuan again. Feng Yuan's divination tortoise form was still on the spot, his limbs, head, and tail were still inside his shell. In contrast, Little Tortoise Shell's thoughts had already expanded to 300,000, dominating an area of the battlefield, while Black Tigress had already been chased far away. Bada snorted in anger, transmitting to Feng Yuan, Wu Yi Hai. Stop defending. As a Wu Clan Gu immortal, do you not have any bravery at all? Are you so afraid of death? Let me tell you, your role in the battlefield is very important. You have the highest chance of becoming the breakthrough point of this chaotic battle. As long as you kill Black Tigress and reinforce the other areas, there will be a qualitative change. The battle strength of both sides will change. Feng Yuan, the divination tortoise, was silent like a mountain. It had no reaction. Damn it, this guy is still like this. He is simply unreasonable. Bada gritted his teeth, feeling very depressed. All right. At this time, Qi Gui, who was beside him, suddenly opened his eyes, standing up with a joyful expression. Did you succeed? Ba Quanfeng asked excitedly. Yes. I have already deduced it. Next is to assemble the Gu formation and activate the second layer. This super Gu formation has higher defense the deeper it is. Blocking Grey Knight is not a problem. Qi Gui nodded. Good. Bada heard this and let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Zui Yi Hui, who was far away. This legendary immemorial desolate beast was still dispirited. It had not moved at all, it was still breathing roughly. In Bada's heart, he was most worried about this legendary immemorial desolate beast. Most of the pressure he felt came from it. The situation is developing in the righteous path's favor. Bada felt joy and relief. Feng Yuan, however, was far from being as optimistic. Zishan Makoto has not appeared yet. What is he doing? Feng Yuan was getting more and more worried. Just as Etian Mountain was surrounding the Super Gu formation, the righteous and demonic sides were fighting. Another battle had ended. Clear Jade Dripping Wind tiny bamboo building was unharmed. It was shining brightly as it floated in the air. The purple blood river formation that covered heaven and earth was about to collapse. The blood river was no longer there, only lumps of red blood were floating randomly in the purple-black space. In front of Clear Jade Dripping Wind tiny bamboo building, 7 Illusions demon immortal was trapped in a wind ball. He could not escape, he could only wait to be captured. The battle was decided. Let me see your true appearance. Wu Yong was unharmed. A green light flashed past his eyes. Instantly, the colorful light around 7 Illusions demon immortal dissipated like clouds in the wind. His true appearance was exposed. The 3 righteous path Gu immortals were stunned. Xiao Zhikai's eyes widened as he cried out, Yao Geng? This 7 Illusions demon immortal was none other than a member of the Super Force Xiao clan, Gu immortal Yao Geng. He had been sparring with Wu Yiran for stunning immortal's inheritance. During the 5th time, he died together with Wu Yiran. His life tablet Gu and Yao clan shattered. Everyone thought he was dead. But to think that he was 7 Illusions demon immortal. Good, very good. So Yao clan is a place of evil. Tai Mianshan said coldly. Yao Geng smiled bitterly. This is my own action, it has nothing to do with Yao clan. Wu Yong saw that he wanted to protect his clan even in death. He was not as demonic as he had imagined. He asked, "What are you thinking, you dare to plot against us?" Yao Geng's smile became even more bitter. I said, I am just a minor character. Or more accurately, I am just a chess piece, manipulated by someone. I was forced to do this, it has nothing to do with the clan. Wu Yong's expression was grim. Then tell me, is the one manipulating you that rank 8 Gu immortal? Tell me everything you know about him. Yao Geng laughed loudly, tears flowing down his face. If I say that I do not know that person, I have not even interacted with him for as long as you. Do you believe it? Tai Mianshan interrupted, is it because of the 7 illusions' true inheritance? Yao Geng nodded with a bitter expression. Tai Mianshan sighed, to receive the 7 illusions' true inheritance, one must first receive an information path alliance agreement. My clan has analyzed this and concluded that this is a trap. However, what was puzzling was that many of the successors of the 7 illusions' true inheritance had never fulfilled that information path alliance agreement. Looks like you're the first victim. At this point, Wu Yong and Xiao Zhicai immediately understood. Both of them looked at Yao Geng with pity in their eyes. Now that things have come to this, what else is there to say? If you want to kill me or torture me, it's up to you. Yao Gengshi was paralyzed and had completely lost his will to fight. Where is that rank 8 Gu immortal? Wu Yong asked again. He had a bad feeling. Yao Geng told them everything he knew. Like you, I also thought that he had been hiding somewhere in the formation. In the end, when you discovered the most crucial formation and even captured me, I realized that he was no longer here. When Wu Yong heard this, the bad feeling in his heart intensified. He shouted as he imprisoned Yao Geng in bamboo building, activating this immortal Gu house to unleash a terrifying offensive power. Rumble, the purple blood river formation was broken by Wu Yong, the blue sky and white clouds were revealed. The 3 Gu immortals saw the light of day again. At that moment, before joy could appear on their faces, their bodies shook. Oh no, so much time has passed. This purple blood river formation not only contains the profundities of wisdom path, blood path, phantom path, and information path, it also contains time path methods. Inside this Gu formation, the 3 Gu immortals' perception of time was secretly affected. They felt that it was a hallucination. Even Wu Yong fell for it. He had always thought that he had not been inside the purple blood river formation for long. But after breaking the Gu formation, he realized to his shock that so many days had passed. Oh no! It seems that rank 8 Gu immortal did not want to fight us to the death, he simply wanted to trap us. What is his true motive? Wu Yong's heart sank. He quickly contacted his clan. The purple blood river formation isolated them from the outside. Wu Yong and the rest could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies, not to mention their clans. At this moment, the 3 immortals contacted their clans, and soon, their expressions changed. A large amount of information surged into their minds. The 3 immortals were dumbfounded to think that so many things had happened in these last few days. Wu clan, Yang clan, Qiao clan, Qi clan, Chai clan, Xia clan, Ba clan, and other Gu immortals were all in chaos. Zishan Makoto's plan was to trap Wu Yong and the rest, to create the illusion that Wu Yong was dead and cause a huge political disturbance in southern border. He succeeded. Yang clan, Xiao clan, Wu clan, and other clans created a huge commotion for their own benefits. Just as they were fighting against each other, a large group of people appeared at the Super Gu formation, attacking fiercely. After receiving countless requests for help, all the clans were at a loss. How can this be? What gall did those demonic path Gu immortals eat? They actually dare to attack the Super Gu formation. Not just that, even Northern Plains Gu immortals appeared. Even a legendary immemorial desolate beast like Sui Yi Hui is being controlled? These righteous path clans felt that this was unimaginable. However, there was no lack of intelligent people among them. After accepting this fact, they quickly realized that everything that had happened recently should be looked at together, and that it was an earth-shattering conspiracy. The mastermind's true target was the giant dream realm. Let's go, we will reinforce the Super Gu formation. Wu Yong made a decision immediately. They actually caused such a commotion in southern border. I want to see the mastermind. Tai Mianshan expressed his willingness to follow. Wu Yong had an anxious expression. My brother is still there, I hope nothing happened to him. At this crucial moment, Wu Yong did not forget to raise his reputation. Xiao Zhikai quickly cooperated. Lord Wu Yong cares about his brother, you are truly kind and considerate, you are the role model of our righteous path. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny bamboo building tore through the sky, flying towards the ruins of Etian Mountain. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder had the same action as Wu Yong. After receiving Qi Gui's request for help, he immediately stopped competing with Yang Clan's Gu Immortals and directly rode Qi Clan's Immortal Gu House towards the Super Gu formation. Yang Clan did the same. Ho Clan, Yao Clan, Shang Clan, and other clans all sent Gu Immortal experts or Immortal Gu houses. These people did not know the reason why Shadow Sect attacked the Super Gu formation. Because from start to finish, they did not know what happened in the Battle of Etian Mountain. They only knew that Celestial Court leaked some information, they knew that Celestial Court had a hand in it, they knew that Zombie Alliance's destruction was related to the Battle of Etian Mountain. They did not know the cause of the giant dream realm, they did not know that Spectral Soul's main body was inside. Celestial Court concealed this because they were worried that some southern border super forces would help Spectral Soul. Even though they did not know the reason, this did not stop the super forces from placing great importance on the Super Gu formation. Not only because of the giant dream realm, but also because of Sui Yi Hui, this legendary immemorial desolate beast brought southern borders Gu Immortal World a painful memory every time it appeared, it would suffer huge losses. Thus, all of southern borders super forces sent people and even Immortal Gu houses to deal with Sui Yi Hui. Currently, even though we are caught off guard, with Qi Clan's Gu formation and Qi Clan's Gu Immortals, it should not be a problem to stall for some time. While flying, Xiao Zhikai said. Tai Mianshan was silent. Wu Yong shook his head. To speak the truth, I am very worried. The other party's arrangements are deep, their pawns are very ingenious. If Yao Geng did not expose himself, who would guess that he is a 7 Illusions Demon Immortal? The other party can actually infiltrate the rank 7 level of a Righteous Path clan, I am worried. Saying this, Wu Yong became silent. Tai Mianshan understood, he asked, you are worried that there are spies in the Super Gu formation? Boom, the sneak attack was so sudden, it caught everyone off guard. Ba Quanfeng, what are you doing? Ba De shouted, attacking furiously. Ba Quanfeng was sent flying by Ba De's palm, he was on the verge of death. Ba De quickly used his other hand to restrain him, before rushing to Qi Gui's side. Qi Gui was heavily injured, his face was purple-gold in color, blood was flowing out of his orifices. Just earlier. His deduction succeeded, at the crucial moment of activating the second layer of the Gu formation, Ba Quanfeng, who was behind him, suddenly attacked him. Qi Gui trusted the two Ba clan Gu Immortals. Very much. Because when he was deducing the Gu formation earlier, these two were guarding it wholeheartedly. Who would have thought that Ba Quanfeng would suddenly make a move at such a crucial moment? Ba Quanfeng was only a rank 6 Wind Path Gu Immortal, while Qi Gui was a rank 7 Formation Path Gu Immortal. Normally, Qi Gui would be stronger. But back then, Qi Gui was controlling the Gu formation wholeheartedly, he could not defend it properly. Ba Quanfeng's attack succeeded. Not only was Qi Gui injured by Ba Quanfeng, the activation of the Gu formation also failed, he suffered an intense backlash. At once, he was on the verge of death, he could no longer fight. Ba Quanfeng. Ba De screamed, his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Ba Quanfeng. If he did not see it personally, he would not believe that Ba Quanfeng was a spy. Surrender, Lord Ba De, surrender, you do not know who your enemy is. Ba Quanfeng's situation was not optimistic, his aura was weak, his face was ashen, he was close to death. Bard, on the other hand, made his move and hung on to his last breath. You won't die so easily. Trust me, you will be punished by the clan, sometimes, living is scarier than death. You will wish you were dead. Ba De gritted his teeth, saying this, he hated this spy to the core. Ba Quanfeng was very sinister. It had to be said that the timing he had chosen was perfect. Just as he was about to succeed, he suddenly attacked and destroyed the Righteous Path's hope. Not only did he harm Qi Gui, the newly added Earth Path Immortal Gu was also destroyed. Damn it. This old tortoise is so good at hiding. Black Tigress gritted her teeth. The small tortoise shell had hundreds of thousands of thoughts. It was a shocking scale. They surrounded the divination tortoise in layers. Black Tigress could not get close. Instead, as the small tortoise shell's thoughts increased, she was pushed further away from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's defense was firm, but he did not relax at all. Because Zishan Makoto did not show up, Fang Yuan used investigative methods to observe the situation. Xiaoxi Lu and Fairy Miao Yin were two of the three great fairies of southern border. Right now, they were evenly matched. They were still in a stalemate. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing's battle strength shocked Fang Yuan greatly. Last time, when Fang Yuan chased after them, they were not familiar with using immortal killer moves, but now, they were extremely familiar with them. They could use them like they were their own limbs. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. Shadow Sect's foundation was truly deep. Even though they were damaged to this extent, under Shadow Sect's nurturing, Bai Ningbing and He Lulan's battle strength rose rapidly and clearly. If not for Fang Yuan's huge gains in Reverse Flow River and his dream realms to raise his attainment levels, he would not be Black and White's match. But even though He Lulan and Bai Ningbing were strong, the righteous path had many experts too. Tai Xianxia and He Ting were top-tier rank 7s, even though they could not compare to Wu Yubo, they could deal with He Lulan and Bai Ningbing. The two pairs of Gu immortals fought intensely. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, ice and snow collided, lights shined brightly. But Sui Hui is about to recover. Fang Yuan observed the situation. He did not forget the strongest existence in the battlefield. Wu Hai, come back quickly. At this time, Bada transmitted to Fang Yuan. What is it? Fang Yuan sensed something amiss from Bada's tone. He said hesitantly, I'm guarding the gap here. Come quickly, we need you here. Qi Gui's weak voice could be heard. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He hurriedly entered the gap and went to the back. Seeing Ba Quanfeng and Qi Gui on their last breaths, Fang Yuan's pupils constricted. A letter Gu flew over and Fang Yuan grabbed it, instantly understanding the entire situation. Ba Quanfeng is a mole in the Shadow Sect? The Shadow Sect's infiltration is everywhere. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat as his eyelids trembled. The situation was dire. The Earth Path Immortal Gu was also destroyed. Just now, the righteous path had fallen into despair, and Bada had almost lost his confidence. Suddenly, he heard Qi Gui say, we still have one last hope. Although I am powerless to fight, there is still Wu Hai. Wu Hai's formation path attainment is something that even my race's Qi Shang praises. His formation path attainment is similar to mine. He is a formation path quasi-master. Let him come in, we can still take a gamble at the final moment. Bada already knew that Fang Yuan and Qi Shang had a close relationship, but this was the first time he heard Qi Clan's Gu Immortal confirm that Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was actually so high. Normally, Bada would be wary and jealous, but now, he felt extremely fortunate. He transmitted to Fang Yuan. Precisely so, Fang Yuan was summoned back. His absence was naturally filled by other righteous path Gu immortals. This information is limited to the few of us. Wu Hai, are you confident? Bada had a nervous expression. At this crucial moment, he did not dare to spread this information. Once the people's morale crumbled, the righteous path would suffer a huge loss. Confidence my ass. Fang Yuan cursed fiercely. He stared at Ba Quanfeng with anger in his eyes. Sui Hui had a limited time to rest. Earlier, Qi Gui had already spent most of his time deducing the Gu formation. Now, Fang Yuan did not even have 30% of his time. To use a brand new immortal Gu in such a short period of time, to deduce a suitable plan, to add the immortal Gu and countless supplementary mortal Gu into the Gu formation and set up the second layer of the Gu formation, the difficulty was very high, very high. Qi Gui knew this difficulty, that was why he said to give it a try. There was only a trace of hope. Even if we have no confidence, we can only rely on you. You should use your full strength now. If the Gu formation fails, Grey Knight will kill us all. Don't think you can escape. Sui Hui's cruelty is recorded in history. Our only hope is to use the Super Gu formation to defend and wait for reinforcements. Bada urged. Fang Yuan held his breath, thinking rapidly in his mind. Bada and Qi Gui did not know Fang Yuan's true identity. In fact, Fang Yuan's situation was much better than theirs. I have reverse flow protection seal. As long as I use it, I will be able to leave safely. Even if Sui Hui pursues me, I can use the 5 regional walls to shake him off. But that way, my true identity will be exposed. Not only will I not be able to take advantage of this situation, I will also be hunted down by Southern Border's Gu Immortal World. Forget about others, Wu Yong will definitely become my mortal enemy. Let me try first. There is still some time, I have not made the final decision yet. Fang Yuan thought of this as he quickly walked towards Qigui. Tell me the secret of the second layer. Qigui's vision turned dark, his face was deathly pale. His injuries were too severe, he was barely conscious using Gu worms. Firstly, we lack an Earth Path Immortal Gu. This information path Mortal Gu contains all of the contents of the Super Gu formation. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fainted. Damn it! Fang Yuan's heart sank. Qigui fainted, it was a huge problem. Ba De quickly used his methods but there was no effect. Fang Yuan almost wanted to use reverse flow protection seal and run away. In his opinion, without Qigui's guidance, he needed to gather an Earth Path Immortal Gu and time to deduce the plan, there was no hope. However, he still took some time to inspect the information path Gu worm's contents. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's eyes opened wide, he felt extremely glad for his actions, 4 elements. Gu formation? Out of his expectations, this second layer's Gu formation's construction concept was impressively based on the 4 elements thought from back then. Earth, water, wind, fire, earth path, water path, wind path, and fire path Immortal Gu were the foundation of the Gu formation. 1 earth path Immortal Gu was gone, 3 water path, wind path, and fire path Immortal Gu were left. Earlier, Qigui's goal was to make up for the lack of earth path Immortal Gu. How can there be such a coincidence? I am not familiar with other formation path contents, but I have done some research on the 4 elements thought path. Back then, that formation path dream realm that Tu Shiqing used to train his son had made Fang Yuan suffer a lot. The 4 elements thought path was a biased formation path concept. I lack earth path Immortal Gu, I can use other Immortal Gu to replace them, they do not have to be of earth path. Use dark path. Dark, water, wind, fire, they are all 4 elements, I can definitely construct the second layer of the Gu formation. Fang Yuan had a strong feeling. He trusted this feeling. Because right now, he was a formation path grandmaster. My idea can definitely be realized. Furthermore, if we add in dark path Immortal Gu, it will be very effective in defending against Grey Knight. Fang Yuan suddenly realized, he had some understanding of Sui Hui's signature killer move. Why? Because he had entered another realistic dream realm. This dream realm was too difficult, Fang Yuan had died countless times in it. He had to use a large number of unraveled dream killer moves to barely survive. In the dream, Fang Yuan had experienced Grey Knight. At that time, Sui Hui's signature killer move had a different form, it was an area of effect attack that covered the entire valley. And the grey light pillar that it was emitting now was an improved version. No matter how many times it was modified, Grey Knight was still Grey Knight. Because Fang Yuan had experienced the original Grey Knight, he was confident that he could construct a Super Gu formation that could defend against Grey Knight. But, this way, I will need to contribute Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Because this is the only Dark Path Immortal Gu I have. Dark Limit Immortal Gu is very useful in concealing my identity. Should I retreat and leave, or should I stay here and take the risk, waiting for a chance to catch a big fish? Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before making his decision. I need to complete the Gu formation, but I do not trust anyone. Bring Qigui and Ba Quanfeng away from me, you have to stop anyone who comes in. Fang Yuan turned around and ordered Ba De. Ba De knew the severity of the situation, without saying anything, he grabbed the 2 Gu immortals on the ground and retreated a few hundred steps. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, turning into a divination tortoise again. Ancient Wisdom Path Desolate Beast, Transformation Path Dao Marks turned into Wisdom Path. With a series of Wisdom Path methods, Fang Yuan started to deduce a plan. Progress was rapid. Because not only did he know the details of the Gu formation, he also knew about the 4 elements Gu formation, he also knew about the Dark Limit Immortal Gu that he had used for a long time, even Grey Knight, he had some understanding of it. Roar, Zui Hui suddenly raised its head, letting out a loud roar. Shadow Sect's members had joyful expressions, they quickly abandoned their opponents and retreated. Oh no, Grey Knight is going to attack us again. Quick, retreat into the Gu formation. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals did not know the details, they thought that they had the safest backup. Quickly, are you done yet? Bada could not help but urge. He was the most nervous, if Fang Yuan did not succeed, he would definitely die. Alright. Fang Yuan's huge tortoise head let out a breath of turbid air. Joy flashed in his eyes, he took out Dark Limit Immortal Gu and many Mortal Gu. Bada was stunned, he said anxiously with a trace of fear, this is a Dark Path Immortal Gu, this Gu formation clearly needs an Earth Path Immortal Gu. I don't have an Earth Path Immortal Gu, I only have Dark Path. Fang Yuan replied angrily. Bada rolled his eyes, he almost wanted to beat Fang Yuan up, he shouted, if you don't have an Earth Path Immortal Gu, just say it, I will lend it to you. What do you know, shut up. Fang Yuan retorted. You. Bada had lost all hope, he was about to scold Fang Yuan, but suddenly, his eyes opened wide, as if two people were punching at the back of his eyes. Next, he was shocked to see that the second layer of the Super Gu formation rose up, its grand aura was like a mountain or a sea. He actually succeeded? At once, Bada felt like he had gone from hell to heaven. He was stunned on the spot, his mouth was wide open. When Xiaoxi Lu and the others retreated here, they happened to have a panoramic view of the situation. Bada lost his composure, his dazed expression was very surprising. Bada's body shook, he woke up, his face flushed red as an awkward expression flashed past his face. Fang Yuan focused on controlling the second layer of the Super Gu formation. Before Qi Gui fainted, he had already lent the entire Gu formation to Fang Yuan, making Fang Yuan the user of the Super Gu formation. Ba Quanfang's sneak attack and Qi Gui's fainting helped Fang Yuan instead. Good, this way, I can use the Super Gu formation to gain a huge bargaining chip in this battle. Fang Yuan's use of Dark Limit Immortal Gu was not in vain. This way, he had more strength to take advantage of the situation. Earlier, if Fang Yuan used Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he could escape, but that way, he would not be able to deal with his greatest threat, Shadow Sect. Now, he chose to stay, his control over the situation increased by a lot, he was waiting for a chance to appear. Of course, Fang Yuan did not let his guard down. He said to these Righteous Path Gu Immortals solemnly, stay away from me, if anyone tries to get close, I will treat them as a traitor and send them out of the Gu formation. What do you mean? The Righteous Path Gu Immortals looked at the vigilant Fang Yuan, their expressions changed. At this time, Bada spoke, explaining for Fang Yuan, I agree with Wu Yihai, no one is to get close. Qi Gui's fainting was caused by the traitor Ba Quanfang's sneak attack. He informed the Righteous Path Gu Immortals of what had happened earlier. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals were shocked, especially when they knew, if not for Fang Yuan saving the situation, the second layer of the Super Gu formation would not have been activated. These Righteous Path Gu Immortals felt relieved, at the same time, they started to be wary of the surrounding Gu Immortals. Bada looked at Fang Yuan, he continued to command the situation, giving out orders. There were many Righteous Path Gu Immortals, Bada could not save the fainted Qi Gui, but that did not mean the other Gu Immortals could not. Ba Quanfeng was also interrogated. The other Righteous Path Gu Immortals recuperated and healed their injuries, preparing for the upcoming battle. At this time, far away from the Super Gu formation, Zui Hui's breathing finally stabilized. Its huge black body was like a mountain standing there quietly. Then, it slowly raised its head, opened its bloody mouth, and took a deep breath. Immediately, intense waves appeared in the air, the complex aura of countless Gu worms mixed together exploded and spread in all directions. Its entire body began to swell like a balloon, and its aura grew stronger and stronger. After arriving, it suddenly opened its mouth, and a dark beam of light shot out. The beam of light was extremely fast, it shot towards the second layer of the Gu formation at lightning speed, there was no sound or rumble. Everything was silent, not a sound. But the second layer of the Gu formation burst out with a dazzling light. Crimson red represented fire path, green represented wind path, light blue represented water path, and pitch black represented dark path. The four colors converged at one spot, resisting the fierce attack of the dark light pillar. The whole Gu formation let out creaking sounds. The righteous path Gu immortals had nervous expressions. Once the super Gu formation broke down, they would be meat on the chopping board. If they were lucky, they would survive; if not, they would turn to ash. Many astute people started to observe Feng Yuan's expression. Feng Yuan was the one controlling the Gu formation, his every action affected the immortals' hearts. Feng Yuan's expression was calm from beginning to end, no one could see anything amiss. But this calmness meant confidence and safety. The righteous path Gu immortals gradually relaxed. A moment later, the dark light pillar faded, the second layer of the Gu formation's bright light also fell. We defended against it. Ha ha ha, Lord Wui Hai, good job. The righteous path Gu immortals cheered, their impression of Feng Yuan had changed. I was not wrong about you, Wui Hai, you saved us all. Qi Gui woke up from his coma, muttering with a joyful expression. He was not in a good state now, he needed Feng Yuan to control the super Gu formation. Xiaoxi Lu looked at Feng Yuan with her beautiful eyes. Feng Yuan turned the situation around, he saved the righteous path, he became a hero. Xiaoxi Lu did not have a good impression of Feng Yuan earlier, but now that she looked at Feng Yuan, her heart was pounding, she had a wonderful feeling. Immortal Killer moved Grey Knight against the Super Gu formation. This was a contest between spear and shield. Eventually, the latter won by a little, successfully defending against this terrifying attack. The light faded, dust settled. Sui Yi Hui, who was breathing roughly, stared at the Super Gu formation. The dream realm was undamaged. It was huge, it was like a huge pot, the bottom of the pot was facing up, covering the vast land. In the second layer of the Super Gu formation, there were Feng Yuan, Ba De, Xiaoxi Lu, and the other righteous path Gu immortals. This Gu formation had lost its fourth and third layer, it could not cover the dream realm like before, it was like a hat that covered a small portion of the dream realm. It was not broken? Ying Wu Xia, He Lulan, Bai Ning Bing, and the rest were surprised. This was different from what Zishan Makoto had told them. Not long ago, they had received Zishan Makoto's transmission. He told them that the Gu formation was going to break, they needed to find a chance to attack and win. Qi Gui clearly lost his abilities, it seems that something happened. Far away, at the edge of the dream realm, Zishan Makoto sighed deeply. This was huge trouble, the best opportunity was lost, but he had no choice but to attack. Zishan Makoto, who was concealed, could not be detected by others. He had already prepared for a long time at the edge of the dream realm. At this moment, he activated his method. At once, the sky changed color. 7-colored light shot up into the sky. An unparalleled aura was grand and vast, like a tsunami, it assaulted the mental defenses of the Gu immortals. What's going on? The Gu immortals on Shadow Sect's side shut their eyes. The Super Gu formation was shaking intensely. The righteous path Gu immortals were flustered. What happened? What killer move is this? Feng Yuan's nervousness disappeared in a flash. He said, this immortal killer move is not targeting us or the Gu formation, it is targeting this dream realm. After the violent eruption, the colorful brilliance did not completely dissipate. Instead, it started to form cocoons of light. The dream realm disappeared, it has condensed into cocoons of light. Oh heavens, what method is this? It is so earth-shattering. Normal killer moves have no effect on dream realms, unless they are dream path methods. So that's it, these demonic path Gu immortals' true target is this dream realm. The righteous path Gu immortals gasped in shock. Someone among them looked at Feng Yuan eerily. I said that the immortal opportunity business is the root of the problem. It made the demonic path Gu immortals think of an immortal killer move that uses dream realms. This is definitely a huge profit, otherwise, why would so many Gu immortals attack without any regard for the consequences? Once he said this, most of the righteous path Gu immortals' expressions changed. Feng Yuan heard this but had no reaction. Instead, Ba De snorted angrily, staring at the Xia clan Gu immortal who spoke, shut up. At this time, they were facing a huge enemy, but they still did not forget to fight amongst themselves. They were still insulting the important Feng Yuan, they were simply too insensible. Ba De was extremely furious. But at the next moment, this Xia clan Gu immortal vanished on the spot, appearing outside the formation. Why did he go out? The righteous path Gu immortals were dazed, they went into an uproar. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. This person has ulterior motives, he actually wanted to sow discord. I teleported him out and used him to probe the other party's foundation. Bullshit, who gave you the authority? You are disregarding human lives. Quickly summon our clan's Gu immortals back. Quick. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, the other Xia clan Gu immortal who was shouting also vanished. At the next moment, he appeared outside the Super Gu formation, facing the outside world. Looking at the huge dream realm and the shining Super Gu formation, he had a dazed expression. Wui hi. Bada was anxious, he almost jumped. You are also messing around? Fang Yuan glanced at him plainly, saying lightly, no matter how noisy you are, you will also leave. Bada was dumbfounded. The other righteous path Gu immortals, Bada's chest was heaving from anger, his face was red, but he still spoke. Don't forget, the immortal Gu used to create this Super Gu formation come from our super clans. This was a blatant threat. But Fang Yuan laughed. Do you think any of you can summon your Gu worms now? Haven't you noticed that you have already lost the ability to sense immortal Gu? The immortal's expressions changed. Qigui said solemnly, Sai, don't worry. This is the Gu formation set up by my clan's Lord Qiqiyu. Back then, he designed this formation to prevent spies from appearing, to prevent the Gu formation from being destroyed from the inside. Thus, the first and second layers of the Gu formation are controlled by one person, others cannot interfere. Right now, even I cannot control this Gu formation. Unless Wui Hai can borrow the Gu formation back. Saying so, Qigui looked at Fang Yuan sincerely. Qigui is heavily injured, you have worked hard, you should heal your injuries first. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, breaking Qigui's expectations without any qualms. Bada was furious. The immortals were also flustered. In this case, didn't they have to rely on Fang Yuan? Xiaoxi Lu and the others who were close to Wu clan were fine, but Ba clan, Yao clan, and Yang clan, these Gu immortals who had conflicts with Wu clan, had ugly expressions now. Qiqiyu, this old fool. Someone cursed internally. Qiqiyu plotted against these super clans, but logically speaking, he was doing it for the safety of the dream realm and the Gu formation. But due to a strange combination of factors, Qi clan lost control, an outsider became the leader of the situation. Don't worry, I, Wui Hai, am not a crazy person. In the current situation, we, the righteous path, must be of one heart and one mind. Only by working together can we overcome this crisis. I have a piece of good news, an immortal Gu house of my Wu clan has already moved out secretly to bring me back to Wui Mountain. It is not far from here, it is the closest reinforcement. As long as we cooperate, we can definitely escape safely, we can even make great contributions to the righteous path and all of southern borders living beings. Fang Yuan said these words one after another. Bada's expression turned ugly. Xiaoxi Lu's eyes shined as she looked at Fang Yuan, her gaze was filled with admiration. Qigui had once given Fang Yuan an information path Gu worm and told him everything about the Super Gu formation. When Fang Yuan realized that he was the only one who could control this Gu formation, he immediately decided to recruit all of the righteous path Gu immortals. Xiao clan's 2 Gu immortals were the unlucky ones that Fang Yuan killed to warn the rest. Next, he gave them the good news of an immortal Gu house. With a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other, the righteous path Gu immortals gathered around him, they became a force that could be controlled and commanded. Among the righteous path Gu immortals, there were many elites, but Fang Yuan had the upper hand, he had too much of an advantage, they could only accept their fate. Fang Yuan could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand, this time, even Bada had to listen to him. After successfully suppressing these righteous path Gu immortals, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the outside world. Many cocoons of light had already formed, they were floating in the air. And the price of forming these cocoons was dream realms. Large chunks of the dream completely dissipated. As a result, the originally round and complete super dreamland was now full of holes, as if a group of rats had gnawed on it from all directions, both inside and out. Over 20 cocoons of light had already formed, there were even more cocoons of light forming. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could not help but sigh, shadow sex methods were truly endless. As expected of a super force with over 100,000 years of foundation created by a demon venerable, crack. At this time, a series of cracking sounds came from the first cocoon of light. Next, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the cocoon. Bam! The cocoon of light shattered, and a completely naked person fell out. But before he could fall to the ground, Zishan Makoto, who had been waiting for a long time, made his move. Soon, this person opened his eyes. His entire body was covered in a layer of armor. Without stopping, he flew towards the edge of the dreamland. This? The other righteous path Gu immortals were still in a daze, but Fang Yuan's eyes were already bulging. This is the pure dream reality seeker physique. Fang Yuan had seen it before, but he was still shocked when he saw it again. Back then, Xianxia was a pure dream reality seeker physique. This immortal body was a man-made 10 extreme physique. This was the result of Shadow Sect's Inkstone's painstaking research. How could Zishan Makoto have such a method? Don't forget, Xianxia was still alive. At the same time, Zishan Makoto had taken a huge risk to enter the River of Time and communicate deeply with spectral souls while in Red Lotus True Inheritance. Zishan Makoto had wanted to cooperate with Fang Yuan, but because Fang Yuan's information path was too shallow, he did not dare to cooperate with Shadow Sect. Thus, even though Zishan Makoto knew that Fang Yuan had a method to resolve the dream realm, he could not obtain it. He wanted to save Spectral Soul's main body. Other than resolving the Super Gu formation, he also needed to get past the giant dream realm. Since he could not count on Fang Yuan, Zishan Makoto decided to use the method to refine the pure dream reality seeker physique body here. This way, a large number of dream realms would disappear, and he would be able to reach the center of the dream realm and save Spectral Soul. This means, the pure dream reality seeker physique body was created like this? Shadow Sect's methods are truly terrifying. Even though Fang Yuan had fought with Xianxia before, he did not see how the latter was born. Now that he had seen it, Fang Yuan immediately shouted, ordering the righteous path Gu immortals, "Quick, destroy all of these cocoons of light. Kill that guy who flew out." What happened? Wui Hai, what do you know? Hurry up and tell us. The righteous path Gu immortals asked. But at the next moment, they were sent out of the Super Gu formation by Fang Yuan. Damn it. You did not even greet us. Who do you think we are? Wui Hai, you are using our tribe's immortal Gu. Don't go overboard. Even Xiaoxi Lu was sent out. The southern border fairy was in a daze. She could not accept it. Xiao Clan's 2 Gu immortals saw that so many righteous path Gu immortals had the same ending as them. They felt a great sense of satisfaction. They quickly suggested to defeat Wui Hai. Nobody paid attention to them. In this situation, who would dare to offend Fang Yuan, who controlled the Super Gu formation? Fang Yuan transmitted to the immortals, "If you do not want to die here, listen to me. These enemies will continue to grow stronger as time passes. Now is the best time to get rid of them." While the others were still hesitating, Wu Liao responded to Fang Yuan's command and started to attack. Next were some Gu immortals who were close to Wu clan, including Xiaoxi Lu. But Fang Yuan sent her out as well. This woman, one of the 3 great fairies of southern border, did not have a good expression and mood. After these people attacked, the righteous path Gu immortals also started to fight. Firstly, Fang Yuan controlled the Super Gu formation. He controlled the immortals' lives. Secondly, the righteous path forces had a strong interest in exploring dream realms. They had been coveting the immortal bodies that were created in the dream realms for a long time. As long as they could capture any one of them and research them, it would be a huge boost to their clan's dream path development. Only Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals were hesitant. Fang Yuan did not forget about them. He transmitted, "As long as each of you kills 1 cocoon of light, I will let bygones be bygones and let you return to the Gu formation." Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals had indignant expressions. They gritted their teeth loudly, but the situation was dire. The two looked at each other. They still acted according to Fang Yuan's instructions. Almost all the righteous path Gu immortals attacked and destroyed the cocoons of light. Only Fang Yuan stayed in the Super Gu formation alone, watching over the situation from the back. He was very satisfied. Every second counted. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies broke out of the cocoons of light, flying out. At the same time, the cocoons of light were destroyed. The vanished dream realms gushed out again. Spectral Soul's main body is inside the dream realms. Shadow Sect is very scheming. they created pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to mislead us. Among the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that are flying out, there might be spectral soul's remnant soul. Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes, controlling the super goo formation with all his might. He was monitoring the entire battlefield. This super goo formation was constructed around the giant dream realms. Even though he had only activated the second layer of the goo formation, Fang Yuan could still control most of the battlefield and teleport the nearby goo immortals. Not just the righteous path goo immortals, Fang Yuan was also controlling the goo formation, activating its power to destroy the cocoons of light. Unfortunately, this super goo formation was constructed with defense as its priority. Its offensive power was pitifully weak. It could not compare to Fang Yuan. Kill. At this time, battle cries could be heard. Shadow Sect's goo immortals led by Fairy Miaoyin, He Lulan, and by Ning Bing also charged over. This wave of goo immortals had actually been reduced in numbers, but in this complicated battle environment, their disadvantage in numbers was made up for. The giant dream realm was originally round. It was like a huge pot that was placed on the ground. Next, a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies formed, causing large pieces of the dream realms to appear. Some cocoons of light were destroyed by the righteous path goo immortals. The dream realms were restored, but they were not as big as before. This caused the dream realms to not be perfectly connected. There was some distance between the two. Some pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were killed. They exploded into large pieces of dream realms. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had already flown out. They were no longer at their original locations. This way, the dream realms started to appear at the periphery or the periphery. Don't forget, this giant dream realm itself had its own movement. Thus, large pieces of dream realms were piled up in a disorderly manner. Some overlapped, some were spaced apart, and some only had a slight distance between them. The world had turned into a very complicated battle environment. When fighting here, the goo immortals had to be wary of their opponents at all times. They also had to pay attention to the dream realms. They could not easily fall into the dream realms. Refining so many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies at once, it should be Zishan Makoto's doing. Where is he? Fang Yuan looked around. Using the super goo formation, he could not find any traces of Zishan Makoto. Rumble. With a loud sound, the super goo formation erupted with power. A shadow that resembled a mountain flew towards a pure dream reality seeker physique body that had just broken out of a cocoon and landed on it. Suppress. Without the help of goo worms, the pure dream reality seeker physique body was easily suppressed. It was teleported to Fang Yuan's side by the super goo formation. The pure dream reality seeker physique body stared at Fang Yuan. His body was wrapped in black chains. He could not move. Fang Yuan took a few glances at him, his eyes shining brightly. Interesting. If I can capture more, I might be able to break through Shadow Sect's methods and create my own pure dream reality seeker physique body. These are one of the 10 extreme dream path physiques. Even if they have short lifespans, they might be able to help me resolve huge problems. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan searched for big fish while using the super goo formation to capture the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that had just broken out of their cocoons. The second layer of the super goo formation's range was less than half of the dream realm. The area that it could control was even smaller. But as the cocoons of light continued to form, Fang Yuan actually managed to capture close to 10 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan found something even more interesting. The lifespan of these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was inversely proportional to their cultivation level. The higher the cultivation of the pure dream reality seeker physique, the shorter their lifespan. In contrast, those goo master level pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could live for at least 2 to 3 years. For Fang Yuan, he had plenty of time to research and make use of them. I was feeling strange earlier. If Shadow Sect had a method to refine large numbers of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, why did they not use it during the Battle of Yitian Mountain? It seems that Ing Wu Xie's previous pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were not so easy to refine. In order to save Spectral Soul's main body, Shadow Sect used this method to refine large numbers of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to open up and scatter dream realms. They are very determined. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly at Shadow Sect's resolute attitude. Not only did Fang Yuan succeed and capture many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, The other Righteous Path Gu immortals were not stupid, they also captured some. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies contained the dream path research results of Shadow Sect. Once they were successfully researched, others would have huge breakthroughs in the dream realm research. Shadow Sect did not hesitate to do this to save Spectral Soul's main body. The scene was very chaotic. Zishan Makoto was not discovered, he was still creating pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. More and more cocoons of light appeared in the dream realms. Dream realms piled up in a messy manner, forming an extremely complex battlefield. The Righteous Path and Demonic Path were surrounding the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, fighting intensely. Even though Feng Yuan's side was trying their best to stop them, because the battlefield was too chaotic, several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had already escaped and were about to leave the battlefield. Damn it! Spectral Soul's main body might be hiding among them. Feng Yuan observed this scene. Just as he was about to attack from afar, suddenly, a ray of light that was as thin as a needle instantly descended from the depths of the sky. Instantly, it pierced the skull of a pure dream reality seeker physique body. This tiny white ray of light was very sharp. It went all the way down from the pure dream reality seeker physique's head and pierced through its entire body. It appeared and disappeared in an instant. The pure dream reality seeker physique was a rank 6 Gu immortal. He immediately felt weak all over, and the top of his head was numb. He could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. Then, he slowly raised his hand and touched the top of his head. Then, he put his hand in front of his eyes and found that it was covered in blood and white brain matter. His expression abruptly changed, filled with disbelief and fear. Then, his vision turned black, and his vitality completely dissipated. Like a broken sack, the corpse fell from the sky to the ground with a bang. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. His bones were broken, and his tendons snapped. He was practically turned into a pile of meat paste. He couldn't be more dead. Who could it be? Feng Yuan's pupils shrank when he saw this. He was someone who could see the entire situation. In the Righteous Path, he was the first person to observe this situation. Meanwhile, on the Demonic Path's side, Zishan Makoto was creating more cocoons of light while also commanding the overall situation. Seeing this, he was not puzzled, but frowned. Celestial Court has finally made a move. He had already expected this, and had made arrangements in White Heaven, delaying Heaven Overseeing Tower for a while. But unfortunately, Feng Yuan's rescue greatly affected Zishan Makoto's plan. The Super Gu formation and the Righteous Path Gu immortals severely interfered with Zishan Makoto's rescue process. The best opportunity was lost. Heaven Overseeing Tower was free from its restraints and finally joined the battle. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, with several soft sounds, several tiny white rays of light shot out, easily killing the pure dream reality seeker physiques that were trying to escape the battlefield. Next, a grand immortal Gu house shined with bright light that soared into the sky, descending upon the battlefield like a monarch. Such a majestic scene attracted the attention of most Gu immortals. They all looked at the sky. Very few were confused, but most of the Gu immortals recognized Heaven Overseeing Tower at once. Celestial Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower was too famous. Celestial Court? Almost all the Gu immortals present felt their hearts shake. The Heavenly Court's domineering appearance undoubtedly caused the originally chaotic battle situation to move in an even more unpredictable direction. At the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long crossed his arms, his body was straight like a mountain as he looked down at the battlefield. Spectral Soul is crafty and sinister, we cannot let any of the pure dream reality seeker physiques go, they must be executed. Of course, these pure dream reality seeker physiques might just be a cover, we cannot exclude the possibility of Spectral Soul hiding in other Gu immortals' bodies and escaping alive. Thus, kill all the Gu immortals present. It is better to kill wrongly than to let them go. Yes. Behind Duke Long, the Gu immortals led by Fairy Myrtle quickly responded. Duke Long pondered, kill Shadow Sect first, then eliminate the Righteous Path. But if anyone wants to leave the battlefield, no matter who they are, kill them. Heaven Overseeing Tower pressed down on the battlefield like a mountain with an unparalleled aura. The chaotic battlefield came to a standstill. Heaven Overseeing Tower represented the strongest battle strength, its actions would almost determine the direction of the entire battlefield. The righteous path Gu immortals' hearts were pounding. Celestial Court's Gu immortals from Central Continent, were they reinforcements? Shadow Sect's side fell into panic. Evidently, Celestial Court and Shadow Sect were mortal enemies. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He looked at the rank 9 immortal Gu House Heaven overseeing tower with a deep frown. It wasn't that he hadn't expected this to happen. Celestial Court has appeared again, the situation has become very bad. In such a short time, they actually rebuilt Heaven overseeing tower. I wonder how many rank 8 Gu immortals Celestial Court sent this time. Heaven overseeing tower's appearance had a huge impact on Fang Yuan's plans. But fortunately, Fang Yuan was hiding inside the Super Gu formation. With this Gu formation, he should be able to block Heaven overseeing tower's power. Fang Yuan had a lot of battle experience against Heaven overseeing tower. Even if it was the strongest method to activate Fate Gu, Fang Yuan estimated that this Super Gu formation could block one attack. Fang Yuan decided to watch and not make a move, but Zishan Makoto could not ignore it. He was a Wisdom Path rank 8, how could he not have any methods to deal with it? Zishan Makoto transmitted, Zui Hui, according to the agreement, your enemies are here. What are you waiting for? They are from Celestial Court. Celestial Court? The legendary primordial beast Zui Hui shuddered when it heard this. Its eyes were filled with hatred and anger. This anger and hatred was deeply ingrained in its bones, even after 1,000,000 years, it was still unforgettable. Celestial Court. Zui Hui raised its head and roared, the sound waves spread over hundreds of li boom. At the next moment, a dark fog burst out of Zui Hui's body. Its body was huge to begin with, now that it was covered by the dark fog, it became even more terrifying. Next, it bent its legs and arched its body, baring its teeth as it stomped on the ground. Bam! A violent muffled sound rang out, and the entire ground trembled violently. A huge crater was created by Zui Hui's stomp. Meanwhile, Zui Hui shot towards the sky like an arrow, pouncing towards Heaven overseeing tower. Heaven overseeing tower attacked, but Zui Hui's body was covered in black fog. It was an immortal killer move. Not only could it fly, it also had defensive properties. Zui Hui was unstoppable. It was like a huge black meteor. In a few breaths of time, it crossed 100 li and arrived in front of Heaven overseeing tower. Humph! Reckless savage survivor. Duke Long snorted in disdain, his body shook as he willed. Heaven overseeing tower burst out with blinding white light. At once, the world turned white. Heaven overseeing tower's strongest method, Fate Vanquish, rank 9 immortal Gu Fate's power was unparalleled. No matter how they dodged, they would be hit. As long as they were not rank 9, no matter how strong they would lose to this move. Light was everywhere. White light. It filled the world, the ground, everywhere. The Gu immortals who were exposed to the light, be they righteous path or demonic path, all of them coughed out blood. They were heavily injured instantly, they fainted on the spot. In an instant, half of the battlefield was cleared. Some Gu immortals, because of the obstruction of the dream realm, were not exposed to the light, they survived. With a loud sound, Zui Hui could not block Fate's attack, it crashed to the ground. It coughed out a mouthful of blood, but quickly got up, it opened its mouth and roared at Heaven overseeing tower. Inside Heaven overseeing tower, the Central Continent Gu immortals were all shocked. Duke Long also showed a surprised expression. Zui Hui was hit by Fate Vanquish, it was normal that it did not die. It was thicker than ordinary immortal Gu houses, its recovery speed was shocking. Zui Hui had been a problem in southern border for many years. Southern border's Gu immortals had sent immortal Gu houses to hunt it down, but they could not take its life, they could only defeat it. But Zui Hui's injuries were much lighter than Duke Long had expected. Gu immortals could cultivate, Zui Hui was cultivating too. Over these years, Zui Hui's strength had been rising. Furthermore, it had the help of Shadow Sect this time. Zishan Makoto had lent it many immortal Gu and immortal killer moves, equipping Zui Hui with all his might. Zui Hui stood up completely. Its wounds were already half healed. Such terrifying recovery speed. Next, it charged at Heaven overseeing tower fearlessly. Duke Long's eyes shined with cold light, he used Fate Vanquish again. Zui Hui was hit, it fell to the ground again. But soon, it stood up again. Even though it was injured, it was still full of energy. The Central Continent Gu immortals were shocked. This is the battle strength of a legendary immemorial desolate beast? It is too shocking. This is a problem. Fairy Myrtle had a grim gaze. Sui Hui's battle strength was beyond her imagination. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower had Fate Vanquish, it could not be used frequently. Roar, Sui Hui roared. This time, he flew up in mid-air and pounced towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long smiled coldly, activating Heaven Overseeing Tower. Turn Phantom, Sui Hui missed. The entire Heaven Overseeing Tower, including the Gu immortals inside, turned Phantom. Ordinary methods could not harm them. Is it intentional? Trying to lure me out? Zishan Makoto, who was concealed, saw this as a bright light flashed in his eyes. Shadow Sect indeed had methods to counter phantom forms. But Zishan Makoto did not attack the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower. Because he was not Spectral Soul's main body, he did not have all the immortal Gu that could counter phantom forms. Even if he used them, it would be too difficult to deal with the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower. He did not attack? Duke Long muttered in his heart. Back then, during the Battle of Etion Mountain, Spectral Soul had sealed the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower, preventing it from returning to its original form. Duke Long had already prepared a method. He was waiting for this killer move from Shadow Sect. But Zishan Makoto was patient. He had no intention of attacking. Duke Long controlled the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower, trying to get closer to the Dream Realm. The huge Heaven Overseeing Tower entered the Dream Realm. Its phantom form started to fade. Some Gu worms at the edges were devoured by the Dream Realm. It can't turn phantom either. Duke Long's heart shook. He controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower again, leaving the Dream Realm. This was the first time Duke Long had encountered something like a Dream Realm. Regarding Great Dream Immortal Venerable, Duke Long was very surprised. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower was in phantom form, a corner of it was devoured by the Dream Realm. The Central Continent Gu immortals in Heaven Overseeing Tower started to repair it. Without a corresponding Dream Path method, even Heaven Overseeing Tower will be lost in the Dream Realm. Duke Long concluded. One move to dominate the world. Back then, Ying Wuxia, who possessed the pure dream reality seeker physique, could use lead soul into dream to sleep with Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. It could be seen that even a powerful rank 9 immortal Gu house could not defend against the power of Dream Path. Unless it was an immortal Gu house with Dream Path immortal Gu, most immortal Gu houses would be lost in the Dream Realm. This way, this battlefield is not suitable for Heaven Overseeing Tower to fight. Heaven Overseeing Tower is huge. It is not as agile as when Gu immortals fight alone. Duke Long looked at the furious Sui Hui, his eyes shining with bright light. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower suddenly became solid. Sui Hui quickly chased after it. Heaven Overseeing Tower turned and sped up, charging towards a dream realm not far away. Sui Hui flew in the air. His speed was even faster. His huge body was like a black cloud, sweeping past like the wind towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Not good. When Zishan Makoto saw this scene, he quickly took action. A mystical light shot out and landed on Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower's speed slowed down. It became illusory, like the reflection of a rippling water surface. It's fake? Sui Hui quickly stopped. It almost fell into the Dream Realm. The Dream Realm was a dangerous place for Sui Hui. Behind it, the real Heaven Overseeing Tower appeared. He. Duke Long stood at the top of the tower, his dragon eyes shining with a cold light as he stared at a certain place. Zishan Makoto sighed. He knew he had fallen into a trap. Duke Long was trying to harm Sui Hui on the surface, but the truth was that he wanted to find Zishan Makoto's location. But even though Zishan Makoto saw through Duke Long's plan, he had to take action. Because Sui Hui was a precious battle strength, he could not lose it. Shadow Sect needed it to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower. Spectral Soul Remnant, I will kill him. Fairy Myrtle, go deal with that Super Gu formation and kill that Fang Yuan. The rest of you control Heaven Overseeing Tower and leave. Sui Hui will definitely follow you. I do not want to make any mistakes. Duke Long ordered as the immortals quickly responded. With a dragon roar, Duke Long turned into a mystical light as he flew towards Zishan Makoto. Meanwhile, Fairy Myrtle flew towards the Super Gu formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower brought the Central Continent Gu immortals as they flew into the sky, leaving the battlefield. Cui Hui looked at Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle before looking at Heaven Overseeing Tower. It knew that because of its huge size and the fact that it liked to charge and attack in battle, it was very restricted here. It was not fun. And Heaven Overseeing Tower had the aura that it hated the most. It was the symbol of Celestial Court. The thought of destroying Heaven Overseeing Tower was firmly in Cui Hui's mind. Duke Long flew in the sky, his body turned into a phantom as he arrived in front of Zishan Makoto in the blink of an eye. He was tall and mighty, he had a dragon horn on his forehead, his dragon eyes were filled with dominance and coldness. Boom boom boom, Zishan Makoto fought against Duke Long. After a few breaths of time, Zishan Makoto could not match him, he escaped in a pathetic state. You will die for sure today. Duke Long roared as he chased relentlessly. Inside the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan was breaking out in cold sweat. He suddenly realized that he had fallen into a trap. Providence. It was actually hiding here, no, or should I say. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size, sweat was dripping down his forehead. Right at this time, Fairy Myrtle had already arrived in front of the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan quickly calmed his mind and activated the Super Gu formation, fully guarding against the enemy in front of him. This Gu formation is not bad. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with purple light, she inspected the Super Gu formation as she nodded. Unfortunately, there is a flaw, there are too many Gu worms, the person controlling the Gu formation has borrowed other people's immortal Gu. However, this is something that I can use. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle used her right hand to raise an immortal Gu house. Star Constellation Chessboard. This immortal Gu house was personally created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was possibly the smallest immortal Gu house in the world. The chessboard was activated, it turned into sparkling starlight in the sky. The starlight held, they were like a group of fireflies as they pounced at Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's huge body was engulfed by these starlight specks, she turned into dazzling starlight and joined in. The starlight expanded slightly as it pounced at the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan was already prepared, he activated the Gu formation in time and attacked the starlight specks. But these starlight specks ignored the Gu formation's attack, they directly went into the Super Gu formation and permeated it in the blink of an eye. Originally, this Super Gu formation was shining with red, green, blue, and black profound lights. But now that the starlight permeated it, these four profound lights weakened. The starlight mixed into the four profound lights, Fang Yuan felt a sense of concentration coming from the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon, you were chosen by Providence Sect, you had the heavy responsibility of saving the people of the world. However, even though you destroyed Shadow Sect's heaven-defying plan, you took a wrong step, you betrayed the righteous path and entered the demonic path, becoming enemies with the people of the world. If you admit your mistake now, surrender immediately, I will leave your corpse intact. After you die, I will personally write a biography for you, your name will be spread throughout the ages and serve as a warning to future generations. At this time, Fairy Myrtle's voice came from the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, Providence Sect made a good plan this time. He said this as he tried to activate the Super Gu formation. The Gu formation was still under his control, but the feeling of difficulty and darkness was getting heavier, some of the mortal Gu at the edges were vanishing from Fang Yuan's senses. Evidently, Fairy Myrtle was fighting with him for the control of this Super Gu formation. Stubborn fool. Fairy Myrtle's voice was cold, she saw that Fang Yuan was resisting with all his might, she increased her strength. The starlight specks in the Super Gu formation became brighter. Celestial Court knows my identity, this proves my earlier guess. Dark Limit Immortal Gu cannot be retrieved, as time passes, this Super Gu formation will eventually be controlled by Celestial Court. What do I do? Abandoning the Super Gu formation and activating Reverse Flow Protection Seal to escape? No way. Celestial Court has fought with me long ago, they are familiar with Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Since they want to get rid of me, not only do they want to get rid of the Shadow Sect, they also want to kill me. How could they not consider Reverse Flow Protection Seal? If I rely on this killer move, Celestial Court might not want to see that happen. Once my killer move is broken, I will suffer a backlash and lose my battle strength, I might even die. What should I do? The thoughts in Fang Yuan's mind surged like a storm, like a raging tsunami. He was in a desperate situation. Fang Yuan quickly thought of a way to escape the battlefield. There was no way, it was impossible for him to escape on his own. His only hope was reverse flow protection seal. Should I gamble that Celestial Court did not develop a method to counter reverse flow protection seal? Fang Yuan's mouth was filled with bitterness. He was well aware that if he were to bet on this, his chances of winning were too small. As for the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Fang Yuan did not have enough heavenly crystals. It was hard for the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to evolve into an immemorial desolate beast. Even if he had a lot of heavenly crystals, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle would not be under Fang Yuan's control after becoming an immemorial desolate beast. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was arrogant, it only submitted to the strong, the possibility of it rebelling was huge. Relying on Fang Yuan and its own emotions to maintain it was very weak and unreliable. There are two ways to stall for time. Fang Yuan thought hard and came up with two methods. One was to release Reverse Flow River and place himself in the river to defend himself. The other was to place his Immortal Aperture in southern border and close the Immortal Aperture's entrance to defend himself. But these two methods were only stalling for time, there was no possibility of improving the situation. If Fang Yuan used these methods, it would be the same as giving up the initiative. This was very dangerous. If these two methods could let Fang Yuan escape with his life, the only possibility was the reinforcements from Southern Border's righteous path. If Southern Border's Gu Immortals could expel Celestial Court, Fang Yuan might have a chance to escape. But Celestial Court was not a weakling, nor was it a fool. Southern Border's righteous path's overall strength was naturally greater than Central Continent's side in the battlefield. But whether their reinforcements could defeat Celestial Court's Gu Immortals and Heaven Overseeing Tower was a problem. Even if they could defeat them and chase away Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, would Fang Yuan be able to continue using Wu Yihai's identity? Impossible. Celestial Court had already discovered his identity, they only needed one sentence to make Southern Border's righteous path target Fang Yuan. Swoosh swoosh, their killing intent was piercingly cold. Two figures shuttled back and forth in the dreamland. Web Zishan Makoto against Duke Long, the two were extremely fast, they shot out like flying arrows, but they were also agile like snakes. Boom boom boom, as the two fought, thunderous sounds could be heard continuously. Air currents surged, but when they landed in the nearby dream realms, they dissipated. The two rank 8 Gu Immortals started to fight. One was a first-generation split soul of spectral soul, he had cultivated for 100,000 years. The other was a Celestial Court legend with quasi-rank 9 strength who lived in seclusion in history. Without a doubt, the battle between the two was the most important and intense battle in the entire Dream Realm battlefield. Heaven Overseeing Tower and Zui Yihui's clash was secondary compared to these two's intense battle. Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with a purple glass-like light, he suddenly stretched out his arms as countless charcoal-like rocks floated on the surface of his body. The rocks flew out and grew larger in the air, at the same time, the surface of the rocks started burning with red flames. Thousands of fiery rocks flew towards Duke Long like a rain of fire. Duke Long attacked fiercely, not dodging at all. When the fiery rocks landed on his body, they were blocked by a layer of cloud light that surrounded him. The cloud light did not move, but soon, Duke Long found that a mystical fire was burning in his mind. His thoughts rose up, but the flames burned them away. The cloud light needed Duke Long to maintain it at all times. Now that these thoughts were destroyed, he lost his defense. The fiery rocks landed on Duke Long's body. At once, there were sounds of explosions, the fiery rocks were like eggs, Duke Long's muscular body was like metal, the fiery rocks shattered and self-detonated, sparks and rocks flew everywhere. Duke Long continued to charge forwards. His body had a terrifying accumulation of Dao marks, and at the same time, he had defensive measures like Bai Chen Tian's wood armor and Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment. His imposing manner was astonishing. He was like a human-shaped barbaric dragon, charging forward bravely against Zishan Makoto's bombardment. The pair of dragon eyes were still cold. Duke Long's face did not change at all. His expression was as cold as ice. He did not even frown. Zishan Makoto's immortal killer move was like a light breeze, not worth mentioning. Duke Long's performance was very domineering, while Zishan Makoto was a wisdom path Gu Immortal, he paid attention to strategy and fought while retreating. Flint couldn't do anything to Duke Long, but Zishan Makoto's lips curled up slightly. He suddenly stretched out his left index finger and pointed at Duke Long, who was chasing after him. Suddenly, 100 flowers bloomed. On the surface of Duke Long's body, countless flowers grew out of nowhere. The flowers numbered in the thousands, covering Duke Long's entire body. Duke Long had a strong body and frighteningly high defense, but when the flowers bloomed, his expression finally changed. Consecutive moves. This time, Duke Long stopped his pursuit. He floated in the air. From flying at a high speed, he instantly stopped moving, showing his incredible movement method and his powerful body. Flowers bloomed on Duke Long's body, increasing in number. The petals were delicate and fragile, but they gave Duke Long a huge problem. Duke Long stretched out his right hand, he clenched his fist and prepared for a breath of time before opening his fingers. Boom! With a soft explosion, from his opened right palm, countless faint white chi currents flew out. These chi currents were like arcs, flying in the air, rapidly circling around Duke Long's body. The streams of chi were like sharp blades. They constantly swept away the flowers on his body. For a moment, petals fluttered and the flowers withered. The chi currents seemed weak, but they were actually extremely sharp. In a few breaths of time, all the flowers on Duke Long's body were wiped clean. Zishan Makoto's pupils shrank when he saw this. Duke Long's killing move was very sharp, and the chi currents were multiple, requiring high attainment and skill to control. It was originally an offensive move against the enemy, but when Duke Long controlled it, it was used on himself. If he was not careful, he would be injured. But Duke Long was skilled and daring, he was extremely familiar with this move, it was as if he could control it with ease. Many of the chi currents brushed past his skin and the surface of his clothes, but they were not harmed at all. His control was extremely precise, it was simply amazing. However, using this chance, Zishan Makoto had already activated it. Immortal killer moves had difficulty in activating them. If Zhao Lianyun was in Zishan Makoto's situation, he might fail in activating the killer move. However, Purple Mountain True Monarch was incomparably experienced and steady. He grasped this opportunity and didn't waste it. An immortal killer move was activated. Phantoms appeared, surrounding Zishan Makoto's main body, forming dozens of purple phantoms in an instant. These phantoms were still splitting, one turned into 4 turned into 10, forming an army in an instant. Zishan Makoto's body was concealed, the purple phantom army pounced at Duke Long. Duke Long snorted coldly, his right hand suddenly turned into a dragon claw as he waved it. Claw marks appeared in the air, these claw marks were dozens of feet long, wherever they went, the purple phantoms would disintegrate. Next, Duke Long's left hand also turned into a dragon claw, he attacked left and right, the claw marks spread out and almost caused cracks to appear in space. The purple phantoms were quickly cleared, Duke Long's eyes shined with a mystical light, covering a hidden space. Zishan Makoto immediately knew that his location was exposed, he appeared. Both sides stood in the air, countless layers of chaotic dream realms were behind them, they were about 1,000 steps away from each other. It seems that even after sleeping for so many years, you are still able to keep up with the times. Zishan Makoto said plainly, he was a wisdom path Gu immortal, right now. His robe was fluttering and his purple hair was swaying, his eyes were filled with vigor, he looked very graceful. During this period of time, I have been practicing. Times are changing, too many geniuses have appeared in these 1 million years, they have displayed too many exquisite methods. Duke Long sighed. He sighed, continuing, alright, let's not use these small methods, the probing is over, let's use our true strength now. Zishan Makoto smiled, nodding, of course. At the next moment, the two moved like lightning, colliding together. Bam bam bam, dazzling lights and shadows burst forth like overflowing fireworks, illuminating the surrounding dreamland, making it even more dazzling and colorful. These two are really. Relying on the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of most of the battlefield. After observing Zishan Makoto and Duke Long's battle for a while, Fang Yuan was speechless. Both are rank 8 Gu immortals, and not ordinary rank 8s, they are truly too strong. Normally speaking, when Gu immortals fight for the first time, they use Mortal Gu and Mortal Killer moves. In a real fight, they use Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves. But these two are directly using immortal killer moves to probe each other. These two are at least great grandmaster attainment level, be it fiery rocks, flowers, chi blades, cloud light, or others, they are all signs of comprehension. If I did not use reverse flow protection seal, I would have lost in one move. So intense. These two's fighting speed and firepower have increased by a large margin. Information was very important to Gu immortals. Fang Yuan used the Super Gu formation to observe for a while, gaining a lot of information. Be it Zishan Makoto or Duke Long, Fang Yuan was not their match. Even with reverse flow protection seal, he could only take a beating. In fact, during the Battle of Northern Plains Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan was able to escape because of the chaotic situation at that time. Eventually, Fang Yuan used the regional wall to escape from the pursuers, dog-tail life extending Ferret Mao Li Qiu. With my own strength, it will be very difficult to escape from such a chaotic battle, the chances are very slim. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed into a knot. But at this time, his expression suddenly changed. Inside his immortal aperture, an information path Gu worm had sent him Wu Yong's message. Wu Yong is not dead, Xiao Ji Kai and Tai Mianshan are safe too, they were only trapped for a while. They are using an immortal Gu house to rush here. Wu Yong sent a message, telling Fang Yuan to hold on and preserve his life, even if he had to escape, it was fine. He also told Fang Yuan that not only him, Qi clan's first supreme elder Qi was also coming with an immortal Gu house. But the latter was even further away than Wu Yong. Not just these two groups, the other super forces also sent their immortal Gu houses. Although the southern border Righteous Path clans had been fighting against each other before, but after hearing Wu Yong's announcement and the situation in the low-grade dreamland, they immediately stopped fighting against each other, united as one, and advanced towards the low-grade dreamland. If one looked at the map of southern border, Etian Mountain was at the left of the center of southern border. And the righteous sects that were scattered all over the southern border, all sent reinforcements, rushing over from all directions to provide support. Fang Yuan had a complex expression. If he was Wu Yihai, he would be overjoyed at this news, his morale would soar. But he was not. He was Fang Yuan. Once southern border's reinforcements arrived, the Celestial Court would definitely expose his identity and cause chaos, Fang Yuan would be isolated. As for Wu Yong, Fang Yuan sighed internally. This brother of his was his greatest political backer, he might become the strongest pursuer in the future. Fang Yuan killed the real Wu Yihai with his own hands. Even if Wu Yong and Wu Yihai had a weak brotherly relationship, and Wu Yong did not want to take revenge, because of his righteous path identity, he had to take revenge and kill Fang Yuan. It could be said that the conflict between Fang Yuan and Wu Yong was irreconcilable. Wu clan actually has an immortal Gu house. Wu Yong is really patient. He came very quickly, but even the nearest reinforcements would take at least a day to arrive. Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. Hope was still slim. Right now, the battle was a chaotic three-way battle. Celestial Court's force was firmly in first place. Because they had rank 8 battle strength Zishan Makoto and Cui Yi Hui, Shadow Sect's force was second. Southern Border's Righteous Path force was third, although they had the Super Gu formation, it was a dead object. Moreover, Fairy Myrtle had used Star Constellation chessboard to infiltrate it. As for Fang Yuan, he was a member of Southern Border's Righteous Path on the surface, but he was actually closer to Shadow Sect. He was special. And looking at the battle situation, Celestial Court's force and Southern Border's Righteous Path were attacking Shadow Sect's side. Shadow Sect could not match Celestial Court, they were at a disadvantage. They were also being attacked from both sides, they were at a disadvantage. One day, I need at least one day to reach Southern Border. According to the current situation, if this situation continues, I will not be able to last until then. Once Shadow Sect is defeated, Celestial Court and Southern Border's Righteous Path forces will work together to deal with me, the traitor. Shadow Sect's defeat is only one aspect, there is also this Super Gu formation, it will not last for more than one day. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, looking at this Super Gu formation with deep worry. Because of Qi Chuyu's design, the second layer of this Super Gu formation could only be controlled by one person. No matter how many people there were, it was useless. Thus, even if Fang Yuan called back the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortals, they would not be able to help him resist Fairy Myrtle's invasion. Moreover, Fang Yuan had the hidden danger of his identity. If Southern Border's Gu Immortals learned of Fang Yuan's true identity from Celestial Court, would these Southern Border Gu Immortals believe it? What would they do? To Fang Yuan, these were all unknown dangers. Fang Yuan had thought of the first layer of the Gu formation. This Super Gu formation had a total of 4 layers. Fang Yuan was only controlling the second layer. There was still the first layer left. If Fairy Myrtle succeeded, the second layer of the Gu formation Fang Yuan would self-destruct. In theory, she would still be able to activate the first layer of the Gu formation and continue to resist it. However, according to Qi Gui's information path Gu Worm, the controller of this Gu formation had to be a Qi clan Gu Immortal. This was Qi Chuyu's Gu formation. From his perspective, he had to prioritize his own benefits first. The first Gu formation had many methods to distinguish one's identity. If it was purely bloodline, Fang Yuan could still impersonate it. Unfortunately, that was not the case. One of the methods involved Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu. Fang Yuan did not leave any Life Tablet Gu or Soul Lantern Gu in Qi clan. This involved information path. Fang Yuan could only sigh and curse helplessly in his heart. Qi Chuyu, this old man, how could a rank 8 Gu Immortal be easy to deal with? When Qi Chuyu made this arrangement, he naturally did not expect such a complicated situation. But now, this arrangement had become a huge obstacle to restrain Fang Yuan. It was a dead end. Fang Yuan was getting closer to the dead end. But undeniably, Qi Chuyu's arrangement was correct. At least, it was a huge guarantee for Qi clan. Fang Yuan had to be careful not to let Qi clan's Gu Immortals die. Especially Qi Gue. If anything happens to him, he would need to use the Super Gu formation to teleport him back. With Qi Gue, he had the first layer of the Gu formation. Of course, Qi Gue's attitude towards Fang Yuan was still an unsolved mystery. Unless he was at his wit's end, Fang Yuan would not use Qi Gue. The situation was complex. The 3 sides were fighting. Fang Yuan had a special identity. Even though he was in Southern Border's Righteous Path camp, he was not reliable. There were too many factors affecting him. Wisdom path methods were being used. All sorts of thoughts appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He was thinking so hard that his brain was about to emit smoke. How could he escape? This problem was still unsolvable. Spring-autumn cicada? A thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind, but he quickly rejected it. Spring-autumn cicada could not be used. Its body contained Providence. There was a huge risk of failure. Earlier, Fang Yuan used Providence's secret help to revive successfully. But now, he was standing on the opposite side of Heaven's will, and Heaven's will couldn't wait to tear him apart. In this situation, if Fang Yuan tried to revive using Spring-Autumn Cicada, he would be lying to himself. Spring-Autumn Cicada's Providence would directly get rid of him. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada was suicide, unless he used Shadow Sex method to refine it. But now, how could Fang Yuan have the time to do so? That's not right. I can use time path methods to speed up the Immortal Aperture's time. That way, I can give up on the Super Gu formation and hide in my Immortal Aperture. I can refine Spring-Autumn Cicada. No, that is not right. There are calamities and tribulations. Once the Immortal Aperture's time is sped up, calamities and tribulations will descend. It will be very difficult for Providence to control it. And my time path attainment level is too low. I have no confidence in refining a pure Spring-Autumn Cicada in a race against time. And this method requires me to give up on the Super Gu formation. It is a foolish choice. This was not right either. Fate was full of malice. It seemed to have lost all hope of survival. But Fang Yuan did not give up. He was still persevering. His willpower did not waver, even though the pressure was increasing. Fairy Myrtle's corrosion of the Super Gu formation had not stopped for even a moment. Persevere. Fang Yuan's eyes were shining brightly. He was not flustered, he was very calm. It was not that he had not encountered desperate situations before. On the contrary, he had encountered them many times. In this world, cultivating and struggling for life, no matter what choice one made, there would always be risks. Once a person walked to a higher place, it was like climbing a mountain. Without risks, how could there be gains and improvements? Even someone as strong as old ancestor Shui Hu, the number 1 rank 8 battle strength in Northern Plains, encountered danger. Snowy Mountain was destroyed, his hundreds of years of foundation was gone just like that. The plan to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu failed completely, Reverse Flow River was snatched away, even his wife, Lady Wan Shou, was heavily injured. For example, Celestial Court Gu Immortals by Chen Tian and Wei Ling Yang, these rank 8 great experts were high and mighty existences. In the end, they died in battle, even their corpses were scattered outside, unable to return home. There was also Sword Immortal Bo Qing, and in Feng Yuan's previous life, Feng Jiuge, who died in battle while attacking Langye Blessed Land. Feng Yuan was not Ma Hongyun, he was not the child of luck, compared to these people, he was very ordinary. In fact, Ma Hongyun died in the end, but he had fortune rivaling heaven to protect him. Heaven and earth were heartless, treating all living beings like dogs, no matter how talented or experienced a Gu Immortal was. In this world, they were all ordinary beings, they were treated equally. 500 years of previous life experience, compared to heaven and earth, what was it? The so-called scheming and deep foresight was just because he had experienced the fickleness of the world, he was familiar with the ways of the world. Manpower was limited, who did not make mistakes? Even rank 9 venerables were not immune, even Renzu was deceived by wisdom Gu. On the contrary, providence was vast, it controlled the entire situation, the heavenly power of heaven and earth was endless. Resisting heaven as a human, how difficult was that? The same feeling was not only lingering in Feng Yuan's mind. Xianxia was also deeply moved. He was fighting. His opponent was a rank 7 righteous path Gu Immortal. At this moment, the rank 6 immortal zombie Xianxia was at a disadvantage. Even though he had exquisite immortal killer moves, the opponent was too strong, Xianxia could only barely hold his ground. After the previous chaotic battle, Xianxia fell into the predicament of fighting alone, and the situation was precarious. Soul Beast Summoning, Xianxia used an immortal killer move, 3 ancient soul beasts surrounded him again. But his opponent, Xia Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortal, smiled in disdain. Not long ago, when he faced Soul Beast Summoning for the first time, he was flustered. But now, with more experience, Xia Clan's Gu Immortal found a way to quickly restrain the ancient soul beasts. That was to use the giant dream realm. The intelligence of ancient soul beasts was still very low. As long as they used some schemes, Xia Clan's Gu Immortal could lure these soul beasts into the dream realm. Souls entering the dream realm were like sheep entering a tiger's mouth. The essence of soul beasts was to condense their souls into corporeal bodies. Making full use of the surrounding environment was also one of the Gu Immortal's battle attainments. As expected, soon, the ancient soul beasts that Xianxia painstakingly summoned were dealt with by Xia Clan's Gu Immortal. Xianxia smiled bitterly in his heart, he could not escape, he could only rely on others in this situation. Right at this time, his expression changed, he received 6th Hair's message. Feng Yuan wanted to cooperate with Shadow Sect. After Zishan Makoto woke up, he took the initiative to communicate with Feng Yuan, suggesting cooperation. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan was wary of Shadow Sect's information path methods, even though they had mutual benefits, there was no progress. Xianxia did not expect that at this time, Feng Yuan wanted to cooperate with Shadow Sect. Too late. The bitterness in Xianxia's heart intensified. Too late. It was too late. I don't know where Feng Yuan is, but my Shadow Sect has already made a move to save the main body, 6th Hair. Sent another message, Feng Yuan needed an information path Gu Worm to communicate with Xianxia. Feng Yuan could not communicate with Shadow Sect directly, 6th Hair was usually the middleman. This was because the letter Gu used for communication were usually a pair. This way, crucial clues would be left behind for each other. Their location could be easily deduced and other information could be obtained. Give it to him. Xianxia thought about it, he did not reject. Next, Feng Yuan's voice resounded in Xianxia's mind, you are in a sorry state, Xianxia, you are about to be killed by Xia Clan. Where's your lead soul into Dream Killer move? Why don't you use it? Xianxia heard this and stared with wide-opened eyes, he was greatly shocked. Feng Yuan. He immediately transmitted, are you in this battlefield? What do you think? Feng Yuan chuckled, don't use soul beast summoning carelessly, you have already used it 3 times, the effect is getting worse, using it again will only increase the risk and waste immortal essence. Xianxia was shocked, Feng Yuan, you are here after all. damn it, you actually managed to sneak in. When did you do it? Wait, don't tell me my opponent is you? Cooperate? Hearing Fang Yuan's suggestion, Xianxia could not help but show a complex expression. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect's relationship could be said to be very complicated. Fang Yuan, who was half an otherworldly demon, was once a chess piece arranged by Providence. He staked it all and returned to the past, destroying Shadow Sect's plan. Fang Yuan, who succeeded in snatching the sovereign immortal Aperture Gu, became irreconcilable enemies with Shadow Sect. In the Battle of Etian Mountain, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss. They wanted to tear Fang Yuan to pieces. However, Fang Yuan made full use of time and the advantage of the sovereign immortal body. He gradually became stronger and started to chase after Xianxia and the rest. If not for Xianxia and the rest making good use of this situation and having excellent escape methods, they would have already died in Fang Yuan's hands. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan had already become strong enough to fight rank 8 Gu Immortals. Shadow Sect was led by Zishan Makoto. They started to change their strategy and were willing to cooperate with Fang Yuan. This was a turning point in the relationship between the two sides. Precisely because of this, at this moment, when Fang Yuan suggested cooperation, Xianxia nodded and replied, "Let's cooperate then." Xianxia did not dislike cooperating with Fang Yuan. More accurately speaking, he had once disliked and hated it. When Zishan Makoto suggested it, he did not understand. But people changed. If it was during the Battle of Etian Mountain, Xianxia had just been born and was ignorant, he would not have thought of cooperating with his mortal enemy. When Shadow Sect was strong, Fang Yuan was as weak as an ant. Xianxia would not have been stupid enough to cooperate with Fang Yuan. After the huge loss on Etian Mountain, Xianxia hated Fang Yuan to the extreme. There was no basis for them to cooperate. Xianxia had been thinking about how to restore the former glory of the Shadow Sect. But as Fang Yuan's strength continued to soar, and as he chased after Xianxia and the others, the battered and exhausted Xianxia could not help but grow wary of Fang Yuan. Recently, Fang Yuan had chased them all the way to the northern plains. Other than the wariness Xianxia felt towards Fang Yuan, there was also a sense of fear. After the battle at the upflowing river, Xianxia developed a new feeling for Fang Yuan. That was admiration. Fang Yuan had done what Xianxia couldn't. It was no wonder he was chosen by Providence to return to the past to make things difficult for the Shadow Sect. It's not that I'm not strong, but my opponent is Fang Yuan. With this thought in mind, Xianxia suddenly realized that his failures along the way were not so hard to accept. How? I can't hold on for much longer. Xianxia asked directly. Fang Yuan raised his brows slightly. Xianxia's attitude was so straightforward, Fang Yuan was surprised. Of course I will help you first. The celestial court is too strong. We have to work together to have more hope. Fang Yuan sighed. He started to communicate with the Xia clan Gu immortal who was fighting Xianxia. Retreat? Why would I retreat? I have already probed my opponent's foundation. Victory is in my grasp. The Xia clan Gu immortal did not understand. The Yao clan Gu immortal over there is in danger. He needs your help. Go, I am in charge of the situation. How can you see the big picture like me? Fang Yuan was not polite at all. The Xia clan Gu immortal was very unhappy, but because of Wu Yihai's identity and the fact that he was in control of the Super Gu formation, he could only snort inwardly and leave. Then how are you going to help me? Hurry up and help. Xianxia urged, but suddenly, his eyes opened wide. He was shocked to see that his opponent suddenly retreated, looking at him with an unresigned expression before flying away. What are you arguing for? I am already helping you. Fang Yuan's voice could be heard at this moment. Xianxia's heart shook. He shouted, "You're still saying you are not an imposter? Or is he one of you? Enough nonsense. Tell me, what is your Shadow Sect's plan? Don't tell me you don't have a backup plan." Fang Yuan immediately asked. Xianxia smiled bitterly, replying, "We naturally have a backup plan, that is me." Rumble, an intense explosion occurred. From the surging air currents, Zishan Makoto flew out of the sky full of bright lights, charging down rapidly. "Why are you running? Come and fight." Behind him, Duke Long chased after him. At this moment, his long hair danced wildly in the wind, and his extremely robust body had changed greatly. Not only did his dragon horns grow longer and sharper, his 2 hands had turned into dragon claws, and his dragon tail swung behind him. His entire body was covered in a layer of thick and dense dragon scales. Zishan Makoto was in a sorry state, but his gaze was still clear and calm. Duke Long, in history, he primarily cultivated Chi Path, but because of his lack of lifespan, he also cultivated Transformation Path. Zishan Makoto thought to himself. Just his Transformation Path method is already so powerful, as expected of someone like Bo Qing. I should let him have a taste of this move first. Thinking of this, Zishan Makoto's body suddenly stopped. He agilely changed his direction and flew upwards. At the same time, he flicked his fingers like he was plucking a string. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Endless purple starlight specks shot out from his fingertips, tearing through the sky and flying towards Duke Long. These starlight specks were dazzling. Not only were they extremely fast, they even left behind trails of light that were tens of feet long in the sky. It was very beautiful. Duke Long grunted. He felt that these small purple starlight specks were not simple. He quickly used his offensive methods to face them. But the purple starlight specks were very agile. They directly dodged and passed through the gaps in Duke Long's attacks, attacking Duke Long again. Duke Long saw this and praised inwardly. As expected of a wisdom path cultivator, most of his immortal killer moves are flexible and changeable, especially this move. It can be said to be outstanding among them. In this aspect, I cannot compare to him. Wisdom Path Gu immortals had many thoughts. They were most skilled at manipulating immortal killer moves and making complex attacks with many variations. Why should I waste time on him? Playing to my strengths and avoiding my weaknesses is a wise move. Duke Long did not care about these purple starlight specks. He relied on his powerful defense to charge forward amidst the starlight specks. Seeing this, Zishan Makoto's eyes flashed with a mysterious light. He finally fell for my trap. It turned out that his killer move had another layer of profundity. After coming into contact with any immortal killer move, it could transmit some trivial information to Zishan Makoto's mind. Countless fragmented pieces of information continuously merged together to form the profundity of the opponent's immortal killer move. As long as he gathered enough information, Zishan Makoto could counter Duke Long's defensive methods and counterattack. Duke Long chose to counterattack after confirming the extent of the purple starlight specks offense. This was no doubt what Zishan Makoto wanted. Zishan Makoto felt a headache towards Duke Long's defenses. Gathering information needed time. Zishan Makoto used another immortal killer move. He pushed with both palms. A large amount of clouds and mist appeared, blocking Duke Long's advance. Duke Long's dragon pupils shined with sharp light. He took a few glances and immediately saw the effect of this immortal killer move. He laughed out loud and directly charged into the light purple mist. In an instant, he could not distinguish north from south. He completely lost his sense of direction. Duke Long stopped and floated on the spot. He opened his mouth and let out a loud dragon roar. The dragon roar resounded in all directions. The light purple mist continued to disperse until it dissipated. Duke Long saw Zishan Makoto again. He was still retreating, trying to pull apart the distance between him and Duke Long. Duke Long smiled and suddenly vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zishan Makoto. "Eat my fist." Duke Long shouted and punched with his right fist without any fancy moves. This was not an immortal killer move. In such a short period of time, Duke Long still needed to concentrate and maintain his defensive killer moves, so he did not use any other immortal killer moves. However, with the strength of his current physical body, this ordinary straight punch was still very lethal. Bam! Zishan Makoto could not dodge in time and was hit by Duke Long's punch. But his chest that was hit shone with profound light. It did not cause much damage to him. Zishan Makoto naturally had outstanding defensive methods. After Duke Long's punch landed, Zishan Makoto was unscathed. He even used the force of this punch to retreat rapidly. But at the next moment, Duke Long appeared beside Zishan Makoto again and punched. Bam! The same scene happened again, but Duke Long persevered. No matter how far Zishan Makoto flew, he seemed to be able to teleport over and punch Zishan Makoto. Duke Long's punches were like a tidal wave, unceasing. Fist shadows flew all over the place and enveloped Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto was like a rubber ball that was sent flying by Duke Long. He could only take the beating passively. Zishan Makoto's body continued to shine with mystical lights, resisting Duke Long's punches. Duke Long's punches soon became no longer simple. Chaotic Dragon Fist, an immortal killer move, was activated. But the effect was not good. Duke Long thought, my Chaotic Dragon Fist can cause chaos in the opponent's mind once it hits them. My punches are unceasing, the opponent's thoughts are often chaotic and they can only take the beating passively. But if it's used on him, it won't work at all. At Duke Long's level, he could already comprehend other things by analogy. Duke Long's transformation path killer moves had the effect of Wisdom Path. But when used on a Wisdom Path Gu immortal like Zishan Makoto, it was like displaying one's slight skill before an expert. When Duke Long dealt with other enemies, he could often use Chaotic Dragon Fist to beat them to death. But against Zishan Makoto, he could only gain the upper hand. While Duke Long was probing Zishan Makoto's Wisdom Path attainment, Zishan Makoto was also analyzing Duke Long. Even though he was taking the beating, his mind was calm as ice, he did not show any signs of panic. Wisdom Path had three main points: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Zishan Makoto naturally had methods to get rid of some negative emotions in battle. Duke Long's movement technique is clearly an immortal killer move that allows him to teleport continuously. His dragon eyes are also activating another immortal killer move at all times. Its investigative ability is very strong. At the next moment, Zishan Makoto suddenly snapped his fingers. An immortal killer move was activated. Purple light quickly spread to the surrounding thousands of steps. Duke Long's figure stopped. He could no longer use teleportation to get close to Zishan Makoto. I was seen through. His reaction is really fast. Wisdom Path Gu immortals are as troublesome as ever. Duke Long stopped attacking, sighing internally. His movement killer move was activated based on the Dragon Roar earlier. He could use his killer move to teleport to the places that the Dragon Roar had once covered. Of course, this had a time limit. Zishan Makoto saw through this. He quickly used Wisdom Path methods to simulate the effect of Sound Path, purifying the surrounding environment. Duke Long's movement skill had no use now, it lost its effect. In that case, let's try this move. Duke Long floated in the air, his mouth slightly opened. Two of his teeth suddenly fell off, and they expanded rapidly with the wind. In the blink of an eye, the two teeth turned into snow-white dragon teeth that resembled scimitars. Duke Long breathed in deeply. After preparing for a few breaths of time, he suddenly activated an immortal killer move. Spiraling dragon teeth, two snow-white dragon teeth shot out rapidly. Their speed greatly surpassed Zishan Makoto. They quickly caught up. The dragon teeth were like scimitars. They continuously moved around Zishan Makoto. Every time they slashed, a dazzling light would appear on Zishan Makoto's body. You want to use this method to restrain me? Dragon teeth are solid, they are different from ordinary killer moves. Zishan Makoto immediately felt the pressure increasing. The dragon teeth's attack power was no small matter. Zishan Makoto quickly realized that he had to unravel this immortal killer move as soon as possible. Lord Z has already used his old techniques, but he's still gradually being pushed into a disadvantageous position by Duke Long. As Xianxia flew, he paid attention to the battle between Zishan Makoto and Duke Long. His view was very good. In such a complicated battle environment, he could actually see the battle of two rank 8 Gu immortals. So far, both sides were still probing each other. It was obvious that Duke Long was stronger than Zishan Makoto. In terms of combat power, Duke Long was comparable to Bo Qing, while Zishan Makoto was naturally weaker. Even though the latter was at the peak of rank 8 battle strength. Lord Z's strength will continue to weaken, because he has to constantly use immortal killer moves to create incomplete pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to open dream realms. This process required him to continuously divide his own soul. It was extremely painful. Xianxia was deeply worried. Zishan Makoto was not Duke Long's match to begin with, and now he had to continuously create pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. When Zishan Makoto's methods were discovered by Duke Long, Zishan Makoto would be defeated. Quick, quick, quick. Xianxia urged himself. He naturally would not tell Fang Yuan about this. Even though both sides wanted to cooperate, they had not signed any information path alliance agreement. Xianxia still did not trust Fang Yuan. But to sign an alliance agreement, not to mention that the Current situation did not allow it. Even if the situation allowed it, Fang Yuan would not dare to sign it. Both sides wanted to cooperate, but they did not trust each other. Because of the huge enemy, the Celestial Court, they had no choice but to cooperate. Found it, southeast of you, there is a cocoon of light that is about to form, quickly go there. At this time, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. Xianxia took a look and hesitated. If he followed Fang Yuan's directions, he would have to go deep into Southern Border's Righteous Path territory. There were many Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals there. Was Fang Yuan reliable? Was this a trap to lure him? Xianxia's hesitation was unavoidable. If I wanted to harm you, I would have killed you earlier. Fang Yuan's words could be heard again, as if he knew Xianxia's thoughts. Xianxia had to admit that Fang Yuan was right, but he soon thought, maybe, Fang Yuan does not want me to die, but wants to capture me alive. To capture me alive, he would need to make some arrangements. There might be a Gu formation or a battlefield killer move there. But this time Xianxia shook his head, no longer hesitating. He wanted to take a gamble. At this moment, he had to take the gamble. Following the direction Fang Yuan pointed, he flew towards it. Soon, he encountered a Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortal. Oh no! Xianxia's heart jumped. That Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortal also discovered him. But just as he was about to pounce on Xianxia, his expression suddenly changed. After hesitating for a moment, he flew away with a strange expression, opening a path. How can this be? Xianxia was shocked. This was the second time. Could it be that he was also Fang Yuan's man? But if he was, his expression did not seem right. It was very strange, like he was unwilling, but also somewhat angry. Xianxia became more confused as he thought about it. He continued to move forward. Third, fourth. He encountered two more Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals, but they both retreated on their own. This was naturally the result of Fang Yuan's manipulation. He used the reason of looking at the big picture to mobilize the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals. The reason was very simple. For example, that place needs you more, a friend from a certain place is in danger, if you don't go, he will die, and don't bother with this mere rank 6 immortal zombie, I have already arranged for people to deal with him. All these reasons allowed Xianxia's advance to be extremely smooth. No one could have expected that Wu Yihai would collude with Shadow Sect. Who among the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals could have thought of this? At this moment, the Celestial Court had not publicly announced Fang Yuan's true identity. With Fang Yuan's help, Xianxia got closer to his destination. There is a cocoon of light forming here? The rank 7 expert He Ting suddenly had an unexpected discovery. Lightning burst out of his body, bringing him towards the cocoon of light. Stop! Xianxia, who had just arrived, saw this and shouted anxiously. He Ting was also curious, who is this? He actually got so deep into this place. Xianxia's shout did not disturb him, he was already very close to the cocoon of light, he was about to succeed. But at the next moment, He Ting's vision changed. He was forcefully teleported into the Super Gu formation. Lord Wu Yihai. I was about to. He Ting reacted and shouted. This was simply a useless teammate. He was about to succeed. I know, but there is a place that needs your battle strength. Don't worry, I noticed that cocoon of light and the enemy long ago. I will deal with it. Fang Yuan interrupted He Ting's words. He Ting wanted to speak again, but his vision changed again. This time, he was teleported to another place. This Wu Yihai, he thinks he can use me as a pawn just because he is controlling the Gu formation? He Ting was very unhappy, but he did not suspect Fang Yuan's true intentions. Fang Yuan did not teleport him away. Beside him, there was a Southern Border Gu immortal who was about to be killed by Fairy Miaoyin. He Ting quickly joined the battle, throwing his displeasure towards Fang Yuan to the back of his mind. Xianxia felt like he was in a dream, seeing that He Ting was going to attack the cocoon of light, he had almost lost all hope. But at the next moment, he went from hell to heaven. This change was too sudden, it was a pleasant surprise. Xianxia was a little dazed. When he reacted, he used an information path Gu worm to contact Fang Yuan, shouting, You are actually controlling the Super Gu formation. What is your identity now? Fang Yuan knew that he could not hide it now, he exposed it. What other identity can I have? The current Wu Hai is me. Xianxia heard this and his eyes almost popped out. This answer was too shocking. When did it happen, and what method did Fang Yuan use to infiltrate to this extent? After accepting this reality, Xianxia came to a realization. No wonder these southern border righteous path Gu immortals took the initiative to retreat. And their expressions, Xianxia felt it was quite funny. But soon, Xianxia's heart jumped again. Fang Yuan has unraveled dream, he has been hiding here for so long without anyone discovering him. He must be plotting something. There must be a huge gain. So close. If not for Lord Zi's meticulous planning and catching the righteous path off guard, with Fang Yuan here, it would have been a huge problem for our shadow sect. Xianxia's emotions continued to change. After shock, realization, and palpitation, he finally arrived in front of the cocoon of light. This aura. This is rank 7 cocoon of light. Xianxia was excited. How can I be wrong with my choice? Why aren't you taking action? Fang Yuan smiled. Xianxia nodded, immediately activating an immortal killer move. This killer move took effect quickly. In an instant, the cocoon of light that had yet to form stabilized and condensed. Xianxia's soul and goo worms entered the cocoon of light. And his rank 6 immortal zombie body was directly abandoned. The cocoon of light broke, rank 7 Xianxia appeared. Don't resist, I will send you on your way. Fang Yuan's voice resounded, Xianxia obeyed. At the next moment, Xianxia was teleported far away. He saw Duke Long and Zishan Makoto fighting intensely. Without hesitation, Xianxia activated his trump card. Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Ugh. Duke Long's expression changed. In an instant, he fell into his own dream. At once, he lost control of the outside world. Zishan Makoto was stunned. What's going on? Is this a scheme? But soon, he received Xianxia's transmission. I am here, Lord Z. I am now a rank 7 Dream Path Gu Immortal. Good. Zishan Makoto was overjoyed, his plan was finally activated. There were some twists and turns in the process. I was able to exchange for the immortal body with Fang Yuan's help. He is currently using Wu Yihai's identity to control Southern Border's Super Gu formation. He wants to cooperate with you. Oh? Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with bright light. Good, send my information path Gu worm to him, I need to talk to him directly. Duke Long entered dream. After obtaining the rank 7 immortal body, he burst out with immense strength. He changed the situation of the rank 8 Gu immortals with one move. Duke Long fell into a dream realm, unable to get out. Purple Mountain True Monarch used this chance to retaliate fiercely. Rumble, explosions could be heard continuously, but countless dragon shadows appeared on Duke Long's body. There were also countless moving dragon-shaped tattoos on his skin. Such a powerful defensive killer move. Zishan Makoto could not do anything to Duke Long at this moment. Like Zishan Makoto, Duke Long had many defensive methods, among which were many outstanding killer moves. These killer moves were similar to Bai Chen Tian's Proud Wood Armor killer move. This killer move would turn into Dao marks and be engraved on the Gu Immortal's body. Normally, it would remain hidden, but once it was attacked, the killer move would activate on its own. It did not require the Gu Immortal's thoughts to control it, it only required the Gu Immortal's immortal essence. This was similar to Fang Yuan's Ghostly Concealment. Ghostly Concealment was also a top-tier killer move, created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But this move was even more outstanding than Bai Chen Tian's Wood Armor, Duke Long, and Zishan Makoto's defensive methods. Because Ghostly Concealment was not only self-contained, it could be used at all times. And most importantly, it did not expend any immortal essence. A killer move that could be activated continuously without using any immortal essence. This was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's supreme method. In the eyes of the 10 great sects of Central Continent, Fang Yuan, and the others, it was unimaginable, they could not decipher its profundity. Whoosh whoosh, 2 rays of white light rotated as they landed on Zishan Makoto's body. It was the spiraling dragon Fang killer move that Duke Long used earlier. After 2 rays of light, these 2 dragon fangs returned, but they still circled around Zishan Makoto, waiting for a chance to attack again. This killer move does not need a Gu Immortal to control it? How troublesome. Zishan Makoto frowned slightly. Fortunately, I've been activating the purple thought insight spiritual starlight all this time. Zishan Makoto shouted, and countless starlight rays shot out from the pores all over his body. Starlight flew out, circling around Duke Long and shooting at him. When the starlight landed on Duke Long's body, it was destroyed by the layers of defense on his body. But then, a series of information was instilled into Zishan Makoto's mind. Quick, kill him. Xianxia shouted in his heart as he watched the battle from afar. Inside the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan was also paying close attention to Zishan Makoto's battle. How stubborn. Fallen Demon Dao, you are beyond redemption. Fairy Myrtle's voice came from the Super Gu formation again. Fang Yuan helped Xianxia and indirectly caused Duke Long to enter the dream. Fairy Myrtle saw all of this. However, if you think Lord Duke Long will fail because of this, you are gravely mistaken. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle laughed lightly. I have to thank you for activating the Super Gu formation several times, allowing me to see through many principles of the Gu formation. Don't you feel that this Super Gu formation is gradually losing control of you? The corrosion is indeed increasing, but you don't need to bluff. Fang Yuan sneered. Fairy Myrtle was stunned. Huh? Although you came with great momentum this time, your true battle strength is only at this level, right? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. In fact, as long as we send another rank 8 Gu immortal like you, we can sweep the battlefield. Unfortunately, Heaven Overseeing Tower has not sent one yet. On the contrary, you have to secretly infiltrate the Super Gu formation from the back. Duke Long will also have to personally participate in the battle. Even if you know my true identity, you did not publicize it and let it be exposed. Other than not having any evidence, your plan is to borrow Southern Border's Righteous Path's strength to deal with Shadow Sect together, right? Of course, there is another reason. Even if my identity is exposed, Southern Border's Righteous Path will be convinced, but this Super Gu formation is still in my hands. This crucial point will not change because of my exposure. You infiltrated the Super Gu formation because you want to control this huge bargaining chip. All of this shows that your celestial court is all bark and no bite. You do not have many powerful rank 8 battle strength. Fairy Myrtle became silent. She could not help but recall a scene from many days ago. Back then, she was researching Star Constellation chessboard. This immortal Gu house had always been kept in Celestial Court's treasury. Only after Duke Long woke up did he have the authority to take it out and let Fairy Myrtle use it. During the process of using it, Fairy Myrtle could feel the supreme profundity of this immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house is indeed worthy of being a wisdom path immortal Gu house created by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It can actually increase my deduction ability by several times. Thinking of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fairy Myrtle had a look of yearning and admiration. Her wisdom path deduction ability was very powerful to begin with. Suddenly increasing by several times, it almost gave Fairy Myrtle the illusion that she had ascended to the current era. Unfortunately, even though my deduction ability is strong, I still need crucial clues. There are too few clues, it is hard to deduce. Fairy Myrtle's expression dimmed slightly. She thought of not long ago, when the Central Continent Gu Immortals were chased by old ancestor Shui Hu and Longevity Heaven. Because of Longevity Heaven's methods, they concealed the clues. Fairy Myrtle could not deduce the location of the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Thus, without knowing the direction and location of the reinforcements, it was hard to send them. Then, she thought of Fang Yuan. All along, the Celestial Court had been trying to kill this person. But they had always lacked crucial clues. When making deductions, because Fang Yuan had defensive methods, he could hold on for some time and give timely warnings. Thus, Fang Yuan's whereabouts were not in the Celestial Court's control. Fairy Myrtle sighed faintly. Right at this time, Star Constellation chessboard in her hand started to devour her immortal essence. It started to move on its own. Providence burst out of Star Constellation chessboard. It floated in the air and turned into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's appearance. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle was very shocked. Star Constellation chessboard had always been Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's possession, even though she had died long ago. The reason why Fairy Myrtle could use this immortal Gu house was because she had borrowed it. Z-Wei, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has descended, are you not going to greet her? Duke Long arrived in time, appearing behind Fairy Myrtle. But this is providence. As a wisdom path gu immortal, Fairy Myrtle could naturally see the essence of this will. Of course it is providence. But you are too young, you do not know this secret. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already assimilated with providence. Even though her immortal body is gone, her will has always been lingering in the 5 regions of heaven and earth. She is already one with heaven and earth. Duke Long's words were shocking, he did not stop there. Fairy Myrtle's expression was dazed, she was extremely shocked. In this case, doesn't that mean Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has eternal life? If Providence is Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, doesn't that mean the whole world is standing on the Celestial Court's side? But Duke Long shook his head and sighed, it should be said that the Celestial Court is standing on Providence's side. After assimilating with Providence, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is no longer the original her. This is a great sacrifice. In the past, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed herself to change Providence for the sake of humanity. Since then, Providence has been manifested in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's form, but it is still Providence in essence. Fairy Myrtle's gaze flickered, she was a wisdom path gu immortal, she immediately understood. In the past, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed herself for the sake of humanity and assimilated with Providence. The essence of Providence did not change, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable changed some things. For example, the appearance of Providence, or maybe, there was also a trace of humanistic care towards the Celestial Court. This might be the reason why the Celestial Court followed Providence's path all the way until now, even after so many years. The great era is coming, the 5 regions will merge into one, fate has already reached a crucial juncture. The will of the stars spoke as he stretched out his right hand. Providence flew out of his right hand and floated in the air, turning into the image of a southern border super gu formation. Here, a crucial battle is about to begin. The result of this battle will influence the whole world. Spectral Soul is already extremely weak, Shadow Sect's remnant forces have gathered here. There is also Feng Yuan, he is impersonating Wu Yihai and is hiding in Southern Border's righteous path. These are a group of people who defy fate, they are the source of chaos. If we get rid of them, we can repair Fate Immortal Gu better. However, this time, the Celestial Court will only allow the 2 of you to fight. The will of the stars spoke slowly. Why? Fairy Myrtle did not understand. The foundation of the Celestial Court was very deep, they had discovered the Battle of Etion Mountain too late, the rank 8 gu immortals of the Celestial Court were not enough to turn the situation around. Now that they received the reminder from the will of the stars, they had plenty of time, the Celestial Court had a lot of time to prepare. The Celestial Court could gather more forces and suppress them. But the will of the stars told Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long that only the 2 of them were allowed to fight. This is something that is destined to happen. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, the change in fate has greatly weakened. Fate Immortal Gu has recovered, fate has regained control of the universe. The 2 of you will definitely win this time. Do not disturb the existence of the Celestial Court and the hibernation of the Gu Immortals, they have more important uses. The foundation of the Celestial Court cannot be reduced, otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Bring Heaven Overseeing Tower and Star Constellation Chessboard, do not use the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sections. Make sure to preserve their lives, in the next 10 years, the Celestial Court needs more rank 8 Gu Immortals to hibernate. Remember this, remember this. The will of the stars explained a lot. Fairy Myrtle obtained a lot of information, but these made her even more puzzled. She found that even though she was a member of the Celestial Court, she knew too little about the Celestial Court. Although this colossus had an extremely deep foundation, it was not like she had imagined, it could do whatever it wanted. The Celestial Court had some misgivings, but the will of the stars did not clearly tell them what these misgivings were. After the will of the stars spoke, it dissipated into the air. Ziwei, don't look at me like that. Although I have a long lifespan, the secrets I know are not as many as you think. To tell you the truth, this is the 2nd time in my life that I have seen the will of the stars descend on their own. Duke Long sighed deeply. After pausing for a while, he continued, we need to believe in the will of the stars and do as it says. We will definitely win this time, this is destined. Duke Long's unwavering emotions affected Fairy Myrtle. Afterwards, the celestial court acted according to the instructions of the will of the stars. Duke Long and the rest did not go against it at all. Heaven Overseeing Tower was obstructed several times by Xianxia while traveling in White Heaven. It carried Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and many Gu immortals from the 10 great ancient sects to participate in this crucial battle. Fang Yuan's analysis was not wrong. Even though Fang Yuan could not understand why the celestial court did not send more Gu immortals, this did not hinder him from seeing through the details of the celestial court. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan made the decision to use the Super Gu formation to help Xianxia, thus affecting the battle between Xianxia and Duke Long. Using Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan successfully obtained an information path Gu worm from Xianxia. This information path Gu worm could directly communicate with Xianxia. Fang Yuan helped Xianxia gain the trust of the Shadow Sect, otherwise, how could he have gotten this Gu worm? This Gu worm had a close connection with Xianxia. With it, it was equivalent to grasping a key clue, and it would be easier to deduce Xianxia's whereabouts. Therefore, this kind of thing had always been kept strictly. Because of this special situation, Xianxia handed the information path Gu worm to Fang Yuan. If it were any other time, both sides would have to establish an information path alliance. The moment he obtained the information path Gu worm, Xianxia contacted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, I have to thank you. Xianxia is a good name. Thank you for giving me this name. I like it very much. Fang Yuan himself did not expect that the lie he had used to deceive Tai Baiyunxing would become reality one day. Xianxia had very experienced interpersonal skills. This opening speech eliminated the estrangement between him and Fang Yuan, greatly pulling their relationship closer. Fang Yuan smiled, then I will call you Xianxia. You have already received my sincerity. Our cooperation is not just a one-sided investment. Now, it is time for you to express your sincerity. Xianxia attacked Duke Long fiercely while replying, all right, what do you want? He knew that the strength Fang Yuan possessed was crucial in the current situation, so he did not hesitate. Fang Yuan immediately said, heavenly crystals. I need large amounts of heavenly crystals. Heavenly crystals were too difficult to obtain. Although they were sold in Jewel Yellow Skies, they were very rare and the quantity was very small, completely unable to satisfy Fang Yuan's needs. But Shadow Sect had them. Fang Yuan did not doubt this. Although Shadow Sect was in ruins and suffered great losses, they did not lack resources. Fang Yuan could clearly sense this from his repeated pursuit of Xianxia and the others. As expected, Xianxia immediately agreed, sure, I do have large amounts of heavenly crystals, I can give them to you to express my sincerity. You want heavenly crystals to mature the upper extreme heavenly eagle, right? Your idea is very reliable, reverse flow protection seal cannot be used casually. But even if the upper extreme heavenly eagle matures into a true immemorial desolate beast, it will not be under your control. I know your enslavement path methods very well. But don't worry, I still have a method for you to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Xianxia's words made Fang Yuan overjoyed and inwardly praised Xianxia's prowess. Xianxia was very magnanimous, directly giving up heavenly crystals in exchange for Fang Yuan's support without hesitation. He was in a passive position, thus he said the latter part, using the method to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle to entice Fang Yuan. This was turning from defense to offense, taking the initiative from passivity. As expected of a rank 8 wisdom path Gu immortal, his words were filled with wisdom, making Fang Yuan feel the scent of a formidable opponent. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before saying, it is not impossible to add another method to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle. But right now, there is something more important to do. He said this as if he really had a method to control the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. This made Xianxia feel that he did not have much bargaining chips. Xianxia laughed, what is more important? It is to stop the battle between our two sides. Fang Yuan said. This matter was beneficial to Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan, but it was not beneficial to Celestial Court. Immediately, Xianxia ordered to recall the remaining Gu immortals of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan also ordered. Even though the southern border Gu immortals did not understand, because of Fang Yihai's identity and the fact that he controlled the Gu formation, they chose to obey. Both sides started to retreat, separating from each other. Shadow Sect suffered more losses, only Ying Wuxia, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Fairy Miaoyin, and some others were left. Southern Border's Righteous Path suffered losses, but it was not a big deal, they still had quite a large force. However, Shadow Sect's pure dream reality seeker physique bodies continued to break out of their cocoons, their forces continued to grow while the dream realms continued to disappear. This situation was the most disadvantageous to Celestial Court. The difference in strength between both sides is starting to shrink. How will Celestial Court deal with this? Fang Yuan paid attention to Celestial Court's movements. Duke Long continued to sleep, while Fairy Myrtle accelerated her invasion of the Super Gu formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower was still fighting with Sui Yi Hui. Boom! Sui Yi Hui jumped up, waving its left claw and slamming Heaven Overseeing Tower to the ground. Heaven Overseeing Tower flickered with pure white light, it was not damaged. Sui Yi Hui opened its mouth and spat out a Grey Knight killer move. Heaven Overseeing Tower activated Fate Vanquish again. The two killer moves collided, Grey Knight dissipated in the white light, Sui Yi Hui's bones were broken, it was sent flying far away. But almost at the next moment, it used an immortal killer move, all of its damage disappeared. Returning to its peak state, Sui Yi Hui growled again, it attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower with hatred and anger. A sigh came from Heaven Overseeing Tower, and then it rose into the sky. Sui Yi Hui also had a flying killer move, it flew into the sky and chased after Heaven Overseeing Tower. The Central Continent Gu immortals in the tower had nervous and anxious expressions. Damn it! This immemorial desolate beast has thick skin and flesh, it can use killer moves, Heaven Overseeing Tower cannot do anything to it in the short term. What do we do? Lord Duke Long was plotted against, he fell into a dream realm and is attacked by that rank 8 demon. Get out! We need to send reinforcements to reinforce Lord Duke Long. If this continues, it will not be good. But before Lord Duke Long left, he instructed us to stay inside Heaven Overseeing Tower and not move around alone. That was then and this is now. We have rank 8 Gu immortals too, and Lord Duke Long is in danger, he has lost control of the situation. If we do not send reinforcements, Lord Duke Long will be in danger. After some discussion, Heaven Overseeing Tower attacked fiercely, forcing Sui Yi Hui back temporarily, creating a chance. 2 Central Continent Gu immortals used this chance to fly out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, rushing towards Duke Long. Ha ha ha, 2 rats came out. Sui Yi Hui laughed, its eyes shining with a ruthless light. It suddenly opened its bloody mouth. The 2 Central Continent Gu immortals' bodies froze, like they had encountered a natural enemy, an immense sense of danger engulfed them, they could not control themselves. Crack, Sui Yi Hui slammed its mouth shut, it was clearly far away from the 2 Central Continent Gu immortals, but when it bit, it felt like it was biting these 2 Central Continent Gu immortals. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth. At the same time, the 2 Central Continent Gu immortals were bleeding profusely, there were terrifying wounds all over their bodies, their organs were pierced by sharp weapons, their bodies were completely mutilated. This is a food path killer move. It is hard to defend against. Sui Yi Hui has human intelligence, it knows how to avoid the enemy's weakness. Quick, bring these 2 back. Heaven Overseeing Tower quickly tried to save them, thankfully, the 2 Central Continent rank 8s had powerful methods to save themselves, they barely escaped with their lives, they were not eaten by Sui Yi Hui. After surviving, the Central Continent Gu immortals realized how terrifying Sui Yi Hui was. As expected of the legendary immemorial desolate beast, reckless savage. How can we save Lord Duke Long now? Bring Heaven Overseeing Tower in. It is too dangerous. If we get sent into a dream realm and lose Heaven Overseeing Tower, can we bear the responsibility? Right when the Central Continent Gu immortals were at their wits' end, Duke Long was in the greatest danger in history. Zishan Makoto's killer move finally took effect, he broke through Duke Long's defensive methods. Get rid of them. Zishan Makoto flew to Duke Long's side, breathing out a mouthful of purple chi. This mystical aura enveloped Duke Long's body, breaking apart the layers of defenses on his body. Immortal killer move, while unraveling. Die. Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with purple light. He used a killer move on Duke Long. But at this moment, Duke Long opened his eyes. Boom, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Zishan Makoto flew out of the dust cloud, while Duke Long stood on the spot. He had woken up. How did he escape so quickly? Xianxia was shocked. He quickly used lead soul into dream again. Zishan Makoto felt something amiss. Duke Long's awakening was too much of a coincidence. He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Duke Long vanished instantly. Xianxia suffered the backlash of the killer move. He had actually fallen into a dream. This move seems to be called lead soul into dream? It is a good move indeed. Unfortunately, if I had more time, I would have been able to understand its profundity. Duke Long spoke slowly. Zishan Makoto's vigilant expression was reflected in his cold dragon eyes. Duke Long continued, "As for you, if you only have these methods, you will not be able to take my next move. Because this was created by primordial origin immortal venerable." After Duke Long said this, his aura suddenly changed. He had just repelled Zishan Makoto, and also caused Xianxia's lead soul into dream to fail. His aura was shocking. He was like a giant dragon that was charging into the sky. But now, his aura was starting to fall bit by bit. It was not appropriate to say that it was falling. Instead, it was tamping down and condensing. His majestic aura was becoming more and more condensed. After a few breaths of time, Duke Long's aura was completely restrained. His entire being was like a bottomless abyss, mysterious and unfathomable. Zishan Makoto was on high alert. In his senses, Duke Long in this state was far more dangerous than Duke Long with his earth-shattering aura. Roar! Duke Long opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar. Next, his entire body vanished on the spot. Oh no! Zishan Makoto's heart sank. Duke Long was using the same trick. He had once used this method to move towards Zishan Makoto and use Chaotic Dragon Fist to suppress Zishan Makoto. If it were an ordinary Gu immortal, even if they saw through Duke Long's plan, they might not be able to react in time. But Zishan Makoto was different. He cultivated wisdom path and could think very quickly. Almost at the same time as Duke Long roared, Zishan Makoto had already finished thinking and made a response. In the previous fight, Zishan Makoto had seen through the profundity of Duke Long's teleportation. He used the same trick now and purified the surrounding dragon roar. Sure enough, at the next moment, Duke Long's teleportation ended and he reappeared in front of Zishan Makoto. But this time, he did not succeed in getting close. He was still several hundred steps away from Zishan Makoto. But for Duke Long, this distance was enough. Human Chi return! He shouted and waved at Zishan Makoto. His gesture of welcoming was ordinary and unremarkable, as if a friend was casually greeting him. However, Zishan Makoto was hit hard in an instant. A large amount of human energy gushed out from his body and rushed uncontrollably towards Duke Long. In the blink of an eye, it entered Duke Long's palm and quickly disappeared. With such a huge loss of popularity, Zishan Makoto's eye sockets immediately sunk. His face suddenly became incomparably pale, and his originally bright purple hair became dull and dull. A feeling of weakness from the bottom of his heart filled Zishan Makoto's entire body. In the depth of Zishan Makoto's eyes, a light of fear flashed. When he heard Duke Long shout, he immediately thought of a famous Chi Path killer move. Triple Chi Reversion. This killer move was created by primordial origin immortal venerable. It had two well-known characteristics. The first was that it was very hard to practice. This killer move was extremely complex. The Gu worms were huge in scale, and there were so many steps to activate them that even Wisdom Path Gu immortals would feel dizzy. The second characteristic was that there was a huge risk. Because the killer move itself was very complex, if the Gu immortal made a slight mistake when activating it, it would result in failure and backlash, harming the user. If the killer move was activated successfully and could not hit the enemy, this killer move would return and harm the user. Triple Chi Reversion's destructive power was extremely terrifying. This had to be explained from Immortal Ascension. When mortals ascended to Immortal, they focused on the three Chi, Heaven Chi, Earth Chi, and Human Chi. The Gu Master continued to cultivate from rank 1 to rank 5, accumulating Human Chi in the process. When they ascended to Immortal, the Gu Master would absorb Heaven and Earth Chi, fusing the three Chi into one. The goo master would adjust it meticulously before using their vital goo to detonate and create an immortal aperture. The more human chi the goo master had, the more heaven and earth chi they could fuse. The immortal aperture that they created would be of a higher grade. Normally speaking, having one of the 10 extreme physiques meant having dense human chi, far surpassing mortals. Or the goo master's own accumulation, no matter what path it was, as long as they had grandmaster attainment level, they would have dense human chi. After forming an immortal aperture, be it cultivating or managing the immortal aperture, the goo immortal would need to balance the 3 chi. Heaven chi, earth chi, human chi, none of them could be lacking, or the balance would be lost. For example, after Feng Yuan obtained a secluded domain of heaven and earth like reverse flow river, the sovereign immortal aperture's heaven and earth chi was greatly depleted. He had to place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth chi from the outside world to replenish the deficiency and maintain the balance of the 3 chi. Regarding the 3 chi, no matter which goo immortal, even venerables, could not be careless. The 5 regions in the world had slight differences in heaven and earth chi. Goo immortals who were not born and raised here would often cause damage to their immortal aperture if they absorbed the heaven and earth chi of other regions. Even though they could replenish it temporarily, it could only be used in emergencies. Once it was used many times, it would not work. Goo immortals who died in other regions could also form blessed lands. For example, in the Battle of Luopa Valley, many Central Continent goo immortals died in battle. Their immortal apertures formed blessed lands in northern plains. But because they absorbed the heaven and earth chi of other regions, the blessed land's foundation and resources would be greatly damaged. After saying so much, he wanted to say, heaven, earth, and human chi were very important to the immortal aperture and the goo immortal. Any slight difference would cause severe damage to the immortal aperture. And this immortal killer move, triple chi retraction, was created to target this point. It directly attacked the immortal aperture's foundation. It was a combination of consecutive moves and variant moves. Thus, the goo immortal who used this killer move needed to have very high technique. Triple chi retraction had 3 styles. First style, human chi retraction. After the target is hit, their human chi would be greatly affected, their foundation would be greatly reduced. Of course, if there was no human chi, like desolate beasts, this move would have no effect. Second style, earth chi retraction. If they were hit, the earth chi in the goo immortal's immortal aperture would be extracted crazily. The earth chi would be severely damaged, the balance of the 3 chi would be completely lost, and the immortal aperture would be in grave danger. Third style, heaven chi retraction. This was extracting heaven chi. After being hit by 3 moves, the immortal aperture would collapse instantly. Zishan Makoto retreated rapidly. He was already hit by human chi retraction. If he was hit by earth chi retraction as well, the disadvantage would be unbearable. Towards this move, even though Zishan Makoto knew its origin, this was the first time he was facing it, he could not break it in a short period of time. Because this move was very complex, the more complex an immortal killer move was, the more difficult it was to activate, but it was also harder for the enemy to break it. You can't generalize everything. Everything has its pros and cons. Since Zishan Makoto could not break it, he could only use his methods. His figure instantly split into many different forms. At once, he turned into hundreds of Zishan Makoto, spreading out and flying around. At the same time, his main body turned invisible, vanishing. Even though triple chi retraction was very powerful, if it could not hit its target, it would lose its effect. However, Duke Long was not moved. Zishan Makoto's response was within his expectations. Immediately, he sneered. His voice was not loud, but it spread to the whole battlefield. Too late, Zishan Makoto, you were hit by my human chi retraction, you will not be able to dodge my next 2 moves, you can only endure it. Come, earth chi retraction. Duke Long paused for a moment before summoning again. What he said was not a bluff. Duke Long was clearly not waving in the right direction. Duke Long did not deliberately investigate, he did not know where Zishan Makoto's main body was, but Zishan Makoto was still hit instantly. Zishan Makoto was moved, a vast amount of earth chi surged out of his immortal aperture like a surging river, surging into Duke Long's palm before being absorbed and vanishing. Zishan Makoto's immortal aperture was heavily damaged, its foundation was completely destroyed, the balance of 3 chi was already lost, the immortal aperture would collapse in a few breaths of time. At this time, Zishan Makoto had no choice but to make a choice. That was to place the aperture. Directly place the aperture here. This way, he could absorb heaven and earth chi and restore the balance of 3 chi. But Zishan Makoto immediately chose to give up on this choice. This was a terrible solution, because once Zishan Makoto placed the aperture, his main body would appear in his immortal aperture. It was like leaving the battlefield temporarily, he would lose his initiative. And most importantly, the grotto heaven of the immortal aperture could only absorb heaven and earth chi when the door was opened. This was a necessary channel of communication. But outside, there was still Duke Long eyeing him. If the immortal aperture's door was opened and Duke Long charged in, he could casually cause terrifying damage to the immortal aperture. And he could fight and retreat at will. Zishan Makoto would be trapped in his immortal aperture. Even if I place the aperture and restore the earth chi, my balance of 3 chi has already been lost, because there is too little human chi. And to restore human chi, I do not have the corresponding human path method. Only by purchasing large numbers of humans or variant humans can I do it. All sorts of thoughts flashed past Zishan Makoto's mind. In a short period of time, he made a decision. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed his abdomen. Next, his palm shined with a strange purple light as it rose inch by inch. His palm left his abdomen. Along with this action, his immortal aperture was taken out. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. He soon thought of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness also had a move, that was to use fire path methods to take away other people's immortal apertures. This move had once left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. Why would Zishan Makoto use such a method? Fang Yuan was slightly puzzled, but soon understood. Blazing Heaven Demoness was a member of Zombie Alliance. Hei Lulan was firmly controlled by Shadow Sect. It was not strange for Zishan Makoto to have such a method. Furthermore, in the world, when cultivated to a high level, one could comprehend by analogy and achieve the same goal through different means. Zishan Makoto's move was clearly a wisdom path method. He might have invented it himself, or it might not be related to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Zishan Makoto resolutely took out his immortal aperture and placed it in the outside world. The immortal aperture's door opened and started to absorb earth chi. But the hope of this grotto heaven saving itself was very slim. Even if the earth chi was balanced, there was too little human chi. Zishan Makoto lost his immortal aperture. He also lost his cultivation foundation. Without an immortal aperture to manage, his future was bleak. Ignoring the future, just the present, his immortal aperture left his body and he lost a huge amount of Dao marks. Even though he stored most of his goo worms and immortal essence in his body, without the amplification of Dao marks, his battle strength fell to rock bottom. But there was no other way. Once heaven chi was extracted, Zishan Makoto's immortal aperture would collapse and form winds of assimilation. It would be even more dangerous. He might even lose his life. Triple chi retraction was simply too powerful. It directly attacked a Gu Immortal's foundation. Even the great Zishan Makoto was forced to give up his immortal aperture. It was like a martial arts expert who cultivated iron sand palm cutting off his own arms. Fang Yuan was watching the battle. He was also shocked at this scene. Since ancient times, there were only 10 people who managed to become venerable ones. When it came to the 10 existences, anything could become extraordinary. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's formless hands were like this, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's reincarnation battlefield was like this, and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's triple chi retraction was also like this. What do I do? Fang Yuan thought about how to change the situation. He could not think of anything. The only thing he could do was rejoice. Rejoice that not long ago, Zishan Makoto had given him all the heavenly crystals. While controlling the Super Gu formation to resist Fairy Myrtle's corrosion, Fang Yuan also started to mature the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. He had a lot of heavenly crystals this time, far more than the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. Thus, even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle grew to immemorial level, it would not starve to death like last time. As expected of Duke Long, Zishan Makoto praised Duke Long in admiration. Duke Long was simply too strong. He had quasi-rank 9 strength. He could directly crush ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals. Only a peak rank 8 like Zishan Makoto, one of spectral soul demon Venerable's main split souls, who had cultivated for 100,000 years and had such accumulations, had the qualifications to fight him. But after dozens of rounds, when Duke Long's probing ended and he realized that Zishan Makoto did not have any methods to counter him, he immediately used his Chi Path trump card. Triple Chi Retraction was very powerful, but once such a powerful killer move was countered, the Gu Immortal who used it would be in a terrible state. It was like lifting a rock and smashing it on his own head. Thus, any Gu Immortal would be wary of this killer move. Just like how Feng Yuan would rather mature the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle than risk using the countercurrent protection seal. This battle can be considered as me bullying the strong. For a person like you, if you weren't a person who gave out random orders, perhaps we could still have a pleasant conversation. In this vast world, there are simply too few people who can catch my eye. However, I believe that in the near future, the entire world will become colorful and exciting. And I will be the person who will start this grand era. Duke Long sighed as he chased after Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto fought and retreated, he was at a complete disadvantage. He was hit by the first two styles of Triple Chi Retraction, his strength fell greatly, he was not Duke Long's match to begin with, now he was even worse off. Duke Long's attacks were relentless, he was almost above Zishan Makoto in all aspects. Zishan Makoto could only hold on bitterly, he had no choice but to stop activating the killer move to refine the pure dream reality seeker physique body. Yingwu Xia was still trapped in the dream realm, the other Gu Immortals could only watch without being able to help. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, his mood was very heavy. He quickly looked around the battlefield, Duke Long had a huge advantage, Zishan Makoto could no longer be counted on. Right now, he could only attack his weakness to alleviate the situation. However, Duke Long had already expected this when he mobilized his troops. The battle strength that he split out were all tough to deal with. Not mentioning Duke Long himself, Fairy Myrtle had Star Constellation chessboard, Heaven Overseeing Tower was also a solid block, Sui Hui's attacks could only damage its edges. No matter how many Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortals there were, they could not interfere in a battle of this level. Oh no! This is not good. Once Zishan Makoto loses, the situation will tilt towards Celestial Court. By then, there is little hope of me retreating. Should I retreat now? Let's take a gamble, let's see if Celestial Court has already thought of a way to deal with Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Feng Yuan could not help but hesitate. This was a difficult decision. But right at this time, the battle between Zishan Makoto and Duke Long changed again. One of the doors to a blessed land suddenly opened, and an enormous army of soul beasts charged out from within. Zishan Makoto relied on these soul beasts to block Duke Long's attacks, he quickly retreated towards the blessed land. This is Shadow Sect's blessed land. Feng Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he saw this, emitting a piercing light. During the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect's blessed land was moved here by Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect's blessed land contained the door of life and death, spectral soul charged out from it and resisted the heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations, he unleashed his might and slaughtered Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, he destroyed Heaven Overseeing Tower and refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect's efforts failed, the fruits of their labor were seized by Feng Yuan. Dream realms spread everywhere, Shadow Sect's blessed land had to close its entrance and guard it tightly. Zishan Makoto led Shadow Sect to attack this place, he spent most of his time activating killer moves to condense dream realms and refine pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. He worked hard silently, unknowingly, he had already connected to the blessed land, the dream realms here were all gone. Thus, Shadow Sect's blessed land could open its entrance again. There were countless soul beasts hidden in the door of life and death, Zishan Makoto mobilized them to attack Duke Long. These soul beasts were of a shocking scale, desolate beasts were everywhere, there was no lack of ancient desolate beasts, even the aura of immemorial soul beasts could be vaguely seen. The soul beast army disregarded the sacrifices, they launched a suicidal attack on Duke Long. Zishan Makoto used the soul beast army's cover to pass through the Immortal Aperture's entrance, retreating into Shadow Sect's blessed land. The appearance of the soul beast army did not turn the situation around, but it gave Zishan Makoto a chance to catch his breath. Feng Yuan, quickly release your upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, what are you waiting for if not now? At the same time, Zishan Makoto continued to communicate with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered. This was already Zishan Makoto's 50th time urging. Ever since he was struck by the Chi Path Killer move, he had been urging Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan did not listen. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was his final trump card. Even if he could not control it, it was good to release it to create chaos. How could he release it just like Zishan Makoto wanted? Charge in, this blessed land is the Shadow Sect's headquarters. Fang Yuan thought to himself, he wanted Duke Long to charge in and fight to the death with Shadow Sect. He also wanted the Shadow Sect's blessed land to be filled with traps that could cause huge trouble for Duke Long. But Duke Long did not chase after them, he stopped in his tracks. Fang Yuan was disappointed, Zishan Makoto was even more flustered. Duke Long's lips curled up for the first time, he showed a smile of understanding. He suddenly turned around and charged towards a certain direction at lightning speed. You are finally willing to come out? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He shouted and attacked, chi currents shot out and turned into a giant claw that grabbed at a certain part of the Soul Beast army. I am discovered. Zishan Makoto felt like he had fallen into an ice cave at this moment. From the Soul Beast army, a human-shaped soul suddenly appeared, he attacked Duke Long without dodging. Boom, even the powerful Duke Long was sent flying, but that human-shaped soul remained unmoved. Ha ha ha. Duke Long coughed out blood but laughed loudly, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you are truly extremely weak. Damn it. Zishan Makoto quickly rushed out to reinforce him, panic appeared on his face for the first time. Fang Yuan finally understood everything, he came to a realization. The Shadow Sect is truly sinister. Zishan Makoto refined a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. It seems like he wants Spectral Soul's main body to escape, but this is just a pretense. His true intention is to release the Soul Beast army for Spectral Soul to devour to strengthen himself. Spectral Soul had a supreme method to devour souls, only then could he recover his strength. He might even be able to help Zishan Makoto kill Duke Long. But all of this was predicted by Duke Long. Duke Long used this chance when Spectral Soul's main body was extremely weak to attack. Zishan Makoto had no choice but to reinforce him. Too late. Duke Long laughed as he waved his hand, dragon claw marks tore through space, forcing Zishan Makoto to retreat. Duke Long attacked Spectral Soul's main body again, chi currents surged like dragons, coiling around Spectral Soul's main body. Spectral Soul's main body was extremely strong, he could be considered a quasi-rank 9 immemorial soul beast. He could even use goo worms and the immortal essence he left behind in his life. But after the Battle of Etion Mountain, Spectral Soul only had a trace of his remnant soul left. Even this remnant soul was constantly being worn down by the dream realms. The human-shaped soul roared again and again, resisting Duke Long's methods forcefully. Duke Long's dragon eyes shined with intense battle intent. You still want to resist me? Oh Spectral Soul, if you were a rank 9 when you were alive, I would definitely retreat, I would escape as far as I could. But now, you only have this remnant soul left. Your goo worms and immortal essence are not with you. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I will tell you the truth, this time, I am here to capture you alive. I will imprison you in the celestial court, I will let the world know of the authority and supreme glory of my celestial court. The human-shaped soul was still struggling as Zishan Makoto attacked Duke Long like a madman. Duke Long easily defended against the latter's attacks as he looked at the human-shaped soul with a burning gaze. He said proudly, still struggling pointlessly? Back then, even Red Lotus Demon Venerable was stopped by me. Now, surrender yourself. As he said that, Spectral Soul's main body could not resist Duke Long's methods, he was trapped in a cage made of countless chi currents. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could not help but stare with wide eyes. Rank 9 Venerables had unparalleled prestige, they were like blood that flowed in the hearts of every goo master and goo immortal. But now, Fang Yuan saw Spectral Soul's outcome, he was actually captured by a rank 8 goo immortal. What is the origin of this Duke Long? He is so strong. However, thinking about it, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died long ago, only his soul was left. If his soul was at its peak, Duke Long would not be able to deal with him. Unfortunately, Spectral Soul resisted the tribulations and forcefully refined sovereign immortal fetus goo without caring about the sacrifices. Even though he succeeded and destroyed Heaven Overseeing Tower, I took away the fruits of victory. Shadow Sect was left with only a few people, while Zombie Alliance was wiped out, their losses were huge. And his soul was only left with a trace of remnant soul during the Battle of Etion Mountain. He fell into a dream realm. After being corroded by the dream realm for such a long time, it is truly unimaginable that he could survive until now. Fang Yuan imagined himself, if his soul was thrown into such a huge dream realm, it would be corroded by the dream realm. Without using any dream path killer moves, Fang Yuan would probably only be able to last for a few days. Even though Spectral Soul was only left with a trace of remnant soul, his quality was shocking. He managed to survive for such a long time. Even now, he still had the strength to struggle. It was not strange that Duke Long could capture Spectral Soul's main body. In terms of strength, Duke Long was indeed the strongest, while Spectral Soul was the weakest. Spectral Soul's era was finally over. He had once slaughtered the world, spreading his demonic might throughout the 5 regions and 2 heavens, causing chaos in the world. When he was alive, he was invincible in the world, he had the strongest voice in the world, he had the highest stature. But time flowed like water, he still died in the end. After his death, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared, greatly eliminating Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's influence in the world. He brought peace and prosperity to the world. Even in death, Spectral Soul was not resigned to his failure. He established the Shadow Sect and the Zombie Alliance in an attempt to defy the heavens again. Sword Immortal Bo Qing was his first attempt. Unfortunately, in the end, he only managed to obtain the title of Pseudo-Immortal Venerable. His corpse sank to the bottom of the Heavenly River. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was his second attempt, but heaven and earth schemed against him. His 100,000 years of hard work was snatched away by Fang Yuan. Etion Mountain's defeat caused Spectral Soul to suffer a huge loss. His foundation was almost depleted. However, with the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect, they still managed to stir up a lot of trouble. Until now, Spectral Soul had finally failed. He was captured by Celestial Quartz Gu. Immortal Duke Long. The great era is coming. Old antiques like you should just obediently watch from the sidelines. Spectre, this is no longer your era. Duke Long sighed as he grabbed with his hand. Air currents surged and wrapped around Spectral Soul, stuffing him into his phantom aperture. Ah dash! Zishan Makoto looked up to the sky and roared, his eyes red. Seeing that Spectral Soul's main body was trapped, he almost lost his rationality. Even his main body was trapped, there was no hope left. It was a huge loss, but Zishan Makoto was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. He forcibly resisted the urge to fight to the death with Duke Long. That was abandoning himself to despair. He breathed in deeply and started to retreat towards the depths of the Shadow Sect blessed land. Run? Where do you think you can run to? Duke Long stood in the sky, his dragon eyes looked at Zishan Makoto's figure with a cold expression. The immortal aperture entrance of the Shadow Sect blessed land closed. The Soul Beast army did not charge out, they stayed back to defend. Duke Long smiled proudly. He turned around and looked at the Super Gu formation. Seeing that Fairy Myrtle was progressing well, he aimed at the location of the Shadow Sect blessed land and activated an immortal killer move, Dragon Gate. This Dragon Gate had a grand appearance. There were 2 huge red pillars on both sides. There was a huge dragon coiling around each pillar. The dragon claws were locked onto the pillars. It was firm like a mountain. There were shining dragon scales. The dragon body was strong. The dragon body coiled around the pillars, all the way to the top of the pillars. Then, the upper bodies of the 2 dragons faced each other. Their eyes looked at each other, their mouths opened. There was a dragon pearl in the middle. It was like a small sun. It was dazzling. It formed the scene of 2 dragons playing with a pearl. The dragon gate opened. The interior of the Shadow Sect blessed land was revealed. This immortal killer move, Dragon Gate, could actually forcefully open the blessed land. Duke Long laughed loudly. He stepped in, the Dragon Gate closed and vanished. The intense battle and slaughter in the blessed land could not be heard. The entire battlefield suddenly fell into an eerie silence. But it was obvious that after Duke Long entered the Shadow Sect blessed land, it would not be peaceful. So many soul beasts would charge at him without fear of death. What do we do? The southern border righteous path Gu immortals looked at each other. Suddenly, they found that they had no opponents left. Zishan Makoto and Duke Long were trapped in the Shadow Sect blessed land. Bai Ning Bing, He Lulan, Ying Wu Xia, and the rest were all reality-seeker physique bodies, they hid in dream realms. The only ones moving in the battlefield were soul beasts. Many soul beasts rampaged in the battlefield. A portion of them were trapped in dream realms, unable to extricate themselves. They were soon eliminated by the dream realms. Most soul beasts saw the danger of the dream realms. Because of their survival instincts, they started to scatter. Soul beasts hunted all life forms with souls, and through devouring them, they could strengthen themselves. The southern border righteous path Gu immortals soon became the targets of these soul beasts, even though they did not want to attack. Wui Hai, quickly send us into the Gu formation. The southern border righteous path Gu immortals requested. They had no intention of leaving. Because right now, the Shadow Sect was defeated, the Celestial Court had a high chance of winning. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court had not shown any killing intent towards Southern Border's righteous path. Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals subconsciously thought that the Celestial Court was on their side. After all, they were both righteous path. One was Central Continent's righteous path, the other was Southern Border's righteous path. Of course, there was an even more important psychological factor that affected their judgment. That was the dream realm. Even though this dream realm was in a mess, in the eyes of the Southern Border Gu immortals, it was their resources, it was theirs. Moreover, they had personally witnessed the battle between Duke Long and Zishan Makoto, as well as Spectral Soul's main body. They finally saw the truth of the Battle of Etion Mountain. Regarding the huge secret of a rank 9 venerable, there might even be a huge fortuitous encounter. Who would want to leave? This was Southern Border's Super Gu formation, and the reinforcements of the various clans were rushing here. As for Heaven Overseeing Tower and Sui Yi Hui, they were fighting to the death, neither could do anything to the other. Fang Yuan ordered, everyone, work harder and kill these soul beasts. The clan's reinforcements are getting closer. These soul beasts were sent here by the enemy, killing them is like cutting off an arm of the enemy. If we let these soul beasts leave, it will cause chaos. This is the matter of our righteous path. Even though these words were reasonable, many Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals did not buy it. Aren't reinforcements coming? Let them do it. That's right, I am very tired, I need to rest. Even if I am not injured, I expended a lot of immortal essence, I need to conserve my battle strength and not use it casually. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, I told you to go, so go, stop talking nonsense. The Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals scolded loudly, but Fang Yuan ignored them. He was doing something very exciting. That was to ask for help from Wu clan. Quick, it is still dangerous here, the situation is very complicated, quickly send the Gu worms I want through jewel yellow skies. Don't worry, I will bear all the expenses. Why do I need bloodline immortal Gu? I need it urgently, I need to join the Gu formation and increase the Super Gu formation's power. Borrowing so many immortal Gu at once is making things difficult for you? What are you troubled about? It is not like I have never borrowed them before. What? Borrowing immortal Gu from Wu clan's treasury requires Lord clan leader's approval? Fang Yuan immediately contacted Wu Yong. Elder brother, please lend me a hand. Wu Yong was controlling the immortal Gu house to quickly rush over. Hearing his brother's call, he immediately replied, what happened? What help do you need? You should know about the situation, brother, I am in control of the Super Gu formation now. This is the best opportunity. It will allow our Wu clan to truly control this resource point and suppress the other clans. It is a chance to get rid of our previous predicament. Fang Yuan said sincerely. Wu Yong thought about it. This battlefield was not sealed. Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals could use information path methods to communicate with their clans and ask for reinforcements. On Wu clan's side, only Fang Yuan was here, as well as Wu Liao and Qiao clan's Gu immortals. Thus, all the reinforcements were aware of the situation in this battlefield. Wu Yong was no exception. Wu Yong naturally knew that Fang Yuan had replaced Qi Gui and created the Super Gu formation at the crucial moment. When he first heard about it, he was quite surprised. He did not expect his brother to have such a powerful formation path attainment. But Wu Yong soon understood. The reason, because before this, Fang Yuan had competed with Qi Shang in formation path. Because Fairy Qiao Si Lu was involved, it caused a huge commotion in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment was shocking, but with this foundation, it was not hard for Southern Border's Gu immortals to accept it. If Wu Yihai's identity was that of a Gu immortal born in Southern Border, it would definitely cause suspicion. The good thing was, Wu Yihai had ascended in Eastern Sea. Southern Border's Gu immortals did not know much about him. This gave Fang Yuan ample room to perform. Wu Yong heard Fang Yuan say, "Name restriction immortal Gu can be used to reinforce the Super Gu formation and benefit Wu clan." He hesitated. But this hesitation of his was not mixed with any suspicion. He believed in Fang Yuan. He had never suspected that Wu Yihai was an impostor. What he was hesitating about was whether Fang Yuan's plan was reliable. How likely was it to succeed? If it was not, and the plan failed, what would happen to Wu clan's future political situation? These were all things that Wu Yong had to consider. As a leader, he had to look far ahead. He could not only look at the present. Wu Yong's hesitation did not last long. He quickly decided to go with Fang Yuan's intentions. This was an opportunity. It was a good opportunity for Wu clan. Wu Yong had been staying in Wu clan for some time, resisting the various clans' problems. These days were quite stifling. He did not want to continue living like this. Moreover, he understood that as long as he, a rank 8 Gu immortal, did not die, Wu clan would have a foundation in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. It would not be too bad. Lend. If Fang Yuan wanted to borrow reputation restriction immortal Gu, he would lend it to him. Bloodline immortal Gu, he would also lend it to him. But this support was not due to numbness. Wu Yong and all of Wu clan's Gu immortals had to listen to Fang Yuan's reason for borrowing Gu. Any unreasonable reason would be rejected and refuted. Such seriousness and caution had long since become a tradition of the various superpowers. Because immortal Gu were unique, any immortal Gu, even if it was rank 6, would directly increase the foundation of any super force. Immortal Gu could not be easily borrowed. It was not easy for Fang Yuan to come up with a suitable reason in such a short time. But in the end, he still borrowed 6 immortal Gu. 6 immortal Gu is enough. Do you have enough immortal essence to use any more? Wu Yong tactfully rejected Fang Yuan's request again. 6 immortal Gu were on one person. The risk was too high. It was not that Wu clan was suspicious of Fang Yuan's identity, but if anything happened to Wu Yihai, these immortal Gu would be lost. It would be a huge blow to Wu clan's foundation. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Everyone knew this. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Brother, you are right. I do not have much red date immortal essence left. Brother, quickly lend me some immortal Yuan stones. I need to replenish my immortal essence quickly. He took advantage of the situation to earn another sum. This time, Wu Yong did not hesitate. He directly approved. An emperor does not need hungry soldiers. Without immortal essence, immortal Gu were useless no matter how many they had. After lending so many immortal Gu, he had to make use of these immortal Gu, right? Thus, Fang Yuan directly obtained 100,000 immortal Yuan stones. The Wu clan was indeed worthy of being a great faction. It was evident that the Wu clan had a huge business. Use it sparingly. These immortal Yuan stones and immortal Gu are all lent to you. You need to be extremely careful. Wu Yong took good care of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly agreed. The immortal Gu and immortal Yuan stone were quickly transported to Fang Yuan through jewel yellow skies. Treasure Emperor Heaven was in an uproar. Once Fang Yuan obtained it, he started to absorb immortal Yuan stone and convert it into immortal essence. At the same time, he threw the 6 immortal Gu into reverse flow river. Suppress them all. Once this battle ended, Wu Yihai's identity would definitely be lost. Just one sentence from the Celestial Court would raise enough suspicions. Fang Yuan could not endure continuous investigations. As long as soul-searching methods or immortal apertures were used, Fang Yuan would be exposed. Thus, before escaping, he had to make a huge profit. It is a pity that I did not borrow an immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan smacked his lips. After deceiving the entire Wu clan, he still wanted more. For a super force, an immortal Gu house was much more important than an immortal Gu. They could not lend it to Fang Yuan. Like the atomic bombs on Earth, the weapons of a nation could not be lent to others. Unless Fang Yuan became someone like Wu Yong, holding the highest authority in Wu clan and possessing an immortal Gu house, no one would say anything. Like how He Qing borrowed the immortal Gu house dark prison, that was because He tribe's 4 supreme elders had repercussions from cultivating Green City rampage. they could only stay together and could not leave by themselves. Under such circumstances, He Qing held the highest authority in He tribe. When Fang Yuan wanted to borrow an immortal Gu house, Wu Yong's first thought was, "My brother wants to borrow an immortal Gu house. If he does not return it after this battle, he will use the power of the immortal Gu house and Qiao clan's help to resist me. What will I do?" Furthermore, the immortal Gu house could not be transported completely through jewel yellow skies. Immortal Gu houses were Gu formations. Nobody could arrange Gu formations or prepare killer moves in jewel yellow skies. Thus, to transport an immortal Gu house, it had to be split up. Splitting up was easy, but forming it was hard. Immortal Gu houses were the crystallization of formation path. To construct an immortal Gu house, even if one knew the method and the correct steps, the formation path Gu immortal needed to focus and work hard. If one was careless, the construction would fail. This was the same logic as setting up a Gu formation. Not only would the Gu immortal suffer backlash, the Gu formation and immortal Gu house would also suffer the same. The risk was too high. Lending so many immortal Gu and immortal Yuan stone to Fang Yuan was already Wu clan's limit. And this was because Fang Yuan was Wu Yong's brother. He had also contributed a lot to Wu clan. If not for Frosty Peak, Moon Bowl, and Mount Snail, Fang Yuan would not have been able to borrow so many immortal Gu. Fang Yuan wanted to reap the benefits. He wanted Shadow Sect and Celestial Court to fight to the death while he reaped the benefits in the end. No matter how hard he tried, things did not go according to plan. Celestial Court's Duke Long's strength was beyond his imagination. Shadow Sect's defeat and Celestial Court's victory were basically confirmed. Even Spectral Soul's main body had fallen. If Shadow Sect had any trump cards, they would have used them already. Speaking of which, Shadow Sect's foundation was quite deep. Unfortunately, in the Battle of Etion Mountain, in order to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, they suffered huge losses. The blow was too heavy, they could not recover from it. The few remaining survivors were still being chased by Fang Yuan. They could not develop smoothly. But I captured the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and obtained a large number of heavenly crystals. The upper extreme heavenly eagle continued to mature them. This time, I cheated 6 more immortal Gu and 100,000 immortal Yuan stone. This kind of harvest is actually quite huge. Fang Yuan was good at gaining benefits. Since the start of the battle, he had not fought to the death. He did not put in much effort, but his gains were shocking. It is a pity that Dark Limit Immortal Gu is trapped inside. I cannot take it out now. Once the Gu formation collapses, I will have to face Fairy Myrtle. There is another problem, that is Wu clan's alliance agreement. I joined Wu clan and signed the alliance agreement. There is also Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu. They are placed in Wu clan's ancestral hall. Especially the latter problem, it gave Fang Yuan a huge headache. Thus, he cheated 6 immortal Gu to deal with this problem. In the future, if Wu clan used this information path relationship to harm Fang Yuan would at least still have Wu clan's immortal Gu. From this, he had the capital to negotiate with Wu clan. An outstanding chess player had to calculate the next 3 moves before making a move. Even though Fang Yuan was still trapped in the battlefield, he was already thinking about the future. Demonic path people are truly sinister and crafty. They are greedy beyond compare. Even before death, they do not forget to harm others. Oh Fang Yuan, your sins are so heavy, you will die today. Give up any thoughts of escaping, because against me, you have no hope of escaping. At this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice resounded from the Super Gu formation. Fairy Myrtle definitely knew that Wu clan was using jewel yellow skies to transport immortal Gu and immortal Yuan stone. There was no helping it. Jewel yellow skies was like this. It was an open market, any transaction could be exposed. How could Celestial Court not pay attention to jewel yellow skies? How could they not investigate it? Fang Yuan sneered. This is the result of your Celestial Court not exposing me in time. It seems that you do not have any crucial evidence. Actually, even if you have such evidence, so what? Will Wu clan believe it? Will Southern Borders Gu Immortal World believe it? They will only believe in things that they can prove themselves. These righteous path forces have always been like this. They will link everything to conspiracies and politics. Fairy Myrtle was silent, she did not speak. She understood that Fang Yuan had already fallen to the demonic path. He had a firm will that could not be shaken by words. Fairy Myrtle chose not to do pointless things, it would save her energy. Immediately, her speed of corroding the supergoo formation increased. Fang Yuan's expression changed, he knew the situation was not good. At this speed, even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle matured, it would not be able to catch up. The supergoo formation would collapse prematurely. He now had the information path Immortal Goo, Reputation Reign. His plan was to use this Immortal Goo to control the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. But Fang Yuan did not have much confidence in this method. Because the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was an immemorial desolate beast, it had rank 8 Goo Immortal Battle Strength, while Reputation Reign Immortal Goo was only rank 7. The only thing that gave Fang Yuan some hope was that he had enough fame. He hoped that he could use this to make Name Reign Immortal Goo display extraordinary power. In the worst case, he could only release the uncontrollable upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to create chaos and escape. Right now, the battlefield was divided into 4 parts. The first and most crucial part was the battle between Zishan Makoto and Duke Long. They were fighting in Shadow Sect's blessed land. The current situation was unknown, but Duke Long had the upper hand, he had a high chance of winning. The second part was the battle between Heaven Overseeing Tower and Sui Yi Hui, neither could do anything to the other. Right now, both were injured, even with Sui Yi Hui's strong recovery ability, it was covered in injuries. Meanwhile, Heaven Overseeing Tower's edges had collapsed, it was no longer as glorious as before. The third part was the battle between Southern Border's Righteous Path Goo Immortals and Soul Beasts, there was nothing to write home about. The fourth part was the battle between Fang Yuan and Fairy Myrtle over the Supergoo formation. This battlefield was the most secretive, even the Southern Border Righteous Path Goo Immortals were kept in the dark. From Fang Yuan's perspective, the outcome was already set, Celestial Court was sure to win. In this situation, he could only escape, his plan to take advantage of the chaos had failed. But this old demon, Fang Yuan, even if he failed, his gains were huge. Now, it will depend on whether I can escape or not. Just as Fang Yuan was working hard on this matter, he received Zishan Makoto's information. Fang Yuan, is our cooperation still going on? Fang Yuan's heart jumped, of course it can. He, very good. I was not wrong about you after all. I want to give you everything I have. My Immortal Goo, my killer moves, my knowledge, and you do not need to bear any responsibilities or obligations. Ingwu Xia, Hei Lulan, White Rabbit, Miao Yin, Sixth Hair, they will all listen to you. From today onwards, you are the leader of Shadow Sect. Note, asking for a guaranteed monthly vote, I forgot to mention it yesterday, everyone who has a monthly vote, please vote. End of chapter 1329. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.